Good morning, YTBC. What's up, everybody? TGIF. Peace to the YTBC. But it's Friday. You know, customarily I play a song, set the mood, and, get ready for everybody to come on in. But today is a big fight day. I'm starting a little bit later than usual. And sometimes I do depart from the customary, and this is going to be one of those occasions. The fight doesn't need any sort of preamble. You guys will come in as you come in when you come in. But yeah, CPT. Hope everybody's well rested, well smoked, and ready for an awesome day of solving whatever problems that is going to enrich your very well being. Yeah, for all the people out there hustling, making sure their obligations are met. We're going to try to keep you entertained and informed on this boxing thing, right? And, right off the bat, I'm not even going to talk about what the show is about, but like more about um, what the time slot, like because I go on Friday, what that sort of means, at least in my mind, how I can provide a service for you guys, and that is to recap all the news of the week. You know, see what they were saying about the fights from last week. What news of people, either dropping belts or got injured or fights made or whatever that happens. But then also, on days like today, we get the weigh-ins for the big fights on the weekend or whatever is big on the weekend. Yeah. So I'd like to what is it? I like to make sure that you guys have a home to chop it up, and that I'm at least on top of what's been going on during the week. But I got to be honest with you guys. I tried watching that damn Rolly fight now a bunch. I just can't bring myself to care. There is a growing school of thought, I don't know, a narrative or, a murmur amongst the YTBC about how the belts are watered down, they don't mean anything, and yada yada. The belts never meant that much outside of hardcore diehards like tracing shit and all that stuff. If you're just a fight fan, you're just in for the fights, you might not even know who the hell's fighting, or much less what they're fighting for. Um, a lot for most of the fights, right? And then some fights, the only way you'd watch it is if there was a belt on the line. And then some fights you can't be compelled to watch no matter what, right? And in that case, belts don't matter, money doesn't matter, yada yada. Just like what you find entertaining, right? How you want to spend your free time. That's the thing that matters. Um, yeah, Rolly. Sorry, guys. In the sport of boxing, he is not something that I choose to choose to spend my free time on. I would like to chop it up and all the nuances and yada yada yada, but seeing a guy who can't fight lose to somebody's grandfather, yeah, I'm good, dude. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna just move on past the Rolly thing. I'll let you guys come and chop it up ad nauseum. I've seen enough. I saw enough in the Jackson Marinas fight, actually. I don't know what in the hell is going on with some fans trying to legitimize their favorite fighters with straight garbage like Rolly Romero, but yeah, can't do it. Well, yeah, good morning to you all. Let me do a little bit of housekeeping. Let me get the link ready and all that. Pin it to the chat. Yeah, I had a bunch of songs picked out I was like kind of thumbing through them, and I was like, this one needs to have a song written about it. It's not like this is not about. There's some classic things, right? But this is a kind of a unique moment in the sport where the guy is undisputed, but is still really developing as a fighter, right? And then you have the old master um, coming in, still, spry, ready for a challenge. You know, yeah, his best years may be behind him, but he's not so far gone that he doesn't have one hell of a shot, or it wouldn't be like a legitimate victory, right? Um, these are actually two of the most accomplished in the weight class, which is bananas. At 24 years old, how many uh geez, like undisputed champs, former champs, not sorry, not undisputed, sorry, undefeated, unified champs, former champs, pound for pound guys. Yeah, he seems to be on a little bit of a tear here at 24 years old, but yeah, he is definitely outshadowed by Loma, who's been doing this, um, what's really funny about this is Loma was winning gold medals when he was 26 years old. He was still an amateur. Devin's 24 years old, is undisputed champion. Like, really, the career trajectories couldn't be, further from each other. But both of them are blazing a trail, I think, for lightweight history this weekend. So, but in a really strange way. It's like it's in the modern era, and I think it deserves its own song. I'm not gonna try to dredge up whatever sentimentality I might have around the songs, or I mean, around the fight or the fighters. I'm just gonna let this one breathe. I'm gonna appreciate this for what it is. A couple of highly trained technicians going in there. Like, this is fathers and sons. This is legacy. This is money. It's just this sort of the storylines write themselves. I think right now Bill Haney is my choice, and I'm very interested to hear what you guys have to say about it. But he is my pick for the best mouthpiece of a father-son duo in boxing. Kenny Porter, he is all right. I don't know about Angel Garcia and Papachenko. Don't even speak the language. Whatever. Um, yeah, I'm going through my thing. Tito Trinidad, Big G, Roger Mayweather. He is a nice little trash talker, but mm, yeah, he didn't sell it like a Bill does. Bill is polarizing. Um, yeah, I like Bill as a promoter for his son, that not just a trainer, not just an advocate, not just a manager, not just an employee, but yeah, a hell of a salesman, a hell of an entertainer in his own right. Got to give it up to Bill. And anyway, so yeah, we have the storylines: Papachenko, Mr. like Soviet Russian program, Mr. Ukraine national team, Usyk and Postal and Vazdik and fucking Loma, of course, little Vasyl Loma. So yeah, this is gonna be for me one hell of a scrap. I'm just gonna sit back, enjoy it as two technicians highly proficient in their craft uh, try to impose their will on one another. Um, yeah, when it's all said and done, man, people who are students and appreciators and aficionados of just the sweet science of, foot positioning and feinting and setting traps and making a person uncomfortable fighting a fight they don't want to fight, going through adversity, like whatever, going through your first game plan, your second game plan. than just throwing everything to the wall. Just, go for what you know. I think this fight will have it all. It'll have everything, I think, except for a knockdown or knockout. I think if there is a knockdown, I don't even know who I'd pick to do the knockdown. Like I remember the last time I was thinking about like a knockdown in a fight. It was Sean Porter. I was asked actually a direct question if I thought there was going to be a knockdown in the Sean Porter Errol Spence fight. I said, no, I don't think there'll be one. But if there is one, it'll be Errol Spence doing the knocking down. And, I hedge my bets correctly on that one. And this one, I can't call it. Either one are capable of dropping the other, I think. But I don't think this fight is going to end in stoppage. And I also don't think it'll be particularly controversial. But, we shall see. This fight is not as easy for me to call as the Ryan Garcia and Tank fight, as I didn't have two basically versions of their styles that both guys had already fought in, like a Mango to Go and Rolly Romero. Like people may not understand what I mean by that, but yeah. If you know the sweet science and you understand that, Mango to Go had excellent footwork, way better footwork than Ryan Garcia, and Ryan Garcia couldn't follow him. But Mango to Go couldn't punch his way out of a wet paper bag. So when he worked the angles and hit Ryan with something, it didn't have anything on it because dude couldn't punch like that. But if you understood, Tank in that same situation is going to put him flat on his back or make it an early night. Then especially if you saw the Tank versus Rolly fight, then you understood what happens when a guy gets overly aggressive and extends, because that's all they have. They can either come forward or stand still. Overly committing to your offense, it will get you fucking stopped. Anyway, that was an easy one. This one, also, that wasn't even in lightweight. The way they try to, I don't know, sneak that past the goalie like that wasn't in the junior welterweight division. And they keep talking about it like it was a lightweight fight. This one is truly a lightweight fight. It's of some historical significance, although I think what kind of historical significance is still up for debate, and probably will be for generations to come, because is this Loma's best victory if he should win? And become undisputed? Is this the best undisputed run? No. Is it historic in any way? I guess he becomes the 10th guy to become undisputed in the 4-belt era. I mean, whatever stat that's worth, right? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm struggling to see like the historical significance of the winner and loser outside of the unified division and fought the best out there, right? The most accomplished guys in the division are actually stepping into the ring to face one another. The issue is the way that the media is now sold this whole thing about boxing. But you know what? I'm going to be ranting for a long time on this one today. Like I said, it's a big fight. I'm starting to get excited. Let me figure out the link right quick. Welcome you guys in. Check it out. Hold on. Booyah. All right, hold up. That's not it. There we go. Going to the studio. Yes, sir. Give it 1 second, guys, while it loads up. And then I'll invite you guys in and then say what's up to whomever is already here chopping it up. Okay, there it is. There's the link. Let me pin it. Message pinned. Oh yeah, we got ill status. We got Phantom, Marky Dan. What's up, people? What's up? I see you. And Nat Zay, Boxing Lounge, my brother from another, Matt Chad, Bruce Gas. Yeah. My folks, what's happening with it? Cisco D, welcome, Mr. Lightning. Always a pleasure. Yeah, my mods are in the building already, holding it down. All right, that's what's up. Let me go to StreamYard here and continue on with my stream of consciousness about this fight. Right. And we can break it down, right? We can talk about like the Nate Campbells of the world when it came to his undisputed lightweight. And I don't know, man. Lightweight is just such a storied division. This one, it really just is about media, like the boxing media trying to keep boxing relevant with like storylines about Tank and Shakur and all this stuff. But like Shakur is unproven in the division, in all honesty, and Tank's resume at 135 is not historically significant. I'll put it that way. Just put it that way. I can't think of anyone who's a supposed champion with like 5 fights at 135 with a worse collection of opponents than Tank Davis. But what's up, Marky Dan? How you doing this fine Friday?
I'm doing great, Smoke. I'm doing great. I hope you're doing good. I hope everybody in the chat is doing good, man. We one day out, Smoke. One day out. It's a fight we've been waiting for a long time, man. I'm excited. I'm excited for Haney to be able to really, in my opinion, solidify himself as the best lightweight in the world. Because I don't think there could really be any argument. I think Lomachenko is, out of Tank and Shakur and Haney's resume, he's without a doubt the best opponent out of all of their resumes. So this is a win that will solidify Haney's place. I'm excited for this undercard, bro. They got some good fights on this undercard. They got Junto Nakatani, the flyweight. He moved up.
Yeah.
He's fighting at bantamweight. That's a fight I'm interested in. They got Raymond Murataya fighting Nakatila, the puncher that Shakur fought. I'm excited for that shit, man. I'm just pumped. I've been waiting for this fight a long time, Smoke.
Yeah, so let me ask you this, because I know, like, it's all relative how long we've been watching boxing and all that. What's up, ill status? Happy Friday. Welcome.
Yeah, salute there, brother.
Yeah, I know it's all relative how long we've been watching, but I know that you are a relatively young guy and you've been watching relatively recently, compared to me at least. So I'm going to ask you, where does this fight rank amongst the big fights that you've seen in your history watching fights? Where would you place this one?
Like live, damn, I mean, I don't think it's on the level of the Fury Wilder trilogies in terms of like importance for boxing. It's up there, Smoke. I mean, it's undisputed. It's a young lion taking on the old guard. It's gonna be a passing of the torch
No,
fight,
and
really.
I'm not even talking about really
Even
so
though
much for sport of
Loma.
boxing. I'm not even talking about for sport of boxing. I'm just mean for you, for your own level of excitement.
Oh,
Like,
for me personally.
like
Oh, it's just important.
I know you're a Monster fan, so I know that Monster No Nito was a big fight for you. Like, in terms
Yeah.
of like excitement and anticipation and all this other stuff.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Just you
It's
personally.
up there. It's probably top 3 for me, Smoke. Because I've been waiting for this a long time, and I'm just tired of all the people chatting and talking bad about Haney. So I'm just, I'm looking forward to this opportunity for him to solidify himself against a Hall of Famer. You know what I'm saying? So it's up there for me personally. I'm looking forward to this fight.
That's what's up. What you got on ill?
Yeah, what's good,
what's going on, Marky Dan? What's going on, Smoke?
What's up?
Salute to the panel in chat. Also, everybody in the chat, all the brothers. But this fight is big. This is a huge fight for me personally. I've been looking at Devin 3 years ago at 20 years old. 4 years ago at 20, he was trying to get that fight. and he was adamant about fighting Lomachenko, and Lomachenko was taking care of business, doing other things, but he kept Devin in the back burner and made it seem like he didn't exist until a certain point in time when you have to recognize the character of Devin's nature, and you have to put him into the face of the 135 division. And once he acclimated himself in there with 4 consistent title defenses, then you have to start paying attention to somebody that's doing that. And now we looking at this fight and we trying to take away from Devin's accolades and his attributes to the 135 division that he helped support, while Lomachenko was taking different routes, but he still was getting the job done. You take a L, that doesn't mean a lot, but this is a huge fight in the sequence of status. Basically, Devin is the undisputed champion at this point, and Loma was the unified champion. Could have been undisputed, but didn't decide to go that route, and he basically needs to finish the job and get everything done with Devin. And this is where the roads cross. This is the crossroad fight. And that's a huge fight when we looking at important fights in the sport of boxing, where a fighter is going to go from here and where both fighters, where they're going to go from there. And I think that if you're talking about an important fighter in the sport of boxing, not the face of boxing, just the most important part to the intricate pieces to the puzzle, and that's Devin Haney. Everybody got to look at Devin and say, if I want to be somebody, I have to go through Devin Haney. And right now, this is his moment, and this is Loma's moment, and may the best man win. But I got Devin though, because he showed himself. He showed everything that he needed to do. He grew. He worked with everybody. So let's see what the twos come up to, because we always wanted to know, can Devin beat Lomachenko, which was the Matrix, the Viper. He was a pound for pound fighter for years. So don't take away from a 35-year-old that's in his prime, because, and Smoke, being the older guy like we are, the prime doesn't go away like they say that it does. The prime goes away when different things change in overnight, like 37, 38, 39, 40. Not at 35 though. That's the peak of your prime. So let's not take away from Lomachenko and make it seem like Devin is going to outstandingly beat this guy. He have to do things that he have to do as one of the best fighters in the sport of boxing to win this fight, because he's facing one of the best boxers in the sport of boxing.
Yeah, man. There's nothing quite like losing a step and having some person who used to be faster than now just schooling the hell out of you because, time waits for no man. Yeah, I'm interested in that part of it. This is a really interesting fight. Just Devin Haney is one of the better trained and schooled boxers on the planet, but he's still developing as a fighter. I still think that we don't know really what kind of fighter he's going to be. I think we have some inklings of it, like we have flashes here and there, but I don't know that we just know what a Devin Haney performance is going to be like, that we can get used to what it is and talk about what it's going to be, because he's like I said, he's still developing. Some of his performances seem to be like better than the last. It seems like he's getting better after each performance. Whereas Loma is definitely a known quantity. He's been at the top of the game for years now. You know what you're getting with Loma, and it's a whole damn load. Yeah, I'm very excited about the fight. Personally, it's just like the lightweight, like how it shapes up in lightweight history. I don't know. It seems like it's just more of a the sport right now needs big fights and fights like this. That's to have the that are reminiscent of the traditions of boxing, what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially on the key point that you said he had the proper training. And that was another thing that I was alluding to, talking about the Ryan Garcia, Derek James situation. And people tend to think that Ryan needs to stay with trainer forever. But when you're trying to perfect your craft, you have to go through multiple looks of different trainers so you can understand different dimensions of fighters. And I think that Devin has accomplished that. And he went through a lot of great trainers to try to figure out how to win successfully without letting the fan interference deter your career. AB didn't do that. AB let the fans kind of send him in another direction. He should have made his own decision, or probably listened to Leonard Ellaby.
Well,
I hate to say
he
that,
was
but
too busy being, in Floyd's slipstream, right?
hmm
He just wasn't that creative. I don't know. He was all right. He's
Nah,
entertaining enough.
I
But he's
think
just,
AB. When you talk about AB, I mean, I just think there was a deeper underlying issue, with the drinking, which I think led to his skills to deteriorate later on down the line. But man, this fight, bro, I'm pumped. Like I've been waiting for this shit for the past 2 years. I'm tired of people talking about Dev crazy, all sideways, man. I'm ready.
yeah, me too,
I'm ready.
bro. I can't lie. I'm really excited. I got my wife excited about this fight. Like, um, I promoted
Facts,
this fight
man.
in my house so bad, so much for years.
I'm
She
having a
know who
fight.
both fighters are. Like,
I, I'm having a fight party for this fight, man.
yeah,
I'm
me
having
too.
my
That's why you
father.
gotta pay for this fight, man. It's cheap, is economical. You
you
can
know,
take care of business. I
How much is
mean,
the
it's
fight?
a no brainer.
you know what? I just realized I was because I wanted to get to this fight, but I just haven't been able. I couldn't move things around. I was gonna go early in the month, and the wife was like, nah. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Point being, the Haneys need to come to Oakland with a fight. As much as this dude talking about East Oakland and from the town and all this other stuff, why the fuck do I have to leave the state in order to see my man fight? As a matter of fact,
Yeah,
why do I have to get on a plane in order to see this dude fight? Like, how come I'm in the town? What's up? We haven't had big fights here since Andre Ward. Like, what's going on?
but that's a good point, Smoke. He's supposed to have. He's the A side, so he was supposed to have the fight at the location that he feel most comfortable. And I would
which is
choose Oakland.
Vegas. His hometown is Vegas. His hometown is not
Yeah, that's
Oakland.
what I was
It's
about
Las
to say.
Vegas.
That's his second home at this point,
Just so we
That's the
understand,
second home.
and he say it all the time.
I'm not mad at him going to Vegas, his first pay-per-view, Loma, and all this shit. This has Vegas written all over it. That's not what my issue is. My issue is bring one of these fucking fights to Oakland. That's really all it is. I don't need Kovalev to be in Oakland, right? But Chad Witherspoon, that's cool. I mean,
Mhm.
not Chad Witherspoon.
You
Chad
think he should defend the belt at least
Crawford.
once over there in Oakland? Smoke.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, come on, like it's been forever.
Well, because his dad is from there. That's why.
No, but he's from the Bay. He was born in San Francisco, right?
Here's the thing, like, not every
Come
fight is
on, Phantom. He from the Bay.
not every fight is
A
going to
little bit.
be a Vegas fight for Dev. It just won't be, right? And then, if you want to engender some goodwill, like you use the town all over the place, right? Might as well bring some fucking economy back, bring the titles
Yeah.
back.
Smoke.
Yeah,
Smoke. Let me ask you a
the only
question
other
though. Would
fighter I
you?
think that he can
Hold on,
sell in
Faz.
Oakland
Let me
with
ask Smoke.
is Shakur. I don't think he sells in Oakland with anybody else, bro.
No, let me ask Smoke this question. Would you prefer Lomachenko versus Haney in Oakland, or would you prefer Haney versus Tio with all the bad blood and the rivalry and that shit?
Oh, that's a good point, Marky Dan.
See,
Which fight would you prefer in Oakland,
listen,
man?
like I feel like you have Loma and in Vegas. You may have Tio in Vegas, but you can do Tio in New York. You can have him in Madison Square Garden. I'm just saying, bring one of these fuckers over here, or Barbosa, shit like that.
I feel that.
Yeah, that's another one. I forgot him. So Shakur Barbosa, I think you could do in Oakland.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Shakur. Yeah, Shakur's that's a good fight, but that's like such a hardcore fight. I don't know. Like that's not that you don't even know what the hell to make of that fight. That's too good a fight for Oakland, actually, a little bit.
You said it's too good.
Yeah, like you got to put that. You got to make sure people are around. That's not just like, oh yeah, let me stunt on some dude in the hometown kind of shit, like Shakur just did.
Yeah, that's what you do. You
Yeah,
bring
that's what I'm saying.
Shakur
You
to your
don't bring.
hometown, bro.
Yeah, okay, but who did fucking Tank bring to the hometown? Like Hector Garcia? Like that's
Yeah, yeah. But that's another situation. Undefeated champion from 130. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
yeah, no,
I
that's
see
what I'm
that.
saying. You start arguing how it's like supposed to be a fight that we're watching and shit, but really, it's just so Tank can knock some dude out in front of his hometown. Like,
Okay, so you're saying you might not look good in the hometown, so it got to be somebody like a Barbosa who you can style on.
I mean, if you do it like Barbosa, because there's not really a market for that fight. It's not like that's
Well,
a big fight or something like that. Like it has a better market somewhere else. Like I think New York is a better market for TO. Even Vegas,
we
both of
can't
those
count
places
out.
are better markets for that fight than Oakland. Like
We can't count out Ryan Garcia versus Devin in Oakland.
that
I
would be
think
a
that
hell of a fight, but I think that's a
That's
Staples
a
Center.
great
I mean, I
fight
think that's
to
a
have in California, man.
yeah, but
For real.
I think that's a Staples Center fight though. Really.
Yeah, that'd be a Southern California
Oh
classic.
yeah, sorry, not Staples Center. I'm old. It's Crypto Center now. Like they changed the name.
Oh
Man,
yeah,
it's
they
a
changed
Staples
the
Center.
names.
You ain't gotta like, come on, bro. You ain't gotta say that
It's
shit.
what we
It's a
know it is.
Staples Center
Right?
now.
But got to stay with the times.
Yeah. Like
But
they changed the Sears Tower to the. I don't even know the name of it.
yeah, when's the last time you went to Sears though? Fuck.
Exactly. So
Anyway,
I can understand the change, but Staples Center is always going to be Staples Center. I don't know the name of it now, and I don't care to know it.
yeah, whatever. The point being, I think that fight is more of a fight for there than like Oakland. Like Oakland is now a lot of like transplants. You still got, you still have your natives like me to haunt the place, but just a hot ticket. I think Devin by himself is a hot enough ticket. Like bring some dude like Barbosa who doesn't have a following anywhere. You know.
Yeah,
So
it's a
you
lot of transients
cool with
there.
that?
I think you could bring the homeless crowd. I think they'll show out for Devin. You know what I'm saying? All the homeless people in the
I
back.
said transplant. No, they actually clean that. I mean, the Bay is like kind of a vast area now, but yeah, most of these nations homeless live in California because we have really great services and weather. So if you're gonna
Man, that
be
shit is
fucked up,
wild.
you're gonna be asked out. You're gonna
I
be
seen
asked
a
out by
picture. It had like a my bad smoke. I seen a
people.
picture. It had like a homeless city underneath a bridge up in LA. That shit
Yeah,
is crazy. I don't know how
yeah,
y'all deal with that.
they've had them here. They're like in West Oakland. They're clearing them out now and putting them in like single, whatever. They're the push and pull about how capitalism is practiced and externalities, all that shit. That's a different issue. I'm just saying when it comes to the sport of boxing, some of the fights that Devins is attached to are not the kind of fights that I think would be appropriate for Oakland.
Not a lot of them are, because I think some of those guys just have bigger market value in different markets.
Yep.
So you need like a smaller market
Yeah.
fighter. You know what I'm saying?
And
So
yeah, and also Devin is the kind of guy that gets you notoriety, gets you a star on your resume, and it's probably just gonna get a boxing lesson. So you're not gonna get like damaged to any great extent. You're just gonna get schooled, get your paycheck, and yada yada yada. Either win, lose, or draw, kind of thing. So I don't know. Yeah, his like some fight, like there's just going to be a lot of guys who are coming after Devin. Some of those guys are going to be fights that are just bigger than boxing in Oakland is. But other fights, like I said, there's some good fights out there. Like the Barbosa fight definitely can happen in Oakland. Like Mayweather, for instance.
yep, I agree with that. And throw Shakur in there as well. Can't forget about Shakur. That was my other one.
Or maybe I don't know. I'm more reluctant. I feel like Shakur, you can even take his ass to Madison Square Garden. They like boxing matches out in New York. They like science and shit, and that's that kind of fight.
I don't know. He's still a small market fighter, though. That's the thing. Like him fighting in front of 10,000 is no different than fighting in front of 10,000 in Oakland. That's kind of my point. Where I'm
That's
going
what I'm
with
saying.
it.
The Madison Square Garden is not that big, right? You can even do the small theater, like if you feel like they're not going to sell it. But I feel like Haney, after like a couple of fights, they will be able to be the big room at Madison Square Garden, especially Shakur, the way they're building up this fight, and he's like a Jersey guy. I think they'll figure it out. What's up, Zone? What's up, D? How you guys doing this fine Friday? What you guys got on it?
Salute, Smoke. Salute, everybody, man. Marky Dan and Ill Status in the same place. I ain't got to worry about who is who.
Hey, salute, Uncle D. We ain't spoken a minute.
I ain't met the Zone enforcer. Hey, salute to you too, my guy. Hey, man, what y'all think about this weekend, man? What's the energy you getting out from the press conference and everything, the weigh-in today, so to give us a little bit more? But what's your take on what you're seeing? You see anything that, Smoke?
Yeah, man. Well, I think everyone is probably experiencing some level of confirmation bias, but one of the questions that was asked throughout the week was like, who has more pressure on them? And because that question was asked, it stood out to me that Loma said that Devin has more pressure on him, but then went on to say like this is the culmination of his entire career. All of his dreams came up to this moment. And I'm like, wait a minute. You're saying that because Devin has more belts, then more pressure's on him, even though this is the dream of your career? I don't know.
I think it's both.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like I can't pick who the pressure's on more. This seems to be a lot of pressure on both guys.
I think Devin may have made it a little bit more pressure on himself by some of his comments that you're ducking me, you're old. So that puts more pressure on him, and Loma is going to use that to his advantage and say that you said these things, so you already expected to beat me. So he's trying to downplay it. But on the other hand, though, like you said, for someone to say, this is my dream, this is my everything, this is what I dreamed of, this is what I've been wanting. So you got your opportunity to get everything you want. That's a lot of pressure on you.
I don't see how that's any more pressure than everything. Like your entire dream, your career dreams on the line. That seems to be a bit more pressure than just some belts.
Hey, yo, Smoke. Before we get deep, first off, let me announce this live in HD on your channels because I know you go live on Fridays, so everybody can understand. Listen, this is an official call out from Zone 6 on Get the Smoke channel. I want to let y'all know that I want to debate BFT Boxing live in HD. If he step up to the challenge, I want to smoke his boots. Definitely going to smoke knockout 86 if he even win his own tournament. And smoke, when you conclude that tournament or whenever you feel like it, I want to take that belt off your hands because I am going to smoke your boots too. So I am looking for smoke. I'm not forcing it. We're going to find something to debate about. But it's time for me to give you this work. So those are my 3 wishful debates to go ahead and put the nail in a few people's coffins. Because I hear you guys doing a lot of talking. You guys think you're very analytical. So we're going to find out and put it to the test. So Smoke, you on that hit list too. I just wanted to tell you and pull up to your channel personally before I make the announcement on my channel. So that's live on 6. I got Haney winning the fight. I did have it by controversial decision, but now that I seen that they picked Harvey Dock, I feel way more better about that. I also got to check out the weigh-in, and I got Haney winning, becoming a historical figure in boxing. That's my opinion on that to answer that question. But just to let you know, just to repeat myself, BLT boxing, won't you? Hit list. 86, hit list. Get the smoke. I'm coming for that belt.
Okay, hold up a second. Okay.
Go big, bro.
Hold up a second. Is this like
friendly fire?
Yes, go big, bro.
Make sure that that I'm hearing right. Is this something that you're sending off to Santa Claus? Something that you would like to have happen at some point in time, or like right now? Are you saying there's a date that we should be setting, and talk about our topics because we're about to mix it up.
Absolutely. I want to give
Okay,
you
great.
grace.
I mean, because I'm here.
Listen,
My calendar is open.
Listen,
Let's
I want
see.
to give you some grace for the tournament. Let you do your tournament thing and see how you go through that, because I also got to wait on knockout because he allegedly say he wants it. But BFT ain't doing nothing. He's not in the tournament. So I can start with him. And then
So this is just some Keith Sweat shit. I'm gonna.
No, it's not I'm gonna. We are going to do it. We are going to do it. It ain't no I'm gonna. I know you ready.
I wanna.
You don't got to add hypothetical. You don't got to add like it's hypothetical. You know we going to do it. So once you get done with your little tournament and you research that you need to do,
hold up a second. Hold up a second. I understand that. I mean, you're my adversary and now my secretary too. What I'm trying to tell you is this. I appreciate the call out. I'm glad that that you came up and pulled up and did it this way. But yeah, like people think they're analytical. Man, if you don't get the entire fuck out of here, what date?
Okay, look, I tell you what, let me get done with this haircut and you're going to be on here, and then I'll come back and pull up on your channel and we can set it up, because I know you're going to be on here all day today. So
yes, sir. Get that fade up. Make sure, my hairline is probably not going the distance these days. But
yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
I guess a young boy needs a learning. But go ahead.
You ain't got to tone wrestle. I pulled up on your channel. Everybody see what it is. You ain't got to do all that talking. We don't want to hear the egghead scholarship. Bring that to the debate. I'll pull back up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We'll get it tonight. You're going to be on here for 13 hours. So I'm going to pull back up after the weigh-ins when everybody settled down. And then me and you can go live in HD and do the preliminary right here, right now. So I'll be back later. Just get ready.
Okay. I'm going to keep doing my egghead thing.
Yeah, you do that.
Okay, there it is.
Peace. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Zone 6, I'm out.
That's what's up. Yeah, that's my guy right there. Zone.
Salute to Zone 6, man.
Yeah, he's
throwing
been,
that smoke.
That's fine, man. You pulled up. You threw down the gauntlet in front of
how to
Smoke.
do it for a minute. We've chopped it up on several issues. I guess he feels like he sees an opening. He's feeling froggy.
Oh, big
That's
bro,
nice,
you gotta get him, bro. You gotta get him, big bro.
Yeah, but listen, I want those other belts he has too.
You think he caught you at the right time, Smoke?
Well, I mean, I'm 24/7. It's always the right time for me.
Facts.
I thought you.
I can see him
thought
do
you
it.
were saying you was up in age. He caught you when you was old, Smoke.
No, I mean,
I see the man do it.
Listen, I don't think there has ever been a version of Zone 6 that is ready for this, and I don't think there will be one in the near foreseeable future. But whatever, he's feeling good. Feeling good about it.
I like that talk, Smoke.
But this is on a contrast. Let me just say this: Smoke is a boxing
savant.
No. Let me say it right. I have to get it politically correct. Like, he is a boxing kind of Lisa Rice. No, he's like he like Professor X, but with a defensive stance to say that he's a district attorney, he's a public defender, he is a judge. He is the
police chief.
Yeah. You have to be the best of the best to diffuse or to break the armor of a Smoke.
Yes.
So I don't know where everybody else want to come through, but they probably want to have some actual boxing knowledge and a gifted gab like Smoke do. So that's gonna be hard to try to pull all of those things off accurately like that, like an analyst, a defensive lawyer. Johnny Cochran. Johnny Cochran.
Zone is excellent at all that. He just has.
I know. I heard Zone too. Zone good too. But you like the Johnny Cochran of boxing, though, Smoke. He's like your supported team. You actually the face of the defense.
Yeah, Zone's pretty goddamn good. I'm not. Zone is not a slouch. He's just.
I know.
I heard him. It's his act. Whatever.
He got some belts too, like you said. He got belts too. Because I didn't heard him. He good. He really good.
What knockout I was talking about?
Yeah, my man is just into false dichotomies. That's it.
Yeah, he really good.
We'll get into it.
When knockout,
He OG too though. Shout out to
I can't
Zone.
debate you anymore. I can't talk boxing with you anymore. Zone. I already knew. Yeah, he won that battle, man. That's what I'm saying. For when the man said I can't debate boxing with you at the moment,
yeah, that's pretty easy when you picking the judges and the moderator and all that shit. But yeah,
and he still won. And he still won that battle.
I got a point, fam.
I mean,
that's why I don't understand. I don't understand why y'all do the debates, because I know I fuck with Smoke. Smoke know me. And Smoke, we used to go head to head and get all wild and go crazy and everything. But at the end of the day, I think Smoke does, with all due respect, and I even mess with him about that. I don't go all the way back in the old days, even though I know the boxers, but I don't keep up with everything what they done, and Smoke does. But it goes back to whoever just said that. I don't like to watch y'all because I already know who's gonna win. It depends on who channel it is and who the fucking damn judges are.
Yeah,
well, that's the thing about the wins and like looking at wins and losses that way. Like, firstly, it's just entertainment at the end of the day. Like, the judges, wins, and who won, all that stuff is whatever. If that's what you're in it for, that's what you're in it for. But that's not me. I feel like boxing has a lot of opinion attached to it that is completely untethered to fact. And so I just try to bridge the gap whenever I can. Like, so that's really the whole thing. And then doing it in an entertaining way is like fun. Like, whatever. It is what it is. I mostly let the people judge. They feel like I won, cool. They felt like I didn't win, that's cool. But when I hear stuff that I said repeated somewhere else, that's like the win for me.
But how would for example, let me give you an example. And this is not to knock nobody. I ain't saying no names, but I'm just being, logical. Let's think about this. If I got a channel right now, and if I go a certain route, and if you don't go against my route, I don't even want you on my channel. So you got to go my route to be on my channel. Now, you debating me. Who the fuck you think gonna win? Those are my people.
It's easy.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's the home crowd, and then the way that Zone 6 came at it showed that kind of thing. Debate. All of this stuff is subjective anyway. It's like really about like the sophistication of the audience and the judges, and what it is they're looking for.
But see, the people. A lot of the people also smoke. And I'm just gonna be real. You guys want to make it look like, hey, we're debating, we're in court, only facts, this and that. But the truth is, a lot of the people that's judging don't know how to judge, because just because someone say something or whatever, you got to have proof. It's like real court. You got to have real proof. It's got to be out of their words. You can't go by what somebody else saying about somebody.
But Zone do that. Zone is one of those. He do that all the time.
That's why every time, if you ever heard me, yes, I might sit up and talk crazy, but what do I always say to you, Smoke? I'm not gonna get up and say what Bob Arum said about Earl or what he said about Terrence Crawford. I'm judging on what came out of their mouth. That's the difference. And people don't understand that. They go take things and run with them. Everybody that has a channel can push, an agenda. And that's what I think people don't understand.
But it's all Uncle D. I agree, but it's also about how you articulate those words that you say to make sure that the listeners understand how this actually went versus the narrative. But there's a narrative that people push. Right, yeah, but you have to explain it in a certain way that everybody get to understand it and comprehend it all at the same time, because sometimes we dealing with a group of people that's probably diluted off a lot of stuff. That's probably not paying attention all the way. It's the way that the debaters. Wait, Uncle D. It's the debate of the debaters that's luring the people to understand the truth, because both of them trying to actually speak the truth, but they have a narrative with it, like you were saying. So you have to just differentiate because you a boxing savant also. So you got to do due diligence when you judging it based on your relationship to the person or not. That's how that usually goes. So when I'm looking at a debate, or I'm listening to one, or I'm involved in one, I have to actually just take it not personal, but I just have to speak facts. That's why it's kind of not really cool to try to debate people that know how to do that type of shit, because unless you one of those, then you can pull it off. But if you're not, then you should probably stay in your lane.
Yeah. And I don't have any problem with that, because like I said, you know, people can take a person's words and they can switch it up. You know, it's like they say, look at the number 6. If you look at it from my side, it's a 6. You look at it from your side, it's a 9. It's kind of like one of those things, you know, where people will take words and they can make them look a certain way. People take cuts. It's people that be sitting up on here coming on boxing, and they'll use something that a person said, and that shit might be damn near 6 years ago, you know, and they don't care. They pushing a narrative. I can watch, for example, you guys, just like right now, if you go on YouTube and we sit up, for example, and we sit up and watch, where kind of like what Smoke said earlier, they're debating on who's the most pressure on. Me and Smoke can take both of those things and we can both use them to different ways. Smoke can say the pressure's on him and I can say the pressure's on the other one.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? There's nothing really there. But what you can go by is when a person makes a statement and now you looking fucked up. That's where I have a problem at with the boxers. When you make not something that you said because you said it for a reason. Like, for example, right now, if Earl was to sit up and say, today, if he was to sit up and say, you know what, man, I don't even want to fight Crawford no more because, man, this dude been holding the fight up. Now the people on Crawford's side sit up and say, see, he don't want to fight him. I told you he's scared of him. That's stupid. Because now the shit been dragged so long, it doesn't really mean nothing to say it now. Of course you fucking tired. Anybody that has a life is not going to sit around and wait on no one man, man. It don't work like that. You can't tell me to fight for fucking peanuts when I get $1 million to do this shit. I don't go your fucking AC for fucking $50 when the other people pay me $4,000. I'm not going to fix it.
But on the contrast of that, though, Uncle D, let's pay attention and give the respect and praise to the fighters that fight no matter what. See, Lomachenko probably did wait and do his own thing with Devin Haney, but at least he fighting Devin Haney right now at the peak of his prime. We can't say that he's young when he's 35 because that means Terrence Crawford is past his prime too. So you can't do that. What's going on?
I love Lomachenko. Smoke will tell you this. I am the one who set up and said,
I know, Uncle.
Hold on. The reason why, though, this is the reason why. See, this is where people get it twisted. I'm not saying he the best fighter. I'm not saying that, you know, that the thing with Loma that I like, it's proven. It's proven. Everybody gonna say Doug Devin, but bullshit. I would rather fight for 2 belts rather than to fight. That's like Stanionis. If he don't want to fight Virgil, he want to fight fucking Earl or Crawford. I can't call that a duck. I can't call that a duck, bro. So for me, the thing that I like about Loma gave up fucking damn near half his purse and took an ass whooping from T.O. He didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
He didn't have to do that. And right now, he going in there. Yeah, people can say, oh, this and that or whatever, but he going in there with Devin Haney. He know he the smaller man. And I honestly, I'm going to tell you something. And Shakur said it. Shakur said, they said, who going to win the fight? He said, me personally, he said, Devin, this is his words. If Devin, and I'm going to tell you who he said, who he means when he say that. I believe he's talking about Crawford. I believe he's talking about Keyshawn Davis. I believe he's talking about Tank. I believe he's talking about Earl Crawford. When he made them words, he said, if he one of us, that's what Shakur said about Devin. If he one of us, he should whitewash. He said, but I don't know. But that's his words. He said, if he one of us, he said he should white Lomachenko.
Yeah.
Basically, he letting you know that there's levels to that shit. And if he really at the level that
levels to it though, Uncle D. it's been levels. That's why Devin seen something and wanted to go dead to it. It's
Yeah,
been levels. He been
you
trying
right.
to challenge himself to do that shit since he was 20. Can't knock
Exactly.
him. And it's his moment, man. Like I was trying to explain on Kazi channel and get him and they fans to understand, like, when a boxer is moving in a direction that Devin Haney is moving in, then you have to give him all the respect of whatever he decides to do, because he accomplished everything that he was supposed to. Let me run this down to you. He had 4 title defenses from the WBC before he became undisputed. Once he became undisputed, he defended the belt again against the same guy that he beat him for, and now he's about to defend that same belt again against another opponent, and he was the reigning number 1 pound for pound fighter. He was the ranked number 1 in every sanctioning body for this fight. So we can't really make it seem like he's not who he is, for one. And he's a 3 division champion. He's a 2-time Olympian, and he's a decadent amateur fighter. So we cannot take away from this man that he's only 35. Let's keep it a buck now, because Rigondeaux was past that age and he was still kicking ass. Nonito Donaire passed that age and he was still kicking ass. Like, we cannot say that fighters are just gone because they turned the peak of their prime. At the peak of their prime is 35. Shit, I didn't see Michael Jordan win 2 championships at 35 and 36.
Hey,
Yeah, I agree with all that. I just don't say Loma's an ATG, because I heard that on another panel, and that
he's
kind
not an
of
all-time
rubbed me
great
the
at
wrong
all.
way. Like, I heard 2 people say that.
Hell no. No, he's nowhere near that. But he'll be in the Hall of Fame based on a short stance and that short time frame in 17 fights that he accomplished that much. That gets you in the Hall of Fame.
No doubt,
3
man.
divisions, man.
That's
in
why
17 fights.
That's why, the thing is about a lot of the fighters, your Gamboas, your Linares, and, now your Lomachenko, because I'm just going to tell y'all, if Lomachenko don't retire, you better best believe. If Devin whoop that ass, you better expect Shakur to whoop that ass, Keyshawn to whoop that ass, Tank to whoop that ass. Everybody going to get in line and put that on their resume, because that's what they do. That's what they do in boxing. It ain't
I don't think Loma would stay at 35, Uncle D. I think Loma go to his rival.
His rightful weight, 130, 126.
Yeah, 130, 126, and flirt with that. Like, if it's a big fight that he could fight anyway, if he move up to 126, then so be it. Like, he could do that. He got options in his career, man. He could still do some things, and I've been watching his workouts and all of that stuff. This is going to be a great fight, man. This is a big-ass fight. I've been waiting for this. I can't wait.
The thing with the fight for me, I'm going to be honest with you. This is what I see. And I think Devin knows it. And I think Loma knows it. There's 2 things that I'm just going to say. Everybody always says Linares is the only one to ever rock Devin. I'm here to let you know that's not true. Gamboa rocked him. And a lot of people
you can get rocked. Every fighter get rocked.
Listen to what I'm saying. A lot of people probably didn't see it. But if you go back and watch the Gamboa fight, just like when he fought Linares, them legs got like spaghetti. They did the same thing what they did against Linares. The second thing, what I hear about them when they talking, Devin understands that he's going to have to box, and Devin also understands that Loma can fuck him up. That's why he letting you know that you fight dirty, because his plans is, I'm going to jab your ass all goddamn day, and if you get inside, I'm going to grab you. That's why he letting them know that you like to punch on the break, because he going to beat your ass. That's what he trying to do. He ain't finna let you hold him when it's time to fight. You want to hold him and just box on the outside. I don't think he has no intentions of letting you do that. And that's why the fight is going to be interesting, and that's why I believe what Shakur said. And that's the part of the game that the reason why I think it's a good fight, the difference between Shakur and Tank and Devin is the ability to sit down and stand your ground and hold your fucking punches and not hit and counter their ass. I don't think Devin is that type of fighter to sit there. Now, he can box. He got a hell of a skill set and move around, but I don't think he's that type of fighter to just sit and stand there. Who is this?
There's levels to everything.
I thought that was Devin Haney came on after me.
No, there's levels to everything. But at the end of the day, we have to.
No, that's my man. What you need? He looks a little bit like Bill today, but no, that's my guy. What you need? What's happening with it? Back to the panel. Happy Friday to you.
Salute, brother.
Yeah.
Salute, my brother.
Hey, salute Smoke, fan. Salute Uncle D. Salute Phantom. Salute Ill Status. Hey, salute Method. Hey, salute What You Need. What's up, man?
Oh, I'm sorry, Zone. Yeah, I had a little bit of domestic thing happening backstage. So yeah, behind the scenes. But yeah, I'm back in. Yeah, come on. Oh, here he is. Cool.
Yeah, man. But I think that's going to be very interesting in the fight, and I think that's what Devin needs. This is going to make him. It's going to make him a better fighter. I can tell you that. I don't care what nobody say. It ain't what he making it out to be. He want to sit up and say, "Oh, if I beat Loma, you can't." Like, I hate to say it, but you can't say the things what you said all them years ago, and he's old and this and that or whatever. And now you want to sit up and say, "If I beat him, I'm the number one pound for pound fighter in the world." No, it don't work like that, Devin. I'm sorry. I can't give you that. Yes, it will be your best win, and I will respect it. I'm not gonna be like other people saying that he's old and he ain't shit, this and that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna respect the win. But I also think that Devin is going to another level after the fight. He's gonna learn some things. Because he ain't been in there with nobody to teach him shit. That's just my personal opinion. Linares made him go up a little bit. That took him to another level.
On the contrary, I disagree, Uncle D.
I just don't think the other guys were able to raise his level, is what I'm saying.
Uncle D, you gotta know this, Uncle D. Let me explain this. Sparring matters. He done sparred some of the best fighters in the whole world.
No doubt.
Let's keep that in mind. So he done seen it all. He done seen the last of them, and he done seen the best of them. But he has some of those in his camp.
I respect his training now. Listen, I respect his training, Il. They all are good because they all been in there with each other. I respect that, what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, when them lights on, the headgear comes off, it's kind of like you with a helmet. Imagine you with a football helmet on. You don't hit the same way that you hit without that helmet. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. So, I do. I get what in theory where you're going with it, but when you say things like Shakur is so great, when Shakur ain't fought fucking nobody.
But I'm not saying he's great. I'm saying his ability. I'm looking at their skills of what they do, because like you said, I can't say. Hold on, Smoke. I can't say how great he is, like you just said, because somebody might knock his goddamn head off when he go in there. What I'm saying is, I'm looking at his abilities, for example, to sit in there and catch and shoot. Like Floyd, the same way. Put that shoulder up and catch and shoot. Not just grab all the time.
I hear you. I get it. This is a personal preference of yours. But what I'm trying to explain to you is you could have a great catch and shoot like Floyd if you're going against some kindergartners.
Exactly.
The guy is what Shakur has been doing has been at featherweight against guys who aren't really good. So like this idea of Devin needs to show me some shit, but like Shakur, we've seen it with our eyes. It just doesn't make sense to me.
No, I'm saying the ability to sit. It's like this. I'm gonna give you another example. I'm gonna step on Keyshawn Davis. I'm gonna use him for an example. It's not that I'm saying that he can't do what Shakur, but he needs to show that, and I think it's gonna come a point in this fight, and you will remember what I'm saying right now. At some point in this fight, he's gonna have to sit and catch and box. You're not going to be able to run for 12 rounds and tire yourself out, because I feel like, for example, Loma puts on a mental pressure more so than a physical pressure of him just being in front of you and feinting to see how you move and trying to get inside of you and not being able to get inside. Even if he can't get inside, it's a pressure that makes you tired. And I always say that about certain fighters. Usyk does that.
No, well, here's the thing. So here's the thing. Those are guys who don't have the fucking feet to deal with Loma shit. Anybody who has the feet to deal with Loma shit ain't all fucking matrixed out and all that shit. Like guys who just are stationary and trying to get their fucking shot off, like Rigo or like or Linares or fucking Nicholas Walters. Yeah, those guys are gonna get lost in the sauce because they're fucking statues.
No doubt. No doubt. And I know he can move. That's what I'm telling you. I already know that he has the ability. That's exactly what I'm telling you. I know that Devin has the ability to pop his ass and get up out of there. But I also know that when he doesn't get up out of there, Devin is more so wanting to grab and reset. He doesn't want to be in no mix-ups with Loma. And I think that's going to be the tattletale in the fight.
It's not even that. There's two things. Even if Loma does mix it up, Loma's not a phone booth fighter. He is going to exit the pocket, and he has
I think he's more of a. I think he's a better mid-range and closer in fighter than Devin.
Exactly. That's not my point. My point is, once he closes that gap, he's going to do his work and then reset and do the whole thing over again. So even if Devin doesn't clinch him, he's going to exit the pocket himself and then go at range again, but all by himself. Even if Devin doesn't get to fucking counter or doesn't get to clinch him.
But see, it's going to be interesting, man. I told you, I got Devin winning because of the length. It's the same thing when Shakur fought fucking Valdez. They're too skilled and they're too long. But what I'm interested in, and the reason why I say what I said, I have never saw Devin do those type of things where there's going to be people that's just going to try to break you. And at some point, even Floyd, people used to sit up and say, he ain't got no power. But Floyd would sit down and make you fucking respect him. Floyd didn't run for 12 rounds. Go look at Canelo. Canelo went to the back of them goddamn ropes. He made you fucking respect him.
I don't think you need to run for 12 rounds to win 7 or 8.
You don't.
You get like that's not a thing. Like it's like first off, Devin has never run for 12. I mean, maybe in the Gamboa fight, but I think he had a hurt hand in that fight coming off a shoulder surgery. But maybe that one was the most negative fight.
I don't think he ran for Gamboa.
But even in that fight, I think he like 120 them on all judges' scorecards.
He fucked Gamboa up. I just said Gamboa caught him. I ain't say he didn't fuck him up. He fucked Gamboa up.
So to me, like if you looked at Tyson Fury versus Wilder 1, right? That was Tyson Fury fighting negative for 12 rounds. And he still got a draw out of that after getting dropped twice. You can do that. You don't really need to fucking do this thing that people are like enamored. Like I feel like people have picked up on something that where Devin has a weakness, and that is his power, right? And
I think he has power too.
I'm just saying.
I just want to say that I think he got power. I'm not one of them people that bullshit because they don't knock people out. I want to make sure that that's clear. I think he got power. I think Shakur got power because if they don't,
it's two things. Where you can criticize him is his power isn't where his boxing IQ is, right? Or his training, right? His power is lagging behind those two things. And the other thing is because he's so long and rangy, inside fighting is not really his forte, especially against a guy who throws the kinds of combinations that Loma does close range, right? So that thing I'm fine with. Like I'm not even mad at that particular thing. Where the disconnect seems to be, and this is not just about Loma, I hear this about Tank also. The disconnect seems to be that people think you need power to maintain distance. The people that these guys are fighting who have power, the reason why he has to respect their power is because he doesn't have to respect their feet. They don't know how to actually maintain distance with their feet. That's why they use their power, because their feet are fucking trash. You don't actually need power if you have feet.
Thank you.
I agree.
I was just explaining that yesterday.
Until you get tired, you know, and then what you got, you're gonna be looking like Rashidi Ellis out there, you know.
Exactly. But
bring something else to the table.
Hey, but that's an example. Whoever just said that, that's an example of what I'm talking about. Whoever just said that, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Speedy
Ellis.
Ellis.
I was just speaking on that point.
Speedy Ellis, great boxer, great hands, but guess what? He didn't have the power, or He got tired.
That's
He got
not. I
tired.
disagree, Uncle D. Let me
He
explain
got
something to you.
tired. Hey, hold
It
on,
was
hold on, hold on.
27.
Ill,
He
Ill,
had.
Ill.
Let me
Hold on, let
say
me
this.
finish, Ill. Let me finish. Let me finish, and I'm finna give it
I
back.
just need to just get this off real fast. Rashidi
I
Ellis.
ain't gonna remember what I was talking about though, Smoke.
Rashidi Ellis. The issue with him was inactivity. When it
Thank
comes to guys running or whatever, like Devin is not inactive, and he's absolutely no Rashidi Ellis. Like all my only point that I was trying to make about this whole thing is this power thing that you're talking about is for guys who don't
Smoke, I don't think we talked about power though. I know I wasn't.
No, I mean you said if you can't run for 12 rounds, that is a statement about power.
No. I never said power though. I said
So you got to sit
he
down.
has the ability. I said he has to have the ability. It has nothing to do with power. I also even said that he does have power. Obviously, he has power because they.
But you alluded to Rashidi Ellis though, and that wasn't the case with Rashidi Ellis.
Listen,
I said that.
y'all cut
I'm
me
not
off
gonna
on
fight with the
Rashidi
loud
Ellis.
mic stuff. That's y'all too.
Listen, bro, y'all cut me off on Rashidi Ellis, so I never even said what I was going to say about Rashidi Ellis. What I wanted to say about Rashidi Ellis is the mental pressure and his ability to not be able to sit down and make that man respect you and stop following you around or to catch his ass with something. He got tired. He was not in the right condition to finish. How do I know that? Because ain't no fucking body in the world in the 12th round gonna get their ass beat when you already got a
But let me explain
and all you gotta
something
do
to
is
you,
survive.
Uncle D. Can I please explain something to you again?
Like we haven't
But
seen
let me
Devin Haney.
He was tired.
So hold up a second. Just let me get this off. The one thing, if Loma is going to go in there thinking that a 24-year-old is going to get tired over the course of 12 rounds, the same way he thought he was going to take Tio in the deep waters, what he'll find is these babies have stamina for fucking sale. They have stamina to give away. They can do all kinds of shit and go millions of rounds because that is the feature of being a fucking kid who hasn't gone through wars, hasn't gone through the training camps. He hasn't had the amount of yesterdays to do the things that you guys are talking about. Loma is way more way more likely to get tired than fucking Devin Haney. All that fainting and shit, that's for fucking, that's not Devin. Devin Haney is not that dude. He's about to be like exhausted because of some fucking feints.
But another thing, Smoke, when he was alluding to Rashidi Ellis, this is the only thing that I wanted to say about that. I disagree about that whole situation because Rashidi Ellis, prior to that fight, yes, he did get tired, but let me explain. I'm trying to, if you let me say something, I get it off. But the way that he trained for the fight was tip top. But you have to keep in mind that he had 27 months at one fight, and it was a first round knockout. So you really got to look at it as he haven't really had any fights, and his strength and conditioning was on point, but he wasn't supposed to go that many rounds with that fighter and go through the gauntlet like that. But he can go back to the drawing board and get his understanding to say strength and conditioning is the main key at this point because he's trying to come back from a layoff that massive. Like that's 2 years, bro. Like one fight and it's a first round knockout in 2 years. And
like
3 months.
Rashidi Ellis is one of these eyeball guys, like fucking Shakur Stevenson. We just see him doing a thing. Like once you step up to the test, that's when you see what you're about. Like not like, oh, you can't run for 24-year-olds. Like Devin Haney got all the legs.
Yeah, they can run for days. Yeah,
you say that, but a fighter in motion is going to be more apt to be getting tired than a fighter that's not in motion. So when I brought up Rashidi Ellis, you saw how Ramon Villa was moving. Very slow, plodding, methodical steps. With all the movement, Rashidi, let me finish what I'm saying, Smoke. When you have dynamic movement, which is Rashidi Ellis is doing, that's going to be more apt to fatigue you if you're fighting for 12 rounds.
Thank you.
That's true, but you have to be in condition to do that.
That's the best. That's the best thing what Phantom just said. That's the best.
If that's your forte, then you have to be in tip-tape shop to do it.
Hold up a second. Speaking in vague generalities don't mean shit when we're talking about specific issues. Specifically, Lomachenko is a 36-year-old man who doesn't fight for 12 rounds. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? How is Devin going to get tired from a guy who doesn't even fight for 12 rounds?
For me, I look at a lot of things. What I'm looking at in this fight. For one, everything what we saying, I think everybody to a certain extent is on point. Everybody's saying something and we reversing it, I guess, because we don't like the way we say it. The only thing I said about Devin Haney, never saying about his power and not being able to hurt Loma. I'm saying that he had to sit down, and because of what Phantom just said, that is a lot of energy. And that's why, for example, the shots that land on him, that's because at some point you want to sit down, man. You tired. Feign, it's not the fact that you won't get tired. You know what makes you tired? I can show you a person that can go out and run 15 miles every day. I can put them on a fucking basketball court and they be tired on the 4th, 5th fucking trip down the court. It's different when someone sit up and say, run fast as you can to the left, turn back to the right, go back to the left. That's totally different when you don't know what the
body movement, though, Uncle D. That's with body movement.
Listen to me. Listen to me, bro. That is mental. Listen to what I'm saying. This is a mental tired. This is something that makes you tired physically and mentally. If my coach wasn't sit up and say, hey, we're going to do 15 laps. Now I start off running, and as soon as I'm on the first lap, he say, now y'all run the other way. If he turn me around, that's mental.
You're missing the point. Loma's fucking feints are not about the thing that is going to fatigue Devin Haney. I understand that there's a mental pressure of somebody being in range, acting like they're going to do something.
If you run and smoke, you're going to get tired. Do you understand that?
Do you understand?
All I'm saying, Smoke,
bro, if I can get
my man Phantom just said that. Why can we not agree to that point, though?
Because
I'm not using Loma or Devin. Let's take Loma and Devin.
Bro, I understand the point.
Pacquiao is not
the general point. That's what I'm trying to tell you, that it breaks down in the specific thing when it comes to this fight. I understand in general that is a thing that happens. What I am trying to tell you is what you have is an old ass man and one of the most calm, collected fucking kids out there. This dude is supremely changed.
I got you.
He is not this like I'm jumping at fucking guns and biting at fucking feints. And so now I'm like,
Loma can't make him tired. I got you.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just talking about the specifics of this fight, not like in general. Does feints make you tired, and does mental pressure wear down on your body? Of course. I'm just saying that that's not going to be a factor in Devin Haney's fucking legs. He's too damn young and too well schooled. That's not what you need. I need to hear what you need. I need to hear what you need. He's been.
That's the only chance he got, Smoke. That's the only reason why I say it. That's the only chance he
got. That's not a chance because, like Smoke said, he dealing with a 24-year-old that has natural energy that he don't have at this point. Like, but he's an incredible boxer with a lot of endurance and energy. So if he used a lot of that to try to sustain Devin Haney, then he will be depleted.
Fix your mic, fix your mic, innit? Then we can hear you. Fix your mic.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on with the when the last time I saw Lomachenko go full bore for 8 rounds, but that was a really long time ago. I don't think he has it. He is not the one. Like Devin Haney might have all these flaws and all this other shit. By the way, I think he will stay in the pocket. And I wasn't saying that youth said it had no power. I was just talking about the thing about maintaining distance. A lot of the people when they talk about your mic's really low, but yeah.
Fix your audio. Your mic's just low, man. Fix the audio. And we can hear
my mic is working.
Yes, your mic.
It's working, but it's really low. But it's like
low.
I thought that was my mic.
Yeah, but I respect everything what y'all saying. I do think Devin is the bigger, the better boxer. If they just box and no fighting and it's just a boxing match, Devin clearly wins the fight. But however, I'm a person that, for example, I look at things and I think about things of who they fought and their last fights. And all I can say is this: if Loma is going to win or lose, one thing for sure. Hold on, man. One thing for sure, whether he win or lose, one thing I know for a fact, I think he has gotten exactly what he needed for this fight because he's going to get his head boxed off. I can tell you that right now. But the difference is this. He should have learned from his experiences. He fought Tio. He waited too long to try to attack back. And he made it a close fight. He fought Ortiz. He started a little bit earlier, which was a very similar fight. Another big dude with a nice jab. And he started a little bit earlier, and he beat the shit out of him in the 11th and 12th rounds. I think with Devin Haney, I just think, for example, he's going to try. I ain't say he could. Like, this is what Smoke is saying. Loma can't do that to Devin because he ain't on his level. I understand that, but I'm not sure of that. That's the only difference that I think we have.
No, I'm saying that Devin is not on the level of these other guys. So the idea that you can just drop a whole bunch of rounds and then gonna come back because your gear is so much higher. I think if Loma if he could go full bore for 9 rounds, right? I still would call this fucking fight a draw. And I don't think he can go 9 rounds. I think he can go like 6. 5 or 6.
Yeah.
My man want to say something, but that mic acting up.
Yeah. What's up? What you need?
You sound like you're on an airplane. You sound like you're on an airplane.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can hear you now. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, can hear you now.
We hear you.
Nice and clear.
Go ahead.
Sounds like you went out again.
Who is that?
That's what you need.
What you need.
Oh, okay.
Looks like Bill Haney.
Just.
Yeah, now you're bad. Yeah, just go out and come back.
Can you hear anything?
Yeah, we hear you.
I mean, now you can hear everything, but apparently you couldn't.
Am I still too tall?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
No, he's just going in and out. That's all.
So, Method, what you think about this fight?
I'm remove you,
Mike,
man.
you get-
Just refresh your shit. Just refresh your shit.
Oh my God, Method is
Anybody
give us the bottom of our war breakdown.
Yeah, I want to know what Method think
Mike's
about
not
it
doing
because he been quiet. All right,
It's clear.
once you win, you win, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What you need? Hold on a second. What you
Hello?
need? Just exit the stream. Yeah, exit the stream and come back. Your mic is trapped.
This is what you need. Yeah.
Yeah.
we can hear you,
I'm
we can hear
telling
you
you,
now,
like,
we
just
can
go
hear you.
out and come back.
You hear me
Yeah,
now?
we can
Yeah,
hear you now.
I'm telling you, just break going in and out.
I don't think he can hear you.
Yes, leave the stream and then come back.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, back on you, Method. What you think about the fight?
You.
Hey, first and foremost, salute to everybody on the panel. Fuck that nigga Butch. As far as the fight, I disagree with Smoke in the sense that he's saying the Dev won't slow down. I think it comes down to the weight cut as well, because Dev has been he has been at 35 for a long time. He slowed down in the JoJo fight. He slowed down in the second Kambosos fight. I mean, the first fight, Kambosos didn't really present any pressure mentally or physically, so he was able to do what he did. It comes down in the sense of this fight with Loma is are they going to box in the beginning, or is Dev what's going to be? I expect as the early rounds, the fail-out rounds, but once the work starts, they should start to work. I don't see Dev just not slowing down. Well, I think both will slow down, but to see Dev won't slow down, I think that's cap.
No, I'm telling you that actually banking on a 24-year-old to slow down is fucking retarded.
He slowed down. Let the fight happen. That's why I just shut up. I'm saying I understand what you're saying. See, here's the difference. Yeah. Let me say this. This is the difference between what I'm trying to say. There is a difference when a person, let's say, for example, I'm boxing you and I'm longer than you. Okay, there's a difference when I can pop you and step back and then move around at my own pace. Pop you, but when I pop you and you won't let me move at my own pace and I have to keep popping you, it's totally different. It's totally different. And
that's why I brought up Rashidi Ellis. That's why I brought that up.
And I don't know no man on this earth that can sit up and just go crazy swinging for 12 fucking rounds.
Well,
if you want to know, hold on, and I'm gonna add on that. If you want to know why Mike Tyson bit Holyfield ear, go watch the round before he bit his ear. that bitch swung crazy. He ain't had nothing left. He was finna get his ass beat. That's why he bit his ear.
Yeah, no, I mean that definitely. He hit Holyfield with 5-punch combination, and that would have obliterated his past opponents. And Holyfield.
But he swung. He went crazy. Go look at it. He emotional.
I agree. Like we will go from Rashidi Ellis to Mike Tyson for all these like.
I'm talking about a person gonna get tired if you swing crazy. If you swinging out of
it's about conditioning, Uncle D.
All I'm trying to tell you is these examples that you're bringing up. You bring up grizzled fucking veterans and guys who have been inactive. Like this, you're not talking about a 24-year-old sharp guy who hasn't been in wars and doesn't know how to lose. We don't see this dude tired. If you talk about slowing down, I don't even know what that means. I've never seen Devin Haney tired.
Never.
I wouldn't say tired though.
You don't see him tired. Me and Method see him tired in certain fights, but you don't. So that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about.
I saw Sean Porter get
tired neither. I don't. What fight you seen Devin get tired?
I'm not saying the word tired though. I'm saying like he slowed down.
Slow down. Let's use that word. Then.
Slow down, but that's taking off rounds also. So if you take off a round, what does that mean, though, fellas?
So here's the thing about Devin Haney fights. I don't know.
Why do you take rounds off? Why do you take rounds off? Answer that question.
So you can gather energy.
Exactly. So when that mean that I'm tired?
No, that means that you savant. You know how to do your job. You don't have to be dead tired, but you ain't gonna deplete yourself through the whole fight.
Let me rephrase that. Wouldn't that mean that I'm pacing myself?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not.
Okay, so that goes back to what I just said. I only can do so much, right? Because I gotta pace myself. I can't do that for 12 rounds, so I'm pacing myself. Okay, so I'm back on the same thing.
Hey guys,
you cannot swing crazy and not get tired. Go back to what I said.
Mean to continue talking, please, guys. This is gonna be one at a time. I don't want to yell and shout over people. But I have to have some. I got to get some decorum. Meth has been trying to get in there. His mic isn't as good as yours, D. And you go on a thing, and I know you want to get your points out. We're gonna be here for hours. I don't know what your schedule's like, but we're gonna be here for hours. We can get it all out. What Method? What you trying to say?
I'm not saying what Ill is saying, because I think the issue with Ill is doing is like you said he was kind of doing it earlier, like it's even with Lomachenko, and I'm like, we can't compare Loma to Rigo or a B-Hop. Like he's genetically his own person. He's old. You see what I'm saying? Like that nigga is old. He's 35. He ain't nothing black on his body. Black don't crack. You know what I mean? People
he's not old. He ain't old.
How they feel about it. You see what I'm saying?
He's not old.
But
you talking about what I said earlier?
Lomachenko is definitely old, bro. He done had multiple surgeries. He done had time out of boxing, especially during that pandemic time. He's an older guy. He's not Dev's age at all. He's not even.
Lomachenko's washed.
I'm not here to answer. If you don't, hey Butch, you take your questions up with Google, bro, and in the boxing gym, bro. Like, I'm not here to answer shit you saying. Fuck you.
No. Fuck that.
Hold up a second.
Let's talking to me though, Bush. Let me go ahead. Keep talking to me. Go ahead, man.
Hold up a second. Butch and Matthew.
Hold on.
No, hold up. You hold on. You just hold on 1 second. I'm gonna give it back to you. I want to check what you need, Mike. Hey, Butch, hold on. Let me check what you need, Mike. Yeah, you just left. All right. So before you guys derail this entire fucking show, like you do every week, we give you a chance to go your back and forth and shit. But if I'm asking you to just hold on a second, please contain yourself for a second because I'm trying to do some other shit.
This nigga had John Ryder being Canelo. Man, shut your bitch ass up, man. What are you talking about?
God damn, here we go. What were you trying to do, Smoke? What's going on, Smoking?
I was trying to get what you need, Mike, to do a mic check, but he dropped off again.
Oh, okay. So go back to the derailment, Method and Butch.
No, I ain't entertaining Butch. I'm talking to Ill, and Butch wanted to interject himself, and I don't give a fuck what he's talking about.
He was saying, He was saying, right.
So I'm talking about my conversations with Ill status and detail right now. Butch ain't have a point. Butch ain't made a point. Ill made a point, and detail made a point. See again, Butch, you have nothing to do with the conversation that I'm making. Any point that I'm making, do you want to make yourself part of the conversation?
You don't know what you're
So
talking about,
now,
G.
like I
And if
was
you think you're
saying,
gonna violate
L
me, I'm not
said,
gonna
as you were
violate you,
saying
bro.
earlier, that
You come in there and
you
violate me.
was
You think you can violate me? You think I'm some idiot?
yeah,
You think I'm
you
Jimmy?
already been
You think
violated.
you
But
think you
like
think
I was saying to L and
you think
D,
I'm Jimmy or something? You think hold on? You think I'm
see,
Jimmy,
you
blood?
want to keep going.
You think I'm
How
Jimmy,
about you
blood?
just hold? How about you?
Nah. I told you I didn't say nothing. All I said was
How
one way.
about you
You
just
come up
hold
here
the mute
and
button
disrespect me.
down, right?
You're not
How
gonna
about you
disrespect me as a man,
how
method.
about next time
Hey, method,
you hold the mute
hey,
button
method,
down?
you're not until Smoke says
How
something.
about
You're
you
not
press the
gonna
mute
disrespect
button?
me as a
Okay,
man.
hold
You
up.
ain't gonna
How about
disrespect me.
you press
I
the
just
You
mute
want
ain't
to
gonna
say
button?
shout
disrespect
out
me
to
as a man,
JFL
fam. What are you
heads
talking
wherever
about?
he is. Yeah, go
You
ahead.
think I'm Jimmy? You think I'm Jimmy, blood? I ain't Jimmy, you know,
No,
fam.
you
Talk to me.
must be
Hey, talk
because
to
you
me
can't
properly.
control
No,
yourself.
there
And
you
you
go,
shouldn't be
bro.
About
doing
I
controlling
expect.
I have to do this because you can't shut your mouth and have a conversation like an
Hey,
adult. You
Butch,
get
hold
me?
on one second. Butch and
See,
Matt,
when
hold on
Smoke
one
told me
second.
to be
Let me
quiet,
do this.
I'll be
Let me
quiet.
do this. Let me
Simple.
do this sound check. What you got? What you need? Try again.
What you need in the building? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're breaking up. It's still not the best, but
Copy.
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
it'll probably be better if you turn your
Am I
camera off. It
quiet or am I
saves like
loud?
bandwidth. Turn your camera off, bro.
Don't know how you think turning the camera off is gonna make any difference.
It saves
It's gonna make
bandwidth,
it
bro.
worse.
Like
It's gonna make it worse. Can't be any worse. So fuck it.
I'm a method, you're on my hit list, boy. You wanna talk
Yeah,
shit? I'm gonna get on
and
to you.
other people won't think Bill Haney's stopping by.
Now he put
Boss
himself
man.
on mute.
No, I think you're on mute.
That's
You're on mute. What
that's
you need?
Phil
Go ahead.
Haney.
Take yourself off.
That
There you go. Take yourself off mute.
Man, I can't wait to see Devin, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I think, like I said, all the stuff that I'm saying, I think that's probably why I'm gonna be one of the ones. I'm gonna give him his credit, man. I don't
Uncle
think he's
D, we
the best
still want
fighter
to
in the
hear from
world.
Method though. We still trying to hear from Method. We actually trying to hear from Method to
My bad. Go
actually know
ahead, man.
what
I
he.
just started
Hear from
talking
that
because it was
bonehead.
quiet.
It was status. Why do you wanna hear from
all
that
all
bonehead, man? He's a
Bro,
bonehead.
you my brother
all
too, man. I fuck with both of y'all, man.
Fucking
It's
bonehead.
all good, man.
Oh my
Like
god.
let's just let everybody
yeah,
have
he's
their
so
point. You
emotional,
got your
man.
point next,
Just
guys.
take turns,
Come on.
man. Just take turns.
Hey,
It's
Let
all
you
good.
Method talk for 3 minutes
Method.
and let
Just
him
finish
talk for
what
3
you were
minutes.
saying, Method. Just finish real quick, please.
Yeah, I got a phone call. All I was saying is I disagree with Loma not being old. He's old. He's definitely up in age fighter, but his old ain't the same as like a Bud old. Do I think Bud is old? Yes. You know, but do I think Bud's style, fundamentals, and skill set is far better than Lomachenko's? Yes. So he will always have an edge that Lomachenko may not ever have. Am I anticipating for a good fight?
100%.
Yes. Yeah, I do. I think it would be a good fight. I think the question will be the later rounds because Dev isn't a good inside fighter, or we believe he's not one, right? But will he show us that he is, right? And back Loma down. That's because one thing that Tio had against Loma was power, and then later rounds his power saved him out of a situation. Loma really pressed him and probably getting him down and
Yeah,
changing the cards completely.
I don't understand like why
Yeah, I think
people
Dev
like
can have
don't
success. I
understand
think
how.
Dev can beat him.
I
Let
don't
him finish,
understand like why
Smoke.
people don't get why people just don't understand shit like you don't fight Tank Davis on the inside. You don't fight Andy Ruiz on the inside. You don't fight Lomachenko on the inside. These dudes got little ass fucking arms, and the only thing they can do is fight you on the fucking inside. That's
I
the
agree.
entire game is trying to get there. Like, why in the fuck
Poppy.
what like why are you obsessed with like let me beat you at the only distance you can actually be effective at?
No, I think
I'm really
it's
gonna put Big Brother
I
in this
the
mean,
way
one.
it makes for a
the
better fight, maybe. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
yeah, but what kind of sense does it make? Like, I can understand, like,
yeah.
from the self-interested fan base, like, but if you have ever boxed, like, have a brain trust in your corner that's worth a fuck, who's not just trying to recreate Rocky movies, what the fuck
And
are you doing? What are we doing?
the
Hey, that's
reason
why
why
I
I don't
say.
have a
That's
lot
why
of
I
lumps
say.
and bumps on my head is because as a fighter, I always tend to keep my range. I have a long arm reach and I got some power behind it, but I just wanted to make sure that I don't get knocked out. See, the thing is if I don't want to get knocked out, I'm not going to get knocked out because my foot movement keeps me out of the range to get knocked out. So even though I had 17 fights, I never got knocked out in them. I got hurt really bad, but I never got knocked out because I didn't allow myself to do it. If you're a skilled fighter, you come with a trajectory of styles that always come into play with every fighter. This is why you change trainers a lot, because you need to understand that if that trainer is complete and he know how to do everything, then you stick with that trainer. But some trainers are defensive trainers, some trainers are offensive trainers, some trainers are grit trainers, some trainers are power trainers. Like there's different type of trainers when you trying to work your magic. And Devin then went through the gauntlet of that. So he know how to nullify punches also. So when you're talking about a puncher boxer that he's up against, if he don't want to get hit, he's not gonna get hit. If he allow himself to get hit by changing, making his changes in the pocket, such as what Smoke was talking about, then those things will happen. But if you keep your range and keep your distance, great fighters like Muhammad Ali, Larry Holmes, Lennox Lewis, Jerome McCullum, Floyd Mayweather knew how to throw their jab, probe the jab, and keep their consistency off of what they wanted to do based off of the distance through the jab. And that's how you really work boxing. That's the ones and twos to understanding how you're going to do this shit. Because if you can't keep them off
the
of you,
difference
which
is
I
like
never seen,
Floyd could cook a nigga from the outside and the inside. Like that's not Devin's
but
game,
it's
and
for a moment
I'm
of
starting to
time.
hear that's a liability. Like I don't, and that's where it starts to
No,
get weird,
that's
in
only
my
for a
opinion.
moment of
Man,
time.
Phantom,
He's
hey,
not
Phantom,
going to
I'm
enjoy his
feeling you on
time.
this, Phantom.
Wait, Uncle D, he's
I'm
not
gonna
going
give
to
you guys.
enjoy his time in the pocket like that. He's
So
going to
I'm gonna
mix it
give you
up
guys another
at
fight.
that moment and get out of there.
Hey,
Hey,
what's up,
man,
Cisco?
let me tell you
Welcome to the
something.
panel. Hey, welcome to the panel, Cisco. I'll give you the mic in a second. I just want to give you guys another fight to consider when it comes to this Loma and Dev. The Povetkin versus AJ fight, right? I don't know if you guys remember, but Povetkin was breaking the plane, got on the inside, was fucking up AJ. I think he busted his nose in that fight. I think he broke his nose in that fight. AJ made an adjustment, started jabbing him to the body, keeping it long and all that shit. But the point that I'm trying to make is the reason why AJ was actually able to have success is because Povetkin is not an inside fighter per se. Once he gets on the inside, he doesn't just stay there and keep doing his work there in a phone booth. He gets on the inside, does his works, and then exits the pocket again. So then you have to restart that whole fucking process again. That is how Loma fights also. It's not just him getting inside. He's going to get inside, but he's also then going to exit the pocket and has to do it again.
Yep, correct.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Salute Smoke, salute D, Uncle D, salute Phantom, salute Butch, salute Method. What's good, y'all?
Salute, Cisco. Kick your shit, man. Go ahead. We need to hear some new voices.
Salute, blood. What one?
Butch, you go, Butch, because you and Matt went for hours. You wanted to talk, now you got it. So you go and then Cisco. How about that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Method, you don't come in and talk about I don't know what I'm talking about. My boxing IQ's already been proven. You get me? Hence why people owe me money. Hence why my predictions have been right majority of the times. So I don't know what you're talking about. My breakdowns have been correct majority of the times. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Don't come in here and this thing and start disrespect me as a man. Are you mad? Don't do that. I ain't Jimmy. I'm none of these guys that you can come disrespect.
Hey,
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
How about you get the cooking? How about
We're
you
off to
start
the
cooking?
races.
Start cooking.
If you want to talk, but we can do that, Method. We can do that. I just don't know why you think you can just come here and tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about, this, that, no one cares. No, you can't articulate yourself properly. Hence why your points don't really make sense half the time. So what's the
How
problem?
about you focus on the topic and not me?
Don't tell me what I need. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm a grown-ass man. Don't tell me what I need to focus on. Don't tell me what I need to talk about. It's my time to talk now. My time to talk now. So you gonna listen. See, look, here we go.
He won't ask me about my
I'm
opinion.
retarded now.
How about you cook with your opinion?
Your only outlet is I'm retarded. What are you talking about? You have no points to articulate. So what are you talking about? Huh? I've got Devin Haney beating Lomachenko. You get me? By split decision. It's going to be a tough fight. I want to see how Lomachenko uses his guard control. I want to see what he's going to do. Devin Haney's lead hand. I want to see if he's still got those angles that he had against Richard Comey, that he had against Sosa, that he had against who else did he? Nakatani. Those, if we can get that like Lomachenko, we're in for a great fight. You know what I'm saying to you? If we get the Lomachenko that we got in the Jermaine Ortiz fight, then it's going to be a long night for him, and it's going to be a boring night. When I say a boring night, it's not going to be a real exciting night for us as fans. It's going to be easy work for Devin Haney until he gets up into the 140 or he fights the top contenders like Tank, Shakur, and Frank Martin, those type of guys. Apart from that, that's it. That's what I've got.
Hey, Cassidy, Cassidy, let me say something before Matthew. I'm sorry, bro.
No,
But
Cisco,
Cassidy, you do. I'm sorry, Cisco. Go ahead, Cisco. My bad.
No, I mean, if you
Yeah,
go to Cisco
man.
and Cassidy, it's all good. He's just gonna go after that, not meth. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
That's
It's
it.
all good.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Well, go ahead and make your rebuttal to Bush real quick. Go ahead and say what you got to say, bro, and then I'll.
Okay. But you do understand that if he moved to 140, that those guys are not participating at 140. So you can't determine what he does at 135 after he defended the belt 4 times as the WBC holder and 2 times as the undisputed champion to move up rightfully, which nobody else other than Canelo then did that. So why would he stay at that weight? I don't really understand what fans is talking about. This is what young guys have to do. So he have to move up to another weight division. So he need to face the competition that's at 140. That's who you need to be naming and talking about.
Correct. I'll rebuttal to you after Cisco. I'll rebuttal to you when Smoke or wants me to rebuttal. But go ahead.
Hey, what's up? So, man, this is an interesting fight tonight, man. I mean, Saturday night. Yeah, you know, Devin Haney's plan is use the jab, use his distance, use his length. You know what I'm saying? Lomachenko, I agree with Smoke when he said Lomachenko gets on the inside, gets off like 3-4 punches, then resets, step back outside, and then, you know, comes at you from a different angle. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that Lomachenko's pressure might be if he can keep the pressure up, but he doesn't, you know, he does take rounds off. You know what I'm saying? So, but if Lomachenko can keep the pressure up, but then you got to get on the inside and keep Devin Haney from, you know, clinching, going to the clinch. You know what I'm saying? So, man, this is a 50-50 fight in my eyes, bro. This is a 50-50 fight. I mean, Haney got the edge with his size, his strength, his youth. You know what I'm saying? Lomachenko's experience and his boxing knowledge, this might get him through, but even that, you know, Devin Haney got 30 fights. What Lomachenko got 17 fights. You know, like 17, 19 fights. So, man, this one is the toss in the air.
A toss in the air. I don't know where this 50-50 shit is coming from. Like, Devin Haney gonna stop this nigga, or he should, bro. Like, you put Tank in there, we know what the fuck gonna happen. You put Shakur in there, we know what the fuck gonna happen.
No, we don't.
You put Devin in there, and all these questions, it's all this analysis and shit. What the fuck is going on, bro?
We don't know what's gonna
That's
happen.
okay. We can deal with that in a second. We'll deal with that in a second. But I want to hear from Truth Speaks. Welcome to the panel. Happy Friday, man. What you got?
Thank you so much. Salute to the panel, everybody. I think there's a huge factor that we're all neglecting in here, and that's how Haney makes the weight. So, by all reports, it's been saying that Haney is struggling to melt down to 135. But why is that a factor? It's simply because we're talking about stamina and being lasting. If we already know that's going to bring down his punch resistance, and then Loma is immediately going to start working the body, that's going to siphon off his stamina. Even though he may jump in the pocket, boom, 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 and then exit out, those are still shots that he's getting punched on that is going to wear down, and then it might end up becoming an inside fight in the later rounds simply because we don't know how well Haney is going to make 135. And there's a potential chance that he might not make it at all. So I just don't like his biggest strength is his biggest weakness right now.
So one of the great things about this live is we should, you know, all things being equal, you know, Lord willing the creek don't rise, we should be live when the weigh-in happens so we can see it in real time what he's going to be looking like. That's the first part of it. But like to piggyback on the thing that people aren't really talking about, for me, it is the fact that Loma is a rhythm fighter. And all Devin has to do really is fucking disrupt him. And a lot of the work that Devin Haney has to do about keeping Loma at distance, Loma does himself.
I think most people think Dev should be victorious. I think the difference is most people I'm hearing is will Loma make the fight interesting, right? So what True Speaker saying is kind of what I'm saying is like, will Dev slow down to where Loma can be effective? Because I'm expecting the old Loma a little bit based on the Jermaine Ortiz fight and the Ring Rust. That's kind of what I'm saying. So
purist,
Dev,
I'm going by
the
what
purist,
Confirmed
the purist in me, the purist in all of us, right? The fight's going to be a mid range. That's where the intrigue in this fight happens. Is that mid range? From close, there's no intrigue there. From distance, there's no intrigue there. It's really what happens in the mid range.
Smoke. What do you? I agree with what Keith Thurman said. You get me? It's the first to 7.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? First to 7 rounds, in my opinion, in this boxing game.
Well,
that's not all the way true because you just mentioned
there is.
No, it's not all the way true. But I'm saying to you that there is some percentage of truth in there. It is the real reality. It is first to 7.
Like if Loma gives up 5 rounds of the first 7 rounds, if he like pulls some T.O. type of shit where he's like, oh, well, you know, my feints is making this dude tired and I'm looking for an opening and all this other shit. I'm just keep probing his defenses until I see a pattern emerge, and then I'm going to go for broke. He's not winning that fight.
He's in trouble.
He's done. You're not winning.
That go back to what Il Status said earlier about you being able. That's the experience. That's what experience is in boxing. Your ability to pace yourself for 12 rounds and to win more rounds. I think, for example, he learned from that, and he know he has to start earlier. You can't do that with Devin Haney. Devin going to already be a better boxer than those guys.
The fight, I mean, by all accounts, Loma was nursing a shoulder injury, and then once he finally warmed up, like there's
his preferred range is mid range, so that's really a good point.
There's no argument that the back half of the fight, Loma was piecing T.O. up, almost stopped him.
I got it, but in the last round, T.O. beat the entire fuck out of this dude, and T.O. also had went into surgery afterwards.
T.O. hurt him.
I want to hear from what you need. T.O. almost stopped him. The ref, like, anyway, whatever.
In the 12th round, T.O. hurt him.
Yeah, he was beating the shit out of him. He beat the entire fuck out of him.
That's what stopped him from getting his ass beat, though, because he was able to hurt him. Because if he wasn't able to hurt him, he might have stopped T.O.
And not only that,
and he was a mid-range fighter as well, like Loma.
Yeah, and then also, those rounds were very competitive. Yeah, you could give them to Loma, but Loma was getting his ass fucking tagged up.
So was T.O. though.
Even when no, I'm saying even if you gave Loma the rounds, it was a Herculean task. He had to go for fucking broke, and there was a lot of leather coming back his way.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why he got hurt in the 12th.
When he got hurt, that was enough to make his ass calm down. For T.O. to get through the fight.
I think we got what you need finally. Go ahead, what you need, Cook. It sounds like there's a delay too. What you need, what you got on it? Damn, and of course his audio goes out once again. Jeez.
I was just going to add that T.O. never pushed as well.
Guy. But, you know, he's out there in Barbados, lived in paradise with fucked up internet. But go ahead, guys.
I was going to add to what everybody was saying that even in the T.O. and Loma fight, T.O. never clinched Loma. You know, he kind of brushed him off and kept his punches going.
Because he wanted to exchange. That's what T.O. think. Like the thing is, T.O. does not have the feet to keep it at range. Not only that, he wasn't trying to keep it at range. No, you're going in and out. What you need?
Nope. He's trying to counterpunch him.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Was that progress?
That's correct.
Yeah, go ahead. You got the floor.
This mic is not working.
You said this mic is not working. I heard that part.
Who's that? Me? What you need?
Yes, that's you.
I've been trying to talk to you guys. It's a struggle.
Yeah,
First of all,
go ahead.
Greet the entire panel here by saying blessings to everybody on the panel. Yep, right. I hope you guys can hear me.
We can.
What you were just saying there, get this and also tell the truth. You know, Loma's a mid-range fighter, like you guys just said. Mid-range fighter, that's where he really shines. He's got to get at mid-range so he can pivot around you, right? He either goes to your right or to your left because he's an aggressive counterpuncher, right? So what was interesting with T.O. is T.O.'s also a counterpuncher, But Teal controlled him using the pyramid, as he and his father said. He controlled him by occupying.
Damn, he was giving good convo too.
Yeah, I like what he was talking about.
Yeah, but he gives you the technical shit. He likes to. That's my guy. Even though his technology is not doing many favors right now. Once he works that shit out, we're gonna be treated to some gems, I'm sure.
Just remember where he was. He was talking about the difference in the mid range.
So
we can let him get that way worse.
I know exactly the point he's about to make. I'm there.
I got a gem. Either Devin Haney stops Loma or no fucking credit, and it's a bullshit fight. How about that for a gem?
There is a level of fans that probably feel that way. The thing about right. The thing there's a double-edged sword that comes with Tank, like being a Tank fan. Most of them just started watching boxing 15 minutes ago, right? So they have brain dead fucking takes like that. Shakur fans are not far behind, actually. Like they just.
What does Tank or Shakur have to do with any of this?
No, let him finish his
fucking take. Yes, it had to do with the brain dead take you just said that, like, unless he stops him, he gets zero credit. Like, this is the kind of thing that seems to be boiling up from the Tank and Shakur fans because they feel like both Tank or either Tank or Shakur are better than Devin, or maybe both of them. So they say shit like, oh, well, yeah, like Devin Haney has to, like, knock out Subriel Matias, or else his dad is just full of shit. Like, okay.
And the crazy thing is,
nobody said any of that. Hey, this is just my personal opinion. I'm trying to cook on a Friday. Can I cook, please?
Yeah, no, Method.
I've been quiet.
No, Method actually did say it. You said nobody said it. Like Method said it.
Okay, well that's Method. Like that's his own man. But what I'm saying is, hey, you got a nigga who rehydrate the middleweight, right? So you telling me you can't stop a little 35-year-old Ukrainian man? Like, come on, bro.
What do you mean?
Get out there and beat this motherfucking ass. We talking about you got to keep that range. You got to keep that distance, Devin. Otherwise, Loma gonna beat your ass. Like, no, nigga, go whoop that nigga, bro. What the fuck going on?
Hey, Phantom. Who's stopped Lomachenko? Who's stopped 10? Who's knocked him out? Who's done that?
Hopefully Devin will do it. That's what I'm saying, nigga. Make a statement. What are you niggas talking about? Make a statement, bro.
Listen, this not even fanboy. It's just really myopic and reductive. Like it doesn't map onto the reality of the sport at all. It just is people living in delusional land, like where you only get credits if you knock somebody out.
Well, I don't think
that's not what I'm saying, but
let me say this. I don't think he needs to knock him out to get the credit, but here's what I will tell you. I do think that the fight is going to be a knockout because I just think, for example, that Loma is the type of dude that he's probably going to have to be knocked out. If the way that he has lived his life and the way he has fought, taking on his challenges, giving up his purse, and if this is his biggest dream, I don't think he's going to let his dream go away by saying what I should have done and what I could have done. I think he's going to have to either knock him out or either he's going to knock Devin out. I really don't see the fight, and it could, but I don't think that fight is going to go the distance because I think Loma wants it so bad, but he may not have the skill set to deal with Devin, and he might get stopped. Or he's going to break Devin wheel and stop Devin, one or the other, because I don't think
Uncle D, it sounds like you root for Loma.
No, I already said Devin should win the fight because Devin has the longer arms and he's a bigger man. The only thing I worry about with Devin is what I was saying to Smoke. I'm not talking about his power. I'm talking about there's going to be points in that fight. He's going to have to sit down. He's going to have to sit down. That's all I'm saying. He's going to have to sit down.
I totally understand what you're saying, and I agree. But I want you to keep in mind about Devin Haney. Have anybody walked him down ever in his career? And he done faced a lot of people.
I mean, if you go back and look at the JoJo
Diaz, and he walked people down.
Devin ain't really fought nobody that's like that. I mean, this is his first.
Nah, let's just keep it above. They fought some of the same characters. So as we playing this transition out, then we have to analyze everything that the fighter did versus the other fighter, and we have to look at what that fighter did versus that guy. So
I
have
don't
anybody
really try.
walked Devin Haney down to say that he don't have any
Yeah,
power? I fight. I know what power is. If you don't knock me out, that don't mean you're not stinging me a lot, and I don't want to feel that shit. See what I'm saying?
and not only that, but Lomachenko is not really knocking shit out at 35. I don't know if that Devin Haney, like these two guys, don't really strike, like wanting it and all that other stuff. But it's gonna be points and like counterpoints and trying to make you fight the fight you don't want to fight and being effective at distances and angles and shit. It's gonna be stuff like that. I don't know.
Just to this point about Loma, I mean, so Nakatani didn't happen. I mean, I know we're giving Devin because he has the longer arms, but Richard Comey is the exact same size as Devin.
Yeah, that's why I'm not like so.
Because he was the champion in the division, but how well did that turn out?
It's because like people, for some reason they hear size and then they don't take into how that size is being used. Like Nakatani is a fucking statue. Like that dude was getting his ass handed to him by Felix Verdejo. Like literally, he's living off the fact that Felix Verdejo is fucking garbage. But for whatever reason, he gave Tio a tough time. Then Felix Verdejo, after dropping this dude 4 times, he knocked him out. And now Nakatani is supposed to be like comparable to Devin because they have the same dimensions. Comey is also another statue guy. Like when you're talking about maintaining distance, it becomes two things. Either people are respectful of your power, so you got something that they're keeping them at bay, or they have the feats that you can't catch them. Like so, when there's Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder, what you saw was Deontay Wilder didn't have the feet to catch Tyson Fury, right? But because Deontay Wilder hits so motherfucking hard, he still was able to drop that dude twice and bring it and get a draw out of that whole thing. But for the most part, you just saw Tyson Fury running rings around a guy who couldn't cut the ring off.
I mean, more leaning, but
yeah, whatever. But I mean, that's just like in general. I'm just saying, Lomachenko is not some brilliant back foot fighter. He's a front foot mid-range fucking guy.
If Loma wins, is that considered an upset? Would y'all consider that like
according to the betting odds? It is.
Yes.
Yep.
And if
No. Hell no. Hell no.
If Loma beats,
No, we are. No, that's not. That's an upset.
Yes, it is.
How the fuck that's an upset? He did defeated Gary Russell Jr. He defeated.
That ain't got nothing to do with Devin Haney.
So what does that matter? That's another person that he had on his resume. He didn't defeat a lot of
Who the fuck are they now? Where the fuck are they at? Like nowhere, bro. What?
So this is a bookie's question. This whole idea about being upsets and underdogs and shit. This is from the bettors. The bookies are the one who says the shit. So right now, Loma's an underdog because the bookies say so.
Correct. That's what I said. According to the betting odds, it is an upset. That's just a fact.
Even stylistically, Loma can't box out the back foot. He don't really set traps off the back foot. I think
no, I'm saying he's a different fighter. Not to say he can't fight on the back foot. He's a different fighter totally.
Yeah,
and setting traps, he can always set traps. I'm not saying he can't set traps on the back. It's not like all of a sudden he can't do a motherfucking thing because he's on the back foot. It's that he's not like he is like Loma the Great is not because of his back foot ability. Like he would actually be great. I think he would be a great if he could fight off the back foot way better than he actually could, way better than he can.
I mean, usually when he go on the back foot, he get to bouncing around laterally, try to reset himself. But only in the Gary Russell fight, I saw him kind of take a couple steps back and work.
Luke Campbell, Linares, the dude is not good going backwards. He's just not.
Yeah. So that's kind of what makes me question, well, why wouldn't Devin make Loma go on the back foot? Why would Dev be on the back foot?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that it's not even about front foot or back foot. It's about maintaining your distance, regardless. So it's going to be front foot and back foot.
Okay, so basically, Loma has to cut off the ring to get to Devin. Is that what we said?
No, Loma is going to have to not exit the fucking pocket. What Loma has to do is learn how to actually have that kind of gear that he has for 6 rounds. He needs to up that shit to like 10 rounds, like 9 or 10 rounds. That's the first part. The second part of it is when he gets on the inside, he has to stay on the inside until the fucking ref breaks him, not exit the pocket and then try to like confuse a guy about when he's going to enter and exit the pocket. Once he fucking breaks that distance, he has to live right the fuck there and do all of his fucking damage until the ref fucking makes him go out somewhere else.
Well, why would the ref make you go somewhere else in that situation? Like, because Devin's gonna try and hold him.
Right, exactly. If Devin trying to clinch, like whatever the hell it is, Loma should not voluntarily be fucking doing. He's done all the work to get inside of Devin's power. That's where he should live.
Yeah, you mean inside the jab? That was funny because when they was doing the interview, Devin was like,
Devin's power is at the end of his punches.
Correct. If he's throwing it straight, right? Yeah. So maybe he needs to stop slapping with his hooks. But it was funny because when Devin said you training to get under the jab, Lom looked at him like, no shit, obviously, nigga. Like, what the fuck you think I'm doing?
Yeah, he's also training to be dirty.
Every boxer
he's
does
like, well,
that,
how do you know? Like, but listen, man, like because all of a sudden you have this wrinkle about being fucking dirty. I've noticed it. I'd like it. Like I like the thing. Like, but like to act like it's not fucking happening. You're not training for it. Like, get the fuck out of here. You just woke up with the dirty fucking boxing gene. Like you download that shit like the Matrix. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, Devin shouldn't be complaining about that shit, though. Devin shouldn't be complaining about anything. He needs to be talking about
if anything, his Devin punches behind the head.
No, you should do all that shit. Like here's what I'm saying. Like for here, okay. Devin is a guy who does not have one punch knockout power. Basically since he got shoulder surgery, and maybe because he stepped up level competition, unsure. But the drops and the stops have dried up after those two events that happened, right? And he's also a self-promoted guy. So it is his mouthpiece and his boxing skills that are going to get him paid and into the Hall of Fame, and his choice of fighters.
His father's mouthpiece.
Yeah, he's going to have to. It's not just his father. It's going to be a team effort. Yeah, him saying all that shit, like he has to talk up his fights. He does not have what they call a fan-friendly style. A lot of people say shit like if he doesn't knock out Loma, then he gets no credit. Like stuff like that just has no no basis in like boxing lore whatsoever. It just doesn't. It's just some shit that people make up to say some wild shit on panels to maybe start an argument. Like,
I don't think he has to knock him out, like I said, and I'm not one of them people. I'm not on record sitting up saying, I might say, for example, technically none of the guys have fought anybody, because I feel like the guys that are good, they don't fight each other. I think, for example, there's no doubt, I don't think nobody can beat Devin. I don't think nobody can beat Shakur or Tank, but them three guys. I don't know who's gonna win, but I don't think nobody else is gonna beat them, not at that, that division. And that's where I think it gets tricky, man.
Yeah, so here's the thing. A lot of fans are talking up guys and talking up fights, but when I'm looking at this whole thing about like saying you're the best when you ain't fucking done anything in division, I'm just not buying it. Like that's just there's fights I want to see, but it's not because I think those guys are the best.
Well, excuse me.
I don't think Shakur is the best at 135. I don't.
Hey, Smoke, let me ask you this, Smoke. Smoke. When you make that statement, and you say they ain't done it in the division, here's the thing, what I just said, the same thing. The problem is no one in the division has done nothing, because all the guys that they're fighting, I think we pretty much know if we need to go get some money right now, we can go put it down there and we know how to get money. We can make a bet. We know who's gonna win the fights before they even made.
Right. So here's the issue about saying nobody's done anything, because those two fucktards haven't done nothing. So Kambosos beat a pound for pound fighter and a unified champion, right? To become unified himself. Lomachenko, unified belts, beat long standing champions, beat multi-division champions, all this kind of shit. Like at 135, took their belts. That's not what Shakur is doing. That's not what Tank is doing. Like other guys are actually doing so. Devin is on his 7th title defense. Other guys are doing it in the division, just not.
I have to disagree on that. I think you winning belts and having to fight and defend your belts, I think that's more than anything to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm
defending
saying.
your
That's what Devin has been doing. This is his 7th title defense.
Well, Devin only defended his belts against the people that he defended against. No disrespect, but it's kind of like they were right
Better
for the
than the
picking.
fucking. I'm just saying it's
They were
just
right
better
for the
than Tank.
picking. Let me say that, and I say the same thing about Tank.
Yeah,
They were right
that's-
for the
that's my
picking.
point. That's my point.
Would
is
you-
that
would-
you can call them right for the picking and all that other stuff. I'm just talking about the levels of competition. The guys that Dev is fighting were former champions in the division, current champions, undefeated guys, unified guys. Like, he is fighting the cream of the crop in the division. And then when you say nobody's doing anything, when those guys are actually fighting the cream of the crop, while Shakur is fighting some fucking Japanese.
Name the top 5 fighters at 135.
Top 5 fighters at 135: Dev, Shakur. No, sorry, Dev, Loma, Kambosos.
Kambosos.
Yeah, Kambosos is not top 5.
Yeah,
Come
yeah,
on, man.
Kambosos is one of the top
I
5.
mean, he had the belts.
Wait, let me say this. Let me say this real quick.
I respect what he did, but you know and I know that I can name 5 people that have beat Kambosos' ass.
Okay, hold up a second.
We'll put him in the ring with him.
Hold up a second. They have to go do that. I'm not saying picking somebody in a fight. Just because I pick you to win doesn't all of a sudden now you're the top 5 guys in the division. You have to go do that.
That's my point. What I was getting to, the point that I was getting to, when you name your top 5, they ain't fought each other, so ain't nobody did shit in the division.
Right, but the point is, Dev is fighting those guys. Just because Tio left,
No,
and
he hasn't done it. This is gonna be his first one that he's fighting the top 5 guys. That's my whole point.
Do you not understand what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying to you. Is that Kambosos was a top 5 guy. You just don't think that. Kambosos.
I agree with you. I agree with you what you're saying. Yes, he was because he had the belts.
At the end of the day, unified champion with 3 belts. 3 belts.
Not only did he have the belts, it was against an undefeated champ who was a pound for pound guy at the time. Tank has never ever in his life faced.
And I've also watched. Hey, listen, and I've also watched that guy that he beat. I've watched him struggle and get beat by guys
that's fine.
barely know who they were, and he should have lost.
Observation of the fights that you've seen prior to that
Styles
point.
make fights. I keep telling y'all.
Uncle Beast,
let me fight.
No status. Hold up a second. The point is not whether or not people struggle with guys. It's that the guys that on Tank's and Shakur's resume have done nothing. Like, you can try to discount what Kambosos did, but you can't call it nothing.
How can you say Tank ain't got nothing? Tank done fought more
because the guys that Tank has fought has done nothing at 135. Nothing. The most decorated guy was Gamboa, whose claim to fame was getting knocked out by Terrence Crawford at 135. He hasn't done shit at 135.
But they all got the same resume. They pretty much got the same resume.
That's my whole point to you. Linares was a long reigning champion.
But isn't Linares' best win against Luke Campbell?
It could be whoever you think it is. What it is, what I'm trying to tell you is that fucking Linares was a champion. Rolly Romero is not a champion. Nunes is not a champion. When you say that nobody's doing anything because you're trying to fucking recover for Shakur and Tank, that is absolutely disingenuous.
Shit, so you're saying that Devin Haney's win is as big as Kambosos' win over Teofimo?
I'm saying that Kambosos' win over Teofimo was better than everything that Tank and Shakur has done in their entire careers combined.
I say it's a bigger win. But I also say Devin's fight is a bigger win against Kambosos. But at the same time, wait a minute. Let me finish. Hey, I'm saying that the win over Kambosos is bigger than anything that what's called them did because it was for Undisputed. I don't care, but I'm still telling you, even though it was a bigger win, it was not the best fighter.
Listen, whether or not you think it is the best fighter or not, the point is fucking Rolly Romero is far from that shit.
Man, I hate Rolly.
Correct.
Rolly the worst fighter. Rolly the worst fighter in the world to me.
I feel like you guys, when we have these conversations, you don't actually know who Tank fought at 135. Because it sounds like while you're talking about Kambosos is fucking Muhammad Ali compared to goddamn Rolly and Nunes and Hector Garcia and all these other fucktards he's fighting at 130.
I would agree with you on that. Kambosos is 3 times
versus Hector Garcia. That'd be a great fight.
You can call it a great fight all you want. Hector Garcia never had a fight at 135.
But that
Hey,
don't
Hey,
mean
hey, Smoke,
don't
I've
mean
been saying
nothing.
this, what you saying, Smoke. I've been saying this, but what you can't do, and that's what I'm trying to tell you, you can't sit up and say, for example, Shakur, he's going about his business. He want Devin. That's who he want. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be at that fight. He want Devin.
Yeah.
That is
That's
absolutely
all you can
fine.
ask for. That's why I
cool.
like him. I want fighters that want to fight the other fighter.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not interested in shitting on guys who actually did something at 135 for the glory of fucking Tank and Shakur. Miss me with that dumb shit.
But
those dudes are better than
it sounds like you just have a Haney bias somewhat.
Hey, I feel where you coming from, Smoke, and I just want to put this out there. Believe it or not, and as much as I could, I don't really be messing with Haney like that. I don't talk down on Haney for what he doing and how he moving about his business, because you know what? I'm gonna let it play out, because like I said, the man already told me he was fighting one fight and he was moving on. What he playing with in the media, I really don't care, because the man had already said what they were gonna do. So I just let it play out. I ain't finna sit up and down them and talk negative about them. But what I'm not gonna let you sit up and do and act like, for example, winning the undisputed title versus Cambosa trumps everything else that everybody else did. No, I'm not going to do that.
Right, but it trumps.
But it is a bigger win. I will give you that.
Here's the thing: it didn't. It
trumps everything
what Loma did. It didn't trump what Loma did.
I'm saying the better fighters. Butch, I'm only saying it doesn't trump that he's the best fighter. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's not the biggest win. It's not the best fight. Yes, it's all of that, but he's not the best fighter at 135.
Here's the issue, right? So here's really what's happening, right? And this is the issue, right? So you got Usyk and Fury, right? And both of those guys have picked up they've picked up all the belts against some guys that were proven and yada, yada, yada. And so maybe they're the number one versus number two, but maybe it's number one versus number three. We don't quite know, but they're somewhere up there. When it comes to the fucking Tanks and Shakur's competition at 135, it's just people on panels and fucking promoters talking shit. These guys have done shit in the division. Like this is not Cambosis. Cambosis actually.
That's why I want to see them fight each other. You breaking up again on what you mean, but that's why I want to see them fight each other.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that. Like, but when I say like
somebody at 135 really, because when 135 Tank beat nobody. You know, he fought Rolly Romero. He fought Pitbull Cruz. These are good guys. Don't get me wrong. Pitbull is a good fighter, but I'm just saying they're not world champions, right?
They never even fought for a world championship. The only guy who even fought for a world champion at 135 was Kimbo.
So what world champion is the Devin?
Loma and
okay, how do you think he's undisputed?
Loma and Devin are the only
that's my serious question.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Do you not understand? Okay, just I'm gonna give you two, right? I'm going to give you one who is a former champion, which kills everything the Tank did. Linares was a former champion. Without even going into
what world champions did he do?
I haven't. I know that you want to denigrate Devin, but it's a comparison. I don't even have to go to the reigning undefeated champion that he beat, unified, that he beat to get titles off of. I don't even have to go there because you already know the answer to it. I'm telling you that Linares was better than everything that fucking Tank's done.
Nah. Come on, man.
Linares, him beating Linares is better than everything Tank has done in 135. Everything.
That's cap. Linares is better than Linares, bro.
I think the best win is Luke Campbell, right? Not that Luke Campbell.
Okay, hold up a second. Linares was a long reigning champion.
I can't even. I mean, I think we can't.
I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. Who do you think Rolly Romero's best win is?
At 135, his best win is Luke Campbell, though.
I'm sorry. Hold up a second. Hold on. Let's go through this.
I mean, get the smoke. I'm saying because Pedraza is a 2 champion.
Yeah, who's Pitbull Cruz's best win? Like, let's do this. If you want to keep doing all this weird shit, do the comparison.
That's
not my question. My question is what
Gamboa, the same one that Haney got. The same one that Haney got, Gamboa.
Yeah, but that was even after he fucking fought. After he fought Tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gamboa was washed goods at that point.
I'm just saying that it was after Pitbull Cruz fought Tank. It was after Pitbull Cruz fought both of them. I'm just saying. I'm saying like these guys have not they've not challenged for champion. So when you go like, is his best win Luke Campbell? Well, guess what? That Luke Campbell win is fucking better than these other wins.
Yeah.
Hold up a second. Hector Garcia, you got what? Chris Colbert?
The guy who's been fighting the top tier competition.
Right, who did Nunez beat?
All right, so I think we're saying so.
You got JoJo Diaz. JoJo Diaz is a guy that not many people want to face. Ryan ducked him and stuff.
Yeah, like why are you trying to busy throw shots at fucking Devin Haney?
And
you have to understand
was
Japanese dude.
JoJo beat Tevin Farmer.
You said
at
it's
130.
Lomachenko. We know what's gonna happen.
Y'all just talking.
No, we don't know.
I know. Okay,
also fought Gary Russell Jr.
Right. So let's talk about Hector Garcia. Let's talk about Hector Garcia versus JoJo Diaz. Right. So Hector Garcia was undefeated. Sure. JoJo Diaz lost once to Gary Russell Jr. at 126. Which one is better? Being undefeated while fighting people who aren't as good as Gary Russell Jr. or being having one loss because you fought Gary Russell Jr. at a different weight class when you were a kid? Like, come on, man. Like when JoJo Diaz got his belt off 130, he got that shit off of a fucking champion. Wasn't it?
Come on, JoJo is superior to Hector Garcia.
I can't say all that. He beat Tevin, and then
that's why we said we don't need for you to say.
What champion did JoJo Diaz beat at 135?
Right.
All the way up to lightweight.
Right. So here's the thing. So JoJo Diaz,
like y'all moving the goalposts every time just to make Dan seem like he's doing more than nothing. Because y'all still haven't answered my question.
He beat Tevin Farmer for the IBF championship.
I just want my question answered.
I don't care about your fucking question. Stop hijacking my panel. I'm tired of yelling over you people and asking you to keep that.
I don't have to hijack the panel
every damn week. Can you please put yourself on mute and stop interrupting?
He's talking at the same time.
I am the one talking right now, and I should be the only one talking. If you are not me, please just put yourself on mute. And then as soon as I'm done, Method can go next.
It sounds like a cesspool echo.
Hey, Smoke, see, this is why I was scared to come to your panel, because you know I got to respect you. You might treat me bad, but you ain't been bad to me, though.
No, I'm just trying to make this conversation flow. And this is fucking retarded, everyone talking over each other. Like, fucking chill. Like I was saying. When it comes to what JoJo Diaz did at 135, JoJo Diaz was more proven at 135 than Hector Garcia was. JoJo Diaz was also proven at 130 than Hector Garcia was. So if you want to do the JoJo Diaz versus Hector Garcia, what you will find is JoJo Diaz he compares favorably for Devin versus fucking Hector Garcia for Tank.
Well, how can you, like, you're not being, like, this is what I'm saying. Y'all just talking at this point, and it's not even making sense.
Okay.
Hector Garcia beat Chris Colbert, and he beat Gutierrez to become the WBA super champ, bro.
Yes.
Right.
And how is that better than beating Tevin Farmer?
So please, JoJo, hold on. JoJo beat Tevin Farmer, then he got a draw and lost his belts on the scale against somebody. How does
the guys that Hector Garcia beat? How is that better than beating Tevin Farmer? Which is what my question was. Because you said it doesn't make sense to you. So
I definitely think JoJo is better than Hector Garcia as far as overall. I'm sorry. Only thing he did was beat. Wait a minute. The only thing he beat was a loudmouth Chris Colbert that talked his own self up. So besides that, what did he do?
Listen, he beat a couple of fucking hype jobs. And then got a Tank fight. And now Tank fans are like, oh, yeah, JoJo Diaz is a fucking bum. Like, what?
Yeah, see, that's the crazy thing. When these dudes beat these dudes, now they got a name. And y'all consider them a name now. This is the same thing I said to you, Smoke, and everybody else a long time ago. I've been trying to tell everybody, don't say Bud ain't fought nobody. Don't say Earl ain't fought nobody. Ain't none of them fought nobody. They just fought their own self and kept a little club. They don't let nobody in. And they didn't fight any of the guys that were the top guys.
That's not right, though. That is absolutely not.
No.
Wait a minute. This is what's killing me.
Hey, bro, I know this your channel, but you can't just cut me off.
I'm sorry, man. That was a pregnant ass pause. I thought you were done, D. Go ahead.
Okay, so here's why I want to say that. None of them, for example, showed me that they were on the level of a Floyd Mayweather or a Manny Pacquiao or any of those guys, the Timothy Red, because none of them fought them. None of them fought them.
So here's the thing.
I'm finna prove what I'm saying. Timothy Bradley, for example, he beat what was this, Alexander. He was kind of like the CB
Devin
level.
Alexander. In
He
the
was kind
battle
of like the
fucking
CB
headbutt.
level. Hold on. He was kind of like the CB level. And to prove my point, Sean Porter was right there at that level too. And if you take Sean Porter, he fought all of them tough. Keith Thurman, Danny Garcia, they all fought each other. None of them beat nobody besides each other at 147. Tell me who they beat.
They were the somebodies. Did you understand? Okay,
but how did they become the somebodies? Because the old Pac-Man came back and beat the best one of them.
I get this.
Old Pac-Man came back and beat the best one of them.
Can I get in
here? So what
here?
makes them guys? I want to know.
I'll tell you what, because it's a comparison. So if you're gonna say they beat nobody, then you have to also look at who the fuck Jose Benavidez is, and who and Mean Machine, and goddamn, Jeff Horn. And like all of those dudes, it's a comparison. And when you look at them, what you'll see is, the level of competition, even though they're fighting each other, all of those dudes are better than fucking Jose Benavidez. So it's not that nobody is fighting each other. Like that is what I'm saying. Hold up a second. That is the problem that I'm having with this false equivalency. Like just because Buzz fucking resume is doo-doo doesn't mean that everybody at 147's resume is doo-doo. No, and it also doesn't mean that any of them are all-time greats. Doesn't mean that any of them are Floyd or fucking Pacquiao or any of that shit. It's just that they fought the best competition. Meanwhile, one guy's resume, they didn't fight the best competition. That's it.
All I'm saying is those guys, for me, I'm not finna sit up and say, for example, when people be sitting up saying, he need to fight Danny Garcia. Won't he fight Danny Garcia? Won't he fight Sean Porter?
No, but what Devin did at 35
Who are
isn't
they?
what
They've
Bud
been
did
getting
at
their ass
47,
beat.
though.
They are known for making good fights and never winning.
Jimmy.
No, listen. What Devin Haney did at 135 is way more than what Bud or Errol did at 147. If we keep the receipts honest, right?
Crazy as hell.
Errol Spence has never fought the number one fighter or a unified champion. Come on, man. Let me get a sentence in, man. Come on, man.
When you say something like that,
but I don't agree with
that. If we gonna cook,
come on,
please
you've been
make
around
it make
this
sense.
hours, man. Let someone else breathe.
All
man.
I'm asking, Jimmy, when we say things like that, make sure you
talk more shit than anyone, though. So
okay, hold up a second. Hold up a second. This is not to make it make sense to method show. This is not what this show is about. This is get your thing off and then stand on your fucking square to like people scrutinize it. But it is not interrupting because you don't fucking understand it right off the fucking bat. Mm-hmm. Let the dude get his shit off. Write your shit down. All the triggered things all the things he says that trigger you. Write them down, and then once he's done, ask him about it.
Yeah, write it down. Don't just say
when Jimmy's done. I gotta ask him a question.
It's like fucking killing the fucking audio, bro.
Don't just say.
When Jimmy's done, I'm gonna ask you a question.
You know you can't rebuttal.
Articulate your point. Articulate your point. Don't just say you don't know what you're talking about. You can't articulate your point, nigga. What are you talking about?
So
shut up, bitch.
This is my point, right? Thank you, Smoke.
Go suck a dick, nigga.
Devin Haney did something like lightweight that Errol Spence and
ain't gonna unify, bitch.
They've never done. What he's never done at welterweight. First of all, become an undisputed.
The Fox can't gonna unify. And the Fox can't gonna get a real fucking belt.
Hold up. I feel like I have to talk about mob mentality here. I guess because you hear a countryman's voice that you guys are turning to fucking hooligans and shit.
I'm sorry.
Let Jimmy do his shit, bro.
I'm sorry.
You guys can be like, commiserate over the Union Jack later.
I'm sorry, Smoke. I'm sorry.
God save the king now, right? Listen, the thing is this, right? Devin Haney went to Australia. He consolidated all the titles. Now he's fighting Lomachenko, a legitimate Hall of Famer. Actually the most credible fighter outside of Devin Haney at the lightweight division. Crawford and Errol Spence have never done that. They've never became undisputed. They've never fought the number one consensus champion in their division, whoever they fought. And listen, you guys know I'm a massive Bud Crawford fan. But Jeff Horn, I mean, come on, Sean Porter, Mean Machine, whatever. And even with Errol Spence, Sean Porter, Kell Brook, I mean, Danny Garcia. These guys
how you feel about Cambosa then?
These guys were not undisputed champions.
How you feel about
Devin Haney was undisputed. No, what I'm saying is Devin Haney became undisputed. Kambosos was the number one.
I understand what he is, but I'm just asking you, what do you think about him?
I think he was the consensus number one fighter in the division. I think he was the consensus number one fighter in the division, and he was a unified lineal champion. I think that's what he was, and that's what.
So let me ask you this, Jimmy. And I'm being honest. That's why we should have these conversations. Do you think Kambosa beats Tank?
George Kambosos, the way he looked against Isaac Cruz, I mean, he barely pulled a clip off against a guy in Isaac Cruz who lost to someone who fixed his
Okay,
busted
I'm just
toilet.
asking your opinion. Okay, that's one.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I don't know
No,
who wins.
no. But I'm just asking you your opinion. You're saying you don't know. Okay, that's fine.
I don't know,
Shakur
because
versus Kambosa. Wait a minute. Shakur versus Kambosa. Who do you think wins?
Shakur versus Kambosos. I would probably favor Shakur to win, but he hasn't done it. Listen, this is my problem, bro.
Loma versus Kambosa.
I
just want to get back to what Jimmy said.
Jimmy, wait a minute. I'm going down the list. This is a
imagination.
No,
this is the difference. We don't use imagination to judge legacy.
Jimmy, I'm not judging you. Jimmy, not one time did I fight.
No, I'm talking about Shakur. We can't give Shakur for credit for shit he ain't done. He's fought
like we don't pick winners in fights now. All of a sudden, like it's a new thing, bro. Like what the fuck?
Y'all getting defensive. Two different things. You're conflating two things.
Y'all getting defensive, and I'm not asking him for a reason.
Just hold on 1 second, D. What is happening is when you ask someone for a top 5, you also should probably ask what they're basing it off of. So if you're talking about who you pick to win a fight, that is a completely different thing. I know. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that
I'm not wanting that, but the point that I was
this is how people. This is how people. But
when you take my conversation, you're controlling my conversation.
I'm not. It's not even that I'm controlling.
And no one knows why I'm asking.
Hold up a second.
So it defeats my purpose, though,
bro. Like that's the whole thing. It is just a conversation, not my conversation, not your conversation. It is a conversation. And the conversation is getting derailed with this whole "who do you pick to win a fight?" Like that makes you one of the best in the thing because you pick.
I'm asking him about fighters for a reason. Correct. It's not to know if they. It's not bad if he says Kambosa beat him. I didn't fight it. It's not bad if he says Shakur beats him.
I know.
I'm not fighting neither one. The point what I'm trying to get to you, hey Jimmy, let me finish, Jimmy.
I'm following the conversation.
The point I was trying to make to you is that I was going to name 5 guys, and you didn't know if Kambosa could beat him. The difference is I could. Wait a minute. The difference is. Listen to me, man. Listen to me. Let me finish.
No, but the theory you're using to rank fighters has never been
disingenuous.
The difference, what I wanted to say is, you can't name 5 guys that will beat
for things he's never done. You're giving credit to fighters for things they've never done. You want to give Shakur credit for something he's never done.
My man, listen, you going back to the Shakur
what he's saying is
you on there. You can't name 5 guys in the welterweight division that if I say to you, Earl Spence versus such and such, you're going to say, oh, Earl Spence wins. It's clear. The difference is I can name 5, maybe even fucking 10 guys that'll probably whoop Kambosa ass. All the way down to Keyshawn Davis. All the motherfuckers probably will beat his ass. And I probably will be right.
In your opinion.
But that's no better than saying Stanley Onis wins.
No, but you're not going to sit up and say, for example, you're not going to make the mistake and say Avanesian will whoop Earl ass. You ain't gonna have no bouts in that. That's the difference.
No, but you would say Boots, right?
Boots ain't
a lot of people say Boots will beat him. A lot of people say Boots and Bud will beat Earl Spence. Like that. This whole idea about
who you see him take that contract. You found out later on. You found out later on that was a smoke screen, didn't you?
Right. That's the whole fucking point about this whole thing. Is like when we're talking about guys haven't done anything and like nobody's done anything, so that you can give cover to guys like Tank who literally have done nothing. Like those guys have done nothing.
I definitely agree with that. I definitely agree with that. What you saying, Smoke? I'm not one of those guys.
I know. But that is my issue when I'm hearing these things about none of even at welterweight.
I hate that
welterweight when you're talking about even at welterweight when you're talking about like nobody fought each other at welterweight. That's not true. A lot of people fight each other at welterweight.
I hate that money shit. Motherfuckers talking about he the face of boxing for fighting fucking Ryan Garcia and selling out. When both of them motherfuckers, are popular, that's fine. You can be the money man, but you ain't the face of fucking boxing. Not for me.
I mean, really, the face of boxing is just the biggest star in boxing. Like,
well, that's Jake Paul for me. Then how about that? If that's the fucking case, Jake Paul is for me. How about that?
I think Logan Paul is bigger. I think KSI is bigger, actually.
Logan Paul's a way bigger star.
That's the way we doing this shit.
And I don't think Jake Paul is the face of boxing in his own household.
He the face of the world boxing, him and his brother. How about
Are we
that?
talking about spectacles or actual real boxing
I
now?
don't know. I don't know. We're all
No,
over the
no.
place.
See,
I
here's
don't know
the
what's
thing.
going on here.
And that's where these conversations don't need to get derailed. We just need to delve into it. Like right now, just so we understand each other, right? If Donald Trump decided he was going to box Gary Trudeau tomorrow, then Donald Trump would be the face of fucking boxing.
Exactly.
But that's not what we're talking about. When we talk about the face of boxing, we're not talking about these celebrities who happen to be boxing.
The guys.
I've been trying to keep everybody on track. Besides, Jimmy with his rambling with the randomness.
Talking about he's transmitting. He's getting the CB out. He's trying to break 1-9. Let's see what you got. What you need.
Yeah, he's trying. Smoke, can you finish your top 5 lightweights?
Yeah. My top 5 lightweights right now, I would say are Dev, Loma.
It's somebody who represents the sport.
So yes,
it's somebody who's big. And
we missed half of his conversation. He's still talking about that.
He's trying to face the boxing. Yeah, he's.
But what else?
Yeah, it's not working for you today. What you need.
Yeah, what I want to know is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about,
I sure wouldn't mind hearing what he was saying.
Yeah,
I need it. Getting somebody ass.
I'm riveted, right? So, like I was saying, I got Dev, Loma, Kambosos, Ortiz, and Tank.
Come on, man. Like, hey, come on.
I mean, I'm sorry. Who am I supposed to put in there? Who am I supposed to take out, and who am I supposed to put in?
Top guys are, you can say Devin because he got the belts. Because all y'all guys is crying and saying the belts win fights. All of a sudden, I don't know when they started doing that random shit. Belts win fights. Belts win. All right, cool. We'll say Devin because he has the belts. We'll say because he have the belts, he the guy. Number 1. Then I'll say Tank. Then I'll say Loma. Then I'll say Shakur. Then I'll say Jermaine Ortiz. I can't put Kambosos anywhere near top 5.
Right. So you tell me. Right. So you tell me. Right. So when we talk about top at 135, right? I'm talking about achievements at 135. But really, it doesn't even matter for this particular achievement about Kambosos. You tell me what in any division Shakur has faced a pound for pound guy.
Yagoshi?
Even faced one.
Yeah,
when is that faced a pound for pound?
We're talking about Kambosos right now.
Hey, well, here's the funny thing. They got Shakur already over Kambosos for 135. And Gervonta Davis.
Exactly.
And Vasyl Lomachenko. I understand what you're saying. And it doesn't mean that they can beat Kambosos. I'm not arguing that. But what I'm saying is
they don't have him over Loma though, bro. They really don't. Lomachenko's ranked number 1 in the WBC and WBO. He's a former 3-belt unified champion, and he's a former pound for pound top 3 fighter.
That's politics. But nobody.
Yagoshi can only get Yagoshi can only get you so far, bro. Even the handouts have
I get what you're saying, right? But with a level of discernment, right? A little bit of common sense and a little bit of intelligence. I'm probably like giving boxing panels. I know some people that know something about boxing, even to the politics. Like, it's no reason Lomachenko should be even on the pound for pound. He don't got he don't got a title. He ain't touched the title. He been gone.
Literally, like you think, like okay. Shakur Stevenson is a supremely talented featherweight.
Oh my god!
He is a pretty good. He was a pretty good super featherweight. At lightweight, he has done exactly fuck all. Just because you like him doesn't make him a top 5 lightweight.
Now, my question. I've been trying to ask this for a minute. Shakur, former unified champion, now the WBC mandatory. Was a WBC mandatory. Do you think he's more proven for a title shot than Dev was when he was trying to get a Loma title shot when he ain't for a shit in boxing altogether? Or Shakur, 2-division champ?
This is not about whether or not somebody deserves that. So here's the thing. As far when it
y'all
comes to
hating on Shakur.
No, I'm gonna be straight up.
That's what it seemed like.
I
I'm
got
just
it.
gonna
So
put
if
it
I
out
if
there.
I
Y'all
can,
hating on Shakur.
I got it. Can you guys like say that with your mic on mute though, so I can get through my shit without you guys just like everything you think you just
Let me
say
put it on
shit.
mute.
Like,
My bad. Let me put mine on mute. And I'm gonna say
Cool.
it again.
So
I'm gonna
let's-
say it with that bitch on mute too.
Here's the issue, right? The Dev was trying to fight Luke Campbell for that vacant title, right? And then Lomachenko inserted himself into that process, and then tried to circumvent the WBC rules. As a matter of fact, didn't try to. They did. They created a belt so that, like, when a vacant title happens, you're supposed to fight a mandatory within 90 days, right? But they didn't have him do that. And instead, they gave him a franchise champion. The issue isn't about whether or not Shakur deserves a shot. The issue is whether or not it is on Devin Haney to give him a shot, right? Does Devin Haney have to give him a shot? Because the WBC owes Shakur a shot. I don't even know if that was even a final eliminator. I've never heard him to be called a mandatory. All I know is he's had one fight at 135, and everybody acts like the dude's been ducked for 10 years.
Oh, who do you think is more proven in all entirety of boxing, Shakur or Devin?
Who in entirety of boxing, who is more proven? Devin Haney by far.
Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way, bro.
Okay,
now,
I'm sorry.
Now you for sure a Haney Brigade guy.
Okay,
you a Haney Brigade.
Hold up a second.
Hey, that's his opinion, and he's entitled to it.
So you tell me. I'm gonna go through this. Joet Gonzalez for a vacant. What am I supposed to think about that? Because Joet Gonzalez beat Tank up a bunch of the amateurs, that means Joet Gonzalez is some fucking force to be reckoned with. That's
At
like
least you know he'll kick somebody's ass.
Let's go 1 for 1. Dev ain't fighting nobody for his first belt.
Okay, if you keep saying you fight nobody,
Shakur for a vacant, Dev ain't fighting nobody. Keep going.
Hold up a second. Yeah, just so you understand, Shakur has 3 title fights in his entire career. Right now, Devin is on his 7th title defense. Like this whole Shakur versus Devin thing, you think that we can do this? Oh, he didn't fight anybody. No, Shakur hasn't fought anybody. And as a matter of fact, if you thought he fought somebody, it was at fucking featherweight. Maybe you think Oscar Valdez is those great shakes. I like the Oscar Valdez Berchelt win. I did.
Why y'all don't feel like that when y'all say Crawford all them goddamn title defenses? He done had more title defenses than them motherfuckers that had fights. Why y'all don't feel like that about him?
Because his title defense, again, we're talking about in
that's
divisions.
different.
Hold up a second. We're talking
that
about
was
in
different.
divisions. We're talking about in divisions. In divisions, his title defenses, he's had 7 fucking title defenses, right? At this point. And it's against guys like David Avanesian, fucking Jose Benavidez, Amir Khan on his way out the fucking door, Kell Brook on his way out the door, Sean Porter on his way out the door, Green Machine. That's what the fuck is going on with Bud.
Well, so, all right, so, man, that's crazy.
They all on their way out the door when they fight him, huh?
No, they were on their way out the door before they fought him. That's the whole fucking point. If Kell Brook was talking about retirement, they literally fought one more time. That Amir Khan and Kell Brook fight that they both were postponing forever.
I just want to add a lot of them went on their way out the door, but after he fought their ass,
they were on their way out the door.
I wanted to add that though. A couple of them, like Felix Diaz, they were young fighters, but they ain't never fought again. So pretty much you out the door either way anyway.
This is only about
knocking them holes out.
Okay, hold up a second. This is only about divisions. That's it. We're only talking about divisions. I'm not talking about Terrence Crawford's entire career. I'm only talking about at 147.
Broken eye socket.
Smoke, who's your top 5 at lightweight skill wise?
Loma, right? No, I got it.
Big sauce nigga H money that Tank ain't no face of nothing. He ain't a face of fucking nothing. You hear me, boy?
I would say,
he's the cash cow at 135.
By the eye test, I didn't say that. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna take out. Fuck, Jermaine Ortiz and Frank Martin. Nah, I gotta keep Jermaine Ortiz there. Fuck. Okay. Anyway, top skills guys. Definitely, I would probably say Loma, Dev, Shakur, Tank, Keyshawn.
I agree with that. That's not a bad top 5.
At 35, right?
Yeah, at 35.
Yeah, 35.
Just skill wise. Thing.
Yep.
I probably would slide Loma out for Frank Martin.
Frank Martin is not more skilled than fucking Lomachenko. Get the fuck out of here.
I would slide out Keyshawn Davis for Frank Martin.
I don't think Frank Martin is more skilled than Keyshawn Davis either. I think he just has a better pro style, but I don't like at this point. But it's because he's old as shit and like he's in a gym with a bunch of killers. But I don't think he has more skills than fucking Keyshawn. He might win the fight right now, but not because he's more skilled.
I mean, you got a lot of talent there as far as young guys coming up. You got Keyshawn, you got Frank Martin, you got William Zepeda. Obviously Devin's the king. Lomachenko was obviously the second most proven dude in the division, or the most accomplished guy. You got Kambosos as well. He's definitely a worst top 3 as far as what they've actually done in the division accomplishments. And people say, "Oh, who's Kambosos?" Kambosos' win over Teofimo, like Smoke said, an undefeated top pound for pound guy, is way better than anything Tank has done in his life, or what Shakur has done in his life combined. If you combine both of their lives, they've still done less than what Kambosos has done, and these are actually facts, they're not opinions.
Correct. Don't get your emotions involved.
This is what I'm saying, guys. Just be talking, bro.
Facts.
So again, at 122, I think recently somebody just beat MJ, right? What's his name?
Tepales.
The Filipino kid.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Jimmy.
I don't give a fuck.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm talking to one man, you always got to feel.
Okay, hold up a second. Just keep it going. Just keep going. The name anybody can get.
What's your issue, G? What's your problem, bro? What?
Nigga, fuck you. Nigga, what you talking about? So Jimmy, the guy 122 that beat MJ. The guy,
battle me, bro. You don't want to battle
man, you's a cold bitch, man. Look at your forehead, nigga. Look at your forehead, nigga. Go worry about getting your stuff together, nigga. Getting your shit together, nigga. It's Friday, nigga. Go take your ass on outside and go do something, nigga.
I got my shit together. That's why I got pink money. That's why I got pink money. Pink money. You don't.
Nigga, the bricks grade take y'all niggas up under. Nigga, shut up, bitch.
That's why I got pink money, nigga. That's why I got pink money.
I don't give a damn about none of that you talking about, nigga.
You seen pink money before, huh? You seen pink money?
This nigga, lad pink baby, bro.
You seen pink money. Don't talk about get my shit together, dog. Get your shit
together.
Go
get your shit together. Go take your retarded ass outside somewhere, nigga. But anyway, hey Jimmy, at 122,
like a real man. I told you already. Man, you got a lot of shit to say. But I know if you and me were face to face, me and you were face to face, I would slap the shit out you. I would slap the shit out you. I would slap the shit. Listen, all that shit you be saying sound good. I would slap the holy shit out you. I probably would break your fucking face. You know it. I'll spark you.
Anyway,
you couldn't dare.
Anyway,
with your 5'6" self.
I would slap the holy shit out you. You will learn always.
I got
money. Anyway, Jimmy, at 122, somebody just beat MJ and took his 2 titles. I don't think majority of people on the panel could tell you the guy's name.
Yeah, you could. You don't want to beef with me, dog. Told you don't want to do that.
You's a bitch. I don't even know why you
forget the guy that beat MJ. What's MJ's name?
Keep it boxing, dog. You couldn't fight me.
Laurent John Akmadaliev, I think.
There we go.
Don't even know what you're talking about.
Right. So then we got Teofimo Lopez. I mean, sometimes it's Teofimo, depending if you with the Bud Light. But and he lost to a guy named Cambosis. This is a mandatory, and the mandatory showed up. Same. It's basically the same. The point that I'm making. The point that I'm making, which is a very simple point that I think any boxing fan would get, is that MJ was a unified champ. Tio was a unified champ. Both got beat by a fucking nobody, but nobody in their fucking right mind is gonna see that guy's is all of a sudden gonna beat the real deal guys.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
guess what? They have to actually get the windows before they got the credit, right? You're trying to get free credit.
What I'm saying is that
you don't know what the fuck.
One at a time, because there's a very easy way to just land this fucking plane. Please don't take
what I'm saying again is that nobody in their right mind thinks Cambosis could beat Tio in a rematch. Nobody probably thinks Tapales could beat MJ.
I'm in my right mind. I do think, yes.
Yeah, speak for yourself, bro. Cambosos.
No, that's not accurate, bro. He's not
able
to go up to 140 and go beat Tio.
I'm going to say right now, like just so we understand each other, right now, because Usyk beat AJ twice. People say that Usyk can beat Fury and Wilder, even though and Andy Ruiz and everybody fucking else. Meanwhile, all he did was beat AJ.
Boxing fans dumb as shit. I'm every day I learn more and more. They
You're
dumb.
dumb as shit.
Like,
You're
I'm just
dumb
saying
as
your
shit.
Most of this is
analogy
just
doesn't fucking
personal
make sense. It doesn't
opinions.
You're
track.
dumb as shit. You're dumb as shit. Thinking
Method,
that
you're the only
O'Reilly could
man
beat
that
Devin
will,
Haney.
okay?
Thinking
You're the
fucking
Some
only
of
man
them
that
are
you're
happy with the
dumb as shit.
not all of them, but some of them, yeah.
Method, you were the only one happy with the Rolly stoppage because you were screaming Tank's got a
It
back
was
to enormously
ass.
win.
I was
And
glad
I
to
was
cut
telling
off.
you this is corruption. And I told you it was corruption, but you were happy with the
So
stoppage.
what does that got to do with this conversation?
That means you
No,
don't
I'm
know
saying you're
shit.
not
You don't
That's
know what
what
you're
I'm
convinced though.
talking
saying.
about.
It's
That's what
like
it
you
means.
I think you're
UK guys,
That
y'all
means that
y'all
you're
take
dumb. That
y'all
means
take
you're
that
short. You
y'all
don't know what you're
clean,
talking
man.
about.
Y'all
That's
be
what
on
it
some
means.
other shit, bro.
That means it's proving that you don't know what you're talking about. That's what it means. That's what it means. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't articulate a fact.
You just talking, my guy.
No, you've been talking. You don't know what you're talking about. That's what we're trying to explain to you. Trying to
No,
talk to other people, talking about,
it's like
oh
y'all keep
yeah,
trying to. It's like y'all keep
we know this, we know.
listen,
Nobody in their
listen,
right
listen,
mind thinks
listen,
Cambosis. No,
listen.
that's what you think. That's what you think.
Nobody in
That's
their
what you
right
think.
mind will think Cambosis is top 5 even today. That's why he's going
How
to
he
Max
already beat a
Breathe.
top 5 guy. He's got a better win on his resume than Tank. What are you
Okay,
talking about?
he's still nigga.
He's got a better resume
So
at
hold up a
135
second.
than Tank
Right.
does.
So
What
hold
are
up a
you
second.
talking about, man?
You do agree that Devin Haney is a top 5
better than
guy.
Rolly. Lee
All right, so
Selby's
hold up a
better
I
second.
than
for
fucking
sure
I just
think
want
Cambosis.
to
Dev
What
is
are
make sure
top
I got
what
five.
are
this
you
Five.
right.
talking about? What are you talking about?
Was Teofimo Lopez a top 5 guy when Cambosis
Yes.
fought him?
When Cambosis fought him,
Yes.
I got I'm talking to He should have been
Talking
number
about
1.
the man fought the top guy. The man
Well,
fought
he was
the
a
top
type,
guy
but
with
I'm just saying,
belts.
was he top 5? So
What are you talking
yes,
about?
the answer is
It should
he
have
was
been
top 5.
T.O. It should have been T.O. Dev and
Lee
so
Selby,
forth.
Mickey Bates better than fucking Rolly.
Also now,
Better than Isak Peace.
Devin Haney is also a top 5 guy. So he beat a
Yeah, but
top 5 guy
Cambosis wasn't.
and hold up a second. He beat a top 5 guy and then lost to a top 5 guy. That is not MJ.
All right, so listen. Cambosis, are we saying Cambosis? Yes, Cambosis beat a top 5 lightweight. Yes.
And he
But
also
that
lost
is
to a top 5 lightweight.
I think outside the belts, I still wouldn't have said he was a top 5 guy. It makes sense. Because even when he went into the Haney fight in his own backyard with his own in the Marble Stadium, he was the fucking underdog.
Do you understand that people pick Deontay Wilder to beat Tyson Fury in his next fight? Just because there's a bunch of fans who think, oh, you know what, this is the thing, that doesn't make you a top 5 guy. Like, bro, you got to go in there and do some shit. Once it's revealed that you are not that, the next guy becomes the guy. He becomes one of the dudes. Like, that's it. You got to go get that in the ring. Like Evander Holyfield had to go get that off of Buster Douglas. No matter what the fuck you thought about Mike Tyson or Buster Douglas, Evander had to go get it off his ass. And then Riddick had to go get it off of Evander. Like, you got to go in there and do it. Once you go in there and do it, it's not like, oh, but I think all these other people will beat him. Who gives a fuck about that? Go in there and do it.
But once it's gone, it's gone. And that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like once he cashed out, he cashed out. That's the end of him. It's not like he's gonna make. That's the point. That's the problem I have with niggas on the panel. Like, they acting like he gonna make some noise. Like, no, bro, the Keyshawn's gonna catch him and fuck him up. What are we talking about?
Great. Gunner, all that. Okay. As a matter of fact, this is a great segue for my man Zone 6, because he said he's gonna come back, and now he's here. So here's some future shit that's actually being realized, because my man Zone 6 ain't on that Keyshawn Davis kind of shit anyway. So let's get with it. What's happening? Let me get my calendar open. What we got?
So I ain't gonna lie, that's a great one. Keyshawn versus Kambosos. Shakur, like that, that's good work, man. That is, especially for Keyshawn. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, see, here's the thing. Right now, I need for you guys to just chill out for a second, because Zone 6 is highlighting, he's showcasing my future belts right now, and he's putting them up. He's giving me the opportunity to lift those off of his shoulders. He's gracefully giving me this opportunity, and I'm just trying to figure out the date and time, the particulars. What are we doing?
When are you available? Because you got the tournament, I want to be respectful of that. I don't want you coming in jet lag and drained and beat up from over there, because I don't want them to beat you up and then you got to come back over here. When your first debate over there that high school presentation shit?
Right, man. You got a lot of wants and desires, man. Like, listen, people in hell want ice water. Well, all I'm asking, like, I know you asked for my availability.
You trying to get a date, and you still ain't said that.
So let me answer that.
When are you available?
Yeah, let me see when my actual debate is. Because I don't really need for the tournament to be over. I can just be done with my first debate. And before I do my second debate, I can talk with you then.
When are you available, Smoke?
Yeah, I'm figuring it out right now.
We're here now. Why you
yeah, I'm figuring it out right now because I actually don't even know what day I debate.
Hey, Smoke, you looking at your calendar and shit?
Yeah. No, there's a bracket. Like I have a debate on a day, like sometime next week. I don't know which day it is. So,
whatever.
Let me say this: y'all all safe that I didn't jump in the debate because it would have been cookies for all you niggas, man.
Well,
Smoke you too.
Rich, I got something for you that we can.
There's no Devin Haney topic, Rich, so you probably wouldn't have, excelled at that.
I would cook you niggas in any boxing talk. I know that ain't Phantom talking that bullshit.
Rich, only thing you got to do, somebody.
It's me.
Somebody dropped out the tournament, and I think it's an open shit.
I know, but I'll be in this truck and shit. My days be all types of. That's why I didn't. What's the name? I was just on there. I would have jumped on though, but my schedule.
We understand. We got you. We know.
He talked all that shit to death.
Actually, bro, hey Phantom, I ain't gonna lie, bro. The art of debate is you gotta have like a brain almost. I hope you're not in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I got Jesus Ramos, Xander Zayas on my first debate, so I got Jesus Ramos. I'm gonna win that one, so that's gonna be easy work.
I got Phantom going kind of far.
I can teach a class on debating, young blood. Crazy.
Okay, so Smoke. Phantom, I got you going pretty far too. I got your name penciled in the brackets. But to Smoke, while you look at your date, how do you feel about Phil being a moderator? How do you feel about 5 judges?
Damn, Smoke, he calling you out just like Shakur called your favorite fight out.
Yeah, because we finna get the structure set up.
Yeah, here's the thing, but you guys are unaware of the background and all this other stuff. You guys just spectate for a second while I get this goddamn bracket up.
Yeah, get the bracket up. Get that high school presentation shit up, because I already beat the host over there. So I don't even know why you over there. That ain't what you sitting over here with a belt. Why you even in that little child's play shit? You got
message, bro. You don't want no fucking smoke, dog. Come debate me like a real man.
You already know. I'm a man.
Come debate me like a real man, G.
You know,
come fucking debate me like a real man. You don't want to debate me like a real man. Shut your fucking trap. You want to debate me like a real man. Shut your trap, boy.
You in that Smoke. You in that fixed ass debate over there. You know they gonna pick friends and shit. That's the super friends. D Free gonna probably win all the debates because they friends. I got Phantom going, but if he don't get a fair shake, he don't get a fair shake. D Free gonna win the whole tournament. Him and Money Brown.
Oh, you think?
already know the answer.
I told you.
It's pre-checked.
Okay.
I got you going too, Smoke. I got faith in you, but I just think they're gonna put the fix in on y'all boys. But
the fix is in, man. The fix is already in, man. The fix.
But that's a high school. We don't want to talk about that. That's a high school presentation over there. We went on Smoke. I came over here a few hours ago. We went on his ass to get his calendar up. He the one said that he ready. I tried to give him consideration for his tournament. Y'all heard him spill out his mouth that he ready anytime. Now he looking at his fucking calendar. Bring your ass, Smoke, so we can pick this topic.
Okay.
God,
not only first you're needy, you want shit, and now you're in a hurry, bro. Like you said. Oh man, I remember because I mean my memory's not what it used to be, but I do remember you saying I'm gonna be on here for 13 hours. You're gonna get your fade together. You're gonna come back. Did that mean that I was supposed to open up my shit and just have a thing ready for you at your fucking convenience, or can you just cool your jets while an old man gets out somebody else's bracket? I gotta go to this dude's community page. This is not top of mind for me, bro. So just hold up so I can figure out what date I'm debating somebody else, and then I can figure out how I can lift those things off of your shoulders.
Stay ready, and you ain't got to get ready, old man.
Man, ain't nobody talking about that cliche nonsense. I'm trying to get the brackets out. The hell?
Hey, where you get them belts from, Zone 6? Where you
Knockout 86.
Knockout. Okay.
What
and who you beat? Who you beat for them bitches?
Knockout 86.
What y'all was debating?
Terrence Crawford, Earl Smith Jr.
Listen, man. No,
holy shit! Hold on, wait. This nigga Zone 6 must be talented, bro. Because I know good and damn well Knockout wasn't arguing on behalf of that nigga Terrence Crawford. You had Terrence Crawford and you won that debate.
Listen,
Absolutely.
Zone 6 smoked him so bad. He Knockout said, "Oh, I can't debate boxing with this. I can't talk boxing with you right now. I can't." He had a bitch fit. He fucking acted like a bitch. Knockout acted like a bitch.
Smoke, do you want to tell me when your debate is, Smoke? I know it already if you want to know, bro.
Okay, hold up a second. Do you know what mine is?
Put
Do you know what
Knockout to
mine
sleep.
is? Because I'm looking for this shit. I can't.
Put Knockout to sleep.
May 24th, 2023, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Hey, Zone 6. I don't know you, but I'm not shocked that you want to debate. All you had to do was fucking tell the truth.
What? He cooked him. He destroyed him, and he was bitching. He was
That ain't hard to do with that damn debate.
That nigga must be talented, boy, because that nigga buzz.
If you go back, if you really know your fighter and you pull them stamps up, and you'll see shit make sense.
What's your Saturday the 27th looking like?
Zone 6 a real G.
I think
came
that's
Knockout.
I think it's a slow fight day, maybe.
Fucking told him the shit.
All the stamps there.
Hey, wait, so what y'all?
All the stamps
y'all was
there. They even fixing the stamps up this time. Now they got a deadline. The other one didn't have no deadline.
Crawford and Spence, and Zone 6 burnt him, destroyed Knockout, finished him.
You hear my question, Zone?
Yep. The 26 look good. What time?
No, I said is it 26? No, I said the 27th, Saturday.
Looks good to me. What time?
Oh.
God damn.
Either I'm good. I got like 3 hours, and this is California time. So from
you moving just like your favorite fighter. You don't know where you're gonna fight next.
No, I'm giving him some dates. He's asking my availability, so I'm giving my earliest thing and also some windows, right?
You giving me
so
times now. We passed the dates. You giving me times. Keep up, man.
Yeah, and these guys, man, they whatever.
You need to multitask. Don't focus on them. You need to focus on me. Don't focus on them. Focus on me. What time?
Oh, that's detail. Okay. That's detail.
I hear you.
Yeah, what up, Rich?
I've already. Check it out. I got 3 hours.
Detail, man. I've been waiting for you. Boy, you've been over there hiding on that shit.
Oh, boy,
hey,
man, I don't hide from nothing, man. Come on now, you know me.
Hey, Rich in detail. Let me get this thing set up, and then we can get back to all this shit. So I got 3 hours in between the hours of 3 Pacific time and 6 p.m. on Saturday, and then also I got unlimited after 8 p.m. my time.
Okay, so I'm good at 9 o'clock. I'll take that. You say 6 for you. I'll take 9. I'll take that 3 hour block for you. Saturday at 9 o'clock is a date. Now
Saturday at 9 o'clock. Hold up a second. That's wait a minute. You said that you take the 3 hours between 3 and 6? My time? Okay.
3 and 6, your time. 6 and 9, my time. Saturday, 27th.
Okay, cool.
Okay, now that's the date, right? So you cool with the moderator, right? Let's pick the moderator.
Yeah.
Is Phil Walker good for the moderator?
Yeah, excellent.
Okay. Is blood boxing good for a judge?
Ooh, I love it.
Okay. Is D-Style good for a judge? These are people who got credible bodies of work.
No, I know all the people. It's not like you don't need to sell me on D-Style. I'm asking.
The people got to hear this, so that there's no stones left unturned. Since we got all these witnesses on here on what was said, they may not know, so they got to be able to hear this call out on your shit. So you can know, but I got to inform them. How does D-Style sound?
Give me another one. He might be in, but who else you got?
Okay. You want 3 or you want 5 judges?
Let's do 5.
Let's do 5. I agree. So D-Style maybe. Okay. How about Rollo Jenkins?
Who else you got?
Boxologist.
Okay.
Hyplo.
Oh my God.
The dude finna beat your ass.
Jesus Christ.
He let you pick the referees. He let you pick the judge. He finna beat your ass. Smoke.
No, it's not even that. It's not even that. Like you just lost in the sauce, bro. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Can you please stop?
Hey man, I'm just fucking with you. Let me get off before I piss you off. I'm sorry, man.
Jesus Christ.
Y'all be easy, man.
All right, D.
Fuck.
So good with.
I mean, do we have any judges here? I haven't cooked to fucking death already.
You haven't cooked boxologists.
Okay, cool. That guy's good. Okay.
You haven't cooked Rollo.
I cooked him like that. I cooked him last week on your channel.
That was not a debate. That was just a conversation, Smoke.
I'm just here, bro.
Okay, I got you. Okay,
I'm just saying, like, somebody have it.
Have you cooked? Okay, this is what we'll do. I'll make Rollo the moderator. Okay. Have you cooked Phil?
Nah.
Okay, can he judge?
Yes, and Rollo can Rollo moderate.
Have you cooked Blood? Can he judge?
The judge definitely, yeah. I love Blood.
Have you cooked D Styles? Can he judge?
Yeah, I cook D Styles. I kind of on the regular.
okay. Remove D Styles to the side. Okay. Have you cooked Boxologist?
I don't think so.
Okay, you haven't. So we can put him in as a judge. That's 3. What about Wayne Talk? You don't want Wayne Talk or what?
I don't mind. I don't. Wow. Fuck. All right. Hold up. Let me get who the fuck. Is there somebody on this goddamn panel that I would like to? I like Butch. What do you think? Can I get Butch in here?
How about Puro?
Puro? I fuck with Puro. Fuck. Yeah.
He said he wanted to be a judge. He actually emailed.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I fuck with Puro.
Okay. And no hype low because you've cooked him. Rollo will be the moderator. And then how about we use Ryan Clark?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's the 5 guys, right? So let me type this up real quick. And Rollo will be the moderator. And we'll come on my platform. And if you want a moderator to match Phil, or is that cool, then you can bring a moderator as well too.
No, it's a round table shit. I'm good.
Okay. Now, since and that's why we're doing the preliminaries here to come up with the judges on your channel. So when we do the debate, it'll be over on my channel.
Yeah, the round table is that thing. I'm good with it. So whatever. Also, these are all the homies. So
just for the audience to know, we don't have wrenches, so you won't be blocked out of my comment sections. No one have access to my comment section except me. So you free to say whatever it is you want.
I want. I want as a judge. If he can get him, I want Champ Ross to fucking judge. Can we get Champ Ross to finally fucking do it? Like, get that guy.
I'll get spares in there. What about Nash TV? I'll bring up a couple of spares. I got a couple of spares just in case.
Oh, damn, dude! I get around in these streets. Okay,
so you cook Nash TV. That's what you saying?
Mark Nash. I feel like let's just move on. I'm not even. That's not.
Smoke. I gotta ask. With you, if you cook.
Yeah, I know, man. Because you don't, you dip in and out. You don't realize all these heads I cut, like while your back is turned.
Yeah, let you tell it. We finna see now.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, yeah, Okay.
So we'll have Champ Ross as a spare just in case somebody like Blood doesn't want to do it, right? All right. So now let's get to the meat and potatoes. Subject: lightweight, light heavyweight. Who you got? Light heavyweight. Who's your grade? If you was picking number 1 light heavyweight, who would you pick?
Like current all time. If I just say light heavyweight, who would I use? The first name to come to mind? Archie Moore.
Okay, I got Archie Moore as well too. What about a heavyweight?
At heavyweight, my fave is Muhammad Ali. I rocks with Muhammad Ali, but there's a bunch of people. I don't know how this debate would go. I wouldn't necessarily pick him as the greatest of all time. I like Ali. I like a lot of guys though at heavyweight.
All right, let's go to 168. What you got at 168? Legacy.
That's fucking brand new. Okay.
We floating out there. You said you got Archie Moore 75. I got Archie Moore 75. Heavyweight is
68. Fuck, dude. It's either Calzaghe or Ward, I guess.
Okay, who you got at 60?
All time?
Yeah, we're not talking current boxers because the current boxers, that's interpretive and it's subjective, and they haven't completed their career. Well, we want this educational. So anybody's listening to this need to be educational, and that you could go back and look and prove the facts. We don't want to do hypothetical.
Shit. Then I would,
I tell you what,
you gotta go with the pound for pound king. Really, I don't know. I don't shit. Yeah, I like Sugar Ray. I like some. I mean, it depends on how we break this shit down, though.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what. We got the judges. Let me type this up. When you get ready, you're gonna be on here for another 10 hours. I'll just text me, and I'm here. Let me move.
So wait a minute. Are we doing divisions? Is that what that's what we're debating? What are we debating?
Take your time. Take your time. Slow down. We got everything set. You think of a subject and think of something that you might want to toss around, and then I'll come back.
Oh, did he freeze or that me?
I think that's him.
There it is. All right.
But I hope he come back because I do want to see a Butch and Method debate. I think this shit got to be settled in a debate format, maybe.
Butch and Method.
Go set it up.
Yeah. All right. So you back. You're back, Zone.
Butch and Method.
All right, I got you. We can cut this down. All right. So yeah, just you can take.
So wait. So we got So yeah, we'll just back and forth behind the scenes and get the topics, and then we'll let the people know once we got the topic set. And let me ask you a question. Do you want to just have one topic that we just discussed thoroughly? Or are we doing multiple topics? How you want to do this?
It depends on what you got, what you bring to the table. If you want to do multiple topics, we can do multiple topics. I want to do something along the lines of legacy with two fighters, fighter versus fighter. You pick yours, I pick mine, and we bring everything we got to the table based on what everybody think they know.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. So all right. So okay, I got you. What you got for lightweight?
Lightweight, I'm probably I like everybody at lightweight. I like a lot of guys. I like Pernell Whitaker. Definitely like Benny Duran. I like a lot of guys down at lightweight. What about welter?
I like a lot of guys at welter. I think I'll go with Joe Gans at lightweight. If you want to go to Joe Gans with somebody.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
Smoke.
I like Gans. I like Gans. I like him. I think we probably need to land more so at heavyweight than anything. If you
all
want
right, so we need to go with heavyweight.
Just as a thought, we can exclude if you want to exclude Muhammad Ali or take some guys off the table. We can talk about that and then find somebody outside of our top five. What we could do is we could kind of rank a top five.
You know what? Now fuck that. 154.
154. What you got at 154?
Now, but what do you got? 154.
I got Winky Wright at 54. I like
Winky Wright at 54. Okay, go ahead.
I like Mel and Winky Wright at 54.
You like Mel and Winky Wright at 54. I'll take Mike McCallum. Hey, did you freeze? All right. He froze for a second. Either him or me, but he'll be back. I think it's him because everyone else seems to be moving. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back. We're gonna get the. You know what? Where's he at? Yeah. Haplo is still trying to figure out a subject to debate on. He's been saying for years he wants my title, but we haven't picked the subject yet. Zone is going to come back once he gets it together. And I think maybe 140 might be the place. You know, given 140's like rise in prominence in 2023. But anyway, let's get back to this fucking boxing talk. Yeah, we're gonna get this debate. Yeah, Zone is back. And for you guys who don't know, yeah, the Zone 6, the round table guys, you know, a bunch of historians, a bunch of well, you know, they understand the histories and the tradition of the sport. So when we get into it, when we get into these debates, best believe it's going to be in depth.
So y'all going to debate all the weight classes?
No, we're going to pick a weight class and then pick two fighters from a weight class. So I think he said Charlo, and who else did he say? He said somebody else.
I'm not sure.
He said Winky, right? That's what it was. Winky. I picked McCallum.
What happened? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Ike Williams is one of the more underrated guys, probably the most underrated guy there. But like Duran, nah, Duran is he's on a different level. Like, I got Duran at I got Duran over Ike. But Ike's a hell of a fucking fighter. Anyway. We're gonna bring my guy back, and let's get back into this damn 135 of today's conversation.
Is the weigh-ins at 7 p.m. tonight?
Really?
Yeah, 7 Eastern, 5 Western.
Oh,
damn, that's late, bro.
Okay, there we go. It's still kind of late, but 5 my time is way fucking more reasonable.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a sign that they're having problems on the scale, man.
Is that what I mean? If it was always scheduled for that, then why would that be a sign? I mean, listen, we're gonna find out. It seems to be a narrative. Everybody wants Devin apparently to slip on a banana peel and fall face first to some doo doo. So I mean, whatever. We'll see how it goes.
Well, I think it's good to be at 7 p.m., bro. I would like it a little earlier, but that gives all the fighters, not just Devin and Loma, you know, there leaves no excuses why you couldn't make weight, you know.
They already, well, you know, they did their official weigh-in already. Devin weighed 134.9 and Loma weighed 135. So
now what they look like.
Yeah, you know, they do their weigh-in in the morning and all that, but they do the ceremonial drink at 4 p.m. Eastern time today.
Oh, okay.
But the weigh-in done. Them boys made weight. So go.
Yeah, so go ahead. Find out another reason to try to talk about how.
Ain't no way. I don't want any excuses, man. You know, nobody want to hear.
Okay, here's the thing. How about this? How about stop playing Devin Haney with Shakur and tank brushes? Those guys. Those guys. The guys that you think are so fucking special are guys who have a couple of fat asses that can't make weight.
No. If he living by that regimen right, he don't miss weight. He just got to keep doing it. You know what I mean? That's what keep him in his lane and everybody else in their own lane. You see what I'm saying? That's all. My stance is always
right now,
don't rip in someone else's lane.
No, I'm saying Tank and Shakur in the same lane of losing belts on scales. David Benavidez is in that lane. There's a lot of guys in that lane. That's not just their own lane. That's a long list of fat fucks who lost their fucking belt on the scale.
I ain't gonna say fat. I'm gonna say growing young men.
I mean, I know they're in excellent shape. Really, they are. I'm being hyperbolic because Devin Haney called fucking Kambosos a fat fuck. I thought that, or fat bitch. I thought that was hilarious.
Kambosos is built like a bag of potatoes.
Like, that shit's hilarious to me. But yeah, those fat fucks can't seem to make fucking weight. What? 136 pounds? Like what? You know. That's not Dev's issue. Even though you guys keep trying to make your guys' issues Devin's issues. Those are just your guys' issues. They're not Devin's issues.
I don't think them young guys. I think all them guys got their own lane and own strengths.
No,
One
right
of them all
now,
have the
I think
same
Devin in the
flaws.
same fat fuck lane. It's double wide. Same. I lost my belts on the fucking scale, so I talk shit about everything else other than the belts don't matter. We need tournaments and all this other dumb shit. No, your fat fucking ass isn't disciplined enough to not lose your belts on the scale and stop trying to sell me a bill of goods. Like Devin Haney's like you. He's not. Devin Haney's in his own lane. Loma's in his own lane. Loma also don't lose fucking belts on scales.
I mean, Loma built like a 13-year-old boy.
He built like, well, he both 135 is the round weight, so you know.
Loma and Cambosis built like two 13-year-old high school JV varsity football players, man. They built funny as shit. They too funny built guys.
Listen, all I'm saying is these boys out here, they're always trying to make it seem like Devin is out here slacking on the mackin'. He's not. That's your guy.
Nah, Devin and Bill said, you know, they do have trouble making weight sometimes. So, but they never lost. They never were not able to make weight. But it's getting harder. Devin admitted to that.
Well, they made weight while they got weight in the gym.
I understand. I personally am of the mind set that Devin is probably going to be better at 140. That we are not seeing the best of him at 135 because of these weight cuts and staying around and all that other shit. That's my personal take on it, but it remains to be seen.
I mean, Loma looks like he walks around at 135.
Yeah, exactly. Like some or close to it. Dude's been fighting lightweight since the amateurs. Like as a 26-year-old man. That's the other thing is he was a fucking 26-year-old amateur. Yeah, then about to be like you guys are about to find out that what training and boxing is about. Like having that novel idea and being bigger than everybody and fast and all that shit. That was cool for back then. Like these boys grew up on this rhythm fucking pattern boxing, entering and exiting, like slipping off the fucking weak shoulder shit. Man, get the fuck out of here. This dude's about to get his fucking ass whooped. You guys built a nice little reputation over some guys who were okay, decent. But I think Gary Russell Jr., first off, he dropped Loma and that shit didn't get fucking called. But that fight was a lot closer than what people were talking about. And again, fucking Loma was just coming off of being a goddamn lightweight and went all the way down to featherweight.
I got Loma winning off the idea of Loma has nothing to lose. This is a man who admittedly said it with his own words. I will never have another chance undisputed again. This is it. If I don't seize this opportunity now, the opportunity will never present itself. And my dream of becoming undisputed is pretty much dead.
Right.
So I feel
we
like
also said that Devin Haney has more pressure on him than Devin Haney has more pressure than Loma, even though he's saying all this type of shit. Like this dude's all over the place. English is his first language, but I feel like that was a pretty in-depth answer. So I think he got it right. But it just sounds like poor coping skills.
Coping with what?
About all of the pressure that he feels by saying that Devin has more pressure because he has the belts.
Now, I think it's just everybody's expecting Devin to win.
He should win.
He should win, you know?
He better win. That motherfucker go up that motherfucker and he blow it. Boy, that shouldn't be. They wouldn't let him. They wouldn't let that down. He lose to Lomachenko because he said Loma ducked him and Loma was this. So he gotta, in a sense, you gotta win. I get what Loma said. The pressure is more so with Devin than him.
Is
that's what I'm talking about.
Zone back? Is that you, Zone?
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm here. I'm letting him.
All right. Who you got? Who you got at 140?
140 all time. Man, that's gonna probably most likely be Chavez or Costa. Timothy.
I was going to take Chavez. I was not going to take Costa.
Yeah. It'd be either one of those to even have a chance. It is. See, 140 is so lopsided and clear, right? That's why I didn't pick 140. The work gonna be a heavyweight. The work gonna be a 68. The work is 75 is pretty much gonna be Archie Moore unless you're not us, right? 140 is gonna be Chavez unless you're not us. 154 just McCallum. It's just it's all over the place. Not enough there. 147 we can go in a lot of directions with that one.
Yeah.
160 we can go in a lot of directions with that, but 147 and 160 probably gonna land both of us maybe at Sugar Ray Robinson.
I mean, all right. So what we got? We can go. I mean,
High Blood said you bullshitting and you never cooked him. He texting me like.
Yeah, it's because this dude is like, okay. So let me just put it all out because now he's not here to actually interrupt. And and people in the chat were there for it, so they so they know, right?
Okay.
But yeah, he said that Joe Choyinski knocked out knocked out Jack Johnson,
right?
And then they were locked up for 8 days, and he taught him. And Jack Johnson was a novice, and Joe Choyinski taught him all the tricks of the trade. And made Jack Johnson the fighter that he was that he was. All right. So what I had to explain to him is that this whole knockout thing was a setup, that Joe Choyinski had a history of doing this shit, of saying since were exhibitions and then knocking a dude out. He was Charlie Z-ing people, basically. And what happened was the month before that, Barbados Joe knocked out Joe Choyinski. Barbados Joe was a 5'1" welterweight.
Absolutely.
Knocked Joe Choyinski smooth the fuck out.
Right.
So at that point, and you guys might not know this, but Barbados Joe was kind of a mentor to Jack Johnson, who's coming up. When he lived in New York, when Jack Johnson was a kid, he stayed with Barbados Joe. He went to Boston with him, all that shit. They hung out, right? So in order to end, at that point, Jack Johnson was getting a little bit of notoriety in his Texas hometown. And he was already doing that, like, kind of brash, I don't give a damn, I'm one of the baddest dudes out there. So the powers that be in Texas wanted to take him down a peg. So they set up this exhibition with Joe Choyinski. And soon as he got dropped, the Rangers fucking rushed in and called it a fucking knockout and then arrested both of those dudes. So, like, not only was the whole thing a fucking setup, the knockout itself was based on him getting dropped and then the fucking Rangers rushing in and stopping the shit. Right? Because but the backstory of this is boxing was illegal at the time. Right? So, as soon as he got dropped, the Rangers like, oh, this is a boxing match, and arrested him. That's what the story is, right? But really, they were just trying to take this dude down a peg. And Joe Choyinski was all for it because his little homie knocked Joe smooth the fuck out. So anyway, so they went to jail. And I was saying, first off, it wasn't 8 days. They were in there a month. That's what I said. Turned out it was 3 weeks. Closer to my thing than his. At no point, he was also saying that Jack Johnson said that Joe Choyinski taught him everything he knew. Jack Johnson never said no dumb shit like that ever. Right? Then we had to go through what he actually did say. Then he tried to revise the whole thing. But my point is, Joe Choyinski did not teach fucking Jack Johnson everything he knows. There is no person that teaches any fucking boxer on earth everything they know is 8 days or even expanded to fucking 3 weeks. Joe Choyinski is not a fucking trainer. Like this whole narrative about Joe Choyinski knocking out Jack Johnson, becoming friends in jail, and teaching him the tricks of the trade is a fucking bullshit narrative. And I spent hours fucking debunking this shit with this guy. He said he didn't get cooked. Cool. If you think that fucking Joe Choyinski taught Jack Johnson everything he knew in 8 fucking days and they became great friends, even though Joe Choyinski trained fucking Jim Jeffries to beat Jack Johnson because he's a racist fuck, but you're talking about how great friends they were, something that Jack Johnson never said. He just said that guy took a liking to me and I learned a lot in those 3 weeks, more than I learned previously. He didn't say that Joe Choyinski taught him. He said he learned a lot in the sparring that they had, which is what everybody fucking says in sparring. They don't attribute good sparring with that guy teaching you. Anyway, that's the Haplo thing in a little bit more granular detail than, I was trying to give. But if he wants to keep defending this Joe Choyinski fucking bullshit narrative, I'll keep fucking smacking it down.
I got a question. Why are y'all saying Archie more over as a Charles?
At light heavy,
I'm saying I'm saying it because Ezra Charles kind of fought through multiple weight divisions. He didn't put in the work like Archie Moore at 75. When you start looking at the accumulation of knockouts and title defenses in these title runs and who he actually beat, as opposed to Ezra Charles came really into a hot position back with Charlie Burley and the rest of those guys down at Black Murderers Row, but mostly at heavyweight. But that's something that you could explore because he's not bad either. He's not bad.
All right, I got you. Okay, how about this? Who you got as the best defensive fighter at welterweight?
That's too open. First thing come to my mind is going to be Floyd Mayweather.
Okay, if you take Floyd, I'll take Charlie Burley.
Yeah. See, there's more. That's too imbalanced. I don't want to do who's the more defensive. I rather do legacy. At least like I said,
legacy. Oh shit, you can't.
And then you could. But see, here's the thing about the legacy. You could bring that into it. So whatever caveat you may come up with, you can spin that into your own argument.
Oh shit, dude! There's no way. People never fucking heard of Charlie Burley. I'm gonna argue his legacy is better than Floyd. Hell no.
Right, exactly.
I mean, I know the round table is the place to make that argument.
Yeah,
if I want to make it, the round table is the place to do it. But that's too difficult.
And then the footage is just too much when it comes to the footage on fighters. When you making those subjective arguments, that's too hard to judge. Yeah, that's too hard. I won't do you. I know Charlie Burley, but I would argue Floyd Mayweather for the people.
Yeah, and also it would just put the fucking judges in a weird position. Let's do something a little bit better, easier than that.
Let's do this. Let's say this. Let's do top 3 heavyweights. Who's your top 3 heavyweights?
My faves
that you might want to bring into a debate with now.
I guess I would go Ali, Marciano, and Lewis.
Okay, I'll take Jack Johnson over your second and your third guy, whichever one you want.
What? Say you take Jack Johnson over
Marciano or your boy Joe Louis.
No, I was sorry. I was talking about Lennox.
Okay, I'll take him over. I'll take Jack Johnson over Lennox Lewis.
All right, so hold up. Let me see. Jack Johnson. Hold up. You said Jack Johnson over Marciano
and Lennox Lewis.
Wait, who did I say before? But not all.
Muhammad Ali. Yeah, I'm saying who I got higher than your 2 guys. I'll take Jack Johnson over your guy Lennox Lewis or Rocky Marciano.
And we're talking about legacy?
Whatever you want to bring to the table. Legacy and whatever you got. So you got a lot of information. Everybody feels that you know stuff. This is your chance to put it all on display. Styles, legacy, belts, opponents, whatever you got. I got
Jack Johnson.
I got Jack Johnson over your Rocky Marciano.
Listen. Oh, geez. Am I all right? Okay, Jack Johnson versus Marciano.
I got Jack Johnson over your Lennox Lewis. We found
I
something.
will take. Fuck. I'm gonna go Rocky Marcy. I hate this fucking debate. I fucking hate it. I don't believe that we're about to do this goddamn debate. Rocky, I gotta really debate. Hold up a second. I want Ali. I actually don't want. Like, it's not that. Here's the thing. I don't want to beat Jack Johnson with Rocky Marciano. That's not gonna make me sleep well at night. Like, I'm not trying to get you that badly.
You can't beat me. It doesn't matter. It don't matter who you can't beat me with your Rocky Marciano.
What I'm saying, I understand that. What I'm saying is, I can beat you with Rocky Marciano, but I'm not trying to. I don't want to do that. What I would like to do. Let me see.
You talking?
I know. I know, because I'm not doing that to my man Jack. I'm not doing it.
No, you're not gonna want me to do what I'm going to do to you. You're just capping now. See, we found the disagreement, right? Notice this, but you know so much, Smoke. You know how to argue. You're not
that's what I'm saying. I understand what the argument is. I understand how to get through it. I understand what the counterpoint is, and I'm not trying to do it to Jack Johnson behind this fucker Rocky Marciano. I'm not trying to do it.
Okay, then pick Lennox Lewis then.
Okay, now hold up a second.
Yeah, get on the computer. Cause see,
it's not getting on the computer. I'm here.
Computer. Show your face. I want to see your face. Show your face like a man for a change. Let me see your face, man. Here go the belts right here. Get over here. Let me see you. Let me see you. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let's face to face.
Gotta do this.
Let's talk face to face.
Gotta do this.
Yeah, let's do this live in HD. So
hold up. Let me turn on the light.
Yeah, you turn on your light, man. Wash your face and brush your teeth, Smoke, brush your hair. Let's get it in. Let's get these people what they want to see, man. Me whooping your ass. Don't punk out now. You got two options. I said I got Jack Johnson. You named two other guys. Pick them.
No, I named three guys. I don't want none of it. I don't want to go up against Jack Johnson. None of those dudes. But okay, I will go with who would I go with Jack Johnson with?
Okay, name your top five.
I really could. Right.
Let's start over. Let's name your top five. Let's try it again. Name your top five.
My top five heavyweights.
Ali.
Yeah.
Okay, we deadlock. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got the two Lewises, Marciano and Jack Johnson.
Okay, I'll take them. You rated Jack lower than them three. I'll take any one of those. I'll take Lewis.
Yeah, but Jack is one of my guys, man. Like, you're just taking one of my guys to fight against my other guys. Like,
one of my guys too. So I'm not finna pick.
Okay, well, so hold up a second. You give me your top five.
I just gave you the debate. Smoke.
Hold up a second. Can you give me your top five?
I just okay, because my second person would be Jack Johnson. That's why I said I would take all of yours all the way up into Jack Johnson. You got three people you named, bro. That
doesn't mean I think they're better than Jack Johnson. Even if I think that I could win a debate on it, that doesn't mean I want to debate Marciano versus fucking Jack Johnson. Okay, I don't want to have that debate.
Okay, take one of the other Lewises. You got
because okay. When I'm saying take my before we even get into all this thing, can you give me your top five heavyweights?
I got Jack Johnson, Ali number one.
Okay, so you just got Ali and Jack Johnson. Okay,
that's my top two.
Oh shit! How the hell we gonna have a fight? We can't have it. Okay,
I told you what it was.
Come on.
Smoke, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. Don't sit trying to get you to play to his tone.
He said, "Look, kid." He said he got Rocky Marciano, both Lewises over Jack Johnson.
I didn't say I have him over Jack Johnson.
Okay,
I said these are my top five heavyweights.
Okay, Zone 6, who's your top five, bro? Make it easy. Smoke already came with his. Be equal playing field.
Well, the thing is, his top five consists of two people, which are on my top five. And then the two people that, like, even debating them is just that's just too fucking lopsided. Like, really, I gotta fucking destroy you with fucking Rocky Marciano. God, come on, fuck. I don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. There's not enough shit talking in the world that's gonna get me to we're gonna do that shit on nah. Nah, bro.
Well, Okay, so let me say this. You just take your time. I'll relax. I'm gonna just mute myself. Go get some water. You just keep cooking on your show. We here for a long time. This is a good time. You have a good show.
We're gonna figure this one out. We're gonna figure this out.
We're getting closer. So we're getting closer. So I got Jack Johnson. Just to reiterate, I got Jack Johnson over your Rocky Marciano because I'll smoke your boots. I got Jack Johnson.
No, it's not that. Like, listen, I can listen. You know what? I'm willing to have an impromptu debate with you, like right now, about it. But like a formal thing about like we have to do a thing. Like we can talk. We can get into like how I would kill you with Rocky Marciano. Like, but I'm not really trying to do that whole thing for belts.
It's fair though. Smoke. You contradicting. Listen to what you're telling me. Yep. You're telling me that you are a champion, allegedly. I'm a champion. Mm-hmm. You said that you've been whooping ass since my back been turned.
Yep.
I pull up on your show, come up with all the rules that we pretty much agree on. Mm-hmm. We finally land at a division that we can disagree on. Mm-hmm. And I said Jack Johnson. You said you got Rocky Marciano, and only reason you don't want to debate him because you feel sorry for Jack Johnson.
No, I'm saying that I would never do that to Jack Johnson for the purposes of winning the debate.
Okay, what about Joe Louis then? Jack Johnson, Joe Louis. They both brothers. They ain't nobody gonna lose nothing. It'll be educational for the fans, and it's a great subject and a great topic of conversation.
It is. It's pretty good. It is pretty fucking good. We got Bum of the Month versus goddamn South.
Just bring what you got.
I know. I'm mulling it over. I'm mulling it over the debate because I'm thinking this could be a good one. Fuck.
All right, man. Take your time and get back to your show. I'll be here.
Yeah. You got. I'm gonna have to think about this. I might see. The thing is, like Jack Johnson, one of my favorite fucking dude. Like, you taking one of my. And really, you're gonna make me do it to him? Like fucking Stanley Ketchel and shit? I gotta go. Okay. All right. I don't know if heavyweight's gonna be the thing. If you give me 5 guys to choose from, you only take 2, and 2 of those guys are part of my 5. Like, you only like 2 heavyweights in the entirety of the. Didn't you go back to the 1700s with the fucking thing? Like, come on, man.
Listen, this is the thing. Both of us like Ali pretty much. So it's not really a top because Ali's gonna be pretty much a watch. Now let's say this because I know you know me. We picked Tyson. Neither one of us are gonna pick Tyson because then we could trump that with Holyfield or Lewis.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we're not gonna pick Holyfield because we can simply trump that with Lewis. We're not gonna pick Larry Holmes because then you could just pick Mike Tyson or Holyfield because he beat him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get 2 guys who are close but a little separate that we can disagree on. That's why I said
fuck it. I'll take. I guess really the only one that I can really do if we're gonna do the heavyweights is fucking Marciano. It actually makes me want to do the middleweights. But let's see. Let's just check out the middleweights just real quick before we lock in.
Okay. Because see, if I say Joe Louis and you say Rocky Marciano, come on now. That's what
that's what I'm saying. That Jack Johnson, Rocky Marciano is not a bad one, but it's just like such a fucking catalog. Okay. Anyway, but it is what it is. So let's just go through 160. So top five 160 guys in history. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I got Sugar Ray. I got Greb. I got Monzone. I got Hagler
and Hopkins. I think we about the same on that.
Okay.
160 pretty cut and dry because those guys are consistent. It's pretty cut and dry. That's the only problem. I would have to try to contest you with.
What about bantams? You want to go to bantams?
I want to do the heavyweight, man. I'm gonna leave you right there. Let me see somebody ringing this doorbell. Let me see what's going on.
Yeah, hold up a second. Yeah, all right. Let's get back in this thing. Go ahead, guys. Let's while we figure out this where the disagreements lie and whether there's any hope for an interesting debate.
Why not do like secondary heavyweights, like the like the Eddie Futch guys, the guys that like they weren't the number ones, but they came up short. Like the Ken Nortons, the Ken Nortons in them, and each in the Arabs, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's looking like it's gonna have to be Marciano and fucking Jack Johnson, which
that's ill. Damn, son.
It's hey, I guess we're gonna have to do it the way we do it. Shout out to the late greats. All right, let's keep going. It looks like reluctantly that's gonna have to be the one. There's not a lot of daylight between us.
Yeah, I don't want to hear no excuses. You said you gonna get me. That's what you told me.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not trying to do that to Jack. Just because just to get those off of you, like, god damn, I got to do it to Jack like that. Okay, all right.
Next week, next Saturday.
All right, so we're doing
legacy debate: Jack Johnson versus Rocky Marciano.
Wow.
And you said that's a pretty nail in the coffin debate for you. You just don't want to do it to Jack.
Yeah, so, I have no problem doing it to you. I have a problem doing it to Jack.
Exactly. So you will try and you will lose. So let me go ahead.
I mean, if you feel, listen, I guess.
Hey, listen. I'm not gonna punch that in officially yet because we still can't be reasonable.
Yeah.
Let's wait till after we got everything said. I'm talking to the judges now and the moderator, and we know the platform. Let me give everybody an opportunity to respond, and maybe after the Devin Haney fight, you'll grow some nuts.
Grow some nuts. I mean, I hear you like going after my nuts and being a man and all this weird shit, bro. I'm old as fuck. I got grown kids. You think like you just questioning my manhood means something to me? Like all I'm saying to you is, I get you're trying to railroad me into a conversation about Jack Johnson and fucking Rocky Marciano. I got all that.
Absolutely.
But what I'd like to know is there some action at like other fucking weight classes before we lock this shit in?
Okay.
Like I just want to. There's no action at feather. There's no action at bantam. No action at feather. No action at flies.
Featherweight. I'm telling you right now, I'm most likely gonna go with Armstrong. it's
at feather.
Yeah, feather.
Yeah,
exactly. That's why I don't. That's
yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right. Okay.
So think about it some more. And I'll get back to you. Maybe we can look at some different heavyweights. Maybe we got different options there. Maybe I'll come off Jack Johnson. Maybe I'll take somebody else, maybe. But I'm going to go with Jack Johnson for now. And, you know what? Let me ask you this. Would you do Jack Dempsey versus Rocky Marciano?
I'm taking Rocky when you're taking Jack Dempsey. You got Jess and perfect.
Just trying to get a gauge on where
probably not. I actually would. I think Marciano and Jack Johnson are a little bit closer, but
all right. Think about it. Get back to the panel because we don't want.
Yeah. They said, yeah, you did. Thank you. So, pencil it in right now, just so we got something penciled in. We got a date. We got a time. We don't have a time locked down yet, but it's a window of time. You're going to take.
It's in the chat. It's in our chat.
All right, so I just want to make sure. Just make sure we're doing that 3 o'clock. We're doing the 3 o'clock block between 3 p.m. my time and 6 p.m. my time, which is 6 p.m. your time and 9 p.m. your. Between 6 and 9.
Okay, let me read.
We got 3 hours. We're gonna have 3 hours to resolve this shit. At least in the first one, it might be a newspaper decision. If we come up against the bell, right? Like maybe it might get rained out. I don't know.
You sound scared, man.
Say again?
You sound scared to me. You
I
sound
don't give a damn bro. I don't know why you keep giving your critique like I live in your delusional ass world. I don't give a damn about what you keep saying, Zone.
I just said it seems like you're.
I know. I don't know why you feel like I need to hear that.
This ain't what
I don't give a good goddamn what I sound like to you.
This is not how you was talking earlier. Now I pulled up on you.
Well, it's not that. It's that like now I understand the parameters of the debate. Like really, I think it's an excellent debate. I think Jack Johnson and Rocky Marciano is actually a really good debate. So I'm leaning towards doing it just for the.
We're not gonna hold it down. I just want to make sure so we'll do it in the chat. Smoke May the 27th, 3 p.m.
Yes.
6 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. On my platform, Rollo is the moderator, Blood is a judge, Phil Walker is a judge, Boxingology is a judge, Clark and Wayne talk, but we want to try to get Champ Ross.
Yes. If Champ is free, I would love to pull Champ in on this thing.
Okay. Get Champ Ross and reach out to him, and I'm cool with that. And then the topic is to be announced.
Yes, sir. You know what?
Just go ahead. Go back to the panel. Man, keep going back. I got Jack Johnson. I'm waiting on you to pick Joe Lewis, or if you're going to pick Rocky Marciano, and we'll go from there. I'm going to let y'all boys get back to cooking.
That's up. Thanks for coming by. And let's keep getting this fire content for the people that may not be unawares of really the nuances about what we're about to fucking do right now. But yeah, we're already jockeying for it. So yeah, peace to you. Have a great one. See you next week.
I ain't going nowhere.
Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, shit. Okay, that's up. All right.
I heard a lot of crazy shit about lightweight and welterweight. Let's get back to that. I want to hear what everybody was saying. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Okay, right. So yeah, we're doing the breakdowns for this fight tomorrow, and I mean I've chopped it up with you about this a couple times, but yeah, what are your thoughts the day before?
Let me get all the way good so we can really chop it up with these people. So anyway, I got Devin Haney. I got Devin Haney winning. I think Devin Haney has too much range. I think he got the height range. I think he got the arm length range. I think he's patient, and I think he's very, very methodical, and I think he's very, very skilled. Now, the knock that I got on him is for this particular fight, I would like to see him push the tempo just a little bit more, just to solidify himself, because Lomachenko is going to attempt to be extremely busy. And that activity, whether it be ineffective or effective, could cause the judges to sway toward Lomachenko. But I do like the fact that they got Harvey Dock now. I think that's a good selection for as a referee. He tends to let people work based on the stylistic approach toward the matchup. And I see Devin Haney winning by UD or split decision.
Do you think there would be fill-out rounds, or do you think Dev's going to automatically go to his bicycle?
I think that they're going to be fill-out rounds with a combination of him going on the bicycle, because Devin Haney will use that. But that's where Lomachenko can score. But I don't know if he's going to be able to score because he's going to be out of range. So when Devin gets on that bicycle, because of his athleticism and his range, I don't know if Lomachenko is going to be able to track him down like that.
Right.
So that could cost him though, because if he's on his bicycle and he bullshitting around, he could drop them rounds 10-9 to Lomachenko easy now. That
right. That's kind of, when I think about it, it's like I'm expecting fill out rounds usually in this type of fight, guys that they stand there for each other out. But I don't think like a Bill Haney game plan will be to let Loma find a range, find like even get shots off on Dev. I think it'll probably come out first 2-3 rounds, pop shot, move around, and try to maintain that for as long as they can to at least get some rounds up. That's kind of how I see it. But I'd be surprised he come out and he tests and see what Loma don't like. I'd be surprised.
So who you got winning?
I got Dev. I think they're gonna try to keep it long, but I don't think he's gonna be as aggressive. I don't think he's gonna be aggressive. I don't think he's gonna be aggressive.
I think he's gonna show us a lot of things. I think he's going to attempt to be aggressive. But here's the problem. It has to be an absolutely perfect set of circumstances for Devin Haney to take risks. And I think that Loma is going to give him some opportunities with his a few missteps. I think Loma is going to have to find his range to get in on Devin Haney. And I think Loma may get confused during the early part of the fight while he's downloading information. And I think that's where Devin is going to take advantage of those early rounds and him trying to download information. Because a slow fight works in favor for Devin Haney. A faster fight works in favor of Loma, and I don't think Loma has the physical attributes to push the pace to make Devin Haney uncomfortable.
I agree. Yeah, I agree because his arm length, the legs, all the intangibles, right? Just the natural physique of Loma. Yeah, it's hard for me to see Loma win. It only comes down to the weight cut really harmed Dev as far as stamina, and if Loma can cut that distance and I think Smoke made a point earlier, like if he does finally start fighting on the inside, if he cuts the distance and he lets his hands go and he stays there until the refs say, okay, we're gonna reset. Yeah, it's hard for me to see Loma just to maintain that pressure 24/7 like a Sean Porter.
Yeah, see now that's right there. If Sean Porter was to fight Devin Haney, considering everything was all equal, that would be the style that I feel would be able to beat Devin Haney. Even a guy like a Victor Ortiz, Andre Berto, those type of guys with that style would be able to beat a Devin Haney. But the busybody, compact, short, I just don't see Lomachenko having enough distance and range to be able to be effective against Devin Haney. I can't see it.
That's where the whole thing calling him an amateur comes up. The dude is not a 12-round fighter. Like, he's just not. He's not fighting all 3 minutes of all 12 rounds. I would pick this fight to be a draw if I thought Loma could be at his top gear, going full speed, full bore for 9 rounds. But I think that version of Loma may never existed, and if it did exist, it's fucking years removed from it today.
And I just go back to when Loma there was rumblings about him going up to fight Terrence Crawford. Now, I know Terrence Crawford is a entirely different animal from Devin Haney, different styles, right? But just his thought process toward the dimensions of Crawford when he was describing, no, I don't want to go up there and fight Terrence Crawford at all. And then some of those nuances came back when he keep describing Devin Haney as like he's big. Like, to me, Loma is concerned about the dimensions of Devin Haney. And I just don't like that going into the fight. So it's going to affect the fight.
So, the earlier they were saying, I believe, I've had a conversation with you where, where your take was pretty wild on it. So this could this stimulated conversation. So they were saying that nobody's done anything at lightweight. And I say they're saying that because they're trying to run cover for Tank and Shakur, who haven't done shit at lightweight. So now nobody's done shit at lightweight because those two haven't done shit at lightweight, right? That's the first part. And then the second one was the thing at welterweight about Sean Porter not fighting anybody, but like Bud has.
So at 35, right? is fresh. So we got to give them all room to fight each other because that's the ultimate goal. I'm not here to cap for any one of them. I picked Tank to physically beat everybody stylistically. If we're talking about stylistic matchups and how we would rank them, all of our lists probably would be different and similar in some cases. But when you look at who's accomplished things, and that matters because accolades matters because it is a testament of your journey and what you're doing. Just because your favorite fighter haven't accomplished anything doesn't mean that it's irrelevant to the game of boxing. Because historically, these belts matter, regardless of what fans or people say. So him being undisputed is nothing to sneeze at. When you're undisputed, you have the burden of performance because all of these guys are your mandatories, and you can be called upon to satisfy the WBO mandatory, the IBF mandatory, the WBC mandatory. So to be fair, I think that Devin Haney clearly is the most accomplished 135-pounder between the usual suspects as a Tank, Shakur, Lomachenko, Kambosos, you name them, Matthias and all these other guys. You got Pitbull Cruz. No, Devin Haney is the man. Now, I prefer Tank. I got Tank beating everybody. Blue corner, red corner. Put Tank in the red or blue. I don't care who you put in the red or the blue. I got Tank winning stylistically. But Devin Haney is the most accomplished and the more accomplished boxer between those guys in this class. Terrence Crawford has done a lot at so I'll say this. Whoever said, see, this is why you gotta be careful what you say. I agree with you, Smoke. Whoever said or whoever is in the belief that Sean Porter ain't done nothing but fight the same people on the PBC side of the house who hadn't established that they've done anything, right? Because their resumes are weak, just hypothetically speaking. Now, we can't say that about Keith Thurman for sure because we know he's fought Juan Zavic, Carlos Cantana. Carlos Cantana beat Paul Williams. We know he fought Diego Chavez, an undefeated Argentine. They had the interim title. Him and Keith Thurman both was hard-punching guys. We know this. We know the Soto Carras who knocked out Berto. So we know at least at minimum one person had done something, and that is Keith Thurman, right? Then we can look at Kell Brook, who also beat Sean Porter, Kevin Bizier, Jojo Dan, and he also faced Earl Spence. He just ultimately lost. So we know there's two people who's done something, at least at minimum, okay, at welterweight. So Sean Porter and Brook both got beat by Terrence Crawford. So if you're in the belief that Terrence Crawford has done things as opposed to those guys, then you contradict yourself because the people who we're going to say made Terrence Crawford resume solid is the same two people, or at least one of two people that you're saying is not good or haven't done anything but fought PBC fighters. So if Sean Porter fought only PBC fighters and that's not good enough, then he can't be good enough on Terrence Crawford's resume.
I mean, my argument would be Keith Thurman lost to Pacquiao. Pacquiao lost to Ugas. Earl broke Ugas' eye socket. You know what I'm saying? So using that same logic that you're going by, we can't say that Earl Spence hasn't done nothing. All I'm saying when it comes to guys like that, Bud, you got a chance to unify. Why would you not give the next man a chance to unify? It's kind of sus.
So what I was responding to was the person who is downplaying Sean Porter's accomplishments within the division. And if you're saying at the same time that Bud is not getting a fair shake, you inherently are the perp that is saying that and don't even realize it. Now, I'm in the belief that they all have put in great work at welterweight. All of them. I don't like Earl Spence, but he put in the work. Thurman, Pacquiao, Mayweather, that whole crop of guys put in good work. And I think they're valid and credible. Brook, Amir Khan, all of them are credible opponents. Michaels Maidana, all those guys are credible 147-pounders, especially when you start looking at 2013 up to 2015. Those guys are all credible to me.
With Sean Porter, I don't know who's saying he Sean Porter dared to be great. He was one dude who lost, came back, fought, won a title, re-won his title again. Sean Porter is was when he was fighting was one of the dogs at 147. So for people to try to take away Sean Porter's accolades, that's just not right. He wasn't scared to lose he wasn't scared to lose a fight. If you were the guy and you thought you could beat Sean Porter, and Sean Porter was like, well, prove it to me. So for people to take away anything from Sean Porter, that's just wrong.
Well, you can take away something from Sean Porter, and I can give you exactly when and where. Do you remember who Sean Porter beat for his IBF title? At welterweight?
Yeah. Southpaw, right?
Devin Alexander.
Yeah, Devin Alexander.
Devin Alexander is who he lost.
You watched it? Have you?
Okay, so Devin Alexander, right? So once he won the belt against Devin Alexander, which was a credible win, then he decided to say that he wouldn't fight Keith Thurman, him and his dad, until Keith Thurman got a belt, possibly the WBA, possibly the WBC. Sean Porter didn't become this guy who was relentless and willing to fight people until he lost to Kell Brook in an upset. He also wasn't as enthusiastic to fight Terrence Crawford because we found out something that we all didn't know. We didn't know, or I'm saying I didn't know. I didn't know that when you're the mandatory, I didn't know that you had to press the button to say, I want to do that. I thought it was an automatic thing, and Sean Porter got exposed by Terrence Crawford by saying, no, Terrence Crawford, hey, they just want more money. He's ducking, and he hasn't signed the mandatory paperwork to fight me. I already signed my portion, or I'm willing to engage him, but he didn't do it. Once all that information came out, all of a sudden Sean Porter took the goddamn fight and got stopped for his troubles. So Sean Porter he's not perfect now. He's solid, but he's put himself in a position where he had no choice to have to fight.
Hold up. All Sean Porter was pushing back was the mandatory minimum for sanctioning bodies because he had earned enough to not take that mandatory, like not take the standard split. All he was jockeying for was more money, which he got.
Right. And he was holding up the fight at that given particular time. And it's cool that you want to jockey for more money. And I'm cool with that, but let's not act like he's this legacy fighter. I'm with you guys. I'm not saying he's bad or anything because I like him, but those are the 2 points of contention that I would have with Sean Porter. And because he's lost and he's in that position and he knew he's probably going to retire, then he probably did need more money. And I respect that. But
all right. So yeah. My issue is I asked if you watched the Devin Alexander fight. And then I retracted that question, and I was trying to pose another one, but I went on mute by mistake, and you were rolling, so I'd let you finish. But my question is, if after watching the Devin Alexander fight, did you ever want to watch it again?
No, I didn't.
Right, and the same thing for the Kell Brook fight. Having seen that fight, have you ever wanted to watch that shit again?
Yeah, I like that one.
You like that fight?
Yeah, I like Kell Brook.
Okay, you like wrestling, huh? I mean, you're a football coach. Yeah, you like all that blocking and tackling and shit. Yeah. You like them football dudes out there for fucking dinking and dunking and shit. I got it.
I like it. I don't know what to tell you, Smoke. I enjoyed the fight. I really like the fight because I got to explore Brook and what Brook was able to do. That's why I really liked it. I didn't think I was watching Brook for a while. I was watching him and Keith Thurman at the same time around 2012, and I had already kind of figured that Brook would beat Sean Porter. That was my prediction, and it's just one of those things, man.
Yeah. So, how did you score the fight?
I had it for Brook. I had it. If I can remember, I think I had it 8-4, 7-4, 8-5. I'm sorry, 7-5-8-4.
Yeah, that fight's a fucking eyesore. I absolutely couldn't stand the way Sean Porter fought.
Yeah, but that's Sean.
But whatever, he's solid. Whatever.
But you've seen Brook fight differently from that. You seen him have a good classic with Earl Spence, Triple G, JoJo Dan, Kevin Bizier, Amir Khan, Terrence Crawford. It's just that Sean Porter style is that, by and large.
Yeah.
He smothers his work, working the inside, shoe shine the body, kind of get some head in there, push you back, spin you a little bit, give you some work at the body and the head, as we seen him do with Keith Thurman, and he tried to do with Earl Spence. It was kind of better there. And with Berto, he just pretty much mauled him to death and got him out of there. So we seen the same thing with Paulie. That's just how Sean Porter fought. That's just how Sean Porter was. He's a football player. So he's out there tackling people.
Yep. I can't stand that shit. Yeah, the technical breakdown for this, it's an interesting fight. Although Devin Haney is a favored, and I'm not much of a bettor, but apparently the odds are so close, Vegas odds, that if Loma won, it wouldn't be considered an upset. He's a slight underdog. That's about it. It would be but basically it's an even fight. So no real upsets, no matter who wins.
Yeah. Between Loma and Devin.
Yeah, between Loma and Devin, yes.
What the other guys got to say? Because that's a good point. Because where do these guys go? Where do these guys go in history? If Devin wins against Lomachenko, who could be possibly a Hall of Famer, or if Lomachenko, the guy whose trajectory is to be in the Hall of Fame, beats a young, prime, undefeated black African American fighter with a style that is not so engaging, and he's able to solve that riddle, what does that put them both in history?
Hold on. You just said something. What's happening, y'all? Good morning, first of all.
What's up, Mr. Moore? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. Just woke up.
Happy Friday.
It was good.
Thank you, brother. Doing this night shit again. But the money good, so I got to deal with it. But my man just said Zone, the new champ.
He beat the
Zone
shit out
just
of
said
knockout.
that
Smoke next.
Yeah, man, you out your damn mind. Just because you got a bunch of Bud fans gassing you up, you brought your homies to counteract his homies, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, I'm not him. I'm not them. I'm not like that. Nah.
Well, Hydro got something to say about it. I wish you would click the link, but go ahead. What you say?
Haplo can come on up, man. We cleared the panel for him. Just say, but Haplo know full goddamn well that what he tries to do is filibuster and talk over people. He ain't trying to have no back and forth about this. But did Joe Choinsky knock him out, man? You don't get that bullshit out my fucking face, bro.
Well, you need to take that same energy with this Marcelo debate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I will bring it if I decide that that's what needs to happen because we can't figure out anything else. That's just a testament to how we understand the sport and what we just have a bunch of similar fucking tastes and all that other shit. So whatever, I'm not mad at it. If that's what we need to do in order to get some daylight between us, all right, I'm not mad at it. I'm trying to figure out something else first. But if that's what it's gonna be, that's what it's gonna be.
So my man Zone just said that if Devin Haney beats Lomachenko, that possibly makes him a Hall of Famer. I don't see that. That's one fucking fight.
No, will it? It's a question. Where would it place him? I'm saying he will beat a person that's projected to go in the Hall of Fame. So most of us would agree that Lomachenko has done enough to at least get a look at the Hall of Fame and go into the Hall of Fame. Is there anybody on the panel that disputes that?
His amateur career will get him in alone.
Okay,
so there we go. Champ Ross. Hold on 1 second. I got Champ in the chat. Hey Champ, you might not have heard earlier, but Zone 6 is coming for my title at the round table. He's got his 2 he wants to add. He wants to be undisputed, and the only way he can get undisputed is that he has to come through me. And so coming through me, this dude's one that takes one of my favorite fighters of all time. Let me just explain. Let me just show. You told me to put my camera on.
You got Smoke on one, Zone. You got him on one right now.
He's scared.
Now, I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all. What I am is I like to respect my elders. I'm reverent to the greats, and I'm not trying to cheapen that on some I need to get those titles off of your thing. Like, I'm not really trying to do that because I understand the sophistication of the argument, but I also know what I know about how to attack this thing. I mean, if he's feeling, I don't mind. I like those belts you got. I do like them. I wouldn't have all three of them too. I like to be undisputed. Don't get it wrong.
We're doing a lot of talking. Let's ask the fellas on the panel, what do they think? They heard
Hold
you
up a second. I understand that you think that you run the show and that your feelings matter to me. They don't.
No.
I want the undisputed like you want the undisputed. That's it. That's it. But as soon as I'm done running bumping my gums, I would definitely let you pose the question to the entire panel, and they can get their thing off. But all I'm saying to you is this:
just turn it down. Then just say you're not interested. You could do that. You know that's an option, and I can move to somebody else, right?
Yeah, I know. And if I wasn't interested, that's what I would tell you.
Okay, so
but since we went around the fucking roses about the whole thing, it doesn't seem like we can get a debate on anything else other than this thing because there's just not a lot of daylight between our boxing perspectives. This might have to be the thing.
I got one. You got two options. I got one, and I'm on your channel, and I'm giving you time to think. And we've been going.
Ain't nobody trying to listen to your ridiculous ass fucking justification for only having fucking Jack Johnson and Muhammad Ali as your top 5 heavyweights. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, pose your question to the panel.
Man, I'm gonna finish. OG, go ahead. Finish talking about the Hall of Fame thing. I was simply saying that if Devin Haney beats Lomachenko, where does that put him in history, and vice versa? If Lomachenko beat Devin, where would it place them in history, in y'all's opinion?
Well, in my opinion, the person that got the most to gain from a historical perspective is Lomachenko, because he beats Devin. Now he beats Devin, becomes undisputed. Now he's a shoo-in. He's on that, buzz status where he goes to visit the Hall of Fame. He just go ahead and cast his hands now because he's coming anyway, and we already know he's going to be here. But if Haney beats Lomachenko, isn't that what he's supposed to do? A 24, 25-year-old undisputed champion, young lion in the division, beat an old man. He's doing what he's supposed to do. He got a lot more work to do before we get to talking for Devin Haney. He's nowhere near that yet. Nowhere near.
It's open for everybody. I'm just curious about everybody's method. Everybody else, I'm trying to hear what everybody else is going to say as well, too.
No, I agree as far as Lomachenko, right? Former unified 135, but 126-pound WBO champion, 130 WBO champion, 135 unified champion, and then if he beats Devin, becomes the undisputed 135-pound champion. Even if he, let's say he defends the undisputed and gets knocked out or gets his ass whipped in his next fight, I still think the accomplishment it pushes him towards that first ballot. Right now, I don't think Lomachenko, in my opinion, is a first ballot. I think there are other fighters that are more with I think the resume itself. Like with Lomachenko, what do you have? Like 17 and 2. It sounds good, right? So it sounds good, and when we say it out loud, like as far as names, he fought this guy for a belt, fought this guy, but it's 17 and 2. It's just still it's 19 fights. So yeah, I mean, I think if he beats Devin, becomes undisputed, accolade wise, that we can say first ballot. Then, even if he does go take a defeat afterwards, and probably wants to move down the division, yeah, I think that makes him first ballot. For Devin Haney, like Shelton said, he's still got a lot of work to put in and performances that he needs under his belt as a young fighter in boxing. One of the main things for Devin that is always stated is that he's a young fighter. He's the youngest undisputed fighter. It's so then I think one of the other problems, I'm gonna say it's a problem. He does have 29 fights. This will be his 30th fight. Yeah, I think he still has other fights he needs to make in boxing. We believe that he's starting to grow out of the 135 division. So now we want to see Devin against the other boxers at an up and heavier weight class. So then I think we'll start to be able to gauge if Devin is really that guy in boxing. I think he has been shown that he can be one of the best in lightweight, but he's that guy in boxing. That's something Loma has at least shown inside of boxing through the featherweight to the lightweight division that he can hold his own. So where does Devin fall
at? Yeah, I don't think that Loma's proven that at all. I think he's been maneuvered and cherry picked his way to where he is. He's had a lot of championship fights against some cool guys. Not mad at him. It definitely is a Hall of Fame career. But like the litany of guys that he didn't fight. Like we killed Tank for not fighting Berchelt, right? But for some reason Loma don't have to fight Berchelt. Like I don't know. Like Mikey Garcia. That's just because like Bob Arum said, Mikey wants to fight in Showtime. Like, so yeah. Anyway, for me, Loma, he's not. He's been maneuvered. I think Devin Haney has been a guy who's willing to take all comers. Where this win places him in lightweight history, though, the division is just too damn deep. It's too steeped in lore. They got too many just great fighters, like all-time greats coming out of that division. So this little like petty back and forth about this generation, it would have been cool if Tio stuck around longer, to clear up the whole Cambosis thing and like maybe clear out the division. It'd be cool if Tank wasn't on this this money wagon where people on panels are arguing that for him to be the best, but he don't have to do shit except for just fight the same kind of guy over and over for a bag. I don't think Devin Haney would be the most polished guy that Haney beat. He'd just be young and black. If he is, there's something to be said for being in his physical prime, but I don't know that he's developed as a fighter, the fighter he's going to be. So there's that knock against him. And then Loma, while he is a Hall of Famer because of his entire career boxing, not just as a pro, it's also as an amateur. So like, the fuck that got to do with the lightweight division at all? You know what I mean? It's kind of, the historically it's just about this division. It's just about the 4-belt era and being undisputed, and no one's cleaning out a division. No one's even talking about really wanting to be the best for real. Like Loma just wants the belts. He's not interested in like fighting Tank and Shakur to show that he's the best. That's not what Loma's type of time has been on. Loma's been on collecting belts like he's fucking Smeagol. Like, it's just the ring my precious kind of shit. These guys, historically they're not built for the historical, like to put a dent on the historical record. They're just not built like that.
You got to remember also, Smoke, that one thing Loma, if he's nothing else, he's not a dummy. He's a smart guy. He understands that he's 35 years old. He understands that he ain't got time on his side to be fighting the Tanks and the Shakurs, and guys probably gonna beat him. Now, if he could have fought Tank 3-4 years ago, I would have picked Loma. But this guy that we got at 35, I don't think he beats any of those young guys. I really don't.
Listen, Tank, right? So Tank, right after the Gamboa fight, was when I understood that Tank would beat Loma back then. Right? It hasn't been like, it's been years since I thought that Loma can beat Tank. Like, it was like he had a very small window. They like I said, they move him strategically. He got the Rigo fight. They didn't give him that Mikey fight. Mikey would have ended this fucking hype train a long fucking time ago. Bud Crawford would have killed this dude when they were trying to put those two together.
Oh,
like,
they was never Smoke.
I got something for you.
You didn't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. They was never gonna put that dude in the ring.
Smoke.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Smoke. I got a deal for you. I'm finna go ahead and cuddle up with the wife for a minute.
That's what's up.
Hey, I got a deal for you. If you pick one of your guys, whoever you pick to debate my Jack Johnson, if you find yourself losing the debate, then I'll give you a rematch, and then I will do Jack versus Muhammad Ali. I'll do Jack versus your Muhammad Ali.
What? Look, man. Okay, listen, bro. Like, it just let me just abuse you of something that, like, disabuse you of this notion that you have that you're gonna be beating me with Jack Johnson against Rocky Marciano. Like, I know that you think that I'm reticent because I feel like I'm gonna be losing the debate. This is a fabrication in your mind. That's it. Not really.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just trying to get you said next weekend. These people want to hear you go ahead and get the smoke and commit to something because you're a historian, allegedly. You know stuff, allegedly. You are somebody's called you to Johnny Cochran of fucking boxing. They must be on some smoke. I ain't never.
Wait, hold up a second. Just the other day, you told me I didn't answer a question. But your false equivalent, your false dichotomy.
You didn't answer the question.
I'm sorry. Hold up a second. Do you think that Johnny Cochran didn't take a second to let the people understand that it didn't fit? You must have quit.
Man, listen. Champ Ross is in the building. Champ, he wants you as one of the judges. We cool with that. I'm just trying to see if this Get the Smoke guy character that y'all say is supposed to be this and that, who's in that high school presentation tournament. I'm trying to split his head next weekend on a historical subject matter that has already been concluded, no hypotheticals and no made up stuff. That's all. He said he got Rocky Marciano, but for some reason he don't got Rocky Marciano. He got Rocky Marciano.
Like, really, the issue is that I gave 5 guys and you gave 2. That's really what the issue is. And the issue is that the 2 guys that you gave are 2 of my guys.
I'll name 5. Okay, I'll name 5. I'll give you in order that I would debate in. I got Muhammad Ali. I got Jack Johnson. I got Rocky Marciano, Joe Louis, and Lennox Lewis.
Shit, because that's my list. Okay, whatever.
I know that's what I'm saying. I ain't want to do that because
we got the same list. But they're like, okay, so it looks like the only way we're gonna be able to settle this undisputed bout is if that I have to bust you over the head and also denigrate my ancestor in the process, so I can say, okay, it is what it is.
Now you can back out. Just say you don't want to do it, and I'm fine with that. I would
no. That's what we'll do. I would prefer something else, but we don't have anything else.
Okay,
we don't have anything else. That this is it by default.
No, I don't want it to be by default. I don't want any caveats to me smashing your ass. Do you want it or not? I don't want no caveats. I want it to be.
What I want is those damn belts. And if I gotta take Rocky Marciano to lift those belts off of your waist and be undisputed, because that's what I want.
Okay, so I don't want to hear the caveats.
Hold on, fellas. Hold on 1 sec. I'm a little lost because I'm late to the part. What is this debate? What is the premise of this debate?
It's legacy debate. Jack Johnson versus Rocky Marciano. I got Jack.
Who has the greater legacy?
Yep.
We're talking about it. This is a boxing conversation, not like a who has more legacy in the Black community. And like Galveston, Texas.
No, come on.
Yeah.
That's the same about Juneteenth and shit.
I'm not one of those guys, Smoke. You know that. I'm not one of those guys. Come on, Smoke.
Yeah, we're not
I'm just making sure. You're doing the thing, right?
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah. Go ahead, old school. You got the flow. You were saying something about it. He won't take the debate though. He kind of reluctant.
Oh no. I was just saying that it sounds like a good debate. I mean, it's a challenging debate because Smoke knows this. We've been talking for a while. He knows that I hate to try to compare fighters from different eras because the rules were different, the glove size was different, the amount of rounds was different, everything was different. So it's hard. You got to really do your research to get an accurate gauge. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's why it'd be fun. It'd be educational.
Yeah, that's the whole part of it.
Yeah,
that is the whole thing about
it. Since you don't really want to do it, and just think about it, man, and just text me or.
If you don't stop that, I don't really want to do it. You just got to figure it out. Okay, how about this? How about this?
When you decide.
Okay, hold up a second. What if you take Rocky Marciano? No, I don't even want to do that. Nah. Nah.
Fuck, I'll take Rocky Marciano.
Nah. I got Rocky. I'll take Rocky. Fuck it.
So, are you sure you want that?
I am saying that if you have not heard from me with another thing, let's pencil this in, and then behind the scenes we'll chop this up for like, the weekend.
Okay,
if we can't find anybody else by business Monday, then that's what it is. It's Rocky Marciano versus Jack Johnson for heavyweight legacy.
Or you can pick Joe Louis or Lennox Lewis. You don't have to. You got 3 options. I got my one. You can pick 3.
No, I'm comfortable with I'm comfortable with my especially if I gotta go Jack John. Yeah, shit.
Yeah, sure you're comfortable. All right, man. I'm gonna lead you to it. All right, next Saturday.
I mean, I'm just not whatever.
Next Saturday, man. Next Saturday.
Okay, well, peace, man. Have a great weekend. Hopefully I'll see you in these YouTube streets about this fight that's coming up. And until next time, baby.
Well, I'm being spot tomorrow, man. Peace out, man. It's been fun.
Peace to Mrs. Zone 6.
All right, brother.
Yeah, salute.
That's a hell of a debate topic there, Smoke. You got to do some research on that one, brother.
Yeah, I mean, not really. That's the other. Yeah, this is a bunch of chewed bubble gum.
Yeah, we know that. I mean, we debated this for you.
I mean,
me and you have debated this, as a matter of fact. So,
yeah,
I just can't see. Ali is my guy. I think he beats everybody. I just don't think anybody could beat Jack Johnson.
Yeah, but that's both of our guys. So that's the thing is that when we go through the list, we all have the same guys.
Exactly.
So it's just kind of like, okay.
It's just for me, it's hard for me to think that anybody could beat Jack Johnson if you drop these dudes off in Jack Johnson's time. It's gonna be kind of hard because I ain't never seen none of these dudes go 26 rounds.
I mean, I hear you, but like, I can, listen, the Joe Jeanette's and the Sam McVeighs and the rules of anyway, I'm not even going into the rules and how you could have so much time to recover and newspaper decisions and all that shit. If this is the debate that we're going to have, is going to go deep and is going to be nuanced.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
So is anybody on the panel going to this fight? Nobody's going?
No, man. I was trying to so
I
bad.
was going to go, bro, but I got this fucking safety gig, man, and it was just too much money to turn down. I just couldn't.
No, man. I thought so. First, I tried to invite the wife. She's like, yeah. Then I was trying to dip out by myself. Man, we got all this bad shit.
She wasn't having it. Go and tell the truth, Smoke. She wasn't having it.
Yeah, dude.
She wasn't having it.
I mean, it's just this shit. And then really,
is it the timing? Is it just the timing?
It's literally the fucking timing. Yeah. And what happened last month and it's right at the first of this month, all my whole shit just kind of transitioned with family. I got hell of family shit now. But yeah, I definitely want to get to this fight.
Well, the coolest thing about this fight was the fact that it was so affordable, bro. The tickets were so affordable.
I'm trying to tell you, listen, you don't understand, dude. I have I fly private, right? So my house, it takes 10 minutes to get to the fucking hangar. I get all my party favors. I don't have to check bags, none of that shit. I just get on my fucking plane. I'm there in 45 fucking minutes. I can slide right into a fucking seat if I can work this out.
But you know what I've noticed though, Smoke? I've been in Vegas a lot last few months. I've been in Vegas a lot. It's becoming less than 45 minutes, bro. It's like 39.
Yes.
It's quick. By the time they give you the goddamn peanuts, you landed.
Yeah,
By the time we do our peanuts in the coat, you are landing.
Yeah, this is I'm trying to fuck. I don't even have to. It's not even peanuts thing. I can get on there with my vapes, all that shit. Having fun all the fucking way there. Come on with my bottle of champs, all that.
Yeah. Get to the MGM Grand and get you one of them $20 chicken sandwiches.
Yeah. The tickets are fucking affordable. It's a great. I think it's a really good fight too. And
It is.
I haven't seen Loma in a long time. There's a lot to like about it. It's just the fucking timing of it all.
Ain't that a bitch?
Mm-hmm.
See that?
That's how I thought I had a workaround. I thought I had a loop. She's like, yeah. I was like, okay, cool. I'm about to buy these tickets. Oh, hold up. Let me just, let me call you.
This how shit works, Smoke. Go to the motherfucker. Ain't been to the mailbox in a week. Go to the goddamn mailboxes and check in the motherfucker. Ain't that a bitch?
Wait, hold up. You just got to check in your mailbox?
Just got to check. I was looking for the shit to, they're supposed to direct deposit the shit they mailed it.
Oh, yeah.
Motherfuckers.
So now you got to do more shit.
That's cool.
Well, you got to do more shit for the same money. But hey, that's why they call it money.
Fellas. I'm gonna have to watch the replay, or I'm gonna do the what do you call that shit? DVR, because I'll be at work.
Oh, really? All right.
Yeah.
So is anybody picking Loma? We got Cisco earlier. He's picking Loma.
Is it Method picking
Method keeps picking Loma and then saying he's not picking Loma. Is anyone full-throated outside of Cisco picking Lomachenko to win this fight?
No.
I'm
picking the upset, bro. I got the upset on y'all.
Hey, Smoke, you gonna be around? I gotta make a call right quick.
Yeah, it's Friday. You're gonna keep chopping up until it's all chopped.
I'll be right back.
That's what's up.
Oh, Cisco got Asperger's. That don't count.
Here we go. Phantom came out of his ghost realm. I got Loma, bro.
I got Devin by unanimous.
Being neurodivergent does not mean that you can't pick a fight. It just means you might have some trouble socializing and all that shit.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Loma win. If Loma win like 4 or 5 rounds, I think he'll stop Devin. But I don't see that. I think Dev wins the fight unanimous.
Man, I gotta put something on the stoppage, man. You know what I'm saying? On Dev stopping Loma, man. You know what I'm saying? I think it could happen, man.
I'm in that camp. Dev stopping Loma. That's where I'm at with it.
I think Dev stops Loma, and that just makes a Tank fight way more interesting. Like, nigga, what? This nigga came out.
Devin ain't gonna fight Tank, man.
Okay, I don't know what. I don't know what it is, you guys. Are you guys like sensory overload? What happened to you? Why are you guys so jaded at such a young age? Why do you need this much stimulation just to be mildly interested in one of the best fights? Like, if you're not interested in the Tank and Devin fight unless Dev stops Loma?
No, I'm interested in Devin versus Loma. Period. That's a fight right there, man.
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying no. We're talking about Dev and Tank.
Nah, if Dev don't stop Loma, I mean, I still want to see the Tank fight, but it's just gonna put that much more oomph on it. Like niggas really expecting to see tomorrow. Niggas got the fight mapped out in their mind that it's gonna be jab, keep the distance, clinch and hold on the inside, yada yada yada. What if it's something totally different, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Like Loma beating Devin, bro. That's what I
And what if Devin come out on his front foot, hit that 1-2 straight down the pipe, and knock Loma the fuck out? How about that one?
Let me ask you this, guys. Like, why do you think
when niggas got it all figured out and everybody's on the same accord and everybody's thinking the same thing, it's not gonna be that. You know what I'm saying?
That's not really the case. So we just saw that. Like, I picked fucking the Tank Ryan fight to a T. It's just fucking it's not that difficult. It's not like rocket science, bro, with this stuff, really.
I'm just saying.
Loma is not some like unknown thing that's gonna do something novel. Like, Loma's fucking Loma.
Yeah.
Somebody could get injured, something like that.
Everybody stop his ass. This nigga Dev was like, yeah, I'm gonna beat the amateur on Saturday. Like, if he's an amateur, you better stop his ass. Like, he shouldn't even be here. You know what I'm saying? You talking about retiring him, sending him down in division. He's an amateur. Man, if he's all this and that, you gotta stop this nigga because he's not supposed to be back.
Okay. Listen. If he 10-2s Loma, that is something that has never happened to Loma. In either one of his losses, nobody has ever just washed Loma. You don't have to knock him out in order to show that there's levels above. Like, the reason why you're not going to win is because you're not really a 12-round fucking fighter. What you are is a 6 or 7 round fighter. That's amateur shit.
Was Floyd meant to knock out Zab
That
Judah?
doesn't mean that you gotta knock it. That doesn't mean you gotta knock him out.
Was Floyd meant to fucking knock out Zab Judah?
So let me ask y'all this: have we seen the best of Devin? Is this what we've seen from Devin? Is this all he got? Is that it?
No, bro. No.
I say yes.
24 years old.
I think Dev's prime is. I think certain guys' primes is shorter than other guys. I don't think Dev will have the same success at 140 with guys that punching harder and take away your best assets and make you fight. I don't think we will see the same guy at 140 unless he picks fights. If he goes there,
that's what I'm saying. Like, is this the top of his skill threshold? Is this the
only
peak?
problem that there's not guys up there that fight like that, like that take away your best skill. Like Devin, that's how Devin fights. That's not how the guys at 140 fight. The best guy to make adjustments really is Josh Taylor, who's probably not long for the division. But the other dudes, they're not really like Ramirez. He ain't really like taking shit away.
No,
he's gonna come in how he comes. Regis Prograis not really taking shit away. Super Matias not really taking shit away.
Well, for Dev, Matias will take everything away. Yeah, man. He want.
No,
like,
what he'll do is go through it. He'll go through it. The question is, and I don't like the fight for Dev right now. The only question is, like, when does that fight happen for me to like pick it? Like, if I was to pick the fight like in the next 6 months, I don't pick Dev to win that fight. But I don't think they'll fight in the next 6 months. So it's when the fight happens, and then you got to pick one from there.
So we haven't seen the best of Devin yet. Then is that the case?
Yeah,
no, we have
I'm
not.
saying yes.
24 years old.
I'm saying yes. I'm saying yes. I
24 years old.
I don't think
that's what y'all. That's what y'all want. Y'all want to have seen the best of Devin.
He's 24 years old.
It ain't
what you're
happening,
saying don't
bro.
make sense.
I mean, okay. Have you seen improvements in his fights from fight to fight?
No.
So you think that?
I think this nigga stepping up his competition, and I think he looks as dominant against everybody. So I would say pretty much no.
Right. So you think you don't think that you don't even think he improved on his performance against in the two Kambosos fights?
No.
Nah, I don't think he improved. He looked different, but nah, I don't think the nigga is improved. The only thing the nigga could get better with is hitting harder, and we're gonna have to see if the extra weight on him do good for him.
I'll tell
or
you
if it
how
won't.
he can get better. His timing is pretty good. He can get better at his accuracy, and he can get better at his shot selection. And
how much more accurate can he get?
And he definitely can get more. And he can definitely become more defensive minded.
I don't know how much more defensive minded the nigga can get if he's if the opponent's only landing like 7 punches per round. I don't think he's gonna be more defensive.
No, it's not even that. It's not about the opponent. Like, okay, so when I'm looking at Devin Haney, I'm projecting him into the future, not against these guys at 135. The guys at 135 are how he gets to develop because of his attributes and his training. He can actually develop and cut his teeth on these guys. His career is probably going to be defined at 147. He's gonna have some signature win, like this. He'll have some signature like accolades and all that stuff, and sets his market value and some market share at 135. But I think his career is gonna be defined at 147.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, so what was the point? Because I
mean,
you said
I
like
think that he's still becoming polished, yeah.
Because like where I see Devin mess up is like fake mental lapses, like even when all right, the Jorge Linares, that was at the end of the round, but when JoJo was landing those left hands, specifically, I want to say the 7th round, it was like it was straight overhand lefts, and his hand was up, it just wasn't guarding his chin. So I just see little fake mental lapses like that where he won't get his hand back.
Yeah, but that always happens. That happens. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen when you get that's gonna happen in certain fights.
Yeah,
that's
but
we saw Floyd. We saw Floyd do it. We saw multiple other guys do it. Parnell Whitaker do it. We saw Lomachenko. Everyone's done that. Usyk's done it.
Yeah,
Everyone has mental
everybody's
lapses.
gonna get hit. Yeah, everybody's gonna get hit eventually, especially when you fighting world champions and former world champions. So, but with
Yeah, but the question is,
with the
how do you
whole
respond? The question is, what happens when he gets hit? How is he going to respond?
Well,
When did the intangibles come into play?
to get back to the question again, right? So I think it's like looking like beyond 135, right? Dev is one of the bigger 35. So what he's doing is expected from a bigger guy. And from what I'm seeing, I'm not really seeing a dominant bigger man, right? I'm just seeing a guy who can use like, and that's why I'm like, I think we've seen probably the most. Now, when Smoke says at 147, I'm like, that's hard for me to see him getting through 140. Now, if he just got to fight a T.O. and some Joe Blow and that's his 40 career, then I'm like, yeah. But I'm like, if he got to fight some the guys that if he got to fight some aliens at 140 and some killers, I don't see that.
So here's the issue, right? So you can't see him get to 147, but Shakur is your guy, and Shakur has got through 3 divisions. He's in his 3rd division, right? Yeah, he didn't clear out shit. This is you don't have to be you don't.
Plus, you got to remember too, Method. This guy's not even in his physical prime yet. He's only 25 years old. He's not even there yet. We don't know how good this guy can get.
I disagree.
That nigga cutting weight like crazy too. Like
yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen with this guy once he ain't got to cut weight and once he gets to his prime. Because everybody knows your prime is between 27. Your physical prime, optimum physical prime is between 27 and 33. That's where you at your best.
Yeah, and if he spends 3 years at 140, I would be like kind of surprised, but that wouldn't be a bad option. So he can actually shore up all the shit that we're talking about, and then figure out his technique for the bigger guys who are going to be at 147, but might end up at 160.
Hey, look, Dev might have a smooth time if Ryan and T.O. get belts.
Big fight for him at 40 for me is really Matias, because by the time he gets acclimated to 40, I think Regis will be probably retired. Regis is like 33, 34 years old. People forget that.
Nah, Devin gonna have a quick route at 140 though, cause he's already an undisputed champ, so he gonna move quick up there. T.O. get a belt, Ryan get a belt. Regis unified with Matias and take Matias' belt. Dev could go through T.O. or Ryan and collect them, and then have that fight with Regis. Regis will be old Regis and get them belts and then move to 47.
He can do Rolly and the winner of T.O. versus.
Oh, we forgot about that bum. That bum got a belt now. We forgot about bum guy.
Rolly gonna fight Ryan, bro. Ryan gonna take Rolly belt. If Devin can go up there and beat Ryan. Ryan was just talking about I want to fight Devin next. So Devin go up there, fight Ryan. Then Regis fight Matias. Regis probably beat Matias, take his belt. Ironically, I know probably a lot of people might not expect that. I think Regis will beat him. He'll take his belt, and then Devin fight Regis, and then Regis will retire.
There's two issues with that. There's 2 issues. First off, there's a champion in marriage.
Sounds like an amazing plan, big blunts. Amazing plan.
Yeah, there's a
Y'all tripping, bro. Year and a half, Regis is gonna smoke him. If they wait 2 years for Regis and Matias, I don't know. But
Matias like 30 something too.
He's
30. Matias and Regis ain't gonna fight. They're not about to fight.
Exactly.
But Matchroom said they was trying to sign Matias. How they sign Regis and Matias and then don't make that shit happen? They gotta do something quick because Richardson Hitches and all them little niggas is right behind that. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be some work.
Did they sign Matias? Have they ever made that? Have they ever made the announcement of signing Matias? I haven't seen any announcement.
Ain't been no official announcement yet, like they did for Andy and Regis.
And it shouldn't even be a conversation about Devin fighting no damn Rolly. Ryan's with Derek James. We don't know if he's still with Golden Boy. So I think, I'm not in the Devin Haney business, you know. So I don't see him beating Ryan at 140. He don't hit hard enough. With Derek James, like I always said, if Ryan, let me finish what I'm. God damn, bro. You like a damn girl, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like a little ass girl. So yeah, I mean,
who you talking to?
Listen. You all the way in the UK, man. Listen, you're not about none of that shit you talking, man. Stop that, man. Stop that. Stop. Right, and I know.
And I'm in South London,
Yeah.
Peckham, nigga.
So,
What you not
yeah,
understanding?
nigga, nobody's scared of London, nigga. Fuck is you talking
Nobody's
about?
scared of your
Nigga,
B-more, your Baltimore.
nigga, y'all
Only
niggas
you,
fight over
fam.
soccer games.
Only
Nigga,
you,
y'all
fam.
nigga, shut up, nigga. Y'all niggas fight over
Listen,
pick and
I
ball,
swear
nigga.
down,
Yeah,
nigga.
Nigga
I
stupid,
swear
bro.
to God, you know when I come to America, I swear down, I'm gonna come to you and your
What was
B-more
I saying?
town,
Like,
and I'm
see,
gonna
then
throw you
niggas
a
get
pair
off
of
topic.
gloves, and
What
you
was I
better
about to
put
say?
them on.
Oh, Ryan and Derek James.
Yeah,
So I
Ryan and
think
Derek
Derek
James.
James may play a good
This
part with
work,
Ryan. I do think with subtle adjustments, Ryan becomes far more of a difficult fight than for Dev. And he's no longer fighting the shorter Loma or that short Campos, that
What the
short
fuck is Tank
JoJo
doing?
Diaz. And it's a guy that got power in both hands. A guy, like, again, I think one of the easiest ways to beat Dev is baiting him with feints, right? And if Ryan add a couple feints to his game and some trash, he can fuck around like Dev out. You know what I mean? I don't think, again, look at the Loma fact, he
No,
don't
sir.
really
No,
got
sir.
that.
You're drunk. You're
I'm
drunk.
not
You're drunk. You
asking
sound like a
you for
casual.
your fucking opinion. I
You
don't
sound like
care
a
about your
casual. You
opinion.
sound like a casual. You're
No,
talking
you
about
don't
he
know
don't have
shit
no
about
power. He
boxing.
don't have
You're
no
just
power. You
talking.
sound like a casual.
You're
You
just
sound like a
talking.
casual.
You're
What are you
just
talking about?
talking.
You don't have
Sound
no
like a
power. You
bitch.
think someone has to
You
have power
sound
to
like
beat
a
them? You
girl.
think that
You sound like
if
a
you don't
girl.
have power, you're
You
gonna win without
sound like a girl.
making
Why?
sense.
I'm not
You sound like you
asking you
ride
for
dick.
validation.
You
You
sound like
understand
you
that?
ride dick,
Do you
nigga.
understand that, right?
You sound
You
like you ride
understand
dick.
that, right? You
sound
understand?
like you ride
I
dick.
don't hop panel to panel for validation, my nigga. You
Man don't
understand that,
do
right?
that
I'm
either,
not you,
nigga.
my nigga.
Man
You
don't do that
understand that,
either,
right?
nigga.
You understand we two different niggas, right? Okay then, my nigga. Stop playing me, my nigga. Like I was
No,
saying,
you
nigga.
stop playing about
Like,
with
like
me.
nigga,
Stop
like
playing
I was
about with me,
saying,
nigga.
nigga. Like I was
It'll
saying,
get
nigga.
technical,
Like I
nigga.
was saying.
It'll get technical.
Like I was
It'll get
saying, nigga.
technical.
Stay in your lane, nigga.
You'll get technical. You
Like
stay in your
stay in your
fucking lane. What are you
lane, nigga.
talking about?
Stay in your
You stay
lane.
in
That's
your
the
lane.
problem with you weird
Pepper,
ass
don't do
niggas.
this.
Man,
Don't do
look,
That's
this.
the
that,
Don't do
problem with
man,
this.
you
look.
Don't
weird
do
ass
this, bro.
niggas on this
Don't do
bitch.
this.
Stay in your fucking
All right,
lane,
Don't do
nigga.
this.
hey,
Don't do
hey,
this,
go
man.
Stay in
ahead,
your
man.
lane,
So,
nigga.
so
Man,
at
look,
the,
Don't do
man,
hey,
look.
this.
so
Let's
you
bring it back.
got,
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it
Don't
back,
do
so you
gang.
this.
said
Let's
you
bring it
got
back, gang.
Ryan beating Devin at
Like,
142.
all I'm
Who
trying to
don't
say,
you
because
got
this
beat?
nigga weird, bro. And listen,
No, you're weird.
I
You're
already
weird.
don't
You don't know
feel
how to
good, nigga.
fucking
I'm sick of
articulate
shit.
yourself as a man. You're
Like
weird.
I'm
Stop announcing
saying,
your
I,
vibe,
I,
nigga.
I think Ryan's size, with the subtle adjustments, because even still, Dev at
I think he
135, I
give you
think
some
he's going, because
adjustments.
the
You're a
whole
bitch.
conversation is about Dev. But I'm not into Dev business like he can beat everybody. I think that's just not realistic. But I do think the Ryan and Dev fight is a good fight. With Derek James and you setting traps and baits, you baiting Dev to do things. Again, if you can bait Dev into a left hook, you see what I'm saying? We saw Linares do it, and he was able to capitalize off of. And I don't think, again, going into 140 and you still, if
Capitalize,
all
boy.
we
That's a
saying
big
from
word.
Devin is that 35 is that he's really not trying to, like, what's what I'm looking for, like really push the bill. Like he's more so trying to play the outside at the smaller weight classes. And then we get to 140 where guys maybe with the reach and the side. I just think it's a bad style matchup at 140. I think Ryan will have more success with that. I think he could probably stop Devin 140. I mean, we
Yeah,
still got to see what happens at this
I
fight
hope
Saturday.
Ryan thinks
Man,
so.
shut him
Hopefully
up, man.
Ryan
Shut him
thinks
up.
so.
He
We
ain't
know
making no sense,
Ryan
man.
is known for ducking Devin. So
Oh
No,
God,
hopefully,
I
Ryan
think
believe
y'all
that
said it
shit
with
too.
Ryan, but Tank did with Ryan, right? But Dev don't fight like Tank. He not gonna put like he going.
Nobody said nothing about what Tank did. All I said was hopefully the niggas willing to fight him because they could have fought
Why?
like last year
Why?
or 2 years
Why
ago.
would he do that
That's
though?
all I'm saying.
If he don't think Dev
Nigga,
shit,
cause he
why
was
would he
the
worry about it?
mandatory.
But if he
Like,
don't
bro,
think
you
shit of
see,
Dev, if
hey,
he think Dev some
but
shit, then
like,
why would he care?
but see, but this how I know you just talking. He never said that he didn't think Dev was shit. He actually
He's
said he
been just
think Dev
talking.
is the
You're not
best one,
understanding.
bro. He said he
Yeah,
think
I
Devin is
mean,
the best, and that's why he want to fight him last. So
Nah, he's
you
ass, fam.
all
You're
you
right. So
not
if
coming
he
with
don't
all
think
this
he,
bullshit.
if
No,
okay, so that's
look,
even
bro,
better. So that's not what you just said.
but your opinion is
That's
your
not what
opinion.
you
I'm not
just said.
mad
He
at
said
you.
he want to fight
I'm
him
not
last, so that
mad.
means
I'm
140, right?
okay, and I'm not mad at your opinion. You can think Ryan is gonna do it. All I said was hopefully Ryan feels the same way because we already seen Ryan turn down his first and only title shot against against the nigga who you think he'll knock out, and that's cool.
So
Everybody entitled.
that's cool. That's cool. It's opinion. Now, can Dev win a decision against Ryan? That's possible. But Ryan can also knock Dev the fuck out. I said, but subtle changes. If Derrick James implement traps and Ryan baiting guys using his legs, forward, backwards, lateral movement, then yeah, he can knock Dev the fuck out. He damn near 6 feet.
I hope
Yeah,
they fight.
I want to see the fight.
That nigga Ryan, he's not 6 feet, bro. He's like 5'10". He's like actually in that video with him, in that picture with him and Earl, he was a little shorter. Him and Devin like the same size. This is Devin is a consummate professional. He'll make the weight. You feel me? But that shit really, maybe that'll matter. Maybe it won't, bro. Really, is styles make fights, and it's levels to this shit as well. And I want him to fight. Fuck it, might as well fight. Shit, Ryan ain't done. You feel me? He just lost the tank.
It's a reason Ryan Garcia went to train with Derek James, and that's not for the Rolly fight.
No, it's not for no damn Rolly.
I mean, are you
It's
saying
not
it's for
for
Devin?
Rolly,
Are you saying it's for?
Yeah, because I
gotta
think
be for what
Devin's.
come after Rolly.
Yeah, for what comes after Rolly, bro.
I don't see him.
That's basically what I'm saying.
If Ryan don't sign with Showtime and them, I don't see him fighting with Brody, bro. I don't even see how that's possible.
But I ain't gonna
don't
lie,
see
I
that.
thought Joe Goosen was the one. Niggas was saying Joe Goosen was gonna be good for Ryan. Problem not his trainer. The nigga look exactly the same. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Yeah.
His problem is not the trainer. As a matter of fact, I wonder how much y'all think Derek James is gonna change this nigga, bro.
Not much.
That's
Well,
my
I mean,
thing. Like,
How much did he change AJ?
He just hired Derek James, like a couple of days ago.
I
So
think the thing with Ryan Garcia is
we'll
his
see
how
with
much did
time.
Joe Goosen? How much did
Hold
Joe
on, y'all.
Goosen change that nigga though?
Hold
You feel
on,
me?
hold
Like
on.
he had fought 3 fights with that nigga.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Nigga
Go
Ryan
ahead.
look exactly the same.
I think it's a learning curve thing with Ryan because he's not subtle when it comes to him training and the things he needs to do outside the ring. Because in his short career, because he's in the same age with Devin Shakur, he gone on his 3rd trainer, and that's not good for your career. He's already at his 3rd trainer, and it's not like he had trainers that were slouches. Ryan got to look at himself in the mirror as a fighter. You don't go from Canelo's trainer to Joe Goose and now to Derek James, and all of a sudden you're gonna be instant success. I think if him and Devin would fight right now, I think Devin would beat him because Devin is settled in his place as a fighter. He's disciplined. He's focused. He's a legitimate fighter. I just think Ryan Garcia is all over the place. And we got to see how that's going to work out with Derek James. We got to see if Derek James' style that he implements and his style that he teaches and shows his fighters, if this going to work for Ryan Garcia. Because I really can't see what is his style. What is Ryan Garcia's style?
I watched Ryan fight.
The good thing about Ryan being with Derek James is that the fighters that Derek James has around him, like, you know, Canelo and Reynoso, they just had drug cheats around and fighters who weren't really doing shit. So with Derek James, you got Charlo, Spence, AJ, you know what I'm saying? Like motivating you to actually want to be a better fighter. You know what I mean? That's how I see it.
The thing about that too, Errol Spence and Charlo, them are just plain and simple, all around better fighters than Ryan.
I agree. I'm not really looking for Derek James. I don't think anyone should be looking for Derek James to change Ryan, but really, what's the word I'm looking for? Modify him as a fighter. You know, as you said, style. What is Ryan's style? With Reynoso, he was trying to make him into Canelo. You know, I don't really think much of Eddie Reynoso. You know, I think whatever he teaches, it benefits short guys like Canelo, compact guys, loading up on the left foot. That's cool for Canelo. Ryan's damn near 5'10", damn near 6 feet in a sense, right? Speaking figuratively. You know, he needs to be able to use his legs and get his balance. You know, something that I didn't even see with what's his name?
Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, cool. Good God, I don't know how you let this fucking nonsense go on as long as you did. Ryan Garcia, and here's really the thing about Tank fans, right? For real,
just chat shit. I told you.
No, it's not even that. It's like I was saying earlier. A lot of Tank fans are casuals as fuck. And what you can tell, or like what casuals, like, this is not true for all, because there are some real diehard hardcore fans.
You see how he took the shot. Smoke say something towards me. It's facts.
I'm not that.
I'm a casual on some because I think Ryan can adjust as a fighter. That's crazy.
Can I just get through this thing?
He wasn't even speaking.
There's a lot of people, right? There's a lot of people who, because they like knockouts, think that guys who have knockout power are actually good fighters just because they have knockout power.
That's never been what I said.
I'm not done. I am literally not done speaking. I didn't say that that's what you said. I didn't say this is what you said. I'm saying that when you have guys who are as limited as Ryan Garcia, and you put him in with someone who has so many wrinkles as Devin Haney, and you're like, well, yeah, that's a good fight. Then really you're not what? Like, okay. Ryan Garcia,
I'm not saying.
Like, just so we understand, what's happening right now.
Hey, Butch, I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Butch, stop talking to me, Butch. Butch, I don't care what you talk about, bro. I don't understand why you don't get this. I don't understand why you don't get this, bro. Stop directing your shit to me, bro. You act like a faggy, bro. I'm telling you that. Break straight up. Stop talking to me, nigga. What's wrong with you? Ain't no G, bitch. Stop talking to me, bitch ass nigga.
Just so we understand each other. Because I don't really want to keep saying every week.
You can never talk to me like that. I'll punch out your two eyes. You can never talk to me
for real. Every week, every 5 minutes, I have to keep saying the same shit over and over again. Like I don't know if you think I'm Jimmy. I don't know what you think. Just because you feel like you're speaking doesn't mean that you should just derail the entire fucking panel to have back and forwards with each other. We were just talking about what I'm trying to get through is this rudimentary bias-filled picks that is serving as analysis, right? It's like really what you're like. You don't like Devin Haney. You don't think he's very good, and you think all of these mediocre fucking people beat him. That's all you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
Let me finish.
I've never gotten to clear with anything that I'm saying because every time I say something, it's always cut off. That's all I've been trying to say.
So here's the thing. The only reason why we're having this stupid ass fucking conversation is because you're always fucking hating on Devin Haney and putting him in.
I don't have to hate on someone that's good.
I'm not done. I'm literally not done. I've heard you week after week talk about how Gambosa's ain't shit, and then try to tell me about the virtues of Hector Garcia. I'm over this dumb shit.
You said JoJo Diaz. You said JoJo Diaz did more than Hector Garcia.
I'm literally not done.
Yeah, JoJo Diaz has done way more than Hector Garcia. And
at 130,
bro. Like,
okay,
at 130.
At 135 at whatever weight class, nigga, he's done way more in his career. What are you talking about?
He's don't know what he's talking about. He's drunk.
At 130, JoJo beat Tevin, and then he lost his belts on the scale and all that other shit. What are we talking about? So he was forced out of 130.
Look. How many weight divisions has
That was great. That was actually really fucking peaceful. That was fantastic.
JoJo ate himself out of 130.
JoJo beat the shit out of Hector Garcia, bro. Like, no cap.
They about to cap for JoJo, man. Like, I was mad as shit he lost his belt.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, I don't support you guys, man.
But then give credence to Hector
please
Garcia,
stop
bro.
talking while I'm talking. Please. I don't know why I have to keep saying the same shit over and over every week. You guys come every goddamn week and you already know it's not how we fucking rock over here. Chill the fuck out. I'm still talking about the ridiculousness of Ryan Garcia being fucking considered when we see this dude's deficiencies against the likes of Emmanuel to go. And we're supposed to take this fight serious. We're gonna start talking about people who ate themselves out of division. Shakur has eaten himself out of 2 divisions right now.
Do you think Ryan and Dave would be a good fight at 140?
You're talking about JoJo fucking Diaz. I think Ryan Garcia is commercially,
So if Ryan gets a belt, if Ryan grabs and becomes a better fighter, where he needs to be at 140, you don't think him and Dave would be a good fight at 140?
Okay. First off, okay, hold up a second. No, I don't think he would be a good fight. No, I don't think he would be doing all of this. Let me just understand. His feet are so horrible that the only reason for it, the only explanation is he doesn't give a fuck about boxing like that. He's an opportunist. That's why his feet look the way they do, which is why he'll never fucking beat Devin Haney.
Then you can have that stance.
It's not that difficult, bro. Just because you have a fast hand and have knockout power, that doesn't mean that you're going to beat consummate fucking master boxers. Just because you don't like the fact that they're cautious.
Listen,
don't have
you can have. I'm not debating about who's going to win. I let everybody had an idea who they think will win. I think they're going to fight at 140. I think Derek James is going to bring some adjustments because he understands the science more than Eddie Reynoso and shit. You know, sometimes I don't think Eddie Reynoso knows shit about boxing, but yeah, I think Derek James can add some.
Yeah, but he's been with Canelo Alvarez. He's been with Canelo Alvarez since he was.
Canelo don't know shit about boxing.
He's been with Canelo Alvarez. He's beat.
Canelo don't know shit about boxing. Canelo's ass.
How can you say that doesn't make any sense?
I just want to make sure I got this right. Hold on.
Smoke.
Are you also trying to say that Joe Goosen? Are you also trying to say that Joe Goosen doesn't know anything about boxing?
Let me know when.
I wouldn't say Joe Goosen don't know. I was confused by James Jack and Joe, man. I was confused by James Jack and Joe.
Okay, hold up a second.
I didn't understand why if he wasn't all in. Why?
Do you understand that both Reynoso and Joe Goosen have come in at the end of Ryan's boxing career, not at the beginning? He's already going through two of them, and what both of them have said is that this dude is not dedicated to the sport.
But Smoke,
for whatever reason, like Derek James is going to recommit him and then fix these gigantic holes that he's had since he's an amateur and he's done shit about because he's more interested in making ad money. And you think that somehow Derek James is supposed to remake him as a complete fighter who's dedicated to the sport, and now it's going to take the decades it's going to take to fix his bad feet because he hasn't addressed this shit since he was 12 years old. And he first got
I've never said that, right? So that's not what I said, right? I said I'm not expecting.
It's what you should have never brought up Ryan Garcia and fucking Devin Haney.
Right. So I never spoke. I never said stage. That's why I said I don't stage. You see what I'm saying? Somebody got crazy.
The three for me matter when it comes to Ryan. Is he going to be dedicated? Is he going to be disciplined? And will he take to teaching? Evidently, the last two trainers, none of those factors benefited towards him because he didn't take heed to neither three of them. He's not disciplined, he's not that dedicated, and he don't take well to teaching. He don't like to be taught the sport of boxing. Ryan Garcia still have an amateur style of fighting. He's a professional now. That's one of his major flaws. The things that he does in the ring, maybe could have get away with that as an amateur, but he's not getting away with it as a professional.
I
agree. I agree.
Sometimes he's light years behind championship contention, with those feet. He literally needs a confluence of events like Rolly in order to luck his way up into and politic his way into a belt. And he won't hold it for long. Comparing Ryan Garcia to Devin Haney is just more of the same asinine shit that you come up with week after week in order to make Devin Haney seem like he is not one of the best fucking boxers on the planet right now. Because Ryan Garcia is not.
Method, you got Rolly beating Devin too?
Who? I said no. I said nobody mentioned no damn Rolly versus Devin fight. Shit is ass.
Wait, hold up, because we know Devin was trying to fight Rolly and Ryan. So to say these fights out of the realm of possibility is just stupid.
Right, I mean that's not a wild.
Devin was trying to fight Ryan.
Wait. Ryan fight more straight. Ryan got a good
shit. That's what niggas do when you talk shit. Anybody talk shit to Devin, they damn near get in a fight. It ain't like niggas picking on Rolly.
That's not.
Have we seen a significant change in Ryan Garcia's entire career since he and Devin were talking about fighting?
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I was thinking 140 we'll get Devin versus Ryan. I'm hopeful that we will see a better Ryan. I could be wrong. And I think that makes for a great fight of Devin and Ryan. You know, but yeah, back to the original question, I think we may have seen the best of Devin that be at 35. If he has to fight the Matias's and Regis, I don't think he comes out on top.
Right. Do you think that, okay, what makes you think if T.O. is fighting Sandor Martins and McKinson's and now he's fighting Josh Taylor, that like Dev is going to go up and fight fucking Regis and Subriel Matias in his first fights at 140? Like, why?
He's undisputed, bro. Because he's undisputed.
So
it's no way you can. He's undisputed.
Yeah, right. You know who else is undisputed?
That's what
Guess who
comes
was
with the
undisputed
club.
at 140? Guess who was undisputed at 140? Terrence Bud Crawford. Guess did he go up and fight the best guys at 140 at 147 when he moved up, or did he go up and challenge fucking Jeff Horn and then stay and then babysit that fucking belt for 7 title defenses, fighting absolute dog shit over there?
Stop that, man. Stop that. You got to stop. You got to stop
okay,
that.
Hold on. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm trying to say. Instead of going for 6 fights of dog shit, go for like 3 fights of dog shit at top rank, and then get acclimated. Don't just do what the fucking Bud did. Sit there the whole fucking time and then try to accuse other people of ducking you. Don't do that shit. Develop as a fighter.
What type of fights?
And
What
then
type
go
of fights,
and
though,
then
Smoke?
you go into those other fights.
Smoke. What type of fights? Like 3. What type of fights? Like 3 Sandor
I'm talking
Martins?
like you know the winner of the T.O. Barbosa, that type of shit. Maybe even a Zepeda.
That's a bad look, bro.
It's really
I think
not
that's a
seeing
bad
that.
I know you think it's a bad look because
Look,
you don't understand how to proprietary work. Like you think Tank is doing great by fucking fighting Hector Garcia, but Dev needs to fight Super.
The problem y'all,
that's your issue.
The problem that y'all have, right, is that if y'all put
because you don't rate Devin and we do. You want to put Devin in the most ridiculous fucking situations in order to say that if what you guys are saying is true, then that's what he'd be doing. Meanwhile,
I think
you put Tank as the number 1 guy. We ain't doing nothing like that and never had.
Where's Tank gonna fight Subriel Matias? You don't talk about that.
Now watch this. Now, when a person is such as y'all, right? When y'all be like, well, Devin is this, and this.
Well, when the person like
y'all,
says
and then
Tank
y'all will
is
say
this, and
Tank ain't this, and this.
Yes,
I'm
Tank
like, well, so then if we holding Devin to this level, right?
Nigga,
then everything else goes in suit. I'm not gonna. I'm keeping that way, right? So I'm back to what y'all say, and I stay with it. And I'm like, well, yes.
Okay, first
this
off,
guy did this and this guy did this, then it's like, well, what are we talking about?
You're not even doing that because you have never.
I am. I'm subconsciously doing it. Well, not subconsciously. I'm inadvertently. I'm doing it.
This is about Tank. I think we see the best of Tank, and I think like really he should stop screwing around with the with the weak shit at 140, and he should go up and he should be fighting these other dudes, or else the shit that you're talking about Tank is some bullshit, just some fanboy shit. Don't make any sense. You're not saying that. You're like, I would like to see the Tank fight the other shit. I would like to see Tank fight those guys, but you're not like Tank fighting those guys.
What I
you guys
think,
are saying about
Butch.
Tank
I got
is
Tank
bullshit.
beating all these guys. So fuck you talking about?
So we should all just start sitting
With confidence, I say that, bro.
Let's send family on the Tank and tell them to start fighting niggas then. But
what do you have?
Stop hiding behind your promoter.
I sit on mute and let niggas cap, but at a certain point, I gotta interject here. So when Tank comes out and says, "I want to fight Devin and Shakur next," we have all these managers come out of the woodwork and say, "No, you rematching Pitbull Cruz." Oh no, Floyd said T.O. But we not taking the man for his word and pushing him to do that. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you niggas?
Said there's other fights to make than the Tank fight. I don't want to give Tank a payday. You also got stop hiding behind these managers, bro. It's on both sides. Don't try to put it on one man.
Hold up a second.
Hey, fam.
He's his own entity. What you talking about?
And Devin Haney just said, "I just found a home. I love it here."
Okay.
After Bob Aaron said that bullshit.
Right, and where's Tank's home? So like Tank is the only guy that gets a home now. Everybody has to leave their home to
GTD,
fight that.
PBC, bro.
Yeah, Showtime. Not even PBC. Showtime is his home.
Exactly. He's not even signed to
So
BBC.
everybody's got
saying,
homes.
like, Ryan
So
didn't
like,
have to
hold
go
up
to
a
the
second. Hold
BBC
up.
for the
Wait a
fight.
minute. I'm not done. I'm
Y'all
not done
niggas
with my
know
point.
y'all
I'm not done
bullshit,
with my
bro.
point. I'm not done.
Y'all
today.
bullshitting, bro.
Hold up a
Don't try
second.
to act like it's just on this side. It's on y'all side too, bro.
No, hold up. Right now, right now, this dude has got Devin up against Tank's leftovers that didn't do shit in the sport of boxing. Like Dev needs to prove himself through fighting Tank's leftovers.
Who?
That is absolute nonsense. Fucking Ryan Garcia and fucking Rolly Romero. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh no.
Bro, we saying if he smoke, we're saying if he goes up to 140, who would he fight?
How's that the case
If
when
Ryan
niggas say they
Garcia
want to
gets
see
the
Tank
power,
fight
it's most likely
Cambosis?
Ryan, bro.
That'd be a legit win, bro.
Okay, who on this panel said they want to see?
We're not putting him
Hold
up there as
Hold
we're
up a
coming
second.
from a logical point of view, bro.
I need
You
to
so
hear.
you see Devin going up
I
and
need for you to stop
challenging
yelling,
Regis.
Cisco. I need for people to not yell over each other. Just be calm and cool, and I'll get to you. I promise you. I want to ask Phantom, who on this panel have you heard say they need to see Tank fight Cambosis?
Jimmy said it earlier. He said he doesn't know who wins between Tank and
Yes, he said he
Cambosis,
doesn't know
and they
who
got to
wins.
prove it
He
in the
doesn't-
ring.
okay, hold
Okay,
on a second.
so let me finish answering the question. Hold on. So if they fight and Tank knocks him out, what are they gonna say? He fought Devin's leftovers, bro.
Okay, literally somebody was posing the
Facts,
question.
true shit.
Hold up, I'm done with this. Someone asked Jimmy a question. Who do you have winning between those two guys? He didn't just say, I need one Tank to fight them. Somebody asked him a question, which he answered, I don't know, because they didn't fight. The simple, straightforward, simple answer to a straightforward, simple fucking question. You are now making this out to be like people have some demand that Tank needs to prove himself against Campbell. Bullshit.
No, my point is no. Just like what Method was saying, he didn't say he doesn't need to prove himself. He said those fights are gonna happen. That's all he said, bro.
What's first thing gonna happen?
Yeah, we ain't put Devin down. We just saying these fights are likely to happen, bro.
Okay. First off, that's not what he was saying. But even if you were saying they're likely to happen, that's also some dumb shit. Whether or not he needs to fight, like let's just put it to what. Let's just call it for what it is. You are trying to validate fucking Tank's bullshit resume by having Devin fight him. That's why you bring up fucking Rolly and Ryan. That is it. It doesn't make sense in any other context. Rolly doesn't fight at Top Rank. Neither does Ryan. Rolly at least has a belt. And that would be the equivalent if he went up there to fight. If Dev fought Rolly, it would be the equivalent of Bud going up there to fight fucking Jeff Horn. But you fine with Bud doing that shit. But
you got somebody in that face, Smoke.
Yeah, I know. But I know it's my guy Knockout is coming up. You're fine with Bud going up there and picking off the fucking weakest link and holding the fucking belts hostage. But Dev got to prove himself through fucking Tank's bullshit leftovers. Fuck out of here, guys.
Who said that? This is in your head, Smoke. Who the fuck is saying this other than you?
What is in my head right now is the dumb shit that you guys keep talking about and the false. Literally, you tried to make. I asked, is anybody saying that Tank needs to fight Cambosis? And you said, yeah, Jimmy did earlier. No, Jimmy didn't earlier. Detail asked him a question: who would win in this fight? That's it.
Yeah, and you cut everybody off before you can answer. Goddamn, bro.
Cut everybody off. No, there was nobody getting cut off. It was a straightforward question to a straightforward answer, and you mischaracterized the whole thing to make it seem like you're not trying to have Devin being put.
Okay, because you forgot there was a second part to that, though, bro. You forgot. There was a second part because when he asked him, "Do you think Shakur beats Cambosis?" It was an easy answer. He didn't answer for Tank though, so obviously it's a fight he needs to see to prove it to him, right?
Correct, because it was about his opinion. That you asked,
and that's
Jimmy,
all I said.
Hold up a second. You're talking to Jimmy, who also doesn't think very highly of Tank. But
then that's the point. All right.
All he was doing is talking about his own personal opinion and who he thought would win a fight. Nobody was talking about how fucking Tank needs to fight Cambosis. Nobody was saying that.
And if he did fight Cambosis, would that be a legitimate win?
Yes,
it would be his best win at 135.
Okay, would it be Devin Haney's leftovers? Would it be Devin Haney's leftovers? Would it be Devin Haney's leftovers?
Of course it would.
I mean,
and you know
if
what
you
the
want to
difference
say
is?
it like that,
there you
yeah.
go.
You know what the difference is between George Kambosos and fucking Ryan Garcia and fucking Rolly? Do I need to really
And
go into
Isaac
this
Cruz,
detail?
and Isaac Cruz, all them
How
niggas that
about
do all that
how
work.
about this?
nothing.
The reason why,
Yes, there is, man. You're sleeping food.
just straight up,
2023 is nothing.
right now, straight up, if Tank fought Kambosos, that would be his best win at 135. If Devin fought Ryan Garcia and Rolly back to back, there would not be his best wins at 135. They are not analogous.
Simple.
I don't
What
know
don't you
why you
fucking
keep trying to do
understand?
this weirdo false equivalency.
What don't you fucking
like you
understand?
haven't thought this thing through.
Well, I can explain it, but I always get cut off. Okay, so if we're gonna say right now, I want to answer to this: if you have an option for Tank to fight Kambosos or Shakur, who the fuck should he fight?
Shakur, bro. They don't want to say
This
that
time you
shit.
know.
No.
This time
Let
you
them
know
niggas
it's cap,
answer. Well,
man.
what's the answer? What's
This
the answer,
time
bro?
you
I
know
already
it's
told.
cap.
What fight do I want to see more?
You're gonna fight
So
Kambosos.
you do realize that everybody saying Shakur completely undermined your argument earlier when you're saying that people were talking about what they want to see Kambosos. This is where this whole
It doesn't
fucking lie
it
starts.
doesn't
So
undermine my argument at all, bro.
Okay, hold up a second. I'm not done speaking. You're talking about people cutting you off. You are right now trying to pivot away from the fact that you mischaracterized people wanting to see George Kambosos versus Tank. Nobody was calling for this fight. You guys are the one fucking putting Devin Haney against Ryan Garcia. Nobody's talking about this fight. Not Ryan Garcia, not Devin Haney. Not Kambosos wasn't talking about Tank. Tank is not talking about Kambosos. You guys are putting these people together in order to fucking, because you want to act like, because Tank and Shakur haven't done shit, nobody else has done shit.
The only reason we say that,
you
Smoke, is
mischaracterized
if
the
Ryan
whole
gets a belt
conversation,
at
but I'm gonna
140,
move
bro.
on from it, bro.
No, you did
I'm gonna
Phantom.
move on.
You did Phantom.
No, I won't
You
say
didn't understand it.
Shakur ain't done shit.
No,
He didn't
because the
beat
whole
you.
point was this, bro. When the question was asked, the answer was easy when he said Shakur beats Kambosos. But he did not have the same answer for Tank. So I'm saying, well, just logically speaking, obviously that's a fight you need to see to prove who's the better fighter, right or wrong. Like, what are we talking about?
Okay, do you
You
not
still need
understand?
to
So
see
here's
Shakur and
the issue.
Kambosos. What are you
So
talking
here's
about? I
really
don't
the
give a
issue.
fuck
So
about
you
that.
keep talking about these whole things. George Kambosos versus Tank Davis was a fight that he asked his opinion on to make a detail. Asked Jimmy. He asked everybody, but Jimmy answered his way about his own opinion. But Detail was trying to make a larger point. The larger point that Detail was trying to make it was that George Kambosos was not a top 5 lightweight. The reason why he was trying to say George Kambosos was not a top 5 lightweight was because he was saying that you could find people that pick against him. As if, and the reason why he's saying all that shit is because Shakur and Tank have done nothing at fucking 135. So the only way you can actually talk about them being top 5 is by saying it's the eye test.
Is David Morrell a top 5 super middleweight?
Yeah.
Yeah. 100% yes.
Do they have, what does the ring have him right now?
You know who else is also a top 5? You know who else is a top 5 168 pounder?
Who that?
Caleb Plant.
Yeah. David Benavidez.
You know what it is though, Smoke. They don't like Jimmy's answer because they like, oh, Jimmy thinks Shakur served Kambosos and he don't got to see it first, but he don't think Tank will. They don't like that answer, so it's like they got some fake pushback.
I don't even know why anybody. I don't even know why anybody would
It's just
take Jimmy's
characterizing
opinion
the
of
entire
Tank Davis
matchup.
serious,
It's like really, I don't mind. Listen, what I don't like is being disingenuous. Like, stop with the bad faith bullshit. Nobody was sitting here talking about like Tank and fucking Kambosos need to fight. Nobody was pitting those two fucking together. Only Detail was trying to do that because he was trying to make Shakur and Tank look better.
Smoke, can you hear me or no?
Well, if Tank,
okay.
In comparison to Kambosos, I guess. I mean, I don't know. It's
no. In comparison,
like Jimmy,
it was the same thing they're trying to say.
Jimmy don't like Tank. No one should take
exactly.
his
Jimmy
opinion
just
of
don't
Tank
like
Davis
Tank.
serious.
Yeah,
bro.
he's biased, bro.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie.
No one should take his
Jimmy,
opinion of what Tank can and can't do serious, bro.
Yeah, like that was it, and it wasn't even about the conversation we were having. It's really more to the point.
But my thing is, I don't know why at a new weight class.
It's like
Sorry,
asking
Nago.
Jimmy about Earl Spence, bro.
Like,
what's up, Marco? Happy Friday to you, man. Like,
salute to you and everybody on the panel.
Yeah,
if you ask him about Errol Spence, bro, he is going to make you think Errol Spence is the most trash fighter in the welterweight division, bro. You got to know who you're talking to when you're asking these questions, bro.
Yeah, so and also I'm just saying, like, even then, it wasn't about
shit, bro. Yeah.
Wait, where's Jimmy at?
It wasn't even about Jimmy being biased. It was really about the mischaracterization of this whole thing. Nobody's sitting here fucking talking about Devin versus no damn Ryan Garcia in 2023.
Why is that a fight? Why
are
we acting like that's a fight beneath Devin at 140? I don't get that.
Right. I got it. You know why it's a fight beneath Devin? Because Devin is doing way bigger shit than Ryan Garcia and Rolly Romero. That's why. That's why when we talk about like fights, man, I wanted to be on the same page. Everyone's talking about how it was a travesty that Rolly got a belt, and I wanted to be on the same page because with the YTBC, we're all supposed to give our opinions on shit. Man, halfway, I've tried to watch this fight on 4 separate occasions. I can't get through 3 or 4 rounds of that. I don't like watching cans fight.
Which fight, Smoke? Which fight?
Rolly versus this fucking grandpa.
Barroso?
Yeah, it was pretty trash, yeah.
He said, I do not like watching cans.
Listen, like, you guys, like, just because Tank fought him, that don't make him credible. Doesn't mean Devin got to go and do shit with these dudes.
Okay, so he should fight Barbosa then. Like, I don't get how Brian puts on one of the biggest fights below 147 history, and he ain't doing shit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
My nigga, that's
hold up a second. Ryan
this
Garcia.
is what's wrong with you, nigga.
Like, Ryan ain't doing shit. Like, I mean, goddamn.
Ryan Garcia is not on Top Rank.
Right.
Yeah, he was on the zone and still fought on Showtime. So what does that matter?
Yeah, why does that matter, bro?
Yeah, that don't.
Oh, why does it matter? Dude, are you really? Is that really your question?
Yeah, I want to hear it, Smoke.
Oh, okay, cool. Because all of these promotional companies have their own obligations with their own networks. They're not sending their fucking ratings guys over to somebody else's network so they can fill their contracts. They're trying to keep you at their network to fill their own contract.
So keep that same energy when it comes to Tank fighting for a title shot.
I wasn't done. You asked why I'm doing it, and now this is why I'm not done. I'm not done. That is why Top Rank keeps doing this whole fucking bullshit about all these dudes ducking Top Rank fighters, but these Top Rank fighters won't go anywhere.
Whoa. That's facts. So Devin Haney's gonna be behind the Top Rank paywall, can only fight Top Rank fighters. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah. So he might fight the winner between Josh Taylor or Teofimo Lopez.
Hold on. Didn't I hear the reason why?
You can't say that.
Didn't I hear the reason why? But Devin saying Top Rank is his home. We will fuck up the Tank fight. The reason why that is because doesn't Tank have a home? I heard that Boots Ennis, right? Like Boots Ennis was supposed to fight Bud, but like the reason why he didn't fight Bud was because he had a home. All of these dudes have homes.
We don't know why he didn't fight Bud.
All of these dudes have homes.
We don't know why that fight didn't happen.
All we know is that Boots Ennis' team and Bud Crawford's team or BLK Prime talked about a fight. We don't know why the fight didn't happen. We know they talked about one, so we can't put that on Boots. As far as Tank having a home, he declared A side to all these guys. So wherever he at, it don't fucking matter because he the A side. You come see him. Just like you would do with Canelo, just like you got to do with Earl if you're at welterweight, just like you had to do with Manny or Floyd in their heyday. They are the A side, so it don't matter where he at. If you're the B side to him, which everyone from 140 down is, like that's not a debate. That's not a subjective. That is an objective fact. Everyone from 140 down is the clear B side to that man. You make yourself as available as possible.
That is fine. I'm not mad at. I'm not mad at anything you're saying.
You won't make yourself available. You can't call for Tank and want to fight Tank, but sign somewhere else at the same fucking time. It don't.
Of course you can.
Wait. How does that make sense? If Ryan is on the zone and he just made the fight, bro.
Yes, you can. That's incorrect. Yes, you can.
Okay, hold up a second. A side, all A side means is you have leverage in a negotiation. B side always has the leverage to say fuck you.
Yeah, fuck off.
You don't have to. You don't have to jump.
And that would be.
I'm not done. These guys, because the point is, these guys are siloed off into their own organizations and their own deals. Tank is that also. So Tank is sitting there at Showtime, siloed off, saying, if you want to fight me, you got to come to Showtime. great for
I
Tank.
can see that on
That's a great spot.
Showtime, right?
Let me ask all y'all something, bro.
Tank, if you want to
And
go over
I
there,
ain't mean to cut you off, Smoke. Go ahead, my bad. But
no,
I got
you
a
got it.
question for all y'all.
If you're willing to make the sacrifice to go over to fight Tank over there, cool. If you guys, maybe the fight's big enough, you could do a co-promotion like you just did with Ryan, because Ryan didn't go over there; they did a co-promotion. Maybe you can figure that thing out if that is the issue. But if you're trying to make a fight, this whole back and forth thing, nobody is leaving their street because they have business already set up with their own companies in their own broadcasters. Tank ain't doing it. Ryan ain't doing it. Dev ain't doing it. Loma ain't doing it. Nobody's doing it.
But the hit that you are. So
if none of them, so let me. I got that. So if none of them are doing it, why do people want to paint Tank as a duck? That would be something that I would like to hear. But here's the question I wanted to ask y'all though: is it easier to make fights with less promoters and less networks involved, or is it easier to make fights with more networks and more promoters involved? That's a rhetorical question. We all know that the more people involved, we all know this, the more people involved in trying to make a fight, the more difficult that fight is to make. If I know it, and all of y'all up here know it, then that means that Bill Haney and Devin Haney knows it, which means that if you add DHP, GTD, and PBC, Al Heyman, that fight is easier to make than DHP, GTD, PBC, ESPN, Top Rank, Bob Arum, Al Heyman. So if you sign there, knowing that you are putting yourself in a position to where the fight that you claim you want is more difficult to make, how can I, as a fight fan, say that you want that fight at the same time when you are openly signing somewhere where you know it becomes inherently more difficult to make? Floyd and Manny Pacquiao, as an example. Deontay Wilder, Tyson Fury 3, as an example. Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis almost didn't fucking happen, as an example. Terrence Bud Crawford and Earl Spence for 5 fucking years, as an example. How can we not say, yo, Devin, if you want this shit, the best way for it to happen, because we want this shit now, the easiest way to get it is to make sure you have as little people involved as possible in the negotiations, because history has showed us numerous times that it's harder to make a fight when you have more promoters and more networks involved, because ESPN gonna want a piece. Bob Arum for damn sure gonna want his piece. And
Right.
Al Heyman and Bob Arum are gonna, y'all know how they negotiate, bro.
Okay.
So if you want the fight right now, why would you be cool with Devin just signing the Top Rank without trying to see what's up with Al Heyman and Tank Davis on his own without Top Rank involved? I do not understand that. Somebody,
So why don't you spin it
So
right?
I got you. I got you. Let me take a swipe at this. Do you remember? This wasn't that long ago. The DAZN $100 or $120 million deal, depending on who it is you ask, what day of the week it is. But when they offered Deontay Wilder supposedly the AJ fight, and a Dominic Brazil fight for $100 million. You remember that, right? You remember when?
Wasn't on it. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So you remember when they were like, "Oh yeah, so what's AJ getting?" They didn't have AJ under contract. So like, why in the hell would you be signing to DAZN if you don't even have the dude under contract? And furthermore, why do you need to go to DAZN or go to a network to make this fight? Is the fight not big enough? Like, why do I have to? Like, I get that Tank is doing good business, and if you want to fight Tank, and if you feel like you're desperate enough and need to sacrifice to fight Tank, go over there. But if you don't need fucking Al Heyman and you don't need Tank, why in the hell would you be jumping all these fucking hoops just to fucking fight Tank? Tank can jump through hoops. Like, here's the thing about politics, right? The politics of boxing. The sanctioning bodies cut through all this nonsense. Tank has a road. If he wanted to fight Devin Haney the way he said, I only want to fight 2 dudes and get out of here, he could also make sacrifices. This is not just a one-way street of one guy makes sacrifices, one guy gets to hide in his fucking vault and his own exclusivity, but another guy can't be exclusive for his own thing because he's supposed to sacrifice all of his options for fucking Tank?
No.
You know why?
Not
That's a vault full of gold, though, my nigga. He got the door open for you, bro.
That's
on both sides, bro.
Hold on, bro. It's me and Smoke. I'm not saying sacrifice your option, Smoke. I'm saying hey, bro, if you want the fight, this is what you do. And I agree with you. You don't fuck with PBC at all. If they don't put Tank on the paperwork, then he clearly ducked you. Like they ain't he shouldn't. That's all they got over there for him is Tank Davis. Like you go there for one fight because that's the fight you claim you wanted. And if you Devin Haney, you deserve the biggest fucking bag you ever got in your life. I don't want to hear shit about no rehydration clauses. Y'all know I hate them. But just like the onus should be on Tank, hey, bro, when he get done with motherfucking Loma, assuming that he win the fight, you need to make the fight happen. And the way that you do as the A side, you send that motherfucker an offer that he can't refuse because you done did your 1.4 million, you did your $120 million in revenue. You have an opportunity like Canelo to give him a lifetime payday. Give him his 10 million, give him his 8 million, whatever it need to be, whatever that number is, so that y'all can get it cracking. Devin Haney's responsibility is to make the fight as easy as possible to make. Tank send the offer, give him a life-changing payday, give him something that's fair, and Devin Haney, make yourself available. Don't make the fight fucking harder to make. That's what I'm asking, bro.
Right. So here's the thing: harder to make. By you saying don't make it harder to make, that is signed to the PBC. Meanwhile, the fight, whether hard or easy, that's not what Tyson Fury did. He went to the PBC for the first time and felt like he got jobbed. So he went to Top Rank so he didn't get jobs in his fights. So he's not just going over to their golden boy and letting his services for the glory of fucking Tank Davis. Like, I get it that everyone, like, it feels like you need to do all this shit for Tank. But meanwhile, Tank don't have to do a motherfucking thing. Cool.
I mean, that's
Tank doesn't have to do anything
all the time, bro. Look at what people have to do for Canelo, for Floyd, for man.
I got it.
For Oscar, bro, for Oscar De La Hoya.
Right, and you know what happened? And look at Boo Boo Andre. Look at him right now.
Yeah,
like, everybody got the Oscar. Like people went over. Like remember, everyone. Like all the middleweights needed to go to the zone because the zone had all the middleweights. And if you want to go get a middleweight fight, Charlo, you're assed out. You need to be at the zone. Meanwhile,
I hear you,
none of those dudes. Let me just get through. None of those dudes fought each other. All of them fought Canelo, with the exception of Andre. Like moving over to fucking. All we need is a fight.
Yes,
the
and
fight.
The best way. And the best way
the fight that needs to happen. But what we also need is for both guys to feel like they are in a position where they want to be for the fight. We don't need to see one guy with a hand tied behind his back, catch weights, rehydration clauses, come to my side of the street, or you ducking. None of that shit. I would understand it. I would totally understand it if Tank didn't have a path to Devin Haney, regardless of his fucking TV deal. But he's hiding behind
that path is more difficult. This is what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Wait. No.
This is what I'm saying to y'all, bro.
Go ahead.
This is what I'm saying to y'all, bro. If we all want the fight like we claim to want, we should want it to be as easy to make. And I think that what I'm saying is the easiest way to get the fight, number one. Number two, everything you said about rehydration clauses, you know I agree with you. You know 100% I fucking agree with that. So that's not that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, of course you don't do a Demetrius Andrade. You make sure Tank name is on the motherfucker. Why else would he go over there? So I agree with that too. But the part that I'm really stuck on is that if you want this shit, how do you make all these sacrifices for fucking Cambosos, bro? You're willing to sign your life away to the point to where you are now saying shit like Top Rank is your home just to keep your ass from getting robbed. But you can't go see Tank for one fight? You can't go, you do that shit for Bob. A motherfucker told you openly, bro. Openly. If you would have signed us, you would have been got the fight. Motherfucker tried to sabotage your
So don't Tank want the fight. So don't Tank want the fight.
Sabotage your fucking career.
Right, so
don't it's suspect on Devin's side.
Hold on. Y'all done talking in circles, man. Let me know.
Everybody shut.
If Tank want the fight.
Please,
Nah, look,
yeah,
knockout, bro.
Rich,
knockout, bro.
Rich, hold on, Rich. Knockout was not done. Let him land his plane, and then I would like to fucking rebut, and then you guys can have it. And
y'all niggas land that goddamn plane, man. God damn, shit.
Exactly.
I got it, bro. All I'm saying is they both have responsibilities. Tank as the A side, you send the fucking offer, bro. You said you wanted to fight the winner of Devin and Loma next. They fight fucking tomorrow. You the A side, you send that motherfucking offer. You try to get that shit cracking like you said you would. Whatever Calvin Ford talking about, Leonard Ellerbe talking about, Floyd Mayweather talking about, you run the show now. You go get that shit because that's what you need to do. Devin Haney has a responsibility. Devin Haney has a responsibility too, though. He can't just live life like he ain't been talking shit about Tank too. His responsibility is make the fight as easy as possible to make. Make it fucking clear. And the easiest way to get the fight, y'all know this shit, bro. Y'all know that this is true. The easiest way to get the fight is if Devin Haney ain't tied behind no other fucking entity that want to make the shit harder to make. Like these fucking promoters, whether it's Golden Boy DAZN, Matchroom DAZN, Top Rank ESPN, fucking PBC, and fucking Al Heyman, the more of them that are involved, y'all, I'm telling y'all right now, you can be okay with Devin going to Top Rank if you want to. If he goes to Top Rank, y'all, you're not getting the fight, bro. You're not getting the fight. Just know that shit, bro. You're not going to get this fight that you.
Why you said Tank? You said Tank's his old man. That don't make sense. You said Tank's his old man. That don't make sense.
So here's the thing. So I think at this point we need to just talk about one thing: how these guys actually don't need each other.
Thank God,
anything that they do will be it'll be either for money or for the sport or just for some other kind of altruistic thing. It's either straight for fucking money or it's for some altruistic thing.
All right, so what I want to say is,
right?
We understand that they don't need each other. Fuck up and stop talking trash, bro.
Let me ask.
Hold on a second. You know that they both are talking trash.
Let me ask Knockout a question though, right? Because as far as I'm concerned, I thought Tank Davis was the.
Come on, man. You gonna say some dumb shit. All right, so fuck all that, Rich. You gonna say some dumb shit. Hold on, Rich, because you gonna say some dumb shit. You gonna say some dumb shit, man. Y'all talking to Clippers, bro.
Method, bro. Your IQ is too low. Be quiet.
All right, so hey, watch this, nigga. I'm gonna help you out, right? Who the golden child? Watch this. Who the golden child of Top Rank? Shakur, right? Who the golden child there on Showtime? Tank, right? And if we look on the zone, the zone go to what's going on. Hold
on. You interrupted Rich to go down this rabbit hole.
Anderson don't know what he's talking about. This
everybody just
pick one.
Everyone
you gotta pick one.
Stop sipping on that Thunderbird, man. You're talking your bullshit, man. Shut up.
Let Rich finish what he's gonna say, and then Method, the floor is yours.
All right. So Knockout, bro. You asked brought up about the easiest way for the fight to be made, but wouldn't the easiest way for the fight to be made will be nobody leaving their promotion at all, and the WBA doing what they said they was gonna do in order to mandatory, or Tank Davis being the mandatory, saying I want to mandate this fight, or else I want his belt. He either gotta fight me, or else he gotta give me his belt. Ain't that the easiest way?
No, not in my opinion. I don't think so.
Because
here's why though.
Go ahead.
It could be Rich if they mandate the shit and they say we mandating it. Tank Davis, since he's the more revenue, whatever you want to say, the A side, whatever, we mandating it. But in this rare occasion, we're gonna give Tank Davis 70-30 or 60-40 or 6, whatever the number is. It will make the shit hard to fucking make. If they mandate that shit and say Devin Haney is the champion, we're going to give him 60-40. Then you know Al Heyman and them going to have a huge fucking problem with that. So it could be the easier way, bro. It could be the easier way. It just depends on when they order that motherfucker, what do they do with the splits. If they order that shit in a split that's favorable to Tank Davis and Devin done already said he willing to be the B-side and shit, then yeah, that could be a way to make the fight easier to happen. But if they order that shit based on their rules, bro, then that's gonna make the shit more difficult to happen. Because Devin can tell us that he gonna take the B side all he want to, but when they smart, bro, if they get ordered to fight Tank and they got that leverage a fucking 65-35 in their favor, that shit gonna be hard to negotiate them off that motherfucker. They're gonna say, shit, we'll just wait 30 days and let it go to purse bid, bro.
Right.
Hey, yeah, but that's not a problem though. Wouldn't it go in the purse bid be easiest for everybody? Nobody has to leave their obligations and shit like that. And it's fair game. Whoever you feel me?
Nah,
whoever bid the most, what's the name? Like, how is that not?
Because Tank and his team are gonna have a problem.
So Tank and them not having that.
No,
so they really don't want to fight.
The first splits don't change, Rich. It still be 65-35 of the bid. That's the problem.
But ain't that?
They would have
ain't that what
at this point with Tank Davis and the $120 million that they just did in revenue, bro. They will not take a lesser split against anybody, bro. They don't give a fuck who it is. I'm telling you that shit right now.
Here's the thing.
Hey, hold on, wait. Let me hold on, Smoke. Hold on, because I have been waiting. Let me just say this. But I ain't gonna lie. That 1 million, don't Ryan got a lot to do with that because he just said.
Man.
I mean, to me, some people trying to say that. To me, I'm just gonna tell y'all, to the victor goes the spoils, and Ryan Garcia sold exactly 0 pay-per-views before fighting Tank. And he got his ass knocked out. So Floyd Mayweather, like, ain't nobody, when Canelo and Caleb Plant fought, Caleb Plant was slapping motherfuckers, trying to slap them, talking shit at the press conference. Who they get at 850,000 pay-per-views credit to? They gave that shit to Canelo. Because Caleb Plant ain't never did shit, and Canelo was the clear A side. So we ain't finna do that shit with Tank. Ryan ain't never sold shit before Tank, just like Caleb Plant ain't never sold shit before Canelo. So Tank Davis get that credit, bro. Unless we gonna give all Canelo's good dance partners like Caleb Plant, or like Triple G, unless we're gonna get him the credit for him and shit, then I'm not trying to hear that shit. All that credit go to Tank because he got the knockout. He was the A side. He was breaking records before Ryan, and that's just what it is, bro. That's how I see the shit.
Right. So I just want to say a couple of things. First off, they've capitulated that they are the B side, the Haney's to Tank. So like the idea of them trying to get the lion's share because they have belts, like not only is that not what the Haney's position is, but that's not even what the rules state. There's a standard split, but you can always appeal that standard split based on the actual fighters themselves market share. So you're not gonna get like Floyd Mayweather having to take fucking 20% against whatever Zab Judah. Like that's just not. It's not how the thing. It's not how it plays out. It's like it's a standard guideline. You're supposed to get this thing, but it's the same way Sean Porter got more money, and it's also the way that Tyson Fury actually got more money than Dylan White, because I think the standard split was supposed to be 70-30 or something, and he got like 80-20 of them just because their reported purses were so the gap was so big. They do make concessions for the actual marketability of the fighters. It's not just we set a state and you got to go with it. And not only that, like I said, the Haney's are not even trying to press we get the lion's share, or even it's 50-50.
From what I see, again, I'm not sure if Dev is going to stay with Top Rank League. I'm not sure what his actions will be. I mean, we just got to wait to see after Saturday, the turnout. If Dev wins, what he's going to do. Is he going to stay at 35? Is he going to move up? That's yet to be seen. But what I do know, again, when it comes to Showtime at 135 and 135 the division, right, Tank is the guy over there on Showtime. So if Dev wants to do business with Tank 9 times out of 10, they're going to go in that direction. But if he stays with Top Rank, I mean, like I said again, the golden child over that motherfucker is Shakur Stevenson, bro. And then if he wants to go to Matchroom again, you got the other golden child over that motherfucker, Ryan Garcia, and other guys, Eddie Hearn, them guys, and Oscar got lined up over there. That's the facts. But fans get to talking about, well, yeah, he's going to be over there with Top Rank. If you're going to be over there with Top Rank, you're going to have to do what Bob is asking, which is fight the Shakurs, the Keyshaws, possibly a Josh Taylor, but 9 times out of 10 the Barbosa, them guys. But if you're talking about a Tank fight, I mean, it sounds good talking about the mandatory. Nah, bro, they trying to make sure the guys can, whatever they want to do to make the money, a pay-per-view event, if they go to a purse bid, we don't know who the fuck going to win this shit, what's going to happen. All that shit is imaginary bullshit. So they want to make a fight, but Devin wants to make a fight with Tank, or taking a Devin fight, no matter what belts, no belts.
It's a way to, like, here's the thing, and this is the issue that I'm having with PBC. in general with these like fights that people want, but like they're like leveraging their A side to the point that we're not getting these fights. There's a certain point with this A side shit, I don't care about it. Like they can care about it all they want, and that's fine. I understand that Tank doesn't need Devin. I also understand that Devin doesn't need Tank. Both of these dudes can go to the Hall of Fame and make generational wealth, never fighting each other. This is something that boxing fans want to see. And then if they can make a business, if they make business sense, cool. They both seem to want to fight each other, but they both seem to have bigger issues other than fighting each other on their minds.
But that's what I'm saying, right? I'm cool if Tank and Dev don't fight next, right? What bygones be bygones. There's still other fights to be made. If you're going to stay at top rank, and if you still want to stay at 35, it's the names right there, right? It's that one other name, Shakur Stevenson, right? If you want to move up, go to 140, it's whatever is going to happen at top rank. The Josh Taylor TO winner, or if you want to probably pull Regis into a fight with Matt Trim, it's whatever, right? Because like Eddie Hearn was saying something about when Dev drops his belts, your value changes at 140, right? You see what I'm saying? It's debatable, but it changes. You see what I'm saying? So it's all up in the air. If you stay in the 35, you're going to do what Bob wants with Shakur and Dev.
So there's a couple of misconceptions, or maybe there's assumptions. Maybe you might be right, but there's some assumptions there that I don't know that the proof is there, right? So according to Bob, the fighters decide, and he is hoping that the in-house fights are more attractive for Devin Haney. But it seems like he personally doesn't care about the Tank fight. But if Dev wants the Tank fight, then he is going to try to make the Tank fight. That's just the first part of this whole thing. The other part of it is just a macro view. Like if we all fans, you just take a step back and be objective about it. The platform that is actually best suited for the transition from broadcasting to streaming is fucking Top Rank and ESPN. ESPN is the best platform for boxing. This period. Like they have more viewers. Their fights have more views. They have their ESPN Plus app is already up and running. It's not this like Paramount Plus thing. It's not a subscription service. They're in 80 million homes, not 27. Like Top Rank. So ESPN is uniquely situated for the boxing moment right now. The only thing about not fighting to Top Rank is literally Tank Davis.
So all right? So I disagree, right? With the I don't care if they do a catch weight. I don't really give a fuck. You see what I'm saying? It come with the territory, right? I understand that. If Dev and Tank are going to fight, it's going to come with the catch weight and or the rehydration clause, one or the other, or whatever, right? I'm cool with it. If they're going to do a co-promotion, and they're going to do that, and 9 times out of 10, you're going to give and take for them to even make that fight. If it's going to be to a point where it's like, I'm not going to do what you say, or I'm not going to do what you see what I'm saying? If it's tit for tat, it's not going to happen. They just want to move on until it comes. You see what I'm saying? But I agree if they want to do a co-promotion, that's dope. You get more eyes with ESPN, you're getting the Showtime eyes and all the media platforms. You see what I'm saying? But when it becomes tit for tat, like you're gonna have to give something for the Gervonta Davis side, and then the some side for Dev that he's gonna win as well.
Yeah, that's it. Let's see. Here's the thing: like them talking shit back and forth, like calling each other out. That's cool, right? I'm down for all that. But if both guys are just gonna sit on their porches and throw stones in the street, I'm not about to pick sides about that shit. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, well, and this is the thing about like the Bud and Spence fight. This goes right back to that. Everyone feels like because we want to fight, that means guys need to sacrifice their own interests at the altar of somebody else's proposed A side.
No, I mean when Devin steps in the ring, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna sacrifice himself to the greatness of Gervonta Davis anyway. So just making concessions in the pre-fight negotiations, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility in some circumstances. You know what I mean?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to step on your thing. But
no, I was done.
Okay, cool. So I don't think it's about giving up concessions. That's what is going to happen. The issue is whether or not he needs to sign to fucking PBC to get a Tank fight. Like, first off, all of this shit, this is this is literally what Al Heyman was trying to supposedly trying to get rid of in boxing. Like, guys can't get fights unless they sign to a fucking organization. What his whole deal was, he's supposed to be putting on a production company, and he had other promoters. And your fighters, you figure that shit out. You're the fighter. You can press that shit. All Al is supposed to be doing is advising people and setting up TV dates and live sport events. That's what he's supposed to be doing. Not
Do you
like,
think the zone?
not doing the same old shit the mob did. Not doing the same old shit the mob did. Not doing the same old shit Golden Boy did, where you have to, oh, well, if you want this fight, well, you're gonna have to come over here to get this fight. Like, man, okay, cool. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it if that is a suggestion. But if it's a deal breaker, how is PBC different than anybody else out here doing the same dumb shit?
Well, do you think the zone, as the zone becoming a player in boxing, do you think that they have altered maybe the vision of PBC?
I think PBC is wisely navigating the entire landscape with all of the players, because that's how they rock. That's not my issue. My issue is because we want fights, we now are putting pressure on dudes to like what is it? To go against their own self-interest. Right, like I get from the finances, right? Like, I totally understand from a financial standpoint, Errol Spence has sold more than Bud. I also understand that every fight has its own economy. So just because Tank, for instance, has done like 5 or 6 pay-per-views that reportedly does 200,000, what the fuck does that have to do with what happens when he fights Ryan? Nothing. Because that fight is going to break records. And the reason why it's going to break records is because Ryan is in it. Not just Tank, right? If Tank wants to fight Pitbull Cruz for another 200,000, cool. If you want to fight Ryan, then that is a different thing. Now you got cross promotions and all this other stuff. And that's, to me, that is understanding that every fight has its own economy, not just, Tank's the A side, so break your contract or don't sign or go against your long-term or short-term goals in order to have a one-off on another platform that don't, so you don't have any kind of support from anywhere. You're just the opposition going over there to like make that organization look good and hopefully upset the apple cart with all of with the entire deck stacked against you.
Duplicitous doublespeak.
No, it's not duplicitous doublespeak. This is literally what we saw with Tyson Fury.
Because it was, I was a slave. I had to sign the top rank to get the Cambosis fight, and now this nigga can't sign the PBC to fight Tank for a bunch of fucking money. Like, what the fuck, bro?
I'm just saying, in the aftermath of Fury versus Wilder, you heard all of this screams of robbery, right? All of this, like, he outboxed me, masterclass. All he did is get dropped. It was a 10-2, just got dropped twice. All this fuck, the only rounds Wilder won is rounds he dropped him in. That's what the chorus was for a bunch of boxing fans. And then once you got Top Rank involved, and it was like a Vegas, and now it's on an equal playing field. It's a co-promotion. Same shit didn't go down.
What the fuck does that have to do with us? All right.
Okay, I'm trying to tell you. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Devin Haney, like, Tank can be cool and comfy and cozy in the lazy lap of luxury, knocking out fucking statues and people that run at him, so his little short arm ass don't have to figure out how to fucking close the distance and cut off the ring against somebody that can actually maintain distance, have the ability to do that shit. He can keep doing that for a ton of fucking money. More power to him. He said that he wants 2 guys and he wants to fucking retire. Shakur and Devin. Dev says he wants to fight Tank. Great. So now that's how close we are. The very next thing is who has to give up more? Maybe neither one of them should have to give up anything in order to fucking have this fight. Maybe that's the way.
That's the part I don't understand. What exactly is Devin giving up? What is he giving up to make a
Well,
fight out
right
of?
now, apparently, he feels like Top Rank is his home. So what he would be giving up is the same thing he would be giving up, leaving his home to go to a place that I guess would be not his home to fight the Homer.
Well, he can
But
fight
Bob
though.
already said that he has no problem working with Al Heyman, and that's the fight that could be
Correct.
potentially
That's why
made.
I
So
don't
what's the
understand
issue?
why. Correct. That's why I don't understand. I get it might be harder to make. Maybe the numbers don't make sense for both networks. That could be an obstacle. But I feel like that is the kind of obstacle that fights like this should get around. I don't think that like it's easier just to say that it's easier for Dev to go over to Tank. Like that means Dev is now about to get a fair shake when he goes over there.
No,
What do you
I mean
mean?
we have
Fair shake?
empirical evidence that these kind of fights do get around those kind of stipulations because Tank and Ryan just fucking happened.
Yeah,
Stone.
Tank and
On
Ryan
its
did
face.
just
That's
happen.
my
After
point. Correct.
after one failed negotiation,
just
then
saying,
they
but he's saying-
negotiated again and it almost fell through again. It took years. If y'all are cool with this, just be cool being able to break down, predict the fight, talk about who wins in 2026 round this motherfucker, because that's when you're gonna get the fight.
Right. And for me, first off, I have always maintained that Tank is going to be fighting Dev around when he's 30 or 32 years old. And it's probably going to be at 147. That's been my stance for years at this point, right? That's just what I think about this sport. Then the way that they are talking about it and how this guy got to do that and this guy got to do this in order to get the fight, and nobody's talking about what they have to do. Everything that they have to do is, that's way too inconvenient. That's like fucking up my plans. I got plans that include the likes of Pitbull Cruz rematches.
Do you think if Devin stayed at Showtime,
And Devin is talking about he's talking about T.O. and email champs. Both of these dudes, and Shakur is just he's saying whatever he needs to say to get a fight. That dude, whatever. He's doing what he got to do. He got to stay fucking chirping. But for real, Shakur needs both of those guys, or else his run at 135 and his career might be mediocre if without those two guys. Those two dudes don't need each other.
Well,
They're doing just fine without each other.
I mean, if excuse me, if Devin move up, drop all the belts, I mean, Shakur still got Top Rank, still got some guys he can find a way, make good fights with, right? I mean, because again, if Dev don't fight Tank, and it's what is it? It's the Cambosis and Lomachenko fight if he wins, right? And then the Linares, and I mean that's about it. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think none of them really have had the like this I can't think of the word, like it's fantastic or like nothing has been like like I can't even think of the word for it. No one has done nothing just way over the top, unless a Roy Jones or you see what I'm saying. Nothing just like that. You see what I'm saying? So I mean,
do you see what Canelo's doing?
Devin
you see how
about to
Canelo is
get this
signing
W.
short-term contracts?
Devin will be way over the top if he get this W tomorrow.
I think it depends on performance. I think performance also plays a part. He also needs a performance that matches.
Nah, he gets his flowers if he beats Loma.
Loma nice,
he gets
bro.
his flowers, yeah.
And especially Devin he up against it. It took him 2 times to make weight. They structured this whole deal just to fuck that young man over in this moment right here. That's what that whole deal was structured for. If he somehow is able to come out on top, which I have him losing tomorrow, but if he's able to come out on top, bro, that's gonna say something, dog.
Hey, wait, it took who 2 times to make weight?
Devin.
Who said that?
Lomachenko.
Nah,
Yeah,
I seen that on ES News, but that's what Bill said about that nigga.
I mean, if you think Loma's a liar,
we gotta see
Bill
it.
also said Lomachenko didn't go to the war.
Loma's a liar. I
if
totally
you think either Loma lying or it took him 2 times.
No,
to
I
make
think
weight.
I think Loma's a fucking liar. Totally.
Okay.
Do you know what Loma said? You know what Loma said?
Bill also said Loma didn't go to the war.
Yeah, no, he said the war's still going on. Why that nigga come home? That's what he said. Y'all niggas be out here crying.
So okay, hold up a second. Lomachenko just said in his mind he's undefeated.
Hey, Canelo said the same shit.
I mean,
right?
he said he don't feel like he lost.
Yeah, no. Canelo also said he never fight Triple G. He never fight
Yeah.
Triple G again. Guess what we
Yeah, I
got?
got
A
you.
trilogy. These
I
dudes are
got you,
fucking
bro.
lies. Yes. When you ask me, do I think is he lying? When he said Devin Haney has more pressure on him because he has the belts than he has on himself. When he said this fight is the culmination of his entire career in boxing, yeah, the dude's a lie.
I mean, Dave do seem a little.
I mean,
He ain't never
I
been in no
ain't gonna. He
situation like
walked
that
in
at
the
all,
car,
though.
the
You
way
can kind of tell.
I
his
watched the
pop
reports.
was, bro. It looked like he struggled a little bit. That's all. I mean, I hope
He
I'm
always struggled.
wrong, but you know, we'll see tomorrow. We'll see if it matters
But
tomorrow.
look,
Shit, it's too late now at this point.
Loma English is bad. I seen the post that you talking about. Ellie had posted the shit, and I guess he said something about 2-3 times. But then I seen another video. I forgot who. It might have been Ellie. Shit, I think Bill had said that Loma had to jump on the scale a couple of times. But when Mike Coppinger did the reporter, Michael Benson, one of them niggas, they didn't mention nobody having to jump on the scale more than once, and I don't see why they wouldn't say no shit like that. You feel me?
Yeah, I got you. I mean, shit. I don't think they both made weight. We got to fight, so it is
They
what
need
it
to
is.
end that shit. I don't know why they didn't have that shit live.
I just hate that with the betting public and us as fight fans that are paying for the fight, we deserve to see how they look on the scale for real, not some ceremonial bullshit in a couple of hours. Because people want to put their money on shit, and you might change your mind at the last minute, and that's a big part of the weigh-ins. To be able to do that shit secretly so we can't see how the fighters look, that's some bullshit.
What's the ceremonial shit?
The ceremonial shit is at 6 o'clock. They weighed in for real this morning, dog.
See,
so the ceremony is what? Like they just gonna come out and
just weigh in, and they gonna say they gonna weigh in.
They're just gonna step on the scale.
And they gonna announce the weights that they weighed in at this morning, bro. So that when Devin Haney hit the scale,
what you saying, Knockout? They're gonna do like Tank and Ryan.
I think it's just previously recorded, bro. They recorded the shit, but they didn't post it live.
They didn't record it. They weighed in a hotel. They weighed in a hotel and like in the same hotel. Like, but they're going to wait. They're going to put a scale on the stage. Media is going to be there. Fans are going to be there, and they're going to weigh in again, and they're going to announce the shit that they already reported. So them reports where you saw Devin Haney 134.9 and Lomachenko 135 even, when they hit that motherfucker, they're going to say the exact same weights that they weighed in this morning, but they ain't weighing that shit right now. I'm 100% sure.
Yeah, it's a facade, bro. It's just a show.
Sure, bro. That's some. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, that's some bullshit. I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to see niggas on the scale.
Bro,
hey, Rich, you might think I'm wrong about some shit, and I think you're wrong about some shit, but I'm 100% sure on this one, dog.
I thought they just pre-recorded it and they wanted to drop the shit on some other shit.
No, that's official weight,
bro.
But here's my thing, Knockout.
No. I know the weight.
I could understand the situation with Tank and Ryan because they had that clause in there, so they did 2 separate weigh-ins, huh?
Yeah.
Yes,
sir. Don't make no sense, honest to God.
But this situation is not like that. There's no clause involved. I don't know, man.
No, so what he's saying is there's 2 separate things.
Yeah. It's asked for by a team. So when they do this shit, part of negotiations, somebody can be like, "Hey, I want to do. I don't want people seeing me weigh in and shit like that." And then I'm not. Again, this speculation, but I think everybody up here is smart. Y'all got common sense. Which team I think is the one that don't want people to see them on the scales cutting all that weight? Y'all do what y'all want with that information.
The one with the full belts.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So,
but I ain't gonna lie though, like. Holy shit! Hey,
your boy on some. That's some funny shit, Rich, man.
Hey, yeah.
What's going on, Rich,
so
man?
y'all saying that nigga Devin like insecure about the Skeletor jokes and shit?
Yes,
man.
bro.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
He don't like that shit.
Hey, that'd be some funny
y'all
shit. I doubt it, bro.
About me, I'm the A side. Do this shit in private.
Here's the thing that doesn't make a lot of sense to it, right? Like the only person who would be gaining or losing confidence based on how he looked on the scale would be Loma. Like what the betting public has going on is like kind of secondary, and Loma's there for it, so he can see him. So like, really, what is this an exercise in? Like I don't know.
I mean,
I don't think Loma give a fuck.
For me, Smoke, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Loma cares,
bro,
regardless.
You can tell if
Loma don't give a shit.
Cut too much weight and they weight drain, bro, and you see that shit on the scale, it can affect your bet, bro. That shit.
I'm not saying that, bro. Yeah, I'm saying it would affect the
fuck
bet,
around and benefit from the odds being lower.
Yeah, but that's just part of the betting cycle. Like, why would you omit that thing? Even the rumor is part that affects your bet. So
yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree with that. I just find it funny that Camboso's fight, public weigh in. Camboso's first fight, public weigh-in. Jojo Diaz, public weigh-in. But now for this one,
all the fights,
we got
public weigh-in.
You know what I mean?
Every
Now for this one, we got to weigh in the morning, then get some fake shit at 6 p.m. Come on, bro.
Wait, hold on. Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
What
how
happened?
do you know that that's how they doing it? Are you sure that
No,
they
bro,
didn't?
that's how they're doing it, bro.
They do this shit all the time, Rich.
Wait, when did they tell y'all that? Like, when the
this
fuck?
Is nothing new. First, like,
Bro, when they held the weigh-ins.
Private weigh-ins do happen sometimes in boxing. Depending on the fighter, somebody, if you A-side, you can ask for that shit. Then the shit be ceremonial once you hit the scales at night, bro. But they are going. Listen to me. I am predicting. I'm telling you, you're gonna hear when they weigh in tonight. You're gonna hear Devin Haney 134.9. He gonna look big than the motherfucker because he really weighed 134.9 this morning, dog. You gonna hear Lomachenko 135 even because that's what he weighed in this morning, bro. But they gonna get on that scale. They gonna strip down and shit, and you gonna be looking at that motherfucker. If you didn't know what I was telling you, you gonna think it's the real weigh-in, bro. That shit been happening about 5-6 hours ago, dog.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I know
That's kind of a common thing in boxing. That's not like this is not some like it's not what he's saying isn't weird. It's kind of like commonplace. But
so when was the last fight that they had a ceremonial weigh-in, like any fight?
Khalid it ain't gonna be in a Devin Tate fight.
Man, they do that shit all the time, bro. Like it's not even.
Yeah, hey, Rich, your boy, go ahead and take that dehydration clause and that catch weight and go ahead and fight Tank, man. I ain't trying nothing, man.
So y'all saying that happened for this fight? Is that what's going on? That happened?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro, that's what happened.
That's
okay.
It already happened, bro.
News already has the clips.
Well, that's what I was trying to clarify.
That's why they already know because it already happened, bro. But if you go to Top Rank's YouTube page, you will see that the weigh-in is scheduled for 6 p.m. tonight for everybody to see.
Yep.
That's weigh-in, bro. Come on, man. It's already happened.
So people are saying that duck is a crime. Like this is Detail, not people. Detail says that duck is a crime in boxing. What's the penalty?
You gotta ask Rich. Your boy ducking Tank, man.
First off, who's enforcing the law and what's the penalty?
I don't know, man. We got any Terrence Crawford fans on the panel? Let's ask them.
Hey, but Detail who?
Hey, hold up. Hey, hold on. Hey, that don't even exist. That don't even exist. That don't even exist. But you can't even put duck and bud in the same conversation.
The penalty is delusion, bro.
It's way too many niggas that went to sleep to be ducking.
Hold up a second. Can I say? I just have a question. If Bud is ducking because he signed with Top Rank, how is Tank not ducking when he signed with Showtime?
Because Bud Crawford is nobody's A side. When you the A side, you can do what you want. Your responsibility is to send the offer. Like Canelo, it don't matter where he signs because since he can go anywhere he wants, he can get anybody to fight him that he wants. Then you have to fight who we're asking you to. If you don't, then we call you out for it. Tank Davis is now in that position. It don't matter where you at. ESPN want to fuck with you. The Zone would love to fuck with you. If you go to Sky Sports, they'll fuck with you. Your responsibility isn't to sign somewhere. Your responsibility is to send the offer for the fight that we want to see you fight.
Correct.
So and another thing, you did Undisputed before, bro. You had no problems with doing Undisputed at one weight class, but now at this weight class, you don't want to give the next man an Undisputed chance, or you don't want the Undisputed chance. It's kind of suspect,
been negotiating
bro.
for
that's not the issue. Right? I'm just trying to find out. I'm just really trying to figure out when guys get to hide behind their networks and it's okay, and when it's not. Apparently, it's their market share. That's when it happens. Like when they get to make money, then they can say, "I'm hiding behind my shit."
No, you don't hide behind it.
You get to like literally put themselves in the vault.
Y'all gotta name some names, man. Y'all name the names. Who y'all talking?
I'll give you some names.
Tank and Spence.
Yeah, I mean, we can. Right now, we're talking about like Dev re-signing, but we also have heard same thing down about Bud. We've also heard the same thing about Charlo when he didn't sign to the Zone, right? We've heard this whole thing about how if you want fights, you got to come over here to get the fights, and if you don't come over here to get the fights, that means you're ducking.
Well,
But
nobody with
Charlo has
common
seen
sense will
Canelo.
say
Charlo has
Charlo
tried to send Canelo
with the
Alvarez
zone shit makes
offers
sense.
before.
That's
I told you about fucking Deontay Wilder in the zone.
well, the zone didn't even give
They
Andre
wouldn't
a
put
fight with
Anthony Joshua's
nobody
name
in
on
the
the
zone.
fucking paperwork, bro.
No, I'm just saying that's what the whole deal was. If you don't go to the zone to fight AJ, that means you're a duck.
I mean,
whatever
them
business you got
motherfuckers is-
going over here, Showtime. Yeah, we understand you guys, but pay-per-views and all kind of Foxes now involved and all this shit. We don't give a
If
shit about that.
if the zone would have sent Deontay Wilder an offer with AJ for sure on that motherfucker and not try to make him have to fight multiple fights, then yeah, Wilder would be a duck, bro. Because AJ was that dude at the time, bro.
Yeah, but the zone wasn't that place.
Only fights I seen the zone make with Danny Jacobs and what's the dude name? I ain't seen no other shit. They only been making
I got a question though, right? Because my phone had cut off when I asked it the first time. So we know that Tank has done like 250K without Ryan as the most, and the least I seen was 61K. So how much credit do we give Ryan for selling that pay-per-view?
Zero.
I got a better question for you, Rich. What's the pay-per-view numbers going to be for Saturday, Rich?
We give him 50-50.
What's the pay-per-view numbers going to be for Saturday, Rich?
Answer the question.
Are you buying the fight yet tomorrow, Rich? Are you buying the fight?
You know I'm buying that shit. If I bought Rolly versus Tank, you know I'm buying this shit. Yeah,
What do you think the pay-per-view numbers are going to be, Rich?
I'm asking a serious question though. Like I'm kind of like, why you not answering the question, my nigga?
I'll answer that question.
No. But
I'll answer that question for you if you can tell me what the pay-per-view numbers will be for Devin and Lomachenko.
So you want me to play Aristotle or something?
Guys, I know that we all know each other. We've been chopping it up forever. But can we just, for the sake of my own sanity, can I hear what a person is trying to say and then cut in? Rich, what were you saying? And then Method, can you respond afterwards?
Because I seen the Hector Garcia number. Somebody said it did 61K. That's about right. Hector Garcia, that was a shitty fight. But and we know the most was about 1.2, somewhere between 1.2 and 1.4. I think I seen somebody say like 900K, but I'm gonna say 1.2. How much credit does that go to Ryan? Because before that 1.2 number, he had did like 250K as his highest. So I'm like, if 250K was the highest, and then with the Ryan fight, which was a good fight that motherfuckers wanted to see, how much credence of that goes to Tank being the face or something like that, or fans wanting to pay for good dope? You know what I mean?
To give you a great example, right? Floyd and Canelo, bro. Canelo never in his life ever did 2.2 ever against 64 Floyd, bro. It go to Tank, bro.
It all goes to Tank.
Wait, so the 1.2 goes to Tank?
All of it.
To the victim goes to spoils, bro.
Wait. Hold on, let me say something though. How could we say it all goes to Tank if his highest shit was literally a quarter of that before?
I just gave you the perfect example. Floyd and Canelo, right?
Not you, Mayweather. I mean, not you, Method. You just said some stupid shit. Knockout. What was you gonna say? How does it all go to Tank?
Because, bro, when you are going into the situation as the A side and you win, boxing has always given you those flowers, or that is your credit. I didn't hear anyone, Rich, and this is my logic, right? No, listen to me. I didn't hear any Canelo fans. None of them. I heard none of them say, "Yo, Canelo did them numbers with Caleb Plant because Plant was a good fucking dance partner. Caleb Plant really sold that motherfucking fight." No, Canelo
has already sold more than 700K. He had already sold more than that.
And guess what? Caleb Plant going into that fight had sold zero. So even though he sold it, even though he was popping his shit and he was the one that everybody was talking about because of the press conference, because Canelo can halfway talk English, Caleb Plant sold the shit out that fight. But when Canelo whooped his ass and put a pause on him, guess what? I didn't hear Cass, because I know he's rocking with Canelo and he just can't wait to disagree with me. I didn't hear any Canelo fans say, you know what? Canelo did those numbers. He broke that record at the live gate. He did all that shit because he had a great dance partner in Caleb Plant. Didn't hear one of them say that shit. So when it comes to Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia before him sold absolutely nothing. So I'm not giving him no fucking credit. That credit goes
No,
to
Ryan
Lomachenko.
I
Garcia
ain't gonna
is his
lie.
own
I ain't
Does not
entity.
his
hey,
ass
so
out.
Ryan Garcia is his
knockout.
own
So knockout,
entity.
right? Let's say
Hey,
Tank
Rich,
Davis.
and the best part about it that
Marcus got an echo.
now
Nah,
that's
that
but
ain't Marcus. That's
that's
Cass, bro.
Cassidy. But the best part about it is the victor goes to the
Cass,
victor
you gotta go on mute
unless you're
on.
Devin Haney.
Say it again, Marcus.
I said the best part about it is to the victor goes the spoils unless you're Devin Haney fighting in Australia.
Man,
Yeah, bro.
get the fuck out of here.
That's how that fall apart real quick. You know what I mean? But I just like messing with you on that one.
Hell no. Look at all
So
that.
right, so it is
All that
so
shit.
some fights they're all just like I said, they all have their own economy, right? Sometimes you can because Canelo, like Rich was pointing out, has a track record of doing those numbers and more. It is more plausible. And then Caleb Plant had no record of doing anything. That's plausible. The issue about Ryan Garcia is that there's evidence of his own popularity outside of the Tank fight. Is it pay-per-view popularity? No, it is not. But there is a that fight was greater than the sum of its parts, right? When it came to Caleb Plant and Canelo Alvarez, one of the marketing, the way they marketed that fight and one of the allures of that fight was the historic nature of it, being the first undisputed at 168 pounds. But it was also the historic nature of Canelo separating himself from, his other guys because he was going for undisputed. So it had all those hallmarks on it. All Ryan and Tank fought for was money. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't
And bragging,
anything
right?
else online. It was just two popular guys that were never that popular separate, against anybody else. They never generated those kinds of numbers. And everyone knew that when those two guys came together, that was going to generate a whole bunch of money.
Tank did have a track record though. Before breaking that record that he just broke in Las Vegas for a live gate, he broke the Barclays Center live gate record and he broke the live gate record in DC as well. So he was breaking records and on his way to that trajectory as well. The thing about Ryan Garcia, that popularity, it never translated into ticket sales or anything like that. So to like, if I'm gonna give somebody credit, it ain't gonna be Ryan Garcia. I'll get a credit to the promotion. I'll get a credit to Showtime. I'll give him credit for promoting it very well. And making people want to see. I ain't giving his ass no credit though.
Yeah. So for me, it's about the fight, not necessarily the thing, right? So there is when I think of, you said Floyd and Canelo, right? But there's also Floyd and Oscar. There's even not even a really big fight that's sold. Floyd and Arturo Gatti, his first one.
Well,
No one
the
is
Floyd
just
and Canelo, right, is similar.
People do say that Floyd did those numbers as if he did them by himself. But I think everyone understood in those fights, he was the B-side because those other guys were more popular.
Well, with the Canelo fight, Canelo had never been on pay-per-view at that time. No pay-per-view, no nothing, right? And when he fought, it did 2.2. Floyd went on to do other 4.4, 4.5 million buys.
I'm just saying, like,
Canelo was doing 300K buys.
You take Floyd's three biggest fights, right? Nobody is saying that it's just because of Floyd. And any of those fights,
That's true.
Manny Pacquiao or Conor McGregor. Nobody says
but those guys had sold something without Floyd. They were literally the A side to everyone else, and Oscar was even A side to him. But Manny was the A side to everyone else and had already sold millions of pay-per-views before fighting Floyd. So he gets to get that credit because he had built up the fact that he could sell on his own and he was a big star on his own. Same with Conor McGregor. He was the man over at UFC, selling out shit like they had never seen before fighting Floyd. So that's why they get credit with him. I'd be damned if a motherfucker who barely did $2 million at a live gate is his best at his home fucking town and never sold a pay-per-view is about to get credit for what Tank Davis did when he was breaking records before that person. Sorry, bro.
Hold up a second. Just so we understand, breaking records is no great shakes when you're in fucking DC metro area. Like that's not what record was it? Like,
well, then why didn't Lamont Peterson do it and all the other fighters from that
because
area?
because Lamont Peterson has never been a draw. That's the whole point. Like the record you're beating is Lamont Peterson's or some shit like that.
I got you. I mean, y'all can listen. Everybody do their own. Give Ryan credit if y'all want to. I ain't giving him no credit. I
mean, I'm not. Listen, I'm not. So I'm just.
like,
You know, I'm just
it's
delving
cool.
into
Do
the
what
whole.
you want. I ain't giving him no credit. He got his ass knocked out, and he lost.
I mean, yeah,
If he
that's the
wanted,
result.
if he wanted credit, he could have. He had an opportunity in the ring to snatch that shit from Tank Davis by knocking his ass out. And guess what? I'd be saying, Ryan sold that motherfucker. And then guess what? Beat his ass again in the rematch because he wanted a rematch clause. And then now you the man. He had an opportunity to do that shit in the ring. He didn't do it. I'm not having no sympathy on him. Shit, go do your thing. You got your ass whooped. Tank Davis get the motherfucking spoils. If Devin Haney beat Loma ass tomorrow night, guess who sold them motherfucking pay-per-view? Guess who numbers them is? Them gonna be Devin's motherfucking
No, that
numbers.
don't make sense. That doesn't make any sense.
I
That don't
understand
make
the
sense. That
methodology. So,
doesn't
but
make no
I'm just
sense.
saying that there's
That doesn't make no sense.
there's just clear ways. Like everybody thinks that Ugas brought the numbers in the Pacquiao.
That doesn't make no sense.
Right? Like no
Come
one
on.
thinks that Ugas brought the numbers in the Errol Spence fight.
Or the Pacquiao fight. Come on, man. Don't be silly.
It's just kind of like there's the guys don't have following, and then some guys do. Some guys have a following, but they can never, even with their following, they need a person who can capture the fight public's imagination. I mean, I'm not sure.
I got y'all, bro. Hey, I just, you know, if we want to give credit to people that ain't never did shit, and you know, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, that's why they were saying.
mad.
I mean, when they were
mad.
saying that Calvin Ford. Okay, so when Calvin Ford was going in there and saying, you know, everybody's gonna get paid in the Ryan fight, he understood that Ryan hadn't done shit. They understood that Ryan had only done that $2 million at the gate, and he had done no pay-per-views, and they still were looking at that as the most lucrative fight.
It wasn't because of Ryan, though. It was because Tank haters probably felt like they thought they finally had seen somebody that they thought could beat him.
Incorrect.
It was about wanting.
Incorrect. Ryan Garcia's got.
It was about wanting. It was about wanting.
Speaking with experience.
9.4 million. He's got
Hold
9.4
up,
million.
let him finish his thing.
He's got millions.
I know
millions.
You guys get triggered. You guys should really listen on
How can
me.
you say that?
Cass, but all of those followers, why didn't he do anything before Tank Davis? Why didn't any of those?
We don't know what his
why
pay-per-view
did it take
pay-per-view numbers would have been.
Tank Davis for him to finally be on pay-per-view? Why did it take Tank Davis for him to finally do a good live gate? Why couldn't he at least do what Tank was doing against Hector? Why couldn't he at least do what Tank was doing against Isak Pitbull Cruz by himself when he was fighting fucking to go? By himself when he was fighting Javier Fortuna.
I think there's something to be said now. We need to talk about the track record because otherwise it doesn't really make sense. Like Ryan Garcia at 24, why doesn't he have the track record of Tank does at 28?
Exactly.
It just takes a while to bring it up. Like Tank at 24 was not as popular as Ryan was.
He wasn't even on pay-per-view.
Come on, knockout, man.
He wasn't even on pay-per-view at 24.
Yeah, come on, knockout, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, like it's just
Ryan
Tank definitely built up his market share. He did. It's not even that. Like if I was to give one person credit, I guess if you needed to give one person credit, you would give it to Tank, right? But I don't think that you need to, though. I think you can. I think you can acknowledge that for
you to not give no credit to Ryan Garcia at all. That's ridiculous, knockout, man. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think we can talk about how some fights are greater than the sum of its parts.
I feel
right, and it seems like Ryan Garcia versus Tank is that.
When you lose, I don't give a fuck. Like if Devin Haney beat Loma ass, I'm not gonna be man. Devin and Loma, man. Loma sold that shit, man. He did good numbers. He did. No, I'm gonna be like Devin. So Devin is the man around this motherfucker. If Loma win, I'm gonna be like them Loma numbers, bro. I don't this loser shit. Like losers, like the fact that you lose and I'm supposed to give you credit. Nah, fuck that, bro. You lost. I don't give a fuck. I don't care nothing about that shit, man. He lost. What's the point of Tank winning if he don't get to get all the shit that come with winning? What come with winning is supposed to be the popularity.
So what the fuck if going by your methodology, going by your methodology,
all that shit,
what the fuck's Errol Spence complaining about then? Going by your methodology, what the hell is Errol Spence? What are they all complaining about then? If the numbers don't matter and it's whoever wins, it's their numbers. What are they complaining about? The A side.
What are you talking about?
You said it doesn't. You said you're going to get the numbers to whoever wins. That's what you said, right?
Yes, 100%.
Exactly. So what is it? So if that's the case, why are people complaining about A side, this side? What that's what I'm saying by your methodology.
Because your man, you talking about Earl and Bud? Is that what you're talking to me about?
I'm just using that for an example. Because your man don't want to take that. Because your man don't want to take that chance to become the man, bro.
Like, what do you like? What do you want me to do with that? Like, I don't understand what
your
you're
guy
saying.
hasn't fought yet. Your guy still hasn't fought yet.
He's had an offer for over a fucking year now. For a
It
year,
wasn't
bro.
correct.
They've been negotiating
in his
for
opinion,
a fucking year, and we still ain't got.
In his opinion, it wasn't
He don't
right. In
want
his
it, bro.
opinion, it wasn't good enough. In his opinion, it wasn't good enough.
His opinion should matter to me. The dude that lies and contradicts himself all the time.
Earl's done that also. Earl's done that also. Knockout. Earl's done that also. Knockout.
Okay.
When you publicly disembarrass him, when you publicly,
if you want to have this
disembarrass him,
conversation, we can have it. But I'm sure Smoke don't want us to go there. So
when
I'm
you
good.
I'm
not growing about what you guys saying, because I still didn't even get my point off about that pay-per-view shit. I feel like, bro, at the end of the day, I think it got to do with the quality of work, bro. Like, I think what Ryan and Tank proved is that, because Tank already proved that he's not going to do more than 300K with bums. You feel me? He has never done more than 300K with a bum. 250 at. So it's like what Ryan and Tank proved, if you give the customers good dope, they will come and they'll pay for that shit, bro. Like, that's what I think.
I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. Ryan Garcia does not represent the best fight that Tank's had in his career.
But it most definitely represents in the pay-per-view. In the pay-per-view, what's the name? It most definitely
that's what I'm saying. But you call those other guys bums. Like, how the fuck is Isaac Cruz a bum, but Ryan Garcia is the goods? Because
because Ryan got a better win than Isaac Cruz by far.
He can't talk English.
He's not a bum, but he ain't a bum, but he got a better win than that nigga.
So he couldn't sell shit. You know what I mean?
Actually, Ryan got two better wins than Isaac Cruz.
He 5 foot nothing. Can't talk no English. Look like the bad guy. What's his name? Bebop and Rocksteady. Look like the bad guy from the Ninja Turtles and shit. Like he ain't selling shit. Wasn't nobody checking for him, bro. Like,
I hear you. I'm just talking about quality of opposition, not like marketability. And because
nobody, like between Tank, Devin, and Shakur, ain't nobody fought a really good quality opposition. Devin is about to do it tomorrow night. I am down.
Okay, so again, I gotta push back on that shit too. Like,
that's crazy.
Here's the thing. Kambosos has done something that neither Shakur or Devin Haney. Well, actually, Shakur did.
Nah, Shakur been lineal.
No, he faced the unified champion. No, but my issue was facing a pound for pound guy and a unified champion, an undefeated unified guy, right? An undefeated unified pound for pound guy. That's on Kambosos' resume. That's not on Shakur's resume. That's not on Tank's resume.
I hear you. You overreacting to one good night, bro.
No, I'm not overreacting to one good night. I'm saying those other guys don't have it.
Can't do that.
You overreacting. He's not good. That man ain't
They haven't done it. They haven't done it. But they haven't done it.
Hector Garcia credit for beating Chris
They haven't done it. They haven't done it.
Hector Garcia credit for beating Chris Colbert.
None of them have done what Kambosos did.
Credit for beating a pound for pound.
Hold up a second.
No one done what Kambosos did. It's as simple as that. They
right.
haven't done it.
So here's the thing. I am waiting. The reason why that one night is trumping theirs because they don't have that one night yet.
They don't have it.
Now you can talk about who's going to win a fight and all that other shit, but if you want to talk about like who's done something in the ring.
Well, I
get what y'all saying, bro, but I don't think
it's a
like
fact.
that. Like my logic don't work. Like I hear what y'all saying. Yes, George Kambosos has done something that neither Tank Davis or Shakur Stevenson has done, but neither of you will pick him to beat either one of them. Point one. Point two, Rolly Romero has also done something that Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis have never done. He done went up and won a real motherfucking belt at 140 pounds. Just because you done did some shit that other people ain't done, don't make you better than them,
That's
bro.
the worst example.
No, hold up a second. No,
That doesn't deteriorate away from the fact.
Winning a belt at 140 pounds. Winning a belt at 140 pounds is not better than winning a belt at 126 or better than winning a belt at 130. That's just he did what they did. Like what Rolly did
that someone else hasn't done.
Okay, hold up.
Better? Like, no, bro, that's not.
Okay, but hold up. But the fact that it happened at 140 pounds, the thing that Rolly did is catch up to what those guys had already done. Rolly just got a first belt. Tank has 3 of them shits at 130. The Shakur has 1 at 126 and 2 of them shits or 3 of them shits at 130. Like he has already done that whole belt thing. So they're all in an even playing field. What separates Kambosos from those guys is the level of opposition that he faced to get his belt. That guy, like what Kambosos did was face the guy who cleaned up, who beat the guy, the head of the division. He shown that he was the best dude. That is not true for anybody Tank's ever fought.
Man,
I understand 100% what y'all are saying to me, and rock out with it, bro. I get it. Like if beating Teofimo because Teofimo beat Lomachenko made Kambosos the best of y'all, then rock out with it, bro. I have a different opinion. I don't think beating Teofimo showed me that you better than Tank. I don't think being Teofimo showed me that you were better than Haney. That's why Haney whooped your ass the way that he did, bro. Like,
that wasn't the point, though, bro.
Those are two different metrics.
Missing the point.
But the fact is, that doesn't make them better than him. That doesn't make them better than him.
When y'all look at Kambosos, if
Kambosos
was to fight Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson, or Devin Haney again, or if Loma got that fight, y'all all know y'all be picking them other fighters.
But that was never his point. So what are you saying?
That's not the point, though.
The
point isn't that Kambosos isn't better. That's not the point.
Victory,
right?
Like,
so the issue we're conflating two different things.
Yes, it is a great victory. It's a better victory than anyone has at 135. It's a great victory. Yes, it's a great victory.
Right. So
Isak Cruz, it's a better victory than Rolly. It's a better victory.
If we're using the accolades to try to prove that who is the best in the division, that would be the fallacy, right? We're not doing that, right? All we're talking about is the difference between having done something in the division and not having done something in the division. That doesn't make you the best in the division just because you did something. Unless that thing you did
also don't make you a better win. Like, you don't get just because you did something that Shakur and Tank haven't done, that don't make you some great win when we all can look at the matchup and see that Devin Haney was leagues above him, bro. Kambosos ain't shit, bro. Like, let's stop trying to act like he good.
Nah. Y'all niggas be way too quick to say Kambosos not shit, but argue on behalf of Hector Garcia.
That's the issue. The issue is the comparison. The comparison is what Kambosos has done to what Tank's opposition has done. Because fucking Gamboa has done jack shit at 35. He's been there forever. Never won a fucking title there. Nunez has done shit at 135. How can we say Hector Garcia hasn't done anything? So, like, while you're denigrating Kambosos and saying, like, we don't pick him to win fights, he actually went in there and did something in the ring.
He went in the ring and done it.
So this
y'all keep saying he went in the ring and done. All right. So the problem I have, right, is that y'all gotta pick which leg y'all gonna stand on, right? Y'all gotta pick the leg that Tio ducked Dev, and that Kambosos had got his mandatory shot, and he showed up and got the titles, and that's a different conversation. Right? He showed up, he won it, but even still, the nigga wasn't shit. I think if you ain't gonna be real, I think if you can't be real,
making sense.
I think if we're gonna be real, hold on. If we're gonna be a bad, if we're gonna
let Method finish his point.
Yeah, we're gonna be a bad, right? It's like we gotta pick what level we want to stand. Most people thought that Tio should have fought Dab because that should have been the fight, right? But because Tio and Kambosos wanted to, backdoor Barber, go on trilling the fuck they won, dude. That's what happened. Tio Kambosos wound up getting the win. It still don't make Kambosos this top guy, bro. Because I still didn't see that. We just don't see that from him.
What the fuck are you meant to do to be the top guy? What the fuck are you meant to
do? Consistency.
I just got one question. Why did Tank Davis fight Hector Garcia?
Why? It don't make sense. What does he? It doesn't make sense. Why?
Why
did Tank Davis fight Hector Garcia? As a tune-up for Ryan Garcia.
It's not a tune-up. It's not a tune-up. That's what I'm saying. That don't make sense.
Now we talking
He fought an undefeated former Olympian world champion as a fucking tune-up.
What I don't understand is how
don't try to make it seem like Hector Garcia is anything. That nigga's a tune-up.
Hector Garcia had no chance of winning that fight.
Can you please tell me? Just a quick question. How does Hector Garcia prepare you for Ryan
Garcia, bro?
And hold on.
No,
These points is falling
you
apart.
They got
can
the
take
same
a
last
tune
name.
up.
That's out. That's
You
out.
can
They
take
got
a
the
tune
same
up.
last name.
Let me answer the question, bro, because it's like I got you. You can take a tune up to get a similar look, or you can also take a tune up just to stay active and stay sharp. He was a stay active and stay sharp tune up, just to make sure that you are still in shape,
So he
just to
had no
make sure
chance of
that you
winning that
stay
fight.
in
Is that what you're
camp.
saying, knockout? He
He
had
was
no
a
chance of
tune
winning
up.
that fight.
Okay,
Say
and then
what?
Rolly.
Made the fans believe that it was a 50-50 fight. Made the fans believe,
Who made
yeah,
the
Tank's
fans
doing
believe
something.
that
Yeah,
shit?
that's what I'm saying. It's bullshit.
Who made?
Bullshit.
Hold on. Who made the fans believe that shit?
Oh,
Who believed that was a 50-50
What do you
fight?
mean him? What do you
put a
mean? They
gun to the
counting fraud.
fans. They put a
Counting fraud
gun
in
to
Tank
the
Davis. They
fans'
said that
head and
he's a
say,
Yeah,
believe
he's a
this shit,
credible
all
opponent.
man.
He's a tough opponent.
didn't
This is
Devin
what he's
Haney
talking about. That's what he's saying.
Devin
I'm
Haney
asking, man.
act like
knockout though.
Camboso was a tough competitor
Hey, knockout
both
though, bro.
times?
This is my
Didn't
thing,
they act
right?
like
This
hold
my
on,
thing.
hold on?
If
Don't
we
they do that all the
go
time?
ahead.
Don't they do that? Like, what's different in this scenario? Don't they act like fights are close all the time? But then when the fighters get up close, they start calling each other trash and act like they ain't shit. It's called selling the fight, bro. But nobody up here thought it was a 50-50 fight. I would hope nobody thought it, because I had him fucking Hector up from the very beginning because I knew what he
From
would
the
do to
jump.
him. Like just
Yeah,
like I had Devin Haney,
said a lot of
just
shit.
like we all had, just like we all thought that Camboso's only way was to fucking rob Devin, because we knew that the fight wasn't fucking close. It's the same fucking thing, y'all. It's the same thing, bro. Y'all trying to make this shit different and act like somebody trying to shit on Camboso's. No, just like
You are shitting
motherfucking
on
Hector Luis
Camboso.
Yeah, you're
Garcia.
taking away.
Just like
I'm
Hector
sitting
Luis
on
Garcia,
Nah,
Cambosos.
but
He ain't
look,
shit.
Ryan
look. This
Garcia,
We
is
know
my
Mario
thing,
Camboso
dog.
don't shit
Barrios.
on anything.
He
I
ain't
know
shit,
Tank
but he's got a
Davis.
better win. He's got
Where
a
you
better
from?
win.
Hold on,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
Hold
but he's
on,
got a
hold
better
I
up,
win.
bro.
get
Hold on,
your
Like,
hold
point,
on,
what are
right?
we
hold
talking
on,
about,
bro.
bro?
Hold
What are we
on, bro.
talking about?
What are you talking about? What the
Just
fuck
like
are you
Niggas
talking about?
long-winded as fuck,
just
man.
like fucking Hector Luis Garcia, Ryan
The,
Garcia, Isak Pitbull Cruz, Mario Barrios, just like they were not on Tank Davis level, and we knew what would happen to him. It's the same way that George Kambosos was not on fucking Devin's level, and we knew what would happen to him. Quit trying to put sauce on
No,
the
no,
shit,
no, no,
man.
no, no, no,
All
no,
right,
no,
so
no. The
y'all,
odds
Kambosos
makers
did not
had
do
them
y'all
that.
fights.
not doing it.
Nah,
Y'all not doing
y'all
none of
hold
tripping,
this,
up,
bro,
man.
because the
incorrect,
odds makers
incorrect,
had them fights real
incorrect.
close, bro.
Hold up,
Like,
Now we moving the
hold up,
goalposts.
hold
We
up,
moving the
hold up,
goalposts.
hold up. We still are talking past each other. Nobody is saying that Cambosis, him being Tio, proved that he was the best at 135. What we're saying is you can't say that he didn't do anything at 135. It's easy to say that Tank didn't do anything at 135 because the
That's
guys that
correct.
he's fighting at 135 have done jack shit at 135.
It's impossible for you.
Cambosis
It's
has
Well,
at
impossible for you
least
to
I've
change.
heard
done
other
something.
people say that when Cambosis beat Tio, he became the consensus number one. I've heard people say that.
That's
Okay,
fine.
cool. Yeah, that's
That's fine.
cool.
no,
When
Listen,
Tio,
because
yeah,
he
that's cool. When
was.
Tio
When
won
you
the belt, some
unified
people saying it
champion,
was
you beat the
okay, hold
lineal
on a second.
champion, you are consensus
when
Oh,
number
Tio
one.
won
hold
the
up a
belt,
second.
people saying
Okay,
some
hold up a
people
second.
saying it was
Hold
undisputed. It
up
wasn't
a second. Let me
undisputed. It's the same
just so
thing.
we understand. Just so we understand each other, right? Right now we have Tyson Fury and Usyk, right? Usyk has had 3 fucking fights in the division, and people say that he's the number 2 guy because he
4.
beat the number 3 guy, right? But either the number 3 and number 4 guy fought. The number 4 guy won, but he never fought the number 2 guy. But he's the number 2 guy because belts. Like this idea about like where a person is ranked. Like it was an objective fact that Kambosos was ranked as one of the top 5 guys at lightweight. That is just an objective fact, right? After the Tio fight. But before that, just as a result of him fighting Tio, that right there is better than everything that any fucking Tank Davis opponent has done. You might make an argument for Leo Santa Cruz beating Carl Frampton or Abner Mara. I don't know.
And that's the
But at
point.
135, none of his opposition has done
None,
shit at
none,
135.
zero, zero.
Yeah,
that's
What
the
don't you,
point.
what
I
don't you
Like
definitely
y'all
understand?
agree
niggas
with
would
that.
talk.
What don't you
Hold on,
what don't you
wait. Hold
understand?
on,
But
Lil
my
Wayne. I'm gonna
Devin
let you go,
Haney has
Fenna.
a
But
better
that's the
resume than
point though.
Tank
Like,
Davis at 135.
What
Like
don't you
Tank
understand?
Davis has
nah, but
7
look,
fights at 135. Devin Haney
Hey,
has 3.
man, just
Yes,
get
he
cut
has a
off. I
better
had to go on
resume than
mute.
Tank at 135. But if you look at their entire resumes, because Tank fought in other divisions, I mean, we can have that conversation. But right now, at 135, bro, I'm not arguing that. Devin Haney has a better resume than Tank Davis
No, we're
at
talking about
135.
Kambosos. We're actually
Yes.
talking about Kambosos.
nah,
We ain't
but
talking
talking about Devin
Yeah, we
Haney.
talking about Kambosos
Yeah, we
versus
talking about
all the other
Kambosos right now.
opponents that look. This is where y'all niggas kill yourself. Y'all say Kambosos not shit, but it's
He
like,
not.
wait, Kambosos be the pound for pound fighter, and he was lineal and a unified champion. That's way more to be said than
Big
any
two.
of
I
these
mean,
niggas
big
that take.
champions get there.
That,
Hey,
oh yeah,
salute
yeah,
to
and
the
he beat.
panel.
It's simple as
Hold
that.
on,
What
wait.
don't
Let
you
me.
understand? What don't you
Wait. I'm
understand?
trying to
What don't
finish.
you get?
But that's way more than we can say about any of the niggas that not only didn't take for, but anybody else at 135 except for maybe Lomachenko. You feel me?
But you have
So
to.
it's like
But
that's
you
when
have
y'all
to.
put y'all foot in your mouth. Y'all can't
You
Yeah,
see,
discredit
Rich.
you
So
come
you
with
Camboso.
this.
ask
What that
Wait,
was
questions.
wait,
Questions
one
that
night.
you
Let me
put in
say
your
this.
mouth,
Let me
bro.
say this. Y'all
Oh,
can't
Go ahead.
say
Just say it.
Camboso's not shit. You cannot say
It's
Camboso's
impossible.
not
I
shit without
can,
saying
bro.
them other niggas. Without saying them other niggas is not dog shit. If
Dog
Listen
Camboso's
though,
shit.
not
bro.
shit, then them other niggas is fucking
Dog shit. They're even worse.
baby
Listen though,
shit.
bro.
They're
hey,
even
Feel
hey,
worse.
me?
You
Dog
know why
shit.
hey,
you
Even
you know
hey,
why
worse.
you're qualifying,
say
bro?
Tay
When you
just
say
knocked out one of the
other niggas,
four
Hey, yo,
kings,
bro,
bro. What are
Cambosos
you
One
not
of the
shit
four
talking
either,
about?
nothing.
bro.
One of the
Chill,
four
bro.
nothing.
you
What
keep
king
No,
are
no,
talking
you
to
no.
me
talking
Cambosos
about
about?
not shit either, bro.
135. Those
Ryan,
Niggas
niggas
Ryan
don't
ain't.
being a
even know what
And
they
king
what
talking
Okay,
about.
Cambosos
is a
knows
hold
joke.
on a
on is
second.
at 135.
King what, man? King what? Since
Devin
Exactly.
when?
That
Haney has
fight did
been at
not take place at
135
King
his
what? King
entire
Ryan.
where?
135 pounds.
career, bro. His
Hey,
King
entire
Ryan.
hey,
career.
salute to the panel. Salute to Smoke for letting me in.
Yeah, what's up,
Can I
Victor?
Salute.
chime in?
Before Victor, and I appreciate you for bullying your way in, but I gotta welcome my guy Phil, and I'm glad you did because Phil will be like respectful and wait and all this other shit. I want to make sure I get Phil in here, my brother. I want to get his thoughts on there, and then I want to get you in there, Victor. And yeah, did I just lose Phil? Phil, you there?
Nah, I'm here, boss. You know, I just
Okay.
let y'all do y'all thing, man. You know, mute and when it rotate to me, you know, I talk my shit. That's about all.
Yeah. Like, come in, give your thoughts, and then get in where you fit in afterwards. The
Yeah,
floor is
nah, man. I
the floor
think
is yours.
Kambosos is a good fighter, man. You know, I think he went in and he proved himself against T.O. obviously, right? And I think T.O. is also a good fighter. The thing about it is, nobody really knew how that fight would turn out between Kambosos and Devin, that first fight, right? Because at that particular time, somebody got bad somebody got bad background
Yeah,
feed.
if you're not Phil Walker, just put yourself on mute. Go ahead.
Okay. Hold
It's
on, let me
Victor.
back up.
It's Victor.
How we doing? Yeah. All right, yeah, we good. So what I was saying was yeah, when Devin fought against Kambosos, man, nobody really knew how that fight was going to turn out because obviously, not necessarily per se a triangle theory, but I don't think um Devin had fought anybody that's a quality opponent, such as like a Tiafimo, right? So they had that fight pretty close when he went down there in Australia to fight the guy. Obviously, Devin was head over heels over the guy after we seen the fight, and we kind of all knew what was going to happen during the rematch.
Is that my shit that cut out or did bro cut out?
Nah, I'm still here.
It was you, Rich.
Oh,
Okay,
my
yeah.
bad.
So obviously we knew how it was gonna go down with the rematch. We knew Kambosos didn't stand a chance against Devin. But I mean, nevertheless, I still think Kambosos is a good fighter. Unified champion. You can't take any of those things away from him. You know, it's the thing about when you start to talk about like belts and skill level and stuff like that. Because the guy with the belts isn't always necessarily the best guy. You understand what I'm saying? Like for example, I think Tank is one of the best guys in the division. You know, he don't have any straps, right? At 35. So my opinions about that, man, is just kind of one of those things to where you just gotta kind of wait and see. These guys need to fight one another. Do I think Kambosos is a top 5 135 pounder? Potentially. We need to see what he's going to do after his loss against Devin, right? So obviously we know Devin is one of the main guys. We know Tank is one of the main guys, right? Shakur is still new in the division, right? We think he's going to be good, but you need to get in there. You need to get your elbows dirty a little bit, prove yourself within the division. You say that you're ready. I personally think he's ready, but you know, I need to see the work, right, to solidify what my thoughts are. So yeah, I could potentially think Kambosos could probably squeeze in there within the top 5. But look, man, at the end of the day, these guys need to fight one another, and in this division, it's the perfect kind of division because we really don't know who's the best guy. And when you have a scenario like that, it's always good for boxing.
Hey, can I see where y'all stand? Can everybody get a top 5 lightweights real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. I already did it. But before you do that, let's Victor get his thing off, and Victor give your top 5 lightweights. Then Phil, you give yours, and then we'll go from there. Victor, speak your piece and give us your top 5 lightweights after.
Well, I hope I was listening. I hope I was listening closely enough to pick up on what you guys were talking about, and I'm thinking that it was who's the best, and then the struggle became who's got the belts, who beat this guy that beat that guy, and so on and so forth. But I usually come in with the eye contest, and I'm gonna start out with cynicism because I'm gonna say it like this: the way you talk about who's the best when you start talking about belts and statistics and all that kind of stuff, then you don't need to see the two guys fight. All you need to do is get on the computer somewhere and look at stats and statistics and who that guy fought and who he beat. And then the idea is to see the fight. The eye, as far as I'm concerned, is the eye test works better than all that shit. All that statistical shit, all that reading numbers, all that, this guy fought that guy and so on and so forth. When it comes to this guy fought that guy, then it goes back to what Phil said about you got to see the guy fight the guy. But when you start putting in all that statistical stuff and so on and so forth, I'm being cynical, but I'm saying then you don't need to see him fight. All you need to do is sit back, wait till they finish fighting, and then get on a computer somewhere or whatever, start reading information, start reading stats, and then you got your winner, or you got your who is the best. But until they fight now, so I always stick with the eye contest, and then I'll make my last comment to say I think it has something to do with Tank, Kambosos, Teofimo, and those are the only names that I can remember that I heard. And I say, leaving that subject, is Tank beats them all. And it ain't because Tank beat that motherfucker. It ain't because Tank fought motherfuckers that couldn't fight or weren't shit. It ain't because he has or doesn't have a belt. It's because from what I can see, when Tank fights and his beautiful science, let alone all the other attributes he has, I say the Tank beats all their asses.
Wow, yeah. Some niggas just don't get cut off. That's cool.
Hey, well, let's keep it going since we can show respect for a couple.
Yeah. So yeah, give me that. Give me your top 5. Then we're gonna pass it around. Phil's gonna come back. I'm trying to add him back to the stream, but yeah, give me your top 5, Victor.
No, I'm gonna pass on that one. You guys go ahead.
You got it. Phil, you got a top 5 lightweight list?
Yeah. How do you want me to rate these guys? Who I think is the best, or just who's just in the top 5?
Phil's having some technical difficulties. We'll get back to Phil.
Can you hear me?
Answer the question.
Can hear him.
I can hear Phil.
I can hear him.
Oh, you can hear
Smoke.
him?
He left. Smoke. You can't hear me? Can everybody hear me on the panel?
We can. Smoke can't hear you.
I can hear him.
Go ahead, Phil.
Oh, he left. Y'all go ahead. I'm just trying to see how many of y'all got Kambosos in your top 5. Go ahead.
I do. I have Kambosos in my top 5.
I got Kambosos in my shit. Why wouldn't he? Who was up there?
Top 5, Greg.
And interesting enough, you're both Devin Haney fans. That's interesting, bro.
Well, I mean, I'm also.
Hey, but look, it's like this though, bro. Like, what the fuck have niggas done?
Rich, give me your list, bro.
Can you hear me,
I'm a Frank Martin fan, but I don't have him in the top 5.
I'm just saying, it's just interesting, bro. Don't get triggered, bro.
No, I'm just trying to. Maybe it's more interesting after I provide more context. I know you just like to squint and then make like vague generalities that don't have shit to do with.
Well, because I have to, because I get cut off all the time. That's why.
Hey, listen, go cry on the river, man. Nobody trying to hear your woes. They're fucking singing the blues. God damn, like it's a panel. Say your shit. Go ahead, Phantom. Get it all off right now. Nobody.
Who your top 5, Phantom? Let me hear that shit.
I don't want to do that. I just got one question. If Loma goes down and beats Devin Haney, right? Do we still want to see Tank fight Devin Haney next, or would you prefer Tank and Loma?
Why would I want to see Devin fight the winner? Yeah, why would I want to see Tank fight the loser, bro?
Okay, so
like,
let me ask you
this. Hold
up a second. Does anybody think that Loma is about to leave Top Rank to go fight fucking Tank?
Nope.
So like, why
I
is
think
this
the fight
whole
can happen, bro.
Hey, Smoke, can you hear me?
If Loma and Tank can happen, if Loma wins, why the fuck can't Devin and Tank happen if he's with Top Rank?
Loma got no
No, I
choice.
think it can
though. That's
happen.
the difference. Right? No, I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying that the fight between, because I know that's from the conversation we were having earlier, Smoke. I'm not saying that the fight between Tank and Devin can't happen if Devin go to Top Rank. I'm saying it will make the fight harder to happen right now, and it will get delayed. Loma is signed to Top Rank for the foreseeable future, so he has no outs. He has no options. Devin has an option right now. He's on the last fight of his deal. If Loma was on the last fight of his deal, I'd be asking him to do the same goddamn thing. Make the fight easier to make. He doesn't have that option because he is stuck at Top Rank. Devin does have an option to make the fight easier to make. And he can choose to make it easier to make, or he can choose to stay at Top Rank, and it'll be a harder fight to make. If we want it right
have
now,
a long-term contract?
Maybe is the fight easier to make because all of the cards would be stacked against Dev, so that's why it becomes easier to make? Like
No,
you're going
I
over to
mean,
that guy's
I think it's
promotion
always-
company with that guy. Like literally, the guy who runs the promotion is your manager, right? They is a production company. The exclusive deal is the guy that you know that loves you, loves your boss, your
they
former
was
boss,
going-
all the shit.
Based on what I've seen, I mean, they scored Tank and Davis and Ryan Garcia round 2, 10-10. So I wouldn't worry about Devin getting robbed. Like, I wouldn't worry about that.
Well, I mean,
That's a good point.
You know, that's a co-promotion, right? Ryan didn't go over to PBC. That was a
I
co-promotion.
got you. But my point is this: like, as far as me getting the fight, I just know as a fight fan, been looking at this shit for a long time. If the more people that are involved in negotiations, the fucking harder it is to get because they all got their own fucking interest. So if you have more people trying to negotiate a fight, it's gonna be harder for us as fight fans to get it. That's my only motivation. Everything else, I don't really care about. I just know I want to see the fight next. I want Devin and Loma winner to fight Tank next. If it's Devin, the easiest way I see that happening is if Devin just negotiates with Tank's people directly. If you involve Bob Arum and ESPN and Top Rank gonna have some shit they want. ESPN gonna have some shit that they want, and it's gonna make the deal more complicated and harder to make. That's all I'm saying, bro. That's it.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that what makes it complicated and harder to make may also increase the product and the fairness of it.
I hear you. It'll also make us wait. I mean, we'll see y'all in 2026, bro.
I mean, okay, so here's really what it is.
We'll see y'all in a few years then.
I
bro.
guess ain't nobody gonna get a top 5 though. But
Yeah,
that's
right,
cool.
so go ahead, do 5. I mean, I got Cambosis in it. I guess really what we're trying to figure out is who has Cambosis in the top 5 at lightweight. Because that's really the question. And it's not you. I know you don't.
That's really the question.
Nah, somebody, hey, whoever just said that, go ahead. Everybody name out their top 5 because I want to hear who in nigga shit. Because I wonder how niggas like judge fighters.
I got Tank, Devin, Shakur.
Damn, my shit going in and out.
Yeah, two more people. You're missing 2.
You said Tank, Devin,
Oh,
Shakur.
okay.
Yeah, you're gonna. I'm sure you're gonna have Loma in there.
I got Loma 4, and then I got Frank Martin in 5.
That was it. It's really just, do you have Frank Martin or George Cambosis, or Jeremiah or Jermaine Ortiz?
Let me go ahead and piss y'all off real quick. I got Tank, Devin, Shakur, Loma, and Abdullah Mason.
Man, you got. Listen,
See, I know that. See, like, it's bullshit, bro. Like, what would you do over George Cambosos or even Frank Martin?
That's not even bullshit. That's not even bullshit. What he's saying is he's going off of skills and eye test. That's not a bad list. I just understand what it is.
That's actually a good list because Abdullah Mason can really fight, honestly.
Yeah, I get the list, but now we were just talking about skills and eye test.
Rich, you gotta get off the accolades train, brother. Just come over to the eye test.
It's
team,
not a.
man.
It's
a
first
better,
of all, I put
a
eye
better way
test.
to live your life, Rich. Come on now.
Shit. I put eye test above a lot of shit. That's why I got take over niggas like George Cambosos. That ain't the problem. The problem is that the nigga, what's the name, ain't really never did shit. Like I said, I got Abdullah Mason in 3 years being the biggest problem ever. You feel what I'm saying? But not right
Hey
now.
man,
That nigga ain't really.
I
He
hear
ain't
you.
really. I don't think he's
Hey,
fought anybody with a winning
you
record
think
yet.
Shakur really good, bro?
Do I think Shakur is really good?
Yeah, you think he the truth?
Shakur is the. He's better than the goods. That nigga is the greats.
Well,
He real good.
all I know is Keyshawn Davis sparred Shakur Stevenson, and they told his ass to stay in the amateurs. Abdullah Mason sparred Shakur Stevenson, and they signed his ass immediately.
No.
Abdullah
Knockout.
Mason won every amateur tournament in nationals and shit that Keyshawn Davis lost. Abdullah Mason won all them motherfuckers at a younger age. Kid's a prodigy, bro.
No. I know Abdullah. You heard me say it. I think in 3 years that nigga's the. I think he's the biggest problem in 3 years. He got the big. His frame is beautiful. That nigga is he nasty. Period, bro. But I wouldn't say he top 5 right now. I don't think he's fought anybody with a winning record, bro.
I don't think. I think, man, if you make, I don't care. I don't care, bro.
Can I ask you a
that good
question?
to me. I don't care.
Do you have a who has Big Baby Anderson as a top 5 heavyweight right now?
Ooh,
I think I got him beating niggas in a couple years, but I don't have him as a top 5 yet. You feel me? I gotta respect certain niggas, man.
Wilder for sure. I mean, then shit. Joe Joyce just got his ass whooped. Zaylee Zing is old as shit.
I mean, honestly, the guys who've been kind of in that
ain't got no motherfucking heart left. I mean, you gotta put it. Who would you put over him, Smoke? If he ain't top 5,
who would I put over my top 5 heavyweights right now?
Yeah, who your top 5 heavyweights right now? He not in there.
Yeah. I got Fury, Wild, Usyk, AJ, and Ruiz is my top 5.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I like that. That's
2 people got their list off, and then we switched it up. Like, what we
doing? I mean, that's how I do it. That's
yeah.
how my list is just gonna look. Like, I don't. So if we were to say, who do you think are the most skilled guys in the division? That would be like. Then I would start saying shit like Abdullah Mason and Shakur Stevenson. But like Kenshiro, like whatever the hell that dude fought, man, get the fuck out of here with that, bro. I get it. I test. But man, if you don't get the entire fuck out of my face with this.
So who next?
I want to hear your list.
I don't even know what list we doing, man. Like,
Marcus, what's your top 5 lightweights, bro?
My top 5 based on what has actually
Just
been done.
Your top 5, whatever you want. You see, I
Devin,
made my own motherfucking criteria. Make your own, whatever.
No, that's I was telling you my criteria, but yeah, it's Devin Haney, Tank Davis at number 2, George Kambosos at number 3, Loma at number 4, and Frank Martin at number 5.
I ain't mad at that. The only thing, I mean, Kambosos did only lose to Haney, but coming off of 2 losses, all right. And it ain't like it was 2 close losses. He got.
So now my question is, how did you have Frank Martin and not Jermaine Ortiz?
Well, I can say this. The reason, first off, Kambosos was unified, and the reason why I put Kambosos over Loma is because Kambosos looked better versus Teofimo Lopez than Loma did, and it didn't take him 6 rounds to download some information or whatever they called it. So I got him over him. And although he came off of 2 back-to-back losses, he came off of the guy who's the best at the division right now.
It's all good, bro. Like the rest of it, like I like everything. I bet I could tell you why you put all those other people. I'm not confused about that. I'm just wondering why Frank Martin over Jermaine Ortiz.
Well, Frank Martin, when he had a step-up fight against a competitive top 10 guy, and he looked like he was levels above him. And I think that was a great top 10 win. Jermaine Ortiz, he fought another top 10 guy, and he faded, so he lost. So I can't put him over Frank Martin.
I mean, honestly, I just like Derrick James. That's just my own personal thing with that one. That's just an easy answer for me.
I'll go. Y'all already know that nigga Devin won. And then the rest don't really matter. Shakur, Tank, Loma, and fuck. I ain't gonna lie. That Frank Martin, Jermaine Ortiz, or Kambosos, that is. But I'm gonna put Kambosos. That nigga Kambosos actually got quality wins, and he didn't beat some former world champs and shit. Like, I can't say the same about Frank Martin or Jermaine Ortiz. So, yeah, I'll throw Kambosos in there.
Well, you got Jamel Herring. I mean, but you know, the 130-pound overachiever.
Oh yeah. Jamel Herring.
But I mean,
nah,
Jamel Herring's fight has a 135. I don't know, whatever.
I got Kambosos. Yeah, I got Kambosos. Yeah, I gotta give Kambosos respect, bro. He probably got the best win in the division right now, bro. And niggas can say, oh, it was one night and shit, but nah, that's all it really takes, my nigga. Like,
I just can't understand how we say that he hasn't done shit and then start talking about he hasn't done shit at 35 and then start talking about fucking Shakur Stevenson. Like, the hell are we done? What?
That's because
man, you know, I mean, honestly, man, if it just depends on what the criteria is for your list, because if you're going with guys who are proven, then obviously you got to move Shakur out of the top 5. But ain't no fucking way I'm doing that. But you know, it just depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah, but
it has to be a mixture of everything.
Yeah, but Phil, the reason you ain't doing that with Shakur is because you can see what's gonna happen when he get in the ring with any one of those motherfuckers.
Yeah, gotta see it to believe it.
Who do I think will win these motherfucking fights? That's my shit. Whoever I think will win, that's who in the goddamn list.
If you were down to your last $100, who would you bet on, Shakur or Kambosos?
Shakur.
Easy.
I'm sorry. Hold up a second.
Shakur, easy.
Hold up a second. Did you have? I missed. I'm not sure. Was Frank Martin on your list? Knockout?
Nope.
Nah, he put Abdullah Mason.
I put Abdullah over Frank. Frank will be right at 6. I think if they fought, I think Abdullah Mason could beat him.
Like right now.
Yes,
right now?
Bro. Yes.
Holy shit.
Yes,
oh,
bro.
Shit.
Yeah, like dog, bro. You have to understand, dog. That length and that power and that motherfucker's ability to generate power being that long and rangy. All them little angles Frank like to take and shit and jumping in on people with, man, Abdullah Mason taking them half step backs, countering his ass, checking with that right hook, using his length and his jab behind that shit and all that pedigree. Even though Frank is older than him, Frank didn't start boxing until he was Abdullah Mason's age right now. Abdullah Mason been boxing since he was like 5, 6, 7 years old, bro. The shit, like the amateur pedigree, bro, that shit different, man. That shit different. Just ask anybody that know about him, bro, that done been in the ring with him, done sparred with him, bro. I got stories and shit, and I ain't gonna let the public know, but he done beat up some people favorite fighters, bro, in sparring sessions, dog. Like bad.
That nigga Abdullah Mason, he's 70. He 5'9" with 75-inch arms, bro. That's the biggest problem I see for anybody in 3 years, bro. Like, that's gonna be a huge problem, bro, for a lot of niggas, bro. Like, yeah, like I got him as the best in a couple of years. It's gonna be out of him and Shakur if Shakur really stay down there. But
yeah, I mean, what does Abdullah Mason look like in the 8th round?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. He only has 6 rounds.
I believe in him, bro. Y'all, like, I know I'm out on a limb. We'll see if I'm right or wrong in a few years. I just believe in that young man, bro. That's all.
My top 5 is
I just wanted to make sure I had you you're picking Abdullah to beat wow. Okay.
Yeah, he'll climb up that list even more if the older that he get. But right now, the only ones I see that can beat him are Tank, Devin, Shakur, and Loma. That's why they above him.
Yeah, he need to fight.
I even think he could get at Loma if that shit. Like if he as good as I think he is and that long, Loma gonna have that's a 10-inch arm reach advantage, bro.
I think, man, if he wanna propel himself real quick, I think he need to fight somebody like Isaac Cruz. That's kind of got a little buzz and who can actually fight. But I think he dominates somebody like Isaac Cruz easily, and that'll help him jump the line real quick. You know, you're talking about.
I mean, you saw Cruz not an easy fight, bro.
Yeah,
they got him right there.
He'll do. Nah, I think he'll dominate Cruz because Cruz is way too. He's just a small fighter, man. I think Abdullah Mason would just really just punch his face off. I mean, I don't think he'd get close to him, honestly.
What about Abdullah and
Top Rank got
Keyshawn?
some
How you
good
guys?
work
How
for
you
him,
see
though.
that fight going? Abdullah Mason,
Uh,
Keyshawn Davis.
I
He
don't
did get Keyshawn dirty.
I don't know if he'll do him dirty. I
Yeah, I
think that's
mean,
a good fight.
him
I
being
got
a smaller
Abdullah
fighter
maybe
kind of
Keyshawn, but
changes
not
the
right
punch
now.
angle.
Like they not. That nigga.
If Bob Arum was smart, you got Keyshawn over there, you got Abdullah over there, you got Carlos Balderas, you got Raymond Muratalla who about to be on
You got
Devin Haney
Raymond,
undercard. You just need
Shakur.
to have all these motherfuckers fight each other so you can see who you should really be spending your money on, bro.
Ain't no. That's what I was saying. And they got like 135 finna be turned even when Devin leave, bro. I'm liking 135, no cap. And Tank's
Yeah,
still there. And all the belts finna
yeah,
be free. Yeah, that shit 135 finna go crazy.
yeah. Hopefully,
You think
Devin
they
can
gonna?
still
You think
make it.
they'll feed? You think they'll feed
Nah, bro.
Kambosos to Shakur?
They
Yeah,
should.
dude, I think they will, yeah. Or
But
somebody, them
Kambosos
belts.
already turned down the opportunity to fight him, though, bro.
Hold up a
Nah,
second.
Camboso
He
said,
not interested in the
nah,
brother.
don't do that, bro. Camboso said he'll fight him later in the year. He ain't say, nah, never, no, you're boring. He ain't say none of that. He just
He
said later
said
on this year.
he had an opportunity to fight that man and become Devin Haney's mandatory or the winner of Devin Haney and Loma's mandatory in the WBC title eliminator, and he turned that shit down, bro.
No, yeah,
Man,
I know that, but like, I ain't gonna
Turned
lie.
that
What
shit
type
down.
of dummy with his manager and Camboso's be to go lose 3 fights in a row against arguably 2 of the better boxers? Like that'll be. He's not
I
beating
ain't
Shakur.
say it
As a
wasn't
matter of
smart,
fact,
Rich. I just said he turned it down, bro. I ain't say
nah,
it
yeah,
wasn't smart.
but he
some
was
things.
more eager. He
Hey,
sounded more
Ko,
eager to
man, come
fight
on,
than
man.
Isaac Cruz, though. No cap.
Some things. When you say it, it says it's for itself, bro. Like, come on now. You feel me? Like, at the end of the day, Kambosos could take a little time off, but I think they should fight him and Shakur. You know, what's the best way to track down a Devin Haney other than beating up Kambosos right now?
Oh, I agree.
Well, this is the problem right
Uh-huh.
here, right? So when you really break it down and you look at the guys, the top tier guys within the division, and you talk about Shakur, he only has a couple of options, right? And Kambosos is one of those options. He's not going to fight Keyshawn, right? You know, I mean, yeah, who
Nah,
else
they
you gonna
need to
put him in there?
fight.
He's
Fuck
not
all
going to
that
fight.
friendly shit.
He's not. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to fight. What's the guy name who also with Raymond? What's his fucking name?
Raymond Maritala.
Yeah, he's not going to fight him. So
Why not?
man, they not finna
They actually,
because.
they is
Go ahead.
finna
What you
fight,
about?
bro. I think they is gonna end up fighting, bro. They got a lot of work, and all them niggas finna be in 10 rounders except for Abdullah Mason. So, nah, I think he is gonna fight him, especially Maritala do good on this card. Let's say he beat up Nakatila, which I don't know if that's gonna happen. Nakatila is a strong nigga. He pretty fast and the whole shit.
Are you
But
talking about? Are you talking about Shakur or are you talking about Kambosos?
Hey, Michelle, can you turn it down some?
I was talking about Shakur. I was talking about Shakur, but really all of them. Camboso's on
Okay.
top rank now too.
Yeah,
I
I know.
I think they all gear marked to fight, bro. Honest to God. I think 135, even after Devin leave, is gonna be the best division. Because now everybody except for Tank on top rank. Tank gonna get a belt. He gonna have to defend the belt against the mandatories type shit. What the fuck? He gonna have to defend the belts. So I think it's turned, bro. And Raymond we gonna see about that shit. Cause I hope Raymond Maritala win though, cause he young, undefeated, and that'll be a common opponent with him and Shakur. I don't know if they fight for a vacant belt. Actually, I don't think they do. But I can see him fighting in a couple years, most definitely. Within the next year and a half for sure. It depending on how niggas perform, you feel me? It's good work down there though.
Yeah, nah. I mean, work ain't the problem. It's just organizing these fights, right? Obviously, we know top ranker. They'll let those guys round robin. I just don't know if they want to do that with somebody like Shakur, right? So I don't know. I think they probably got a different kind of trajectory now. Maybe some of the other guys
So
they
what you
may
think
let
they
those.
gonna
I
what you
think
think they gonna do with him?
Kambosos would probably fight your boy before Shakur would.
Oh, you talking about Maritala?
Yeah, Maritala. Yeah.
Well, they might, but that'll be.
Yeah.
I can see. Look when Devin dropped them belts. Shakur is already a WBC mandatory, so shit. Shakur might not even have to fight a vacant to get the belt. Honest to God. So Shakur gonna get a belt. All the other belts, Tank Davis might, depending on how shit go down. Let's say Devin go up to 140. Tank Davis, damn, they're gonna get a belt, and then the other 2 belts gonna be free. The and the IBF. That's gonna be up to all them other niggas to be over there petitioning for the vacants, and who better to do it? All the rest of the niggas is on what's the name, Frank, except for Frank Martin, Isaac Cruz, and then you got Murtala Cambosos, Keyshawn in there.
Still
Even
got
if it don't
still got
happen
Loma
next,
lingering around too. Still got Loma lingering around.
yeah, they still got Loma. Yes, well, I don't know. I think Loma's done after tomorrow, but that's just me. But at least at 135, like, what is Loma gonna do? He gonna fucking fight? Like, yeah, nah. After Devin puts the beats on this nigga, he'd be stupid to fight Shakur. That's an easy loss. He'd be dumb to fight Keyshawn. I mean, maybe a Cambosos. So maybe he does stay at 35. I don't know, but I be hearing them niggas talk like he gonna go back down to 130 and shit like that. But even if Loma stay, shit, all right, maybe we throw Loma in there, shit.
You think Devin gonna do Loma dirty, bro?
He's gonna do this nigga bold. He was gonna beat him 4 years ago. He's finna do this. Y'all niggas be there to watch, man. This shit is different, bro.
We gonna watch. Look, but let me tell you though, real quick though. Let me keep it real with you. I don't think in no under any kind of circumstance, unless Lomachenko like really injures himself, that he gonna get done dirty, bro. I think he's too good of a fighter. And I think Devin can beat him, you know what I'm saying? But for me personally, I think this shit a 50-50 fight, bro. I mean,
no, that's
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know why people are just thinking Devin finna wash this kid, man. Lomachenko is a hell of a fighter, man. He's been doing this shit for a long time, and he's desperate, man. I mean, he's desperate at this point. I mean, you just said that he might be done. I mean, if this your last fight, or you could potentially be done, I would think that you come in there, you know, balls to the wall. Obviously, you know, all fighters say they fight balls to the wall, but it's different when you know what the future, how your future may be. And it may be dark for you if you don't win this fight, man. So I think it's a 50-50 fight, man. Both of them got a lot on the line. You know what I mean? So
I feel the exact same way.
I wouldn't argue with anybody, but what I will say, because yeah, that nigga Loma is finna be the best nigga Devin has fought. But for me, it's always gonna be styles to make fights. Like Teofimo coming forward, like first of all, Lomachenko's not good at fighting going backwards. He's great coming forward, and that's where he really gives a lot of niggas problem when he's marching forward, combinations, mixing it up. You know, he, like you said, he lead with the straight left, jump in with the jab and shit. You know, he be fucking niggas up, little feints and shit, the footwork and shit. He looks great when he's coming forward straight to war guys, and I've seen him look great like that against niggas who cannot fight on the back foot, like Teofimo Lopez, rounds 1 through 6. Coming forward, Lomachenko pretty much has no answer for the shit. Same with Jermaine Ortiz. But as soon as Lomachenko pushes forward and got niggas on their back foot trying to fight going backwards, that's where he gets the piecing you up. The difference, though, between between Lopez, Ortiz, and Devin is that Devin is willing to fight on the back foot, like just as much as he is coming forward and in the middle of the ring. So I don't see. I understand what y'all saying. It makes sense that this would be a close fight based off Loma being the best nigga that he's fought, but I just don't see it that way. And
yeah,
I'm actually, I don't think. My bad. Let me say this one last part. I want to bet.
Yeah.
Does somebody want to bet me like a little 50 ball that Devin doing bold like 9-3, 10-2 type shit? I'll say 9-3. I got another bet with somebody like that.
Yeah, I bet you that.
Man,
easy.
look, check this out though, man. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna tell you the real difference in those guys that you just named. I mean, by far, I probably think Teofimo has the most power out of those 3 guys, right? And I think when you talk about the fight between Lomachenko and Lopez, I mean, obviously Lopez was coming forward, and I think Lomachenko really did respect his power. He just got so far down on the cards early, trying to download or whatever it is that he does in those early rounds, that he had to press the action on the back end. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know if Devin has that kind of power. This is what I will say right here. If we'll find out early if Devin has that kind of power for Lomachenko to respect him and take his time and try to break him down methodically. We're going to find it out extremely early because Lomachenko is not going to be able to get down the early rounds. He's not going to be able to give away those early rounds. So that's the biggest difference. I don't know if Devin has that same presence in his power that Teofimo Lopez did, right? And when Lomachenko can kind of pick and choose when he wants to come in, when he wants to test you, I just think that just brings a greater threat to you winning the fight. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, both of these guys are world-class boxers, so I think it's going to be interesting. But the fight is going to be won in the championship rounds without a doubt. That's my own opinion about the fight.
Hey, Rich, I don't bet money on YouTube, but we can take that 50 ball and we can bet 50 push-ups. And I'll bet you, and it ain't got to be 9-3. I bet you 50 push-ups. I got Loma winning the fight. So
oh shit! Oh yeah,
we could just do the W. I ain't gonna, cause 9-3 with them judges. Ain't no way that I ain't gonna
So knockout.
Well, I don't.
I'm kind of leaning with Loma too, bro. I'm kind of leaning with Loma too, bro. Low key.
Yeah, I'm going with Loma too, bro.
Okay, I'm kind of leaning with Loma.
So after Devin beat on this nigga, it ain't no question who the best.
Knockouts different. Knockouts is he has Devin being better. He just thinks he'll lose by corruption. You guys actually think Loma's gonna beat Devin. Knockout doesn't think that.
Yeah, I think Loma. So this is what I think. I'm gonna tell you. So I think it's keys to this fight. My top keys are this: Lomachenko's feints in his straight left hand. Devin Haney's weight issues. I think he's not going to be himself. I think the scale is going to fuck him up in the fight. I think that Loma's crashing the pocket in his inside game are far better than Devin Haney. And Devin Haney is already showing how uninterested he is and how uncomfortable he is about the potential of fighting Loma on the inside. That's why you keep hearing him call Devin Haney, calling Lomachenko a dirty fighter. And then fourth, and certainly last but not least, I think Loma may got 3 or 4 rounds on the scorecards already before the fight even fucking starts. So that's a lot of, like, if you look at how they structured the deal that they gave Devin, that bullshit ass deal, if you look at the fact that they moved the fucking fight back to make him have to have camp in the middle of Ramadan as a Muslim, so he had to fast in the middle of fucking camp, they're doing everything in the fucking world to give Loma the best chance possible. I don't think they're gonna stop at, okay, we did all this shit, now let's make sure we judge the fight fairly. I don't think they stopping there. And on top of that, Loma is just good enough on the right night to where he could beat Devin straight up. Nah, bro, I got Loma, and I think he's gonna win a split decision.
Towards that end, what do you think Lou DiBella's contribution is to this fight, if it's not to mitigate those kinds of gaps?
Nothing. He's nothing. He's a man with no home. Like Bob Arum got him by the jugular, bro. Like he gave him his network deal. He gave, like, if Bob Arum don't want this shit to be fair, like the only hope is that Devin has a deal with Bob Arum that we don't know about, and that they stay in their top rank, and that really is his home. And so he end up staying there, and Bob know that he's staying there, and then he'll get a fair shake. But if he really truly is about to be free, and trying to move on his own and do his own thing and move how Floyd moved in his heyday and shit, bro, he ain't getting no fair shake. He has to do what Rich is talking about. 9-3, 10-2 to get the victory. And even then, y'all gonna be like, bro, how the fuck they give Loma 4 or 5 rounds?
So where does a convincing win over Loma?
Or you just go out there, like I said earlier, you stop his motherfucking ass, and that ends all that fucking conversation.
Yeah, don't let it go to the judges.
He ain't stopping Loma. He couldn't stop fucking.
You know what it do, Marcus?
He ain't stopping Loma, bro.
What is the convincing win over Loma with all that y'all
niggas was hiding it? They was hiding in high guards though.
Nah, Marcus, if you ain't giving Devin Haney, if Devin Haney pulls this shit off, Marcus, to answer your question, if Devin Haney pulls this out, because everything I just said is against him, bro. Y'all know I'm talking factual shit. So if he pulls all that shit off and still beats this dude, bro, if you don't respect that, if you don't give him props for that, then you just hate the young man for no reason.
Hey, no.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna tell you something. So the difference.
You trying to bail out? He's number one. You got to say that. Buck on there, give him his respect. There is no more conversation. If it's so corrupted shit and he do Loma bold like Loma's never been done, there is no conversation who's the best 135, bro, at all. Even though it shouldn't be one right now.
You
Yeah,
changed
I
your
mean,
word. You changed your
But
words. You
How?
said
but that
number
wasn't
one,
How?
and
that
then you
wasn't even
said
my
best.
question though. That
I
wasn't
will
even my
call him
question.
number
What
one, but
where
I
does
will
that
not
put him
call
on
him
the
the best
pound for
until he beats
pound list?
Kincaid.
On the
I
pound for
think
pound.
I don't.
They put him top
Oh,
10. Top 10.
top
Nah.
10.
I need the number. The number. What's the
That
pound
nigga
for
already
pound
top
ranking?
10.
I gotta look at my list. I had him last time I did my list. I had him 12. I think he'd probably be somewhere between like 6 and 9.
Wait.
6
12?
and 9.
Yeah, man.
Oh my
I
god,
think
bro.
I actually think Loma got a chance of winning. I mean, I don't really pay attention to the corruption thing, as a but I just think Loma just got the skills to potentially win a split decision. I mean, I think it might be controversial. I think it's going to be close, and like I said, I think it's going to be won in the championship rounds. I mean, as a fighter, man, bro, you know, you can't really pay attention to all the outside shit, man. You just got to go in there with your game plan and execute the shit, you know. And I'm pretty sure that's what Devin's doing. But even as a spectator like myself, I can't really concern myself with that
Yes.
personally,
Man.
So
Don't throw, man.
we'll see how that shit gonna shape up, man.
Yes, I mean, yeah,
Somebody got to having a conversation.
So y'all telling me that you beat a unified champion in this country twice, and then go and defend the undisputed title, which nobody else has done, against the number 1 rated lightweight that's a gold medalist and a former unified champ that was on the pound for pound list, and it don't even put you top 5 on the pound for pound?
Well, you gotta
Knockout.
look at the
Who you got in your top 10 though? How is Devin 12? Who you
I
got on your
gotta go.
10?
I gotta go look at it. But again, bro, y'all talking to the wrong person. Y'all talking to me about accolades and shit, bro. I was
talking to the whole panel.
Oh, okay.
my pound for pound list ain't got shit to do with accolade. My shit is I forgot what it was. I gotta look at my criteria. It was skills and skills and who I think will win the fight if all fighters were the same size, bro. I don't do my
Yeah,
shit.
that's kind of what a traditional pound for pound is.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I
like
think
I do my shit like
but I
when they made
think
the pound for
No,
pound
it
list
isn't.
like Ray Roberts and shit.
I
When they
think
base it off of him, that's how they did it,
Wow,
bro.
this is crazy.
yeah, I think clean out your division too, though. Kind of, I think if you'd
Yeah,
have done
like
all the work in your division, I think that kind of puts you in there too. I kind of count that
So,
too.
like,
Pound for pound
I can
originally is
respect it,
moving
but if
up
you
in
don't have
fucking weight.
anybody
How
at
the
your
hell can you
division,
be?
right?
Okay,
And
what
like
the
if
hell?
those guys are all unproven, you can't tell who the hell is who's worth the damn. Like Canelo at 168. Like like those guys. I mean, I don't even think he's cleaned out the division yet. He still has David Benavidez, and then you could say he cleaned it out at least as far as his run goes. But even cleaning him
Got
out,
Morrell too.
it's not
But
like it was Josh Taylor, right? I
Yeah.
just think even Usyk's is better.
yeah, now Josh Taylor cleaned his shit out. I mean, he fought in the tournament, so I mean that's kind of
Yeah, I'm saying, but those guys, I'm saying it's just kind
that's
of like,
glaring.
yeah, he collected the belts, but those guys didn't fight each other. There was no real you couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. Yeah, I don't know. They're just not all equal. You got to dissect all these fucking things.
Man, what's your number, bruh? What is the number?
The number for what?
If Devin beats Loma convincingly, where does it put him on the pound for pound list? What number?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's not that serious.
I mean,
Like
do you
pound for
put him
pound list,
over? So just off the top of my head, would you put him over Jamel Charlo?
No.
Yes.
Okay, see, that's where you losing me already. you
I
losing
would.
me
Shit,
already.
who Jamel Charlo
Man,
that's been on the pound for pound list ever? I would. But I got Jamel high on my shit though. Don't get me wrong. But Loma is finna be.
Hey,
If you
knockout,
beat
what
Loma,
you got
that's a
tank on there?
better win than anybody getting in the
knockout, what you
sport,
got
bro.
tank on there?
Other than Bivol beating Better Beef or some shit like that. Usyk beating Fury. Spence beating Bud or something
you
like
got
that.
tank on
Like
your pound
those
for
are
pound
better
list.
wins. But other than that, I don't see how beating Loma wouldn't have niggas higher than Jamel. Jamel best win is Tony Harrison and what's the last nigga name?
Rosario.
You got
Banana?
Castano, you got
Castano,
Rosario.
yeah. I was gonna say
Lubin,
Castano. Yeah,
Lubin and that.
Rosario.
Lubin.
Rosario,
I mean,
no.
so
Castano, no. And the other nigga, no. They're not better than Loma. Fuck no.
but this is what I will say right here, right? So when you talk about Jamil, Jamil obviously has cleaned out his division. You understand what I'm saying? He is the last one standing. He is the guy that's really just going to be fighting his mandatories. You understand what I'm saying? Because there's nobody at the top left for him to fight. And the truth of the matter is, I think if he goes to 160, I think he goes in that division and he has a bunch of success too. So that goes to show you that he can be a transitional fighter in a different weight class. This is why I have him rated higher than Devin Haney at the moment. You know what I mean?
I'm
What
not
about?
mad at that, but the thing is, the reason why if Devin beats Loma, I give him that credit is because Charlo still has to, like, he did clear out his division. He's undisputed, but now he got to go defend it either against the #1 guy or move up and start making work. Like, I'm not gonna give him credit for what he could do. I'm gonna give him credit for what he actually do.
Yeah, no, I get it, but still, you still got Devin Haney at 135, who still has a shit ton of work. It don't change the fact that Charlo still cleaned out his division, and Devin would traditionally had actually only beat Kambosos, who, I mean, obviously people don't really rate him as high. We just talked about it, and he would beat Lomachenko. So I don't see when you weigh the pros and the cons and you do apples to apples, you still got one guy's clean out the division, okay, and you still got a guy who hasn't cleaned out the division. They're both undisputed. Obviously, he's going to have a defense, but Charlo's going to have a defense as well. So that's
So I have a question. If Loma
yeah.
beats, I'm sorry, if Dev beats Loma, where do you place his undisputed? Like, how do you compare his to Monsters? Do you think it's the same, better, worse?
Oh, it's better. It's better.
It's already better, man.
Loma makes it better. Right now they about equal. Loma makes it better.
Hey, knockout. You got Tank on your pound for pound list?
Yes.
All right.
Hey,
why he said that he don't do it. He said he don't base it off of what niggas done. He base it off, conjecture and shit like that. So I'll give him that. I'll give him.
No, fair enough, knockout. You get me. Your methodology doesn't make sense to me, but I respect your
That's
opinion.
okay. Hardly anything I say makes sense to you. It's fine, bro.
I never said that.
I just wanted to rebuttal what the brother said. He said, Devin still got a ton of work, but the only thing I got against that is that you can't say somebody got work if niggas not putting in an application to make it happen. So unless somebody sending some offers or making some phone calls, ain't no work. Because at the end of the day, they all mandatory. It's just like
so let me say this. Hold on.
That's like weird about this whole deal.
So
it's like you got Shakur's, who people are arguing is the best, even though he hasn't done shit. You got Tank, who are people who are arguing the best, even though like he seems like he's definitely should be considered as one of the best. But Dev, the guy who has proven that he is the goods at 135, is supposed to go hat in hand.
Well, look, my man.
Did shit.
Let me say this real quick, Smoke. Let me say this real quick. So my man just said that we can't give somebody credit for what they might do, right? I mean, it's the same thing. We don't know if Devin is even going to win this fight, right? Let him win, and then see what happens after that. If there's no work to be had after that, and nobody steps up to the plate, as my man just mentioned, we can't give him credit for what he hasn't done. Then we can come back and say that. But until that happens, I don't think that's a fair statement.
But the problem,
just
an
untrue statement.
I'm not mad at the prudence of what you're saying and the pragmatism. The issue is people are already out there talking about if Devin re-signs with Top Rank, that means that
That's Jay Simon.
I don't know what the echo is. Somebody's got to echo. But there's already a sentiment out there brewing, gaining steam. If he re-signs with Top Rank, that means he is actively ducking Tank.
I don't know about the actively ducking part. He is actively making the fight more difficult to make.
No, I'm not saying you. I know what your stance is. I wasn't trying to put you in the stance.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about a growing sentiment. I'm just saying, like,
that's
this whole
kinda
idea. If you look throughout this thing, what people are saying about him re-signing Top Rank, they're calling him a duck.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. I mean, obviously, I think it will be harder to make the fight. But anybody who look, this is the thing right here. This is one thing I can say about Haney. I don't think Haney ducking a motherfucking thing. I mean, he's proven that, and I think him and his team have proven that he wants to display that he's the best at his division, and he wants to go down as an all-time great. I don't think he's going to duck anybody, but obviously, whoever you sign with can make it, can create some obstacles in making a fight. I mean, we can't be oblivious to that, but we got to understand that these fighters do have to make decisions that's in the best interest of their career, right? And I think a fight like Tank Davis and Devin may take a little bit more extra effort to make, but I think that fight will get made.
I think it'll make the same amount of
Here,
effort,
here-
take the
here's the
same
here's
amount
the
of
thing,
effort
y'all.
as Loma in Tank and T.O. in Tank. So if Floyd and Calvin Ford think that they can make a Loma or a Teofimo Lopez fight, then they could definitely, or a Shakur Stevenson fight, then they can make a Devin Haney fight.
Here's the thing, y'all. Here's what it is, bro. The reason people are doing that to Devin is because the whole brand of Devin Haney, Bill Haney, and a lot of Haney fans is everybody ducking Devin. So even when you can point to things that can prove it factually that he wasn't ducked in this situation or ducked in that situation, they still run around everywhere they can saying that they're only doing this because nobody else want to fight them. That's their method. That's what they do. That's how they promote. So now what's happening is when you can pull something back and look at them and put the mirror on them, that's what's happening to them right now because you said these things. So if this was a duck and what you're doing is even more difficult, then we gonna call that a duck too. That's what's happening to him, bro. That's just
so
what it is.
So I get that part. Like I get that Bill Haney's created a lot of enemies and people are not willing to be charitable and all this other stuff. They feel like it's the same energy thing, even when they're not even closely related to being the same thing. But sure, I get that part of it. I really do, for real. Like I get that this is a bet of their own making to some extent. What I don't really get though is this idea that Tank is a made man that everybody must capitulate to. Like not everybody needs to cash out. Like some people can build a career and perhaps make more money than Tank has made already. Not fighting Tank. The same way that Tank made his money not fighting them.
Yeah, that's when you make the decision that's in the best interest for your career. Obviously.
I told you.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I just at some point, all the shit that Tank Davis done said, all the shit that Devin Haney done said, at some point, like we got to ask them to stand on it and actually go be men in their words and stand on what they said they wanted to do, and quit talking about the options that they have and Tank can do this or Devin can do that. Like, at what point do we say, look, Tank, you said this. Look, Devin, you and your daddy said this. We need y'all to go in each other's direction and stop finding ways to go in the opposite. Like, when do we stand on what they said and hold them to all this fake ass animus? Like, Tank Davis don't like Devin Haney so much, he picking Loma to beat him. Devin Haney don't like Tank so much, he picking Ryan to beat him. Tank Davis don't like Devin so much, he calls him an email champ when we know it's not true. Devin Haney don't like Tank Davis so much, he willing to drop sparring footage to try to fuck up his event with Hector Luis Garcia. Like, they do so much shit, and they got so much animus towards each other on this social media shit, and when you put a microphone in front of their face, at what point do we as fight fans say, look, bro, enough of all this fucking talking y'all doing, all this jaw-jacking y'all doing. Here's a way to make the fight easy, to go get the shit that y'all claim y'all both want. Tank, I'm calling on you to do your part, and Devin, you do your. At what point do we do that shit?
I'll tell you what. For me, it's when it's and even with Spence and Bud, people are still choosing sides. But when it is clear that guys are just not trying to capitulate because they're jockeying for position and leverage and all this other stuff, like they're not really trying to fight each other. Like there's a certain point where I just call bullshit. Like it is more interesting to build the fight for however it is, so it becomes a cash out fight and not really significant other than at that point it'll be like two Hall of Famers facing each other kind of shit.
Yeah, but for me, man, look, I'm gonna go back to the original point. With the pound for pound. Regardless of whatever promotional company Devin Haney signs with, he still has a shit ton of work to do in the division. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. I mean, we can cut it, slice it however many ways. We can say they're not making the fights. We can say guys are ducking. But at the end of the day, if you got work, and I mean, he's not gonna have a little bit of work, depending on how long he stay at the division, he got a bunch of work. You understand what I'm saying? It's that is what it is, and Tank Davis is a part of that work. You understand? So
He need to get the
Tank
fuck out the
Davis could have been
division.
fought though. Like, nah, I ain't gonna lie. Like Shakur, he just got here, and Tank Davis has never acted like he wanted to fight, bro. If Devin move up, that nigga did all he could, bro. Especially seeing that he fought Loma. The nigga could have moved up without fighting any of these niggas on some
That's a
regular
bunch of
undisputed shit.
bullshit.
On some
That's a
regular,
fan. That's a fan right there.
hey, but I ain't gonna lie. Who Bud fought after he went
A
undisputed? You know what I mean?
bunch
Like,
of
what are we talking
bullshit,
about,
Rich. You tried to get away with that
bro?
one, didn't you? He
No,
tried to
this
slide
is.
that in.
I didn't slide shit
Oh
in, bro.
man,
Tank Davis,
rest in peace,
bro.
Jim Brown.
Tank
Jim
Davis.
Brown just
Tank
died, man.
Davis. You said Jim Brown?
Yeah, he just died, bro.
Oh man,
R.I.P. to
rest in
Jim
peace to that man.
Brown. Yeah.
Oh
Most
wow,
definitely.
man, it took forever. But yes, yeah, shit. Shout out to Jim Brown. Was he like 90 something?
87, bro. He lasted
87.
87. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm a football
R.I.P.
guy,
to that
so
man,
yeah.
man. That's a
Long
real nigga.
live Jim Brown for sure.
Shit, man, I played lacrosse for a minute. Like, yeah, that's different shit. But anyway,
Man,
yeah,
you did
I like
everything.
Jim
You
Brown.
played lacrosse. You was fencing and shit.
Hold on,
That's what
Smoke.
prep
You
school does to
played
you, man.
lacrosse?
Goddamn, no second man around this
Yeah,
bitch,
no
Smoke.
shit. That's what
He's a
prep
holy
school does to
man.
you, man. It give you an
God
introduction.
damn, man, that boy Smoke, the goddamn Great Gatsby over there.
He got his
Forrest
pilot
Gump.
Yeah,
license.
shit, boarding school, man.
They should have hollered at your
They
ass. They
keep
should
those
have hollered
kids
at
fucking
your
busy.
ass for the no second commercial, man. Shit.
That nigga said the Great Gatsby. That nigga funny as shit.
Motherfucker,
Nah, I
lacrosse.
did
Hey
not
man,
last long in
hey,
lacrosse. It's
Great
putting it out there.
Gatsby and Forrest
That was
Gump,
not
man.
my
That's
shit.
the two realest ever. For real.
Hey man, speaking of Forrest Gump, man. Nah, never mind. We're gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, man. We Phil. We're trying to figure out how to unify these titles. To get this undisputed at the round table. I don't know if you heard the stream earlier.
What's going down with that? I
It's looking
came off
like
of
right
nights, man,
now
so I took
we
me
have
up
a
now.
date and a thing for like next week, next Saturday.
Oh yeah,
It's
I
looking
seen
like
that. Yeah,
Jack
the
Johnson versus
27th, right?
Rocky Marciano, but we'll see
Yeah,
who gets the better.
that's a good one. That's a good one, man. That's a
Yeah,
good
it
one.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, we'll see how that shapes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Who
supposed
got
to be one
who?
of the judges.
Yeah, I know
Anyway,
who got who.
I'm right now. I got Rocky Marciano. He's got Jack Johnson.
Okay, I ain't gonna give my opinions on it because I'm a judge, but we'll see. We'll see how you gonna cook on that.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good. Yes, sir. If that winds up being the debate, yeah, it should be a good one. But
yeah.
Now here, hold up, someone's backstage. Let me add my man Sports Heaven. What's up, baby? Happy Friday. We've been cooking up on the lightweight division of this fight tomorrow, what the landscape's looking like, and then also the historical significance. And I don't think we really delved in and like chopped that up the way that it needs to be chopped up. How do you guys feel about, like, what do you think, if Dev wins, what's the historical significance? Loma wins, like, where does this fight actually play is in your minds in like the history of the lightweight division?
Well, and salute to everybody. Salute to you, Smoke, with the good job you're doing. Actually play is. What you say, brother?
No, you got it, bro.
Yeah, brother. I think it's a great fight for significance. I'm not a Haney fan, so I'm not gonna sit up here and hoo and rah for him. But I respect his work, though. He's the undisputed. He's definitely even though I love Tank, I think Tank's the best fighter, but I think Haney's the king of 135, so I think he deserves to get his credit to be number one. I think the fact that for him to sit up here, if he were to beat Lomachenko, I think that would be I don't care if it's impressive or not. I think you have to give him his credit. If Lomachenko beats him, I think this is like a old school, like we talked about this, like this is the best of the best. Now you can Lomachenko and Devin Haney, they're in that argument of the best for the best. You can throw Tank in there, you can throw Shakur in there, which might be a little premature, but at the end of the day, those two are definitely in the conversation of the best. And this fight means a lot at the end of the day.
Where you got it? Where you got this fight placing the winner of this fight? What do you place him in history? Like in comparison to the other great guys that fought at 135.
I think they become in the conversation. And, at that point, you can just kind of, spin it around because on one hand, Haney, he's killing this. This is like the third or fourth fight where he's killing this literally. For those that understand your body, you can look at the young man. He's literally killing himself to make this weight. So even if he was to beat Lomachenko and then go up a weight class, he's still in the conversation. But unfortunately, does that make him the best? Does that make him better than Durant? You know what I mean? Does that make him the best? I don't know if that necessarily, but it definitely puts him in the conversation. If Lomachenko wins, which I think that needs to be understood, that he can win. If Lomachenko wins, I think that, and I'm not a fan of his, but I do enjoy watching the dude fight. I actually enjoy watching him fight more than Devin. If he were to win the fight, I definitely think conversations about Lomachenko being in that conversation is high. So it's just
holy shit. You're not your racist ass. Did you really just come out?
Yeah, I didn't want you
all that racism you've been spewing over the airwaves. That
you
man. Enjoy Lomachenko over there.
Well, I mean, I'm racist, but I'm not into supremacy. I mean, it is what it is. I don't do me like that, Smoke. I'm trying to be
okay. I just want to make sure. Okay, I just want to make sure for all those racist people who can't be dispassionate about their picks. Like, take a page, man.
Yeah. I mean, like I'm rooting for Devin all day long, and because he like to play around, I'm going to be nervous, but like I can't take nothing away, from Lomachenko if he was to go in there. Coming up he's definitely the smaller man. If he was to win and become undisputed, I mean, he was a political belt away from being undisputed before. So, like, this, you cannot take nothing away from him. And as much as I love Tank, he did, and I know it's politics behind his knockout, and I'm a big fan of yours, and I support you, knockout. And a lot of stuff you say, I'm with you 120%. But by Tank not fighting Loma, even though Tank was a youngster and Loma was in his prime, so it's not, you can break that down in a debate setting, but just theoretically, for Haney to go in there and fight him and call him out and beat him, and Tank never fought him, it just, at 135, it's just hard to argue that. It's just hard to go against the grade, and you just have to give Haney the credit.
Oh, I agree with you. Like, I will still do, like, after this fight, I'll still do a Tank Davis, Devin Haney debate in a heartbeat, but I'll never debate their resume. If somebody bring that question to me, hey, let's I want to do Tank and Devin resume at 135. That's what I want the question to be. I'm gonna tell them fuck no.
Yeah, you can't. I'm
gonna tell them no. We can talk about who win the fight.
That's right. That's right. And
but
and
like you said, I don't argue objective facts, bro.
And I think and what I've been listening to different channels and this is why a lot of people listen. Let's just keep it 100. And this is a good point that you make, Smokey. And I think people not really hitting on this all the way. How important, how great this fight is. This talk about washing each other is ridiculous. You're talking about two of the best fighters at 135 pounds, and due to this fight and due to their skills and due to their accolades, when you put them all into one, you're talking about maybe one of the greatest undercover, low key, just skill set. You're talking about one of the, arguably, especially in our generation, one of the greatest fights at the lightweight division, and people are actually talking about people getting smoked. Are you fucking kidding me? This is gonna be a close fight. This is gonna be a close
I agree, bro. I agree with you, fam.
Can we
I don't
change
think
my
it's gonna be
name?
no smoking.
We gotta change my name after I get this.
What's your name?
We gonna change my name to what's that nigga name? Like Aristotle or something? We gonna have to get Rich a new name.
Nostradamus or something. Yeah. That boy say Aristotle.
Aristotle. Get the fuck
God damn, that's the wrong person.
We gonna have to. I'm Nostradamus after Devin beat the shit out this dude. I swear to God, that's
Hey,
what I'm
You
going.
said
And if
9-3,
I'm
right?
wrong,
I do
Well,
think,
I'm
9-3.
like,
And I'm not talking about on the judges' scorecards because the judges gave Cambosos 4-5 round. No, I'm talking about. No.
we can't go
Go
off
off
of
yeah, I
of
got
go
you.
off of the
Hey
Tank
man,
Davis
I'm gonna be real with you,
scoreboard.
man. I don't know if I can trust you because you
this
can't
to
even
y'all,
get your
bro.
name right, man. You feel me?
Yeah, real talk, Rich. You fucking up with the name.
Look.
Hey,
I honestly don't even know who Aristotle is. No cap.
yeah, you
Let me
can't get
say
your
this.
name
Let me
right,
say
man.
this.
I don't know if I can
I
trust
mean,
the
he is
judges.
being philosophical. I mean, in his defense, right? I don't know if he's doing a prediction or if
Yeah,
he's just being philosophical. Like, we don't know yet.
No. This
yeah, one or the
is
other.
a
One or the other.
prediction. This is a
Well,
prediction.
nigga, I
And when
got
I'm
50.
right
Listen,
about
I'm
this,
like,
But let me
niggas
tell
need to give
y'all.
me my
Let me
smoke.
tell y'all something about the lightweight though. Like, cause I hear y'all talking about like whoever win this fight, where they place in history with the lightweights and shit. I think that's a little. Number one, Lomachenko ain't just being cold with it at lightweight. Like he did some shit at 130, did some shit at 126. Devin Haney, Cambosos 2 times, and then now Loma. I think if you want to start comparing them to fucking Roberto Duran or Pernell Whitaker and shit, we gotta see what they do as they move forward, bro. Like you can't put them over those guys yet. Just whoever win this fight based off of this one
Yeah,
fight
yeah. I
alone.
was talking about even the
We,
lightweight run. Forget like overall legacy
Yeah,
and all that
no,
stuff.
at
Just
yeah,
lightweight,
the
we
bro.
lightweight.
gotta. Well, shit. Even Roberto Duran and Pernell Whitaker at lightweight, bro. You go look at what they did, bro. That
Yeah,
shit.
yeah. That's what I'm
Who did
saying. I don't
Roberto
know.
Yeah,
Duran
like
beat at lightweight, bro? That was worth the shit.
I mean, you can't hold on. Whoa, hold on, family. How old are you, brother? I don't respect. How old are
No,
you?
I'm very young. I'm 22, but
All
that
right,
ain't
so
the point.
let me just
I
let me
remember
just say that.
Roberto Duran being known for Sugar Ray though.
Well, let me just say this, brother. Let me just say this.
bro, nah, he was fucking up every champion, everything
There you
moving
go.
at lightweight. Dog.
What's
He
their
was
names?
fucking
What's their names? That's what
everything.
I'm saying.
Like
Cause I can.
every champion that he
It
came
don't even matter
across,
because you
bro,
wasn't
he
even
cleaned that
born. You wasn't
motherfucker
even born
out,
when they
bro.
was
No. I'm saying I know plenty of fighters that was around before I was born. I'm saying name these niggas for us to be like that'll be a better in the name.
my brother. And this is what I'm talking about with this when we get into the social media era. There's a lot of you. No. I know you don't buck leg shuffle around and try to get. Don't act like a white nigger. That mean a politician, brother. Don't do that. Don't sugarcoat the words, the names and stuff like that because Durant was fighting in the 70s, brother. So for us to sit up here and just start shooting out names for you, that's not how it's going. We can't get it to pan out.
Nah. That ain't true. I can name plenty of fighters from the 70s.
I mean, we can
Don't do
look on
that.
Google and box rec, and we can come up with names and do our homework.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Bring them niggas up and bring up one of them that's as reputable as Lomachenko or Devin Haney.
Well, when Pretty Boy Floyd was Pretty Boy, how many when we all say now the rule of thumb is, even though I think Money Mayweather resume good too, but a lot of people say Pretty Boy Floyd, he was fighting those real fighters. Well, name the fighters he was fighting when he was Pretty Boy.
I can name plenty of them. I ain't
well,
gonna
name
lie.
them. Name 3 of them.
Castillo, Corrales.
Let me stop you. Are you saying Castillo is an all-time great?
No. But I can name a name, my nigga. Y'all
Right.
didn't
So
even
that's
say
what
a
I'm trying
name.
to say, brother. Let me tell you something.
And actually, Castillo is a great lightweight.
Well, hold on. Let me stop you for a minute because when Michael Jordan was making his run, when he beat Miami Heat in the playoffs, Miami Heat when they had Alonzo Mourning and those boys and Larry Johnson, all time. All time the Hornets team wasn't all time great, but guess what though? Anybody that was alive during that era recognized that team was a hell of a team to beat.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like we shit on George, and that's cool. We shitting on George, but now we talking about the Lomachenko win.
Let the man finish his point. Damn.
I want to double down on what I said because you just said okay and then started talking again. I want that to sit on your chest like when you hitting the blunt. Just don't hit the blunt. Be like Smokey. Hold that shit down in your chest and speak with your chest. I just want you to understand is that there was teams that Michael Jordan was beating in his playoff runs when they beat Portland. Portland is not an all-time great team when he beat them in the championship. But for those that was realizing, they understand that Cliff Robinson, those boys was the truth when Michael and Clyde was in his prime. That was a legitimate team, but from an all-time standard, it's not. So we might not, people today, if I throw out the Trailblazers, people will say, people will say, "Oh, the Trailblazers wasn't really all that good," because
Only
they
a
wasn't
casual
around. They
would say
don't
some
know.
shit like that, though. Only a
Say that
casual would say
again.
some shit like that. I wasn't around, and I would never throw dirt on any of Michael Jordan's or damn near anybody rings, especially when I'm comparing them in the same era. But my
Did you
thing
watch
is,
that series? Did you watch that series?
no. But when I think of the Portland Trailblazers when the Bulls beat them, I think of Clyde Drexler, and that nigga was that dude.
But
So
did
I'm
you
like,
watch him play though, brother? Did you watch him play?
who did I
Clyde
watch? Michael
Drexler.
Jordan or
No,
Clyde
brother.
Drexler?
Did you watch that Portland team play?
No, I don't even think I wasn't born at all.
I
No, nigga, I was
know,
like,
I know.
but my point is, I know they're good. Just like I can name niggas from the 70s. Like you just named Roberto Duran. All right, just name one more of them niggas. And then I'll like didn't somebody did he beat Ken Buchanan?
Brother, I was born in '79. That's when him and Leonard fought the first time. I can't sit up here and run off names.
Ken Buchanan, it was not great shakes, but he is a Hall of Famer.
But
He beat Kim Buchanan and
Yeah,
Esteban.
he was wearing those tight ass tartan shorts.
Yeah, he beat Kim
Esteban
Buchanan, Esteban de Jesus.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. And
Esteban,
those
the
two wins,
Dominican
right?
guy. Yeah.
Out of those 75 wins or whatever the fuck he went when he
Bro,
was at lightweight,
he had
right?
he had like 100 and something wins. I think like 115, 120, somewhere in there.
At
He had a ton of
135?
fucking wins at
Yeah,
lightweight.
bro, and he reigned at lightweight as a champion for like 6 or 7 years, bro.
No,
And
I
then the
understand
stuff
that.
he did after that, like
No,
you can't
I'm
put
not.
nobody
First
over
of
him
all,
because like Loma lost his belt.
Yeah.
Number one, Loma lost. Like you can't put Loma above.
Nigga went
Roberto
like
Duran
80 and
when
0.
he was a motherfucker with 15 fights and shit, bro. Like we're not doing like just if he beat Devin, he don't get to go over
bro,
Roberto because he done lost to
I
a
never
nigga
said.
with 10 fights. He done lost to a nigga in Teofimo that look like trash right now. So Loma's out the equation. Then let's go to Devin. Devin got 2 wins against Camboso, and then he'll have a win against Lomachenko. Bro, we not putting him with
He also had a win
Devin
against
didn't fought like four former
he also
champs
has a
though,
win
bro.
against
Like
Faded
y'all throwing shit
Linares.
out. Yeah,
No,
Linares.
brother. Hold on. No.
Nah,
You
bro.
ignore
I'm
what
sorry.
Knockout just said.
I got mad love for y'all, but we ain't doing this. Not
I agree
Roberto
with
Duran, the
Knockout.
person.
Bro, you niggas is crazy. Y'all still ain't named one of
hold on,
the.
you ain't gotta-
Y'all didn't name shit for Roberto Duran yet. Like,
Well,
I'm
hold on,
Hold up, bro. I said like I can find out the exact number for you. But the guy had more than 115 fights, somewhere between 115 and 120 fights at lightweight. And you're saying like, who did he fight?
Right.
Yeah, I thought he had like 75, bro. I don't know about this 100.
Nah, you got a ton of
he had like 80 fights at lightweight, something like that. Between
that's what I'm
70 and 80
saying.
fights,
Yeah,
something like that.
and we just named two
bro,
niggas, and none of them.
And I'm going off my dome because I don't want to look shit up here. But somebody in the chat that got Google in front of him, the man was a champion at the division for like 6 or 7 years, bro, knocking shit out, wrecking everybody that they put in front of him, bro. And then move.
Nah, he was a stopping machine. He was stopping the fuck out of everybody. Now I do remember seeing that on box.
And he got people on his resume, bro, that Lomachenko and Devin can't hold a candle to, bro. Like we not putting. We can't do that. We're not doing that. I ain't no Roberto.
Wait, at lightweight,
bro.
Well, just hold on, brother.
Bro, he is
Roberto
one of the 4 kings, bro.
Brother,
bro,
listen,
I'm not even saying that
brother.
Devin or them is better than that nigga. That's an argument. But to say
brother,
that it's not a conversation is crazy.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
Hold on,
brother. Smokey, hold on, brother. Smokey is a historian. He's older than 90% of us on this panel right now, probably. Knockout is a historian. He knows his thing. So I'm just throwing it out here for you. Those brothers, both of those brothers, if anybody, most of us was to debate either one of them, we would actually have to do our homework to debate them, because a lot of stuff that they ring off the top of our head, we would have to actually, if just being honest, we would have to kind of put some homework in to fuck with them. Knockout just told you, listen what he said. He beat Cambosis twice. 20 years from now, we will not know who he is. But in his era, he was a political belt away from being undisputed. He was he had multiple belts when he fought Haney, and he beat so-called one of the kings. So in his era, in our era, we know Cambosis 20 years from now, And I'm talking about in the 70s, so that's even 31st. That's even further back. 20 years from now, we won't know who Kambosos is. But only
that's
wins that
50
Devin
years.
got under his belt is 2 wins against Kambosos, which we won't know about 20 years from now. And so the only win at lightweight that we'll know about Devin 20 years from now, the only name you can actually throw out would be Loma, which was a
all
blown
right,
up
bro.
lightweight.
This shit is crazy, man.
That's not crazy. You just don't want to
Nah,
accept
like
it.
I'm done talking about Devin with you niggas, bro, because y'all niggas have yet to bring. Because first of all, I'm not comparing Kambosos to fucking Roberto Duran. First of all, why would we be? Obviously, we know
You're
who Roberto
comparing
Duran
Devin
is.
to him. You can't compare Devin
No.
to him.
First of all, yes, I can. You niggas didn't bring up nobody. Smoke the historian had to bring up Kim Buchanan and motherfucking Esteban De La Cruz. Like, what are you talking about?
You don't
I'm
know
not
them.
gonna
How
look
can you
because
say them like they're
I'm
not
not
nobody?
gonna
You
look the
don't know
man
them.
resume in the middle of a
Okay, so
conversation. But I
just
know
straight up,
that he was champion for
if you don't
6
know
or
Kim
7
Buchanan and
years, bro.
Esteban De Jesus, then just do your homework. Kim Buchanan, I'm gonna say it was like a Scots dude, and Esteban was like a Dominican guy. The fights themselves, like Kim Buchanan, I feel like is overrated. Just to be honest with you, like I think that guy's totally fucking overrated. But he is a Hall of Famer. Esteban De Jesus could fucking thump though. Like I don't think he was overrated. But the idea isn't the issue is saying who did he beat when the guy had more fights in the division than guys having their entire careers right now. It's kind of like he was the division. It's just not the same thing. Yeah, like we have guys who are just not proven at the top. Like, yeah, Kambosos had an excellent win. And in his very next title defense, he got his ass whooped. And that's pretty much it. Like, I don't know how we're supposed to, like, Loma, like Luke Campbell, Linares, Anthony Crolla, lost to Tio. Like, these are not historically significant fights, period. Win, lose, or draw. Like, the only thing that made the Tio thing significant was the belts were on the line.
My Devin Haney fans, how long Devin been the champion, bro?
He's been a champion since before the pandemic, like right before the pandemic.
What's it been, 4 years now?
Okay, so like 2019, 2019 or some shit?
Yeah, 2019, 2020, yeah.
Bro, Roberto Duran was champion for 7 years at lightweight, knocking every fucking thing out, bro. He ran through the entire division, bro. Like forget who he beat. He beat everyone that was at the top for 7 years straight. Fucked them all up.
And that boy he was fighting damn near every other month.
I'm getting lost right now.
Yo, he was fighting like fucking every 2-3 months he was fighting, man.
He was super active, and also he was just like that dude was a terror.
Rich,
he was so good at man. He was so good at lightweight. The dude moved up 2 weight classes to beat an undefeated Sugar Ray Leonard.
And mind you, I'm not saying that Devin is going to be better than Pernell or Roberto Duran. I'm just saying he has to be number 3 or in the conversation for number 3. Why
no, he does not. Those guys are not okay. Just so you understand, I don't even think that those two are the best in lightweight. I just think those are the best that I've seen at lightweight.
What's the name? What's the dude name? Smoke? I'm not a historian.
I got Joe Gans. I got Joe Gans and Benny Leonard as like the best lightweights. You can fuck with some homicide Hank maybe, but I got Joe Gans all day.
Send me a video of them niggas fighting. I would love to see it, bro.
I mean, the video you get some Battle of Nelson from the Fight of the Century 06. Yeah, they don't really have him fighting Barbados Joe. But like Joe Gans, man, that fool fought. He fought Sam Langford as a lightweight. Sam Langford came in at welterweight. Sam Langford said, like, Sam Langford all the way to heavyweight and said all of his fights, Joe Gans was the toughest fight he had in his life. And Joe Gans fought a fight the day before that, got on a train, went 300 miles, and then fought Sam Langford as a lightweight, and Sam Langford was a welterweight. Like this is it's not the same shit.
Wait,
like,
but I thought we was basing this shit on mindset.
When we talk about the history of the lightweight division, like the lightweight division is one of the most storied divisions in boxing. Devin Haney and Lomachenko ain't doing shit. that's historically significant for real.
Being undisputed
Wait,
and
so
defending it a
how is
couple of
this one of
times,
them?
bro.
Yeah, all right. So
Okay,
I
let me
don't
ask
know
you this.
what anybody
Let me
else.
ask you this.
Let me say this right here. Let me say this
I have
real
a
quick.
question for you, Rich. Let me ask you this question. Where do you put Nate Campbell in the history of the lightweight division?
You said Nate Campbell?
Nate Campbell.
Yes.
I don't know, dude, at all. Like I've
He
never
was the
heard of his name.
undisputed lightweight champion.
Yeah, Nate Campbell was a dog.
When?
At 90s?
In the 90s?
Yeah. Was it 90s, 2000s? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I've never heard of this nigga, honest to God, bro.
Yeah, check out Nate Campbell. He's a beast. Like couple of good. I mean,
so man, this the problem with 135. It's this the problem with 135. The division is so old because it's a original division. Like the history just go back way too far, man. You would literally have to go, and it's been a lot of great ones, bro. You would literally have to go through that shit and just really stifle the list out, man. Honestly.
Yo, Gervonta Davis will fold Joe Gans. Come on now.
Gervonta Davis is not even the best guy out of Baltimore at lightweight. That would be Joe Gans.
I said he would fold Joe Gans. Like this is like
listen,
saying
hold up
that
a
Steph
second.
Curry ain't gonna put up no points
okay,
on
so
Steph.
Gervonta Davis.
Yeah, I would
just so we understand each other. Gervonta is putting catch weights and rehydration.
Why you call that man Gervonta, bro?
I'm just saying, Tank is putting catch weights and rehydration clauses on Ryan Garcia and Mario Barrios. Meanwhile, Joe Gans is fighting light heavyweights and never weighed more than 137 pounds. These are not the same kind of guys.
No disrespect, but nostalgia.
It's not nostalgia. I'm telling you, right now.
That shit just sound good, bro.
No, it's not even that it sounds good. I'm just trying to tell you that Tank Davis won't fight Ryan Garcia without a fucking catch weight. And you're talking about a guy who is fighting light heavyweights.
Hey, that is a fact, bro. Who brought up Tank Davis? I ain't gonna lie. Who did that?
I did.
Yeah, that was asinine. But I get what you was going. Like, I need to see some tape of these niggas. Like all these superhero stories and shit. Like that shit.
So what?
Are you looking at the tape?
So what you guys?
Conversation about something
what the tape look like, bro?
Okay.
Here, I got you. Hold up, I got you. Look up Joe Gans versus Kid Herman.
Yeah, you got Kid Herman, you got Ballin Nelson.
Nah,
they
just
get
look
to have
at
the
it.
same technology that we got. You know what I mean? Might be different.
It don't
I better put this shit on and be very impressed.
I just want you guys to just understand something. Joe Gans, like the reason why, like he was one of the pioneers of fighting in small circles. The reason why is because since he was fighting in the color line era, if he went to the ropes, there would be guys with sticks fucking his ankles up. So he had to learn how to fight out, not ever hitting the ropes. Like these are just not the same kind of guys. That's why we're not even like we're talking about equipment. Forget about like 46 rounds or whatever the fuck. Like, bro, they're just not the same at all. Like that's why I'm not even trying to do this. Like historically significant.
That's fine.
Ryan, Devin, and Loma is not fucking historically significant. It's just
that's
not.
Fine. You can have your opinion, but if I get in a time machine with Gervonta Davis and put him in the ring with Joe Gans going to sleep.
Do you not understand that Gervonta Davis fights in the 12-round era where he didn't put Isaac Pitbull Cruz to sleep? Meanwhile, Joe Gans is knocking out fucking light heavyweights. He's fighting the best who ever did. Do you understand who Sam Langford is?
Do you understand that was 100 years ago?
More than 100 years ago, actually.
You got it, 113.
Hold on, wait, we talking about niggas 100 years ago, bro?
Yeah, that's
more than 100 years ago.
Like
I think that you guys don't understand.
That's like saying
I think you got hold up a second.
Work for Steph Curry, man. Come on, like
hold up a second.
We talking about niggas before boxing gloves even existed?
I get what you're saying. If we were talking about something like throwing a ball in the hoop where the ball was different and all that stuff, there is a lot that is different. Just so you also understand that Joe Gans, if they were he was doing this shit in different size gloves. They fought daily, weekly, like all throughout the year. They're way more active They fought way more rounds. The equipment was different. Gum shields, the fucking groin, the cups, every fucking thing about the sport is different.
Man, and they can hit your ass when you're down on the
standing 8
ground.
count, standing 8 neutral corners. All this shit that we take for granted did not exist then.
Yeah, imagine getting your ass woozy and you trying to get up, and you got one hand still on the ground, and the motherfucker come and punch you in your face.
You right.
That's the kind of shit.
You right, but imagine this.
Hey, that shit was savagery, bro. Back in the day, man. It's really just different, bro. It was different, bro.
I feel what you're saying, Marcus, because technology, evolution, more athletic. We have more.
That's what I'm saying.
People get better. People become better athletes over time. But if you're gonna have that conversation, you have to take Joe Gaines with his same mindset, the same way that he was, the willingness that
put that nigga, put him in 1985.
Yeah, bro. Tank is soft for this fucking generation. You're talking about one of the hardest dudes to ever lace him up. Tank is doing fucking catch weights, bro. He's doing catch weights and rehydration clauses.
They don't be doing all that grabbing and shit like yo, guy. Tank here for the smoke now. Hold up now.
Hey, what you mean? Hey, but it ain't no rehydration clauses. You know
what? Hold up a second. You do it.
Niggas weight training niggas.
Hold up a second.
Come on.
Joe Gans had to, bro. Joe Gans had to hold on to people because if he knocked them out too quick, they were going to kill him. So he had to fucking hold them up. Like he could have fucking been like we're just not talking about the same shit, really. Yeah. It's almost like
bro.
The same fucking sport.
It's really not the same sport, bro. Low key.
Yeah, it's damn near not even the same.
Yeah, but I just think, man, way back then, man, that shit really was a barbaric sport back in the day, bro. That shit was crazy.
Yeah, and you know what? And excuse me. And don't forget about you leaving out the skill set. Them guys were fighting like primates, man. Them guys back there were fighting like motherfucking animals. It was bestial. It didn't have no goddamn skill sets in it. So if you take Tank and you put the weight at whatever weight that was, and you put that on Tank, just like this guy said earlier, put that on Tank in proportion, zooming back there with the skill sets of we talking about Tank. We ain't talking about Tank with a different absent of skill set or absent being able to take a punch. No. We're taking Tank back there. Tank, just like he is, with his quickness, with his being able to identify a motherfucking opening or an opportunity and get it before it gets away. Quick, lightning speed, skill, ring generalship. Take that skill, nigga, and put all that in proportion to weight class, whatever it is. Then take him back there with them brutes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like they don't there's so much skills that have been lost to time that those dudes were doing. Like you think it's funny that there's those weird they put him up Lucky Charms, fisticuffs fucking stance. Yeah, put a modern boxer in there with that shit. He will have a hard time figuring that shit out. It looks weird. He might do that shit. He might not fucking do that shit. It fucking depends. They just train differently. They expect different shit. You don't expect to get thumbed in the eye. You know why? Because there's no fucking thumb away from your glove. So how the fuck you getting thumbed in the eye? That have to be a mistake. Like I guess Franco got fucking thumbed in the eye and people lost their goddamn mind. People used to get thumbed in the eye fucking multiple times a fight.
Right.
Hey, so Smoke, is it clear to say that we damn near talking about different sports?
That's what I said.
I think they changed the rules, man, because it's fights like people getting thumbed in the eye and shit happening like that. The reason why the rules are the way they are now, you know what I mean? Like
you can't even fight as frequently as they are. Like you get into a fucking fight and then you're suspended for 30 fucking days and 90 days and all that shit. You can't fucking fight. Get a sanctioned fight on Wednesday, travel across fucking country and get another sanctioned fight on Thursday. The fuck? No one's doing that. No athletic commission will sanction that shit.
Yeah, some of these motherfuckers was fighting twice in one day. Shit was crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like these are not the same guys. These are not the same even kind of guys. Like you sitting there talking about, the rules of today versus the rules of then. There's no way that these
but you
guys
did
today
this to
can fucking
yourself.
survive this thing. They might be
So
faster.
then
They
so
might
let's
be. You
not
might
talk
even
about
say that they're
so let's not
stronger,
talk
but
about
they do
historical
not have.
context ever again. Let's
Yeah.
let's not do that no more then. No historical context. Let's go
Yeah,
decade by decade then. How about that?
I mean, I don't mind if you go
we don't even
12
gotta do
round
that.
Arab versus 15 round Arab, but like when you start talking about like guys who are fighting 40 rounds, 100 round Arabs, like the
Why
rules are
count that?
so
That's
different
not.
about that shit. Like,
Why
Yeah,
count
hey,
that
look,
then?
Smoke. Real quick, man. I just want to tell you, man. I know you probably gonna be cooking all night, man. But I gotta go and get my workout in, man. You dig what I'm saying? So I appreciate you letting me come on the show, man. It's always a pleasure to chop it up with you and the fellas. But you know, Smoke, we chop it up almost every day anyway. You know, behind the scenes.
Yeah,
But
exactly. Yeah.
you know,
Whenever you're
salute
free,
to y'all
man.
boys,
I always
man.
appreciate it.
Salute.
Yeah.
Hey, Phil.
What's up?
We share the same last name, brother.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, yeah. Where you from, though?
East Coast, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't even know. I don't even, man. Yeah, most of my family either from down south or out west by where my man Smoke at in the Bay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got relatives all over the motherfucking planet, but yeah.
All right, man. Hey, you got a YouTube channel? Drop it in the private chat and I'll follow it, boss.
Okay. All right, money.
All right.
See, like when you talk about a guy, so here's the thing: what Tank is supremely gifted, and God gifted and he's using his attributes, but his stature isn't all that. When you talk about guys like Joe Gans, you're talking about one of the guys that they attribute for like creating the jab. You're talking about guys who are like brilliant and like put their mark on the entire fucking sport, not just like an era, but for like every single fighter in every single fucking division from the time they fought for the rest of their fucking life. You know, it's just they're being brilliant as a fighter, being well trained as a fighter. These are just different things. Like Willie Pep was just on some different shit. I don't know how you would put him in. I don't know where you like how you figure out from a historical standpoint, but yeah, lightweight is just too storied, man. Like this, like Loma. Man, like really,
How
Loma.
long have fighters been
Let's
wearing
be real
8-ounce
honest about it. Let's
gloves?
be real. Let's just be fucking keep it 100. Loma is who he is because of his amateur career. If you didn't have his amateur career, we wouldn't be talking about the historical significance of fucking Loma. It'd be like he had a lot of championship fights, you know, relative to how many fights he actually had, and that's kind of a crazy thing. But like that is it. Just how many championship fights he had. Nothing he did is fucking historically significant.
Be careful. You guys are gonna want to give Devin a ton of credit if he beats him. Be careful.
I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, that don't even make no sense, bro.
I'm doing eras. Like I don't mind in this era and with this group of people. Like right now, Loma and Devin Haney to me is the number one versus the number one versus number two proven at lightweight guys. Now, if we want to talk about eye test and who we think wins fights and all this other shit, that's cool. But I am just talking about what actually happened in the ring in a division and how that stacks up historically.
Okay,
it's not really historically significant, but it is better than fucking Devin and Shakur. So it is better than Tank and Shakur, and fucking Frank Martin and whoever else you have beaten these guys. Like,
well, you know, but look, can we go at it like this from this angle for a minute? A lot of times when we attribute these accolades and what somebody has done, and like we said earlier, we can talk about what somebody has done, but then when we try to compare them to somebody else, and they haven't fought them yet, then I mean, you know, when I say eye test, like I said earlier, then I think we got to drop the accolades and we got to wait till they fight to see what's going to happen.
but that's because it becomes two different things, right? When we're talking about the historical significance, we are just talking about the fighters, what they achieved in the ring, who they were, the stature, the legacy, all that stuff. That's what we're comparing. When you're talking about who's better, that's who's going to win a fight. These are actually two different things.
Right, but let me just go with this in terms of accolades, which is, you know, statistics, who they fought, and things of that nature. How about this? What about when you put a guy in the ring and he's supposed to win that fight? How about that? And guess what? He doesn't. Now, I don't know if that is on the stats board, but when a guy gets in the ring and he's supposed to win the fight and he wins it, that's a stat. We don't document those stats or put those stats on record, but that is a stat. A guy is in the ring. He's the not the front runner, but the favorite. He's supposed to win the fight, and boom, he does.
Right. So
how does
that
that
is
come in?
fine. So that's fine, right? But the thing is, it depends on who he's fighting. Like you can be like Floyd Mayweather was the favorite for all of his fights for the entire career. So yeah, he was a favorite and he went out and did what he was supposed to do. But a lot of his career was fucking Hall of Famers, couple of ATGs, all that shit. Tank Davis, by contrast, actually was an underdog in one of his fights against Pedraza. He won as an underdog, but does that make the Pedraza win better than the Oscar De La Hoya win because Tank was an underdog, but Floyd was favored? Of course not.
No. But it makes Tank an overachiever, so to speak, in that fight, in that category where he was the underdog. He wasn't supposed to win that fight, but he proved no. You guys underestimated me. You didn't look. You missed something about me because in all actuality, I did win this motherfucking fight.
It could be they could just have overrated Pedraza too.
Yeah.
The issue though is Oscar De La Hoya overrated?
No, not at all.
Floyd Mayweather overrated?
Not at all.
Right?
Well,
like Pedraza might be overrated. Tank might be overrated.
Well, it's a possibility that Pedraza might have been overrated, but Tank ain't overrated.
I mean, if you got, a lot of guys. Whatever. I'm not.
Well, no. I'm saying that I base that on a whole lot of shit. But I'm gonna stick with what I said. He overrated or underrated. He does what he's supposed to do with every single motherfucking fight thus far.
That is because he's fighting guys that aren't very fucking good. Like, it's one thing to be favored to win against somebody who is a killer versus someone who is favored to beat Hector and Ryan Garcia.
Okay, and you know what? Once again, if he's supposed to win that fight, he won it. All right, now, if the guy ain't supposed to be in the ring with Tank, if he can't fight, and somebody put him in there any motherfucking way, Tank, once again, this is repetitive and redundant, I understand. But once again, that proves he wasn't supposed to be in there with me. So everybody can sit back and say, oh, well, yeah, Tank beat that motherfucker because he wasn't supposed to be in there with me.
Definitely. So you're just talking about like how you give guys credit and do a thing. Totally. What I think where we're getting a little the disconnect is how do you rate that historically? Like, yeah, you can talk about how he did what he's supposed to do and he's supposed to do a thing and all this, like, great. If you're doing it against the Gamboas of the world and the Nunez's of the world and the Hector Garcias and the Rolly Romeros of the world, sure, that's an attribute about you, but that's not historically significant.
Okay, all right. And I don't know how that historically significant stuff works because if Tank stepped away from the ring right now for whatever reason, that would be a statistic that they would. What do you call that? A side point or something like that? Is that, well, he beat this guy, and then people are going to start rating whether or not the guy was supposed to be in there or wasn't supposed to be in there, or he was a Haney or a Shakur, and he wasn't those guys. But the one motherfucking thing they won't be able to escape is that he undefeated.
Right. I mean, that's the thing. Undefeated is a function of who you fought. If you want to make it historically significant, people have been undefeated, but they didn't fight anybody, so it didn't matter.
Okay.
They don't become like historically significant because you are undefeated just by virtue of being undefeated. You become historically significant by being undefeated by fighting people.
How many Mungi could retire? How many Mungi could retire right fucking now and nobody would give a fuck because how many Mungi ain't fought no fucking body.
Yeah, like Saddam Ali is not gonna get you there, bro.
Paul Spadafore was undefeated for a long time. What's the topic, man? We undefeated fighters.
Right now, man, we have some young people and some people who are just like trying to figure out the whole like historically significant thing, right? And this is something we kind of chopped up the other day. Fucking Devin Haney or Lomachenko being in the same conversation with like the Roberto Durans and the Sweet Peas, because whatever the winner.
What's the premise?
No, the historically right. The thing that we've been talking about, the historical significance of this fight, because it's a big fight. It has a big fight thing, and people keep talking about history and Undisputed. So, like, where does this fit in? And someone was saying earlier, like my guy Rich, I think, he's still there. Rich was saying,
No. I didn't say shit. That was somebody else. Y'all was talking about how it was important.
What you were saying is that they should be in the conversation.
Oh yeah, they for sure should be in the conversation.
Well, it depends, because Haney would have
5 lightweight.
Haney would gain a lot from this win. I'm not in that crowd of making excuses for guys. All that shit about Lomachenko, because if he beat Haney, it ain't gonna be the same energy. He get his grown ass in there, he get his ass whooped. Full credit to the victor. Point blank period. These dudes are grown. I ain't capping and making no excuses for nobody. So this is a historically good fight for me at lightweight for both of these combatants. And if Haney's able to come in here and address Lomachenko and put another undisputed defense under his belt, that does carry some weight, and that would be great. And then most people consider Lomachenko to be this predestined Hall of Famer, right? Based on his amateur pedigree, his resume, and what he's done. So that's full credit to Devin Haney. And I believe that it may be different for both. The value and the victory could be different. And that's just how most boxing fans or writers look at it. But would they equate to Sweet Pea or your historically good 135s? Yeah, that's going to be something that somebody's going to have to present. That's going to be, because Sweet Pea is a monster. And if you don't know nothing about Sweet Pea and don't know his resume, and you got to get online, you can't right now, we can talk about it right now, but if you got to type and get on Boxing Rec, don't even get on here talking about what Sweet Pea is and what Sweet Pea ain't. Because that's just Sweet Pea. We're not even getting into Roberto Duran. You know what I'm saying? We're not even getting into the Henry Armstrongs, what they did at 135. We're not even going that far back. So if you don't even know Sweet Pea, who's in our era, I don't even want to hear that shit.
I got the winner of this fight as especially if it's Devin. Especially if it's Loma. I got the winner of this fight going down. As far as niggas fighting in 8-ounce gloves. In 8-ounce gloves and shit, I would have to give them niggas what's the name? A top 5 lightweight. And obviously they're gonna be top 5 pound for pound, but nigga
if just to flip by the way that we've been doing this whole thing, I don't have Devin or Loma being able to hold Sweet Pea's job.
What's your top 5? Let's okay, everybody know boxing. Yeah, let's mix this up right now then. So first let's establish a top 5. And then let's see where these two guys may possibly move the needle. So who said that Devin Haney will elevate and definitely be in a top whatever? First, I need to know who you saying. What you saying? Go ahead, Rick.
That's me. I got him in there based strictly off the body of work. He'll have 8 defenses in total. 8 total title defense. No, my bad. I'm wrong. No. Yeah, he got 6. No. Yeah, 7 total defenses.
Right now. I think he's on the 7th right now.
Yeah. He'll have 7 total title defenses. 2 of those being undisputed. 1 of them against a future Hall of Famer in Lomachenko, fastest 3-way division champ. And honest to God, I can't go back further than Sweet Pea and Pernell Whitaker. So I would honestly put him. I would put him right behind those 2 niggas. Because I can't say nothing about Henry Armstrong, Joe Gans. I've never seen those niggas fight ever.
But take those out. Sweet Pea and Pernell Whitaker is the same person.
My bad. Sweet Pea and Roberto Duran, my bad. Sweet Pea and Roberto Duran. I would put them ahead of them, maybe, but I have to put Devin in there. Based off the title defenses, how young he is, and the win. Yeah. And that's based off just lightweight. Sweet P and I think what niggas getting it mixed up is that Sweet P and Roberto Duran then went on past lightweight and done great things. You feel me? So they like, oh no. But I'm talking strictly at lightweight. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what everybody's talking about.
I might want to check boxing Rick real quick right now as we're talking about what Sweet P did. And Roberto, and you might want to look at Shane Mosley while you're there.
A point that I would make is
But I didn't say I was gonna put Devin ahead of those niggas. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I said he has to be in that conversation.
That's a good one. That's a good point. That I might kind of agree with you if you're saying the top 5.
That's all I said. Top 5. That's all I said. Top 5.
I think I can look at that too. I think you might be on to something there. You might be.
I mean, who else is defending on the
if you were to narrow it down to the 12-round era.
Yeah. See, he said he don't go that
but Duran is still 15 rounds. Like,
no, I said 8-ounce gloves because all that shit with the thumb poking and them one type of gloves that them. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about 8-ounce gloves, straight like that.
You said color
television.
Yeah. Color, I got you. That makes sense. That's fair. That makes sense. I can see that.
And if it's like that, then I got top 3. Yeah,
I can see that.
I don't be on this bitch dick sucking. I come on this bitch with logic. I don't want to look like Lebethin on this hoe.
You don't think you're doing a little bit of dick sucking based on the fact that most of the guys' names you mentioned, they made their name off by beating somebody, whatever was the name, to even get in the conversation.
God, my nigga, did I say that Devin Haney was that right now, or did I say after tomorrow, my nigga? Like,
no, so it was some. You made me think about something, right? Duran and to even get in that conversation, right? Then he went on to defend against other guys and beat other Hall of Famers. Then he decided to lead the division, same with Sweet P and so forth, right? Devs ain't play that way. It ain't really been that. It's a couple of has-beens. I ain't trying to take nothing away from this fight, right? Again, I could always say that Loma might be a has-been, but I ain't trying to take nothing away. But this might be his last fight. And the problem I'm having kind of is like there's still the Tank Davis and there is the pound for pound, also a pound for pound fight. Shakur now wants to match off with Devin at 135. So I think what validates a little bit, what sets the tone for Dev is him fighting a Shakur or a Tank. Then we can have that conversation. But right now, just beating Lomachenko, who might be on his way out the door, and you still ain't really ever solidify yourself as a champ. If we gonna say the Camboses, I'm like, no.
The issue that I have with Shakur, like the Shakurs and Tank arguments, is that Devin will have already surpassed those dudes with a win with Loma. Like,
I think they don't even want Tank and Devin to fight. So I don't know why you even bring him up. That don't.
What about Juan Manuel Marquez?
Yeah, this nigga.
That's decent. Marquez. What about Marquez? Baby boy Diaz.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Pacquiao.
We just go past Marquez.
He drew at Pacquiao at lightweight, right?
No, he didn't draw with him at lightweight. He lost to him at lightweight.
He lost him at, so was it 130?
Yeah. They knocked him out at 147 and lost to him at 147. But Marquez beat Baby Bull Diaz. That was a hot run. Caceres. All them guys was hot runs. Then you got Nate Campbell. Nate Campbell is undisputed. Casamayor. You talking about that was a good era lightweight. That's when you talking about when Robert Guerrero was actually good. You talking about Brandon Rios was good. The Peterson brother was good. Caceres, Marquez, Casamayor. I mean, that was a stack. Nate Campbell. That was a stacked division. And Marquez came out on top of that. So I'm not sure, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Devin, that's a good case, man. He beat Loma.
12-round era.
Because he might got a point.
I like him. I like him. I'm not mad at the pit. I'm thinking through. Yeah, like Raj.
You think about it, Marquez.
Y'all gotta take into account. I never said Devin was better than Roberto Duran or Sweet P.
I know. Nobody saying he did. And nobody's saying he did. We said talking about top 5 in the conversation. We got it. We're not. There's no gotcha game. There's no like putting words in your mouth. We chopping this up as
Because you might have a good point. When we think about it, he might have a good point. He's saying currently, since Devin Haney, who's really done anything, we got Crawford. We'll probably have Juan Manuel Marquez, Nate Campbell.
Crawford. Wait, what the fuck Crawford do?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just giving you the names that we got. See, you might have a good point. That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh, okay. I was wondering because you were saying hella name. I'm like the Peterson brothers. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
Yeah, just going through the guy. We're just going through the guys that were worth a damn that's come up.
You got a hell of a lightweight. You had Corrales and Castillo.
Castillo and them. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, okay. So let me ask you this: how is Devin beating Loma better than Tio beating Loma?
You said how if or how does?
How is it? How is that better?
Repeat the question one more time.
How is Devin beating Loma better than Tio beating Loma?
No,
he has to do it in dramatic fashion. He has to do it.
Yeah,
like
it gotta be better. You know, Tio was fading towards the end of that motherfucking fight. If Devin go out there and put on a master class, or if he somehow do the unthinkable and stop Loma, that's how it can be better, bro.
Right. So it would be by the method, but you are talking about Tio lifting belts off of a champion versus beating a guy that's what, like a couple years removed from
the
his
Tio beat
championship
him.
fight?
The Tio beat him first point is always gonna be strong, but as long as and Loma, I mean, he came back, he looked real good against fucking Nakatani. He looked good against Loma. He did all right against Ortiz, but he was coming off a long layoff. So as long as Loma isn't washed, which I don't think he is, y'all all know I picked Loma to win this fight. Then if Devin beats him better than Tio, I could still argue that that's a way better win just because if he beat him worse than what Teofimo did. Teofimo, he was winning the fight very fucking clearly up until about 5.5 rounds. Loma was on his ass from 6 to 11. If Devin don't let Loma win a round and wash him how he did Kambosos, or worse, don't let Loma win a round and stop him somehow, then yeah, bro, he beat him worse.
Right. So it's not even so much beating worse. I'm just saying, like, how is it better? So my issue is this, right? So we have one of the worst heavyweight fights in like recent memory, and Tyson Fury versus Vlad, right? But isn't Tyson Fury's win over Vladimir Klitschko better than AJ's win over Vladimir Klitschko? Even though AJ's fight was a way more exciting fight and all that other shit.
Wasn't Klitschko when he fought AJ? Wasn't he out of the ring? How long was Klitschko out of the ring when AJ fought him? He was on a long fucking layoff, was he not? Or am I tripping?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Loma ain't in that position, bro. And Vladimir was like 40 fucking years old, was he not?
And Fury took the belt off that nigga, bro.
I mean, but
Loma's still way closer to his prime. He's active and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hold up a second. Is just a quick question? Is 35, 36 at lightweight the same as 40 years old at heavyweight?
No.
Say that again.
Nah.
Yeah, like guys being 36 years old, who's having success at 36 at lightweight?
No.
Loma not 36 though. He just turned 35.
All right, fine. 35. Who's having success 35 at lightweight?
I mean, there's been 17 fights in that lightweight at 35 though.
I mean, the dude he turned pro at 20.
Yeah, but that's my point. He did have hella amateur fights though. Yeah.
I mean, you be right, Smoke, but I look at how he don't look old, bro. Like in a vacuum, you right. But if you just watch the fighter, if you look at Loma fight, he don't look old. Like he ain't looking what. So he ain't the average 34, 35-year-old at lightweight. He look good. He still look quick. He still got the skills. His foot feints is still there. His ability to take angles on you is still there. So I think full credit if he wins. Klitschko, on the other hand, he had already lost to Fury. He took some time off. He was starting to look old and shit. And he had a long layoff before Joshua fought him. So I don't think Joshua over Klitschko is the same as it would be Devin over Loma. I think Devin is fighting a much more vibrant, much more
he's definitely more active. He's definitely more active than Klitschko was. You know and he didn't have like, I think Klitschko had at that point like 68 fights or something like that. I don't know. Like it just a ton of fights.
And Klitschko took a lot more punishment, and he easier to hit than Loma was, bro. And he taking punches from 250-pound motherfucker. He taking.
I don't know. I'm still under the. Okay, so let me go. So we debunked that one. What about Errol Spence's win over Sean Porter versus Bud's win over Sean Porter? Isn't Errol Spence's win more impressive because Sean Porter was a champion?
If you attach the accolade to it, yeah.
Right, then that's what I'm saying about the Loma thing. Like Loma and Tio. Like Tio beat a champion. Devin Haney is beating a challenger.
Bud's win over Sean Porter could have been more impressive if Kenny Porter didn't rob Bud Crawford of that moment. If he would have let Bud do what a lot of people feel like Bud was about to do to Sean Porter and not stop the fight, then say some goofy shit like, I knew I was going to stop the fight anyway. If he wouldn't have done that, then you could have a lane to where it could have been a better win for Bud Crawford. But you add all that bullshit into it that Kenny Porter did to take that moment from both of those fighters, then it's hard to argue. It's hard to argue.
Hey, that was some bullshit. That was worse than
that
that
was
Rolly
some
stoppage.
fuck
I
ass,
wasn't feeling that shit.
shit Kenny did to his son, bro. Like, your son ain't never been stopped before. He banging on the motherfucking canvas because he wanna fucking keep going, right? You let him go out on this shit. You never know. Either A, Bud Crawford about to get a knockout of the year and it's gonna be a highlight reel, or B, your son fight the fuck back and he do what he always did, make the final bell, and maybe it's a fight of the year because he come on strong at the end of the fight. He robbed both of them, and that's the tragedy in that situation.
I mean, you could. All right, so even if he let it go, that still won't change the fact that Porter was years removed from his title contention until he got that mandatory shot. He was still coming off of COVID, and he was still at the end of his career, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, also comes into play his performance, though, right?
So he's 34 years old too. Like he way younger than Klitschko. You know what I'm saying? He was much closer to his prime than when we do the Klitschko and Lomachenko comparison. It depends on how you beat him, and I think that Bud had an avenue to beat Sean Porter worse than Earl did, and Kenny Porter took that shit away from him. He took that shit from him.
That is a fact. That nigga.
If we compare like with the Haney Lomachenkos, it hasn't been seen yet. One thing that Tio left in the minds of fans is that he made Loma, I don't even want to say frightful for 6 rounds, but he kept that man inactive. He didn't want to do anything. You see what I'm saying? Whereas though with the Haney fight, is Haney going to do that, or is he going to try to play keep away for 6 rounds? Whereas though Tio went straight at Lomachenko, and Loma was just like, nope, I don't want no parts of that. And then later on, he tried. He had a little bit of success. But the 12th round, we saw Tio bite down and give Lomachenko something to think about as he took the belts and went home. You see what I'm saying? So I think although there's no title, the titles are in Haney's hands in this fight. It comes down to performance. It's like he has to show he's the big dog in a sense. I think that's also what's missing.
100%, I agree.
He's too big for certain shit. That's what I'm saying.
Even though Loma is what now 2.5 years older or 3 years older than when he lost to Teofimo, whatever the age difference is. Even though he's 2 or 3 years older than when he lost to Teofimo, there's a way that Devin Haney's win over Lomachenko can be better than what Teofimo did to him, and it just comes down to, like I think we all been saying, you just put on a better performance. You beat him worse.
Way better.
You do him even dirtier than Teofimo did. You don't fade the back half of the fight. You beat his ass 10-2, 11-1, or you stop him late, and now your win is better because Loma is not past his prime.
Yeah, past his prime. Wasn't Loma like favored in the Tio fight by a lot? Wasn't this like a top 2 or 3 pound for pound guy fighting a guy who's not anybody's top 20 pound for pound guy?
That's
like,
true.
I don't know, man. I'm finding it really hard to.
I understand your argument, bro. I understand your argument.
That pound for pound shit is gonna be subjective. That's anybody can make that list. So really, to bring that into the equation, is good for banter, right? Reference point. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Were you done? It's good for banter.
Yeah, I'm just saying it. Just when you say he was pound for pound, or when anybody says they're pound for pound, we already know that's subjective and that's a mythical list. But
but I mean, if you are on everybody's, then it's right. While it is mythical, it does speak to like the consensus of boxing. Him being considered like one of the best. I think it was him, Bud, and Canelo. at the time, right? So like the people just like mixing up who was literally the best fighter in the world at that point.
Yeah, but it's centered around an imaginary thought process. Like they say that he could be top whatever, but when he had a chance to actually physically fight Crawford at 135, and when he was in the lower weight class, he said absolutely fucking not. So we could have got that figured out in real life. So once he did that to me, he was not at pound for pound no more, because he could have proved it against Terrence Crawford when Crawford was at 135. Then he started his ascent up to 35 once Crawford left to go to 140 and so forth and so on. So no, absolutely not. I don't believe in his pound for pound ranking. I think that Devin Haney is just going to be the guy who has accomplished a lot in the game of boxing, who may be a future Hall of Fame, and full credit. I don't think Lomachenko is washed up and old. That's a built-in excuse. So if Devin go ahead and accomplish that, it's a cop-out. No, man, he's solid. He's solid. Lomachenko's solid, and he's the Hall of Famer that everybody say he is. So if Devin Haney wins, that's who Devin Haney's going to be.
All right, so this is
Smoke was also saying that Loma was undefeated up at that point. So
no, yeah, I mean Loma feels like he's undefeated. Like, hey, listen, I can't live in this delusion with him, but like whatever. God bless his heart.
See you, he don't leave tomorrow thinking that shit.
All right, so for me,
shit.
I think there's something to be said for beating a reigning champion versus being a former champion. I think that just by itself, like you might be able to, like, depending on how far removed you are from that your championship glory, I don't know. It's toughy. But this fucking Rocky Marciano and Jack Johnson debate is definitely shaping up. But from this conversation we're having right fucking now.
What you gonna do? Hey, it's on you. Nick said, what's up?
I mean, like I said, we might as well, right? I don't think we're gonna come up with anything else.
Who the champ right now? I'm the big killer. You know what I'm saying? You come see me before you go to the high school presentation shit. You come see me. What you gonna do? Did you make a decision yet? And why not?
Yeah, I just don't
watch that slick shit, bro. Watch that slick shit, nigga.
Nah, nigga, I'm finna get you next.
Watch that slick shit.
Hey, Smoke, bro. Just one at a time. That's all.
I'm gonna respect your panel, bro. But you down there, you watch that slick shit you talking, bro.
Hey, nigga,
you don't have to worry about my panel's an open forum for we're all gentlemen. We're all like we all can stand on our square and like have a battle of wits. All I ask is that we just wait one at a time, so we can hear.
Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah, I'm cool.
So shut the fuck up. I ain't gotta watch a guy.
Ain't nobody shutting the fuck up. You shut the fuck up.
Think about it. So
you shut the fuck up, nigga. How about that? How about that? You shut the fuck up.
What you want to do, nigga? We can get it over for him now.
Shut the fuck up.
What you want to do?
I already did. We can do it. We can do it again right now. It's fine. Whatever you want.
What's the topic, nigga? Let's say you know what you're doing, nigga. After your tournament, nigga, you come to see me. You already got your ass.
No, I'm not, nigga. No, I'm not.
Okay. So what you we can set up a date too, nigga. Let's set up a date. Let's pick the
whatever you want, bro. You got my shit. I'm not finna argue with you and bump my gun with you, nigga. You know we can get it popping whatever you want.
You got your
whatever you want. Whatever you want, we can get it popping, bro.
What subject you want to talk about? Let's go to a weight class. We can have the same shit that I offer Smoke. Smoke me and him, book. Nigga, what you want to do?
Man, worry about Smoke, bro.
Yeah, nigga. So, we ain't going to shit. Your judges ain't qualified. They ain't did nobody.
Yeah, yours definitely not qualified.
Yeah, niggas gonna be qualified.
Yours definitely not qualified. Yours definitely not qualified.
No count, Mr. Zone 6. No count, Mr. Zone 6, man. That's what I said, man. Come on, let's.
Nah, we good, bro. We good. Just
hey, Butch, shut your ass up, Butch.
Oh, so you want me to come for you? You want me to come for you, method?
Bipolar ass shit. Oh, you got a popping over there. Oh, that nigga, whole ass nigga. Oh, I apologize. He just. Like, it ain't that suck ass shit out of here, bro. Like, don't come over with that fuck ass shit, bro.
It ain't about Paul.
Nobody trying to argue with you over the internet, my nigga.
Ain't nobody about to argue with you, nigga. Look, this is what I'm telling you real quick. Bro,
I don't need you to. I don't need you to. All that shit. Just talk boxing, bro. Like get the fuck around me with that bullshit.
I'm finna say what I gotta say.
I know you ain't gonna say shit to me. Like talk boxing, bro. You ain't gonna say shit to me. Talk boxing, bro.
This Drake ass.
You're both respectable opponents.
Ain't no respect. Respect out the window, bro.
Ain't no count.
Ain't no respect out the window, Cass. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit you talking either, bro. Fuck on, like we talking boxing, we good, but nigga always come in, think he gonna slide some shit in here, and nigga ain't gonna check him on the bro. Watch that slick ass shit. Worry about what you got going on. Worry about what I got. I got what I got going on, nigga. And you do your thing, and I do mine, bro. Put all that bullshit you on, my nigga.
So knockout. Why can't man respect man as a man? Why can't you?
He can listen. I'm telling him, he don't want to get emotional every time.
Ain't nobody emotional, bro. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you how I'm talking to you, nigga. Ain't nobody emotional.
He emotional. He emotional. See, you
can't help but take a shot every time you see me somewhere, nigga.
You
like what you talking about? Yeah,
what I'm telling you is what I was finna say is when Smoke get done with their high school presentation shit, because everybody knows
again, bro. Quit trying to take shots. Quit trying to take shots at my shit and come up with your own shit. Quit trying to take shots at my shit and come up with your own shit. Maybe you should have went to high school, nigga. Maybe you should go get some paperwork and get it.
Method, you a bitch.
Yes, bro. You have make believe.
Method, you a bitch.
Congratulations.
You can't debate me.
Okay, hold up a second. This is right now. This is zone.
They're make believe and they're fucking fake, just like you, my nigga. Just like you.
After that,
listen, I bet you on your own shit though. That's what I'm saying, nigga. And if you go ahead and talk really, man, let's set up a date, man. You doing too much talking. Let's set up a date. What you want to do? Let's call through the divisions and let's set up a fucking date, nigga.
I don't give a fuck, bro. You have my email. You have all of that shit. The moment that my tournament is over, I will fuck you up again. All you gotta do. That's it. I'm done talking about it. You got my personal info
right now. So what we finna do is we finna set up a date with you since you always ready. So this is what we doing because we going to my platform.
No, you ain't gotta tell me what we doing.
Okay,
send me an email, bro. Send me an email.
Say here because you lie too much.
You lie too much. You lie too much.
Nigga,
you a liar. And I proved that to you multiple times, bro. Just send me an email.
So we're not gonna fuck with you on no backdoor shit. We're doing it right here. Nigga, because you did on wax, I finna delete this shit when I twist your cap off.
I ain't deleting, and there you go lying again. Bro. Everything's still up, nigga. Bro. What are you talking with your lying ass? There you go lying again. There you go lying again. All my videos and live streams are still up. Why are you lying, bro? That's why I don't fuck with you, dog. You say lying ass, fraudulent ass nigga. All my live streams are still up, bro. And you up here lying again. I ain't deleting shit, bro. First say my bad knockout, I lied on you.
Pussy, you like
my bad knockout, I lied on you.
I said, nigga, you would like to delete some shit.
No. Say that you lied on me, nigga.
What you want to do with the debate, nigga? You talking about everything.
So you gonna lie and skip over it.
Everything you want to do is talk cosmetics.
You just fucking lying ass nigga. Matter of fact, you said go through Haplo or some shit. You want to set some shit up with me? Go through Smoke, nigga. Go through Smoke. Smoke got my number. That's the OG.
Okay, you don't want to. You
go through Smoke, nigga.
You good, soft ass, yellow ass nigga. You good.
Go through Smoke, nigga.
You good.
You want to set it up? Go through Smoke.
You good.
There you go.
You good, pussy. Pussy.
Yeah, whatever.
You a pussy, nigga. Your own shit,
you a pussy and your mama should have swallowed your whole ass, nigga. You a pussy and your mama should have swallowed your whole ass, nigga. You a pussy and your mama should have swallowed your whole ass, nigga. How about that?
So I said, you man, come man. You man, respectable opponent. Respectable debate.
How about that?
Got past
respectable debating opponents.
How about that, nigga?
You lot are respectable debating opponents. Come on, guys. Respectable debating opponents.
Whatever. We also talk shit. So whatever. The shit talking. I think we got
nothing but friendly competition. Nothing but friendly competition. Knockout has an issue with Zone 6. Zone 6 has an issue with knockout.
You talking tough, but you trying to send a nigga $150. Keep your fuck ass money. Fuck your money and you, nigga.
I said you turn your money, everybody
knockout, sir. I never see you react like this. You know what I'm saying? Knockout. You know what I'm saying? I don't see you ever react like this.
Yo, Butch, shut your bitch ass up, Butch. God damn,
Method, you ain't got no money. You shut your stank broke.
You want to interject yourself? I was this nigga, shut your ass up.
You want to fight? You're not on nothing.
Nigga, stop interjecting yourself in other niggas' business. Yo, shut your ass up.
I'll squash you down into the ground, you boy. I'll smash you down into the ground, you boy. I'll smash you down into the ground, you little punk.
Here up underneath me. Everybody else salute y'all, bro. I mean, no disrespect to none of y'all except this bitch ass nigga who mama should have swallowed him. Smoke. I'll catch you next time you lie, bro. Stay easy, homie.
That nigga can't fuck. I told y'all, boy, he's scared of me, boy.
Hey, Method, you ain't on shit.
dog. He's scared of me, dog. He want to argue instead of setting up a debate like me and Smoke did. He will not talk subjects. He only know current boxing. That's all he want to talk about, bro. He can't talk about shit else. That's why every time I come around, I'm nervous. Man, hey, look, don't let that nigga twist me up with y'all. The rest of y'all on this panel, y'all ain't got shit to do with this nigga over here. Y'all are cool, ain't has nobody pick no sides. When I come through, I'm on his shit. Everybody else solid. No disrespect. But that nigga is a whole sucker and a half, and the whole community know it, because his judges are flawed. They be cheating over there, and none of y'all niggas really gonna get a fair shake on that nigga shit. That's real talk coming from Zone 6. His judges don't know shit about boxing. Y'all niggas know it, and y'all letting this pussy nigga walk around the community like he doing some shit. The nigga a sucker, and everybody know it, but y'all just letting this nigga operate with impunity. Nigga, get the real judges over there, pussy. And then when I took your shit on your own platform and you mad. And I sent you money he gonna send the money back for the people. I sent the money to y'all for the debaters. He gonna send the money back just to prove a point, because he mad. What nigga do that? This ain't even your money, bro. This is for the people. You gonna send the money back because I'm bossing up on your stupid ass, on your shit. And the nigga be paying for goddamn subscribers. And nigga, come on, man. These niggas ain't real. These niggas are fake and non-organic. We gonna keep it boxing though. He's scared of me. He don't want to debate. He mad because I beat him, and he a sensitive yellow Drake ass nigga. That's what it is.
Hey, they got the ceremonial weigh-in starting.
Hey, Method, shut your stank mouth, man. You don't
You
know
is a
nothing
bitch,
about
bro.
boxing.
You the
Shut your
only. I
stank
told
mouth.
you that. Like I told you that like a
Method, you
woman.
don't want to debate
You
me. You can't fight
you
me.
must have
Method,
grew up when you must
Method,
you must see other men arguing. You want to just
Method,
like
you
no,
physically, because I've got
you is
respect
a
for
bitch.
both.
Shut your
I've
ass
got
up, nigga.
respect. I've got respect for Zone 6.
You
And I've
see
got
two
respect for
grown men
Top Dog.
handling their
So fuck
business.
you
Why you feel the need to talk?
Method, you can't physically fight me,
Any other
and you can't
time you ain't got
mentally
nothing
debate
worth
me.
damn saying. But two grown men talking, you want to jump in and get involved. Shut your ass up.
So Method, you can't physically
Like
fight me, and you
that's
can't
real
mentally
nigga
debate
shit.
me. You
That's
can't
real
physically
nigga
fight
shit.
me.
You shut the fuck up.
You
Let them
can't
niggas
physically
solve it.
fight me.
Nigga Smoke said it's them.
You
Let them
can't physically
Smoke said
fight
let them
me, and you
solve it, and
can't
you still like
mentally
a
debate
woman
me.
want to get
You
involved, nigga.
can't physically fight me,
Shut
and you
your
can't
bitch
mentally
ass
debate
up.
me. You ain't shit. You ain't
Nigga, roll
shit.
your neck some
You ain't
more,
shit,
nigga, and it
nigga. You
still
ain't
ain't
shit.
going, nigga. You still ain't making shit move, nigga. Shut your bitch ass up.
You can't fight me, and you can't mentally
I
debate
don't
me.
want to hear
And you
nothing
live
you
in both
talking about,
countries.
nigga. You live in the UK,
You
nigga.
stay
I
over
don't want to
there
hear
behind
nothing
the
you talking
camera
about, nigga.
shouting and shit. You ain't on
Nigga,
piss.
I don't
You ain't
care
on piss.
about
You ain't been
nothing you're
punched in your face
saying,
for
bro.
years. You ain't been
When
punched
two
in your
grown
face for
men handling
years.
their business, you shut the
You
fuck
ain't
up.
been
Them
punched
handling
in your
their
face for
business.
years.
Ain't nothing to
Let's talk
debate
about
about.
boxing. I don't want
It
these
ain't
guys that I
nothing to
respect
debate
when I'm
about, nigga.
arguing with each other. You get
That's
me?
a
You try to
fact.
make it
You
look
shut
into
the
a
fuck
stupid
up and
conversation.
let them do
You
their
don't know how to
business.
articulate nothing. You
Weird
stupid
ass
fool. You don't
nigga.
know how to articulate nothing, man. You don't know how to articulate nothing. I know you ain't even got a dollar in your pocket. You stupid fool, man. Stop
Nigga,
chatting me.
nigga, nigga,
Yeah,
nigga,
nigga. Yeah, nigga. Keep on
nigga,
pulling your Thunderbird, man. What do you want to
nigga,
talk to me
you
about
pull
boxing?
out,
What can you
nigga,
debate to me about
I
boxing? All right,
ain't,
so let's have a
man.
debate. All right, so let's have a debate. Let's have a
Hey,
debate. So
not
what do
for
you want to talk
nothing though.
about?
I do want to see a rematch on that debate.
I don't want to see it because niggas be cheating. If this is everything. If niggas really having real, this is my problem with the debate shit sometimes. Right? Not I always keep my opinion on shit when I watch shit. It's when you put new people, when new people want to get in the box and they start watching shit. You know,
You
when
don't
I
watch
go to work,
nothing. You
I
don't
see
watch
people that's
anything. You
watching
don't
this
watch a
boxing
damn
shit.
thing.
Shut your bitch
You can't
ass
even name.
up,
You can't
nigga.
even name
Nigga ain't.
three successful
Shut
boxers.
your
Hey, zone
bitch
six.
ass up. Control
Zone
your
six.
pussy, nigga.
Zone six.
So like I was
Ask Method to
saying,
name you three
right? So when
successful, the
niggas,
most three successful
when I
football
see
fighters.
judges not even really
Ask
judging rounds, and it's like,
You don't
and
know
it's
a damn
starting to be
thing.
really
You don't know
biased
a
and
damn
shit.
thing.
That shit misguides new fans
You don't
and
know a
boxing
damn
fans
thing.
altogether. It gotta be fair. The judges really gotta know the fucking science, bro. It just can't be, no, this my homeboy, and we doing this shit just like on
So
some
here's the
shits and
thing, man.
giggles.
So
You
here's
don't
my
That's
know a
thing
not
damn
going
cool.
thing, you fool.
because I
What do you know
feel
about
like
what do you
I'm
know about
like
your own
uniquely
fighters from your own
positioned for
place,
this
your
whole
own city?
thing
What do you know about
because
your
I've
own
been
fighters from your own city?
participating in
You don't
all
know
kinds
nothing.
of debates all over the place, all kind of formal, informal,
Well,
judges, not judged,
I'm not
people just
saying
talking shit in the
You don't
chat.
know
But
nothing.
like, but
You
hold up
corn
a
ass
second,
nigga. You
Butch.
don't know nothing.
Hold up a second, Butch. Okay, let me just get in here.
Doesn't know shit. He doesn't even know the fighters about
shut
from his
your
own
ass
fucking
up.
state.
Right. So
You don't know nothing about
if
your
I
own
can get get in here.
Hey, Zone 6.
Can you guys
Ask
hear
this
me?
guy
Come
who the
on, man.
best
Y'all
fighter
let
from his
Smoke.
states
Yes.
are. He
Let
doesn't even
Smoke,
know. He
man.
doesn't even know
Let
anything.
Smoke channel, man. You know what I'm saying? Let the man
Just real
speak.
fast. Just real fast. When it comes to this boxing
Fuck
debate
boy,
and
can't
getting
talk to me about
judges
boxing.
staying, right? It's very hard. Man, there was a time in the YTBC where people were a lot more knowledgeable about the history and the tradition and the boxing lore. Like a few years ago, it wasn't even that long, but it's night and day from like 4 years ago even till today. Like there's just a lot of channels that are only covering like current events and politics and yeah 420 bro. And that is just one of the cultural shifts that's happened in the YTBC. But I think boxing debates is an important feature of the YTBC. It's foundational. I think that should always be around. So just because guys' knowledge level and expertise or their sophistication about the sport goes down, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do the thing. I mean, we should point it out. We should point it out like, yo, this judge is not really that knowledgeable. Maybe you can get some more knowledgeable judges for like big debates or whatever, but like to keep it going with everybody's schedule and all that shit, you're not gonna get you're not gonna get the best debaters or the best judges every single time out.
Yeah.
So
I think
hold on, what's that? So don't you think niggas sitting down, really watching over the tape and like questioning shit and being like, you see this right here, like that's like if we're gonna move forward with debates, we gotta fix it. You see what I'm saying? Or fix this. And I think that's the whole hit. So we want to have like
it's the thing about
this tournament here, this tournament here. Niggas gotta recognize flaws so niggas can actually start to build some shit. Because it makes niggas look like a joke.
Shut up.
You know what I'm saying?
Shut up. I can agree with you, but I see these brothers.
Because it's all the boxing community, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Just chill.
It's all the
Just chill for 1 second, man. Let somebody else get some bars
it's
off.
About iteration, bro. At the end of the day, you gotta do the things and make it better. So what I done seen, we done seen people call out some corruption. We done seen people call out, what could be done to improve it. So let's see it improve. Like I said, I want to see the competition. It's entertaining to me. I mean, if you don't want to see it, that's different. Because at the end of the day,
I don't watch that. I don't watch those.
I feel like there's hold up a second. Can I get in here? Because I feel like there is plenty of space for people to do their own version. Because nobody is patented fucking debates. Nobody owns fucking debates. No one's copywriting this shit. Like they come up with their own format to make sure that the open discussion happens. Now, if you want to talk about how suboptimal it is, that's cool. But I would just say, like, there's a situation. Just make sure for me, and this is everybody can have their own metric. But I would like to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? It is just a situation where it is up for the YTBC to make stuff like this better. It's not on like I don't think that there's some selection specifically. I mean, sure, there may be some funny business when it comes to judges. It's all fun and whatever. Getting that out of there, that's cool. And I feel like the tournament is an attempt at that randomization, making sure try to keep it as unbiased as we can. But let's be honest about the sport of boxing. Right, and we're talking about this, the way that it's evolved. There's very little objectivity in fucking boxing. It's like built on subjectivity after subjectivity. We were just talking about pound for pound list being a mythological thing. Meanwhile, the way that modern boxing is actually organized, that is how the people who are diehard fans talk about who the best in the world is. Based on pound for pound list.
Let me give you some proactive stuff, because this is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna give you some proactive stuff, and just so I can let the panel know. So first of all, before this guy or anybody really was doing it, me and boxologists completed the first official debate with judges. That's on record. No one can take that away. Me and boxologists started that. And then it went with Boxing Librarian, Jay Deal. It went with Wayne Talking, Boxingologist. This is all when 78 was hosting it. That's what the Lions Den boxing community originally was for. We came up with that. So the format ain't changed. It's that these guys are trying to do whatever it is they want to do. The way it's supposed to go, when you select, first off, the judges have to have done a qualified piece of work. So, Method Man, what you said was the really shit I heard, and I think Victor was kind of finna say the same thing. If you go to a person's channel and they haven't given you a body of work that is classic in nature, how can they qualify to judge? You got to give us a Mike Tyson piece. You got to give us a Durant piece at some point in your YouTube career, bro. It can't just be all party and bullshit, and then you on here playing judge, moderator, hostess. You can't. That's not how it's supposed to go. You have to have credibility based on your own work. Meaning you took your time out to present something distinct and unique to the community. That's how that shit work, bro. Like everybody talk. I don't give a fuck if it's on Linares. I don't give a fuck if it's on Floyd Mayweather. But you got to deliver us a piece. Talk about the greatest referee gaffes of all time. Give us that. That's easy. Give us how technology improved boxing. Talk about the glove size or something. Everybody like Hyplo has delivered a masterpiece. Smoke have delivered a masterpiece. Boxing beats and rhymes, blood boxing. Those are the guys who should be judges. These guys over here, he don't want that because he don't like that. He want to be able to do some backdoor shit with his homeboys. And no one should be doing two things. If you're the host, you shouldn't be the moderator. If you're the moderator, you shouldn't be the host or a judge. That's not how that shit go, bro. It's enough people on here to spread the unbiased wealth so everybody can get their piece. But Rich, Victor, Method, my judges. If they're my judges, Smoke's the moderator. And I'm not the host. If me and this dude knock out going to Lost Art, he's the host on a neutral platform. That's how it's always been, bro. And then we also have an open dialogue. You don't just get to give a presentation and talk for 15 minutes and bullshit the whole time while everybody got to listen. You give your high school report. Then the next person go. No, it's like, hey, I got to check you on that. You said X, Y, and D, and it's live, bro. It's an open dialogue. But that's how we did it, and that's how it's going to get back to. And that's why I'm on top of his shit, and that's why I shouted mad, because he know what it is. That's all. He don't done his research. He know me and him talk behind the scenes. Don't let him fool you. It's not the same, y'all. Don't let him fool you with that shit. I'm telling you what it is.
Yeah, like I said, for me, it is in my lifetime, it went from 2 sanctioning bodies to 4, right? we literally doubled in size. The different kinds of regulations, recognized belts, and all this other shit. I am not that resistant to change when, as long as there's like continuity, right? So if you have your news thing that you're gonna do that's your way, and everybody understands this is a feature of your way, the IBF used to be the gladiator thing. They made you fight and all this other stuff. It's a little bit more political now. The WBO, you can, if you're a super champion, you can just challenge in the next division up or down, depending on where you want to go. There's just different kinds of rules for different kinds of bodies that are proprietary. Like if you want to come up with your own format, I'm not necessarily mad at you. If you want to come up with your format and the judges is like widely considered to be, one of the weaknesses of your platform, fix it or not. But if we're all boxing community people and we want to see debate done well, done regularly, and done correctly, then I don't know what percentage we get from beating up on guys because their platform isn't the ideal thing.
That's why, man, you got the shit set for next Saturday.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I know. Listen, I'm a guy that I'm gonna go everywhere to do whatever the hell. I'm talking about this whole thing with Rocky Marciano. At first I was like, this is kind of a thing. But now, like going through the list and understanding how the debate can work and all this stuff, I realize it's not gonna be a lot of daylight. And yeah, Rocky Marciano and Jack Johnson is a perfectly fine topic to fucking chop up.
So we locked in for next Saturday.
Yeah, we're locked in for next Saturday.
Okay.
From 3 to 6.
Okay.
Take Rocky Marciano, you got Jack Johnson.
I got Jack Johnson. Okay, on that note, hey, respect to all you fellas, man. Y'all enjoy y'all weekend. Make sure y'all get some pussy too, man, this weekend and quit all that
bullshit. This shit. What do you think I did all yesterday? I'm still trying to get some rest. I haven't showered, nothing there. Like I'm just like, man, talking to you guys about boxing.
Hey, look, I fuck with y'all boys. Listen, this one thing about me. If y'all see me doing something that's not fair, I don't even give out wrenches because I let everybody talk. I don't block nobody. I don't do this. I give shout outs. I tell the truth, bro. I don't buy subscribers. I will fund debates myself. I don't ask nobody for super chats. I don't do that shit because I'm here to fuck with y'all. I'm for the community. So if y'all ever see me do something, you can always chat me and say, Zone, all that last debate you had, that wasn't fair or that wasn't right. You could do that with me. These other niggas just too cocky for their own good. Because I'm here for camaraderie, bro. I'm made in real life, so I don't have to come here and do all that shit. I just like to fuck with you guys about boxing, and I see a lot of potential out here, man. I like Nick. I like you. I like Terrence Benson here, but I like him. I like all of you guys. Lost Art, I be seeing all you. I like Butch over there. He be acting a fool, but man, all you guys bring something nice to the community. I just don't want to see you guys get beat by a sucker nigga like that. That's what I'm here for. I ain't got nothing to do with y'all. It's all on him because he gonna cheat y'all every time. And we already know D Free finna go far in that shit. We already know Dub Right Side finna go far in that shit because that's my homeboys, man. You see what I'm saying? And then dudes like Smoke, boxologists, and dudes that's not affiliated with them, they're not gonna get a fair shake. You just let's keep it a buck. Y'all already know that. So, but it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna leave y'all to that. Get some pussy this weekend. We're gonna see what's up with the Devin Haney fight. I appreciate all y'all, man. I love y'all, brothers. Be safe.
That's what's up. Have a great weekend. Shout out to Miss Zone 6.
Hey, Smoke.
Bitch ass.
Hey,
What's
Smoke.
Up? What's up?
Hey, Smoke. I wanted to ask you a question real quick. Way off topic, way off subject, way out left field, actually.
Hey, no, it's all good. It might be actually germane to something that's going on in actual boxing today. So go ahead.
But no. I wanted to inquire. About 2, 3, maybe 4 days ago, you did a short, and you were elevated. I would just like to know where that was. What was that?
Oh shit, dude, that's that's up the street from the house.
No
That's
shit.
Oakland. Yeah, I'm in Oakland.
That was beautiful, man. That was a beautiful motherfucking shot.
Yeah,
I'm a nature motherfucker, so you know what I mean. I like that kind of stuff. But that was, and you were up high. I said, I know Smoke don't live way up there.
Oh no, that was like literally going down the hill from like my old house.
Is that right?
Yeah, he getting money, man.
Woo! Shit, yeah, that was nice. That was nice. Hey, Rich, are you still there, Rich?
Hey, Q.
Rich.
What's good?
What you saying, fam? I wanted to hear your take on. I wanted to hear your take on a bit of bits and pieces in that, man. And I don't think Rich is there. Rich, I don't think Rich is there.
What on like
There's two things I wanted. There's two things I
Devin
wanted to
Haney?
ask. Yeah. I wanted to know that what's your take on that, and what do you see about the aftermath of that? What's gonna, like, obviously, who do you think's gonna win, and what's the aftermath of everything? And what do you think about the Oscar Valdez and that the rematch with that brother?
Hey, can I say something real quick about what you just asked, Butch? It's real quick. I know one thing. It ain't gonna be easy for Haney. I can tell you that.
I'm asking you also. I'm asking you also, Mr. Victor.
Well, no, that's all I got. I'm just gonna say that. That's it. It ain't gonna be easy for Haney. Better cross your fingers.
And what if he does make it look as easy as he did it against Kambosos? Would you give him even more credit?
Yeah, I will because I don't think Lomachenko is necessarily over the hill. He's pretty close to the edge, but I don't think he's over the hill. And I think he can still pull on some resources. I think he still got resources to pull on. So, and if he does still have some resources to pull on, then he's a badass, man. That's a badass. That nigga's a badass. So. Haney's going to have to really be well prepared because Lomachenko got lots of tricks in his motherfucking bag.
Correct.
Man, shit, I just feel like, man, this is really a good fight for the simple fact that it's in the air. You really don't know who could win at the end of the day. Like, people gonna lean whoever they lean to, and that's cool because I mean it's a 50-50 fight, but at the end of the day, it's like, Nigga, Loma, man, he ain't neither one of them two guys really seeming like as confident that as they want you to think, you know, some of the shit Devin saying, how we saying Loma gonna beat him, what he gotta do and shit like that. It's whatever. Where it land Devin and lightweight, shit, I kind of just feel like that's to be seen because to me, performances matter. You know, it ain't just beating a guy; it's how you beat him. Once you get deeper in the context and you know the reins people done put on. So,
So I'm sorry, Q. Are you done?
No, yeah, I'm done.
All right. So let me ask you this: since you said, because I brought this up earlier, you may or may not have heard. What did you think? How do you rate Fury's victory over Klitschko versus AJ's victory over Klitschko?
I put like this shit. I could watch the AJ and Klitschko more times than I could watch the Fury and Klitschko. I mean, I guess like in context, you could kind of say Fury shit was a little bit better, you know, but you know AJ shit stopped his ass. So. I mean, I like AJ shit better, you know, but you know he was older fighting AJ, so and AJ got dropped. He dropped AJ. He punched the shit out of AJ. So I don't know, man. I like AJ performance better though. If I'm just going off performances, how I put him, like you know, it was more significant with Fury though, you know. So
yeah, that's the issue that I'm having. Is like it's the same. It's AJ Klitschko versus Fury Klitschko and Porter Spence versus Bud Porter. And now just kind of like now the next thing is assuming Dev wins. And yeah, we have to see the performance, but the TO versus Dev. I don't know. It's just even if Dev stops him, was that more impressive than like, you know, beating a guy who was considered one of the best in boxing, like best, you know, top 3 in all of the sport, like getting his ass handed to him by a guy who wasn't even ranked top 20 on anybody's fucking pound, like
yeah, like when T.O. beat him compared
exactly.
to like
now Dev is like kind of pound for pound himself. He's a thing. Like this is too. I don't know. And you know, Zone was talking about something that I agree with, that the subjective nature of all pound for pound lists, right? But if they all are in conjunction and they actually even are competing with each other, that's also significant to me. Right? If everyone can come up with the idea that it's fucking Loma, Canelo, and Bud, yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Right? And that dude was like a long reigning too. Like I don't know. It's
yeah.
I don't know. I'm not trying to prejudge it, but I don't know what Haney can do to
Smoke
actually equal the TO win over Haney. I mean over Loma.
Right. Hey, Smoke. Well, you know what? When it comes to Joshua and Klitschko, let's say was it was more appealing. I'll say it like that. It was more appealing. Joshua's win over Klitschko because Joshua and Klitschko, to a certain degree, have more of a skilled component to their fighting style. You know, Fury is a little bit too sloppy for me. Even though he won or he beat, should I say, Wilder 3 times. Well, not 3 times in a row. The first one was a draw, but you know, 3 times. But he was able to use his sloppiness, and then Wilder, he just doesn't have skill sets. He got power, but he didn't have a skill set. So he allowed Fury to use all that sloppy movement and that sloppy weight. Them motherfuckers kept getting tangled up and twisted up in each other like fucking pretzels and shit. And it was just a sloppy fight. So I'm saying that I preferred Joshua's win over Klitschko over Fury's. I can't say that it was a better fight. I'm just saying that it was preferable to me. It was more pleasant to watch because I could see skill sets being applied. And by the way, going back on the subject real quick, I thought God damn it, I thought Bud's win over Porter was a better win than Spence's over Porter. I understand Bud's went, his fight was over quicker, but shit, Porter was giving Spence some hell, man. He laid some shit on Spence. So I think Bud's win over Porter was a more decisive win. Not just the mere fact that he knocked him down twice, but I mean, just the whole aspect of the fight, the skill sets, the competition, and so on and so forth. Maybe I'm saying that wrong because, again, like I said before, I think that Porter gave Spence more competition in their fight than he did than he did Bud.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a big proponent of the guy you fought, stepping between the ropes. I like that. Right? Like, that's a personal preference. But if I'm talking about boxing and just being objective and not putting my own personal biases on a thing,
right.
I understand that guys can peak early, can drop off quick. Inactivity is a factor that came in the Klitschko fight. Someone brought it up earlier. Coming off of COVID, it's kind of a thing. Like just all things being equal, I just take all of the info available, and I just think it's bad. I can't think of a fighter that they became more impressive after their championship run. Like, beating them became more impressive afterwards.
Right.
I just can't think of where that's been the case.
Right.
It just seems weird to me that we're flattening that curve and doing this thing where clearly there's a difference between championship form and trying to become a champion.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you.
That's just my own, that's just me taking so I don't get category bleed, just doing basic set theory. Champions fighting each other seems to be better than a champion fighting
Smoke. Devin just launched Loma, boy.
Yeah, he put the shit out of him.
Man, he just hold the shit out of Loma. Yo, that's what I like to see. That's what I like to see.
Apparently, what you guys don't get. And this is what I'm going to tell you about all you.
There we go. Now we talking.
And I'm
no more Mr. Nice Guy.
All you Baltimore boys, however the hell it is you get down in wherever the part of the country you're from.
Man, it's boxing, man.
I'm just going to tell you something. I'm just going to tell you something real fast. Oakland, as a city, has had 400,000 people.
Yeah, man, you can't tell me that I watched that.
I'm almost done. I know I'm triggering you because I said Baltimore, but that doesn't mean that you can't put yourself on mute and then respond when I'm done. All I'm trying to tell you is, I don't know what it is that made you think Oakland was some nice fucking place that everyone's just fucking hoes. You can just walk over them and they know there's no grit and there's no backbone and there's no pushback. Oaklanders is a thing. I don't know what the fuck you guys been talking about with this Loma shit. What you talking about with this Shakur shit? You're tripping. Now Tank got something else. Tank's a different deal than fucking Loma and Shakur. That's not gonna get it done. All that shit that those dudes doing, nah, bro. I get it. I get it. You like him.
Man, Loma gonna hurt this boy, man.
Loma ain't got
Look,
no
it's the hurt
parts of
business.
that
He's
just
not going to win
now,
the fight,
man.
though.
Loma
Man.
gonna hurt Devin Haney. Round 7, knockout, uppercut.
Round
Loma ain't
7,
got no parts of
knockout
what
by
you had.
uppercut.
Hey,
You
that was
heard it
funny.
first.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Cisco, I don't know why you believe that, G.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, man. I'm just saying the way that you guys talk about my town is as though I don't know. It's like you just don't get it. You just don't understand. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see tomorrow.
I
I got
enjoyed
Devin
that.
Haney. I got Devin Haney. He's getting 2 judges to go his way.
Yeah, and that was crazy right now. Haney pushed the shit out of Loma.
You seen that shit, right? Man,
Yeah,
Loma
bro.
Loma almost went backstage how hard he pushed.
Nigga trying to earn that. A nigga trying to get that $60 on the pay-per-view, man. Push shit out.
Man, that shit that's already bought, man. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm not saying that nobody's hood. I'm not saying that Oakland's hard or anybody's hood or none of that thing. It just seems like I don't know. Like it's like everybody's a killer, but Devin Haney's like soft or something.
No, I mean,
I'm not quite sure. Like the way that people are doing the thing, like, oh yeah, you need to prove yourself against Ryan Garcia. Are you for real?
Oh, Ryan, that's
Loma saying he's scared. That Devin Haney's scared. That's why he pushed him.
Loma got that kill in his eyes. You can tell Loma was his eyes changed. I ain't even gonna lie. Loma got that kill up in Loma. Like something
Loma's
wrong with
hot
Loma
right now, bro. He mad.
There's something in him though. I seen that though. Like he calming down though. He calming down though. He trying to calm down.
Man, this motherfucker is hungry. He's hungry. He's angry. I'm sure he don't like the shit that people are talking. Like, man, it's time to get this dude up out of here.
Hey, Loma's got attitude, man. That nigga just came back from a war, man, and seen his motherfucking country up in flames and his goddamn community, and maybe lost some relatives. He ain't fucking around nothing. He ain't scared of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, scared. It don't matter if you're scared. Like, who the fuck gives a shit what's going on in Ukraine? If you're not in the Crimean, ain't nobody fucking give a shit about that.
Loma does.
Yeah, Loma cares about that. That's not gonna help him win a fucking fight. Listen, I'm just trying to tell you. I'm gonna just be straight the fuck up.
Wait.
Like I said, there's no such thing as my hood is harder than yours. The idea, though, is that for whatever reason, everybody feels like they're harder than fucking Devin Haney. I don't know where this fucking idea comes from, but this dude is not what you think he is. He's not the soft bunny rabbit that the bear just wipes his ass with.
No, I'm not saying that, Smoke. But no,
I'm just saying that a lot of people seem to be saying that with their like, oh yeah, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, like they're the same kind of dudes.
No, I fuck Ryan Garcia, man. But look here,
and Rolly Romero, like,
oh, Rolly
fucking
Romero,
for real right now, like,
right, yeah, get him the fuck out of the conversation too. But hey, Smoke, what I'm saying is, and you know as well as I do, attitude is part. Hey, look, the science. See, that's why when I first came in, I said what I said about the eye test. I rely on that motherfucking eye test, and it works for me. It works for me 99% of the time, if not more. So, and I'm looking for the science of the goddamn a fight. I'm not looking for any of that outer bullshit or outside bullshit and that. All that lame talk don't mean a motherfucking thing to me, because just like we said before, if you're trying to pit one guy against another and say who's going to win, in the end, what comes up is, well, you don't know until they get in the motherfucking ring and fight. So even that yelling and screaming and all that shit, but we do know that part of the motherfucking science of fighting or boxing is mental. First of all, mental fortitude. Got to start there. You got to stay steady. You got to stay stable. You got to stay committed. You can't be broke. How do they say it? Broke down mentally, get scared, so on and so forth. Half the motherfuckers that get in the ring with motherfuckers, like they used to say about Mike Tyson, was already. Somebody said that in this panel tonight. Said you might as well give Loma 2 rounds already. I think he was speaking more about corruption than he was something else. But all I'm trying to say is that the science of boxing includes the mental state of mind. And that mental state of mind has variations. It could be, like I said, the commitment, the dedication, the confidence, but it could also mean just, I'm mad as a motherfucker and I'm going to beat anything up in front of me.
Hey, I'm glad you landed that plane.
Hey, Devin Haney pushed Loma and ran off the stage.
Hey, and let me say this. And let me say,
What
this
you do is you show a dude that you're weak as fuck, and then you leave that into his head until you actually fight. There's no reason to stand around and fuck the fight off.
Exactly.
Message sent, damage done. Now I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Well, what happened at the wing, I never actually see it. I'm just listening to y'all. The tone was set for tomorrow night. Yeah. So there was a tone setter.
Yeah, Devin told me going to break him.
Get out.
Yeah, Devin's not playing with this dude. Like I'm not sure what the hell what transpired, but when Devin came out to talk about this fight, he came out breathing fire. It's none of this like culmination of my life's work and none of anything. He's like, I'm about to beat the fuck out this dude. Fuck him. That's Devin's time.
I ain't gonna lie, ESPN almost had a fit. They were like, nigga, did you just push Loma?
Yeah, they thought
that's Mickey Mouse got all kinds of clauses.
But Loma, hey, y'all see what Loma said?
No, I got my shit on mute.
Loma said Loma was like, they had asked Loma, he was smiling like after Devin pushed him and shit. He was like, "Oh, I felt this power. Now it's over with." I was like, "What the fuck?" He was like, "What do you mean you felt this power?" He was like, "I felt it. Like I guess he said he felt this power by how hard Devin pushed him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but it's cool, man. I think I just feel like it's cool. Both of them talking like, like both of them are, to me, sound kind of not confident in some ways, but then they sound like they confident, I guess, like building themselves up, pumping themselves up for the fight. So I mean, yeah. I think it's like kind of this shit kind of even, 50-50. I edge Devin though. I edge Devin like 60-40. And I mean, 55-45 type shit.
Hey, and I'm gonna say something else too, and talk about mental attitude or what is in the minds of these motherfuckers when they go in the ring. And I can tell you this: Haney's mindset is he's got to win this motherfucking fight. You know why? Because he does.
That's both of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's for both. There's two things happening. Loma's talking about legacy and the broad like ramifications of his career and all this shit. And Devin is talking about beating this one dude's ass. Cause fuck him. That's what's happening right now.
I mean, I think that's like Loma, his legacy, and that's his selling point for the fight. You know what I mean? And that's Devin's selling point for the fight. He gonna beat him up. You know what I mean? I'm gonna give him the shot he never gave me. I'm gonna tear him up.
Yeah, but it very well could be like Devin Haney could be like, oh yeah, it's nothing big deal. Like, it's just a name on my resume and yada yada yada. Or this is part of my legacy, because that's also true. It doesn't seem like he gives a fuck about that. It seems like. All right, so I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something about, at least the way that I look at my Oakland experience. It may be different from other people.
Talk that bias shit.
Yeah, there's nothing like, we can fight, we talk shit, we compete, and all this other shit. When you start fucking with my bread, man, it's a different deal. Like, it's just kind of like, even if I try to keep cool, there's just a I gotta burn myself. There's a stone in my shoe. I gotta remove this shit. Like, I don't think the Dev likes the fact that his career has been stalled out by fucking Lomachenko for years, and I don't think he likes the fact that this fight ain't selling the way it should be selling because Loma is a fucking dud. I think he's just annoyed. I think he's just annoyed with this dude. I think he's ready to get him the fuck up out of here. I don't think it's like a big legacy play or anything. I think he is actually just perturbed by this dude and he wants to fuck him up.
Right.
I think he knows this could derail his career if he loses and at 135, bro. It's the pressure is starting to build up, you know.
There's no
And
derailism thing, bro. Like there's it's wishful thinking to
it's not.
even suggest that Haney is going to be around after this fight.
Well,
This is
maybe
not
he's
going to
just taking
derail
it
his
one
thing at
fight at a
135.
time,
His last
Smoke.
fight at 135. As a matter of fact, he could have like came in overweight, really, and just beat the entire shit out of Loma. And
That's why I was
but it just
thinking
would
he
have fucked.
might have.
It's just that nobody would have fought him at 140. I think.
Nah,
That's
hell
why I was
nah,
thinking
hell nah,
he
nah,
was
nah, nah.
gonna do it.
No, I
Probably.
don't mean by nobody. I mean nobody at top rank.
Oh, they want Devin at 140.
No,
Nah.
no. People at top rank don't want Devin at 140.
I mean, I don't know.
Fucking Teofimo Lopez for one.
That's Teofimo, bro.
Well, hold up a second. Do you know Teofimo Lopez is likely to be the champion? He might be the champion after this.
Tio said he leaving though.
Tio's
Yeah,
not
Tio
being
said
Josh
he's leaving,
Taylor.
but Tio said that shit in order to sell you fucking this fight.
Tio's
Tio ain't
not
going
being
nowhere.
Josh
Tio got a
Taylor.
How
contract.
the fuck Tio gonna sell me the fight by telling me he leaving his promotion? That
Yeah,
ain't
because he
selling no
said
fight
right
to me.
because he's trying to create fucking interest in this fight. Like he ain't going shit. Dude is under
But that
contract.
ain't selling. But how is that selling me a fight by saying this is my last fight? Like, oh
Tio
shit,
said
I gotta get this last Tio fight because this
Because
is last time on top.
no, I'm not saying that you're buying what he's selling, but that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to sell you on an idea that he's not under contract.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Smoke, but I'm saying like, nigga, don't nobody give a fuck.
But that's what he's on. He's on some like, why am I in the 5,000 seat theater? And they just like the black guys and all that shit about I'm leaving. Like all of it was you don't sell like that. You're not that fucking. You're not as popular as you say you are. And so now he's gonna use his lack of popularity to be a talking point to gain more popularity. Like that's all he's doing. He's trying to jujitsu the fucking situation.
But he already said he got it
Tank's
figured
like
out.
Riddick right now, looking skittish, Tooms, real skittish. That's what Tank thinking.
Oh, back and bust and shit.
I think you're right, Smoke, and I think it will pay off. Small numbers, but it'll pay off because motherfuckers want to come and see him lose.
Yeah, man, bro. Listen, you think okay? So
you gonna get in the water?
So Teofimo Lopez is fucking Honduras. Like as a guy who spent half a decade in Belize, I can tell you that like Honduras is like the armpit of Central America. Like nobody gives a fuck about Hondurans. Not El Salvadorians, not Mexicans, not Belize. Like nobody gives a fuck about these people. So like while you are like technically Latino and all that shit, you ain't got no fucking backing. There's nobody in Honduras. People outside of it, even Guatemalans don't give a shit about Hondurans. The people who surround Honduras don't give a shit about them. He just doesn't have that kind of thing. So he's just trying to figure it out. He's not Mexican. He's not Cuban. He's not Puerto Rican. He's not even fucking Dominican.
He's a champion. Yeah, I think Tio and his father finally realized that Josh Taylor is not training with Ben Davison anymore. And I think it probably just hit him probably a week ago. You know what I mean? And they're like, oh shit, we've been training for the wrong guy. Ain't dumb as shit, boy.
It's just either way, man. And Smoke,
he's not
brought something up to me about Josh Taylor, which I always kind of noticed, but I never seen like Josh Taylor not like super skilled type shit, but that he make adjustments, and whether those are like technical adjustments or just small little subtle shit, switching the game plan a little bit. Josh Taylor is somebody that can do that. And shit, with Tio just having the lack of the mental space to adjust, I just think mentally as a boxer, Tio, his mind don't follow his body. I just think he jumbled up top. And sometimes it just look crazy when he in the ring. I just think Josh Taylor gonna dominate that nigga, dog. He might get a couple good shots off like hard, but I don't think them shit's gonna phase. They gonna phase Josh Taylor. Although I do think, Tio, and it's funny, like Tio fighting out of that, kind of like the Philly shell type offense, I think that really might be the best thing going for that nigga in certain aspects of the fight. You know, I feel like that was one of the things that helped Catterall beat Josh Taylor is kind of being in that Philly shell lead hand down and slipping a lot of that shit that Josh Taylor throw, especially his jab, because that shit get lazy at times. But I just don't think T.O. mentally gonna be able to just outdo Josh Taylor. Shit, yeah.
Yeah, they're just all. I mean, they're just all reflex and talent. There's just technical ability, setting up shots, boxing smart, trap. That just doesn't seem to be at all what they're interested in. They're just gonna blast guys out because they're just better than them. That's seems the way the TO's approach to boxing right now. And he's not that good. He's not that powerful.
Nigga gonna end up like Fernando Vargas.
Man, Fernando Vargas has so much fucking attitude. So much attitude. The thing about Vargas, though, like, he had a lot of fucking Mexicans that fucking backed him. Backed his bullshit. You could see him fight. And then also, he had, like, good fighters on that. Like, he's fighting in a 5,000-seat theater. That's what fucking Loma, I mean, that's what T.O. has done to his market share with his fucking bullshit. You know, yeah. Both of them, as a matter of fact. Josh Taylor squandered his fucking opportunity. T.O. squandered his opportunity. Now this dude is trying to play the race card and bang on fucking Top Rank in order to garner some kind of interest in his fight. That, I don't know. If Josh Taylor is like 75%, he beats the shit out of this dude.
Yeah, it's one of them, bro. It's just bad matchup. But to be honest, it could end up kind of being like a good matchup. Like I said, just that it's just certain shit that Josh Taylor he kind of not, just that lead hand being down. If T.O. can, I think T.O. be able to land like certain shots if he timed Josh Taylor right. If roll with a punch, catching and shooting certain shit like that. Like he could get Josh Taylor with some shit, but I'm going on the adjustments and Josh Taylor having a good chin.
Yeah, I think those boys at 140 are a different breed than at 135 when it comes to power and the shots they take and what they take on the regular.
Man, they walking through that shit, man. I was watching some of that shit, boy. That nigga be walking through some shit, boy. Like he hit with some shit and he's coming forward like he ain't get touched, bro. That shit, that dude is nasty. Tears is nasty, bro. I ain't gonna lie, boy. That dude crazy. Man. Regis said he won't smoke though, man. We gonna see. That shit right there is crazy.
I don't know how Loma gets in anybody's head when the dude don't speak English. Like those dudes that used to fight came in pre-shook. Like ain't nobody fucking shook of no damn Loma anymore.
Yeah, this ain't the old days where you know what I mean, the ass whipping they put on display for people to see really a spooker motherfucker. Like I would have never believed George Foreman was in that bitch scared of motherfucking Joe Frazier the way he beat his ass. That nigga said he was scared of that nigga motherfucking Frazier. You know what I mean? Ooh, turn around before that. Okay, don't be saying that loud again. Joe Frazier. Yeah, them look good. Yeah, Joe Frazier, bro, and he got his ass beat. So, like, it ain't like the old days. You just can't be stare at a motherfucker real hard and intimidate him. Like, bro, nigga, you not Sonny Liston, bro. Like, that shit not happening now, bro. So, like, that intimidation factor some dudes be having and shit, that they get at the face off. The only thing they can do is fucking push you or, you know what I mean? Shit. All else fails, talk crazy, let you argue back and probably swing, swing at you with an open hand, probably try to slap you with some shit. You know what I mean? Get disrespectful like that, but I don't really think fighters are, really get intimidated because only fighter that I think is like for real that I think is like intimidating is like maybe a new way in Baterbia. Like you're like damn, like you look at
Wilder. Don't forget about Wilder
and Matias.
Wilder.
Like not Wilder.
No, used to before, innit? Before
I'm
he got
talking about
smoked.
right now.
Oh, right now.
Right now.
So what? Tank don't give you that. Tank don't give you that intimidation fit.
Tank don't.
Yeah, shit. You're about to find out that Matias. Like when people say belts don't matter, they only mean certain guys' belts don't matter.
Facts, nigga.
Superhero Matias' belt, hell, is about to not matter.
That motherfucker don't matter.
Let Teofimo Lopez win. That belt is gonna be a hot commodity. Everyone's coming after that shit.
Me, Matias won, man. Fuck.
Don't forget about Crawford as well. Crawford give you that feeling as well. Crawford.
Not as much now because it's like it really ain't no movement in the.
See, what we got to do, man, like, and this is what I'm just sick of. Can we stop acting like guys signing exclusive long-term deals to a promotional company equals if you're not on that promotional company, you're ducking this fighter when that guy is not leaving his promotional company? like the thing about Bud and this whole like his whole shit, and it's about to go down with Shakur. It's been Loma's thing, like Top Rank. Everybody does in-house fights, right? Everyone does this shit. But Top Rank seems to penalize other people for not crossing the street. Meanwhile, none of the top ranked people are fucking crossing the street either. But everybody else is a duck for not doing it. Since you didn't come to Top Rank, you're ducking. Meanwhile, none of the top ranked people are going any fucking where.
Well, I mean, Top Rank probably said is like, well, I mean, PBC is made up of Golden Boy and Top Rank fighters, right? The best of Top Rank basically made PBC, and then the like second, third generation of PBC. I mean, Golden Boy is like what we see now of PBC. That first generation of PBC.
I mean, guys go through promotional companies. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying that there's certain guys who just go, okay, I'm fighting my guys. I have a bunch of in-house fights. I'm busy. And then there's other guys who go, okay, since you said you're fighting your in-house fights and you're busy, I'm not going to mention that I'm doing the same thing that you're doing. I'm just going to start calling you a duck for not fighting me. Meanwhile, your fucking ass ain't crossing no damn streets either, and you're fighting in-house fights. Your fights just aren't as fucking good against not as good competition. So now everybody else is ducking you because you're fighting Yoshino and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. I'm just tired of Top Rank shit. Like, that's really what it is. This whole like people fighting Bud, like people ducking Bud. Bud could have took his happy. Nobody told Bud to sign a 6-fight deal with the promotional company. Didn't have shit at fucking that division. Nobody told him to do that shit. He just wanted to get paid, and now after he get paid, he wants to blame everybody else for that decision. It's fucking dumb.
I mean, I think it's more so everybody model different. You know, I mean, right now we see one of the major problems with PBC or Showtime fighters is that they got a crazy shelf over there. You know what I mean? Like if it's like an NFL game, it's like they got all bench riders, bro. Yeah, I mean, well, they got probably the best 6 men in the game. You see what I'm saying? Because them niggas do not start over that motherfucker. Earl is sitting down, Jamal been sitting down, Jamel looking like he trying for another season. Excuse me.
Yeah, but those dudes those dudes been fighting like fucking crazy. Like, okay, here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying to you. At lightweight, for instance, Top Rank had a bunch of lightweights. And so they all mixed it up to the tune of you might have, like, people were trying to argue that there was like an undisputed fight, even though one of the belts wasn't a Top Rank, right? They're still trying to say like this little Top Rank tourney was really the fucking undisputed, right? With Komei and Nakatani and whatever the fuck they had going on over there, right? And Loma and his fucking shit. But yeah, but those guys didn't go outside the fucking Top Rank. They stayed right there, stayed their happy ass right fucking there, and argued about whether or not Devin Haney was a champion. They didn't go and clean that shit up. They didn't go try to fight Devin Haney. Devin Haney had to leave and come over to Top Rank to get these fucking fights, right? This is the kind of like bullshit.
Victor, you got some crazy feedback
I'm just over. I'm over the like because you don't have shit, because you signed a long-term contract with a promotional company that doesn't have anybody in your division.
Smoke, you might have to mute Victor. He got some feedback coming from you.
Hold on a second. Hey, Victor.
Okay, I'm gonna go out.
Yeah, just mute yourself. So yeah, the idea that now Pitbull Cruz and William Cepeda are ducking you because they didn't come over the top rank, the fuck out of here.
Well, I mean, the problem is that we trying to get these guys just to make fights. Now, I don't know how they going to solve it, how they going to figure it out, but they got to figure it out. You know, because Cepeda, right, his career, he don't have. I mean, right now it's just a JoJo fight. I don't know the guy he just fought last. So Cepeda now he needs to like kind of step it up. Isaac Cruz same way. Yeah, he fought Tank and he came back with the Gamboa fight, but it's like, what's
He's
next?
talking
Like
about
you
fighting
see what I'm
Tank,
saying?
and what's next is fucking Tank. That's the point. Like, instead of trying to figure out what these dudes who already have plans that don't include fucking Shakur, try to figure out who the fuck your promoter is supposed to get you in there with, and why in the fuck did you sign such a long-term deal with the like? Really, the whole thing is this: Shakur Stevenson is not supposed to be at 135. And all of this stuff is just scapegoating, diversion, and trying to deflect from the fact that this dude.
What you mean,
Say
Smoke?
again?
What would you mean by Shakur Stevenson not supposed to be at 35? What you mean?
I mean, he's supposed to be undisputed at 30. He couldn't make the weight anymore. That's why he's at 35 talking shit.
Yeah, okay.
Not just that, Smoke. He said Bob wasn't interested in him being undisputed at 130.
Yeah, Bob was talking about how it wasn't worth it and all this shit because you know why? Because Bob don't have the other fucking belts.
I don't think he cares about undisputed right now.
No, I'm trying to tell you. If Bob had the
just
belt
came out though, Smoke, because you even seen I went live earlier today, you know, while I was on break, but I was kind of busy and stuff. But hey, baby, hey, Ivy, chill, baby, chill.
But sometimes we got fatherly duties over here. We all
they right.
Men,
yeah, they like right here outside my door, and I got it cracked, so you hear her ass. But like Bob came out and said, like, you know, they not gamblers. It just speak to the fact of like they know when they go in to fight certain people that they're gonna want a certain purse that they ain't willing to gamble on giving you this big ass guarantee and earning fucking 20%, 10% on they back end, not like what the people that's getting the guarantee gonna make or the fighters like what they gonna get. Like promoters ain't, you know, they not into that shit. Eddie not into that shit. Al not into that shit. Neither is Bob. So when it comes to certain fights and what they gotta pay, especially when it comes to cross promotion shit, rather than both of them being on that side, like they just looking for some of these guys to pretty much earn your kills. Some of these guys, you know, want these inflated purses when it comes to the names, but you really gotta, you know, just take your little guarantee $1 million, $2 million, and get it on the back end. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just like, all right. So for me, it is just if you're gonna be strategically moved, right? Stop all the bullshit. Like, what is Keyshawn doing with Frank Martin? What is it? What is this? Like, who is supposed to be? Who believes this shit? Like, who believes that Keyshawn Davis or Frank Martin is about to jump off their promotional companies for the fights that they have set up at their promotional companies to fight each other? Like, who thinks Frank Martin is going to ESPN or Keyshawn Davis is going to PBC? Who thinks this? Nobody. That's who. Like, stop with the fucking bullshit. Like, no, bro. Pitbull Cruz is trying to get the Tank fight. Why the fuck would he go over to Shakur? Because Shakur is desperate for a fight? That's Pitbull's problem?
I think Shakur could fight Devin at 135. Bob Arum already said he wants the winner to fight Shakur, so where's Shakur desperate at, bro?
It is, I mean, that's cool that Bob wants a lot of shit, right? So Bob says he doesn't give a shit about Tank. He's got great in-house fights, but it's up to the fighters. So hopefully he can present a package for them and they choose the in-house fight. But he's going to make the Tank fight regardless. If you're going to have a fight at 35 right now, if you like, let's say Tank beats Loma. Let's say Devin beats Loma. Are you going to fight Tank next and tell Bob to figure it out, or fight Shakur next because that's what Bob wants?
You're gonna fight Shakur if you resign him with Top Rank and become a long-term Top Rank fighter.
Sorry.
That's what it looks like.
Bob just told you. Hopefully, he'll find the Top Rank, the in-house fight is more appealing. Not that like his re-signing is contingent on that.
Correct, but 9 times out of 10, if you re-sign him with Top Rank, you're gonna fight a Top Rank fighter, right?
At some point, but we're not talking about that's the issue. The issue is not that he'll fight a Top Rank fighter. The issue is if you only have one fight at 35, are you fighting fucking Tank or Shakur right now?
Well, you fight where the fight can be made, with Devin and Shakur, that fight can be made.
The question isn't that. If you had the choice to fight one or the other guy right now, which one would you fight?
Between Devin and Tank Tank and Shakur after I beat Loma, it depends. Because if I can't pull my weight bully routine with Tank, then I'm gonna fight Shakur.
Yeah.
Sure.
So let me ask you another question. How many Hall of Famers do you think are at 135?
Do you think like after their career over and done with?
Yeah, like right now. Like you think like if they didn't box another round, they're going to the Hall of Fame.
Shit, man. 1, 2.
2. I got 2 myself. Those 2 being
Loma and Dev.
And Loma.
Loma and Tank. Yeah, Loma
exactly.
and Tank.
Yeah. I don't have Shakur going to the Hall of Fame if he didn't box again.
Okay, so what does that
3 fucking title fights? All this like Shakur shit that you guys are like rah-rah and pom-pomming on. This dude has literally 3 title fights in his entire career. And
right. Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
He's got 3 title shots.
What does that have to do with anything?
What it has to do
I don't
with
understand.
Okay, I'll tell you what it has to do with. If Tank represents more legacy because he's likely a Hall of Fame fighter, if he represents more money because he is, cash cow face of boxing, why would you be fighting Shakur?
See, and right there, and see right there, Smoke. That's where it's like, and that's where it get like now. That's where you really got to delve into like the business aspect of it, because that's where I kind of understand where it will come from a promotion, or what Dev and his dad will sell to a promoter, instead of like, I know we could do the Shakur shit now, but your damn self, Shakur really ain't what, where he really at. He still got some years, to really earn his skin in the game and, get his buzz out there. Devin,
I think that's an excuse, though.
Why not wait?
That's
always an excuse.
When we talk about other guys in the past of boxing, they like this guy before he became a champion,
let me finish.
Was a future Hall of Fame.
Hold on, let me finish, because business and politics can be an excuse, but when just like take all that shit away, go ask Shakur and go ask Devin before they even think about negotiating a fight. How much would you want to fight Devin? Or be like, and go ask Devin, how much would you want to fight Shakur? And just take what they think they should make, and then you're gonna have to negotiate from there. Like, nah, that ain't this ain't that.
I don't know.
At least with Shakur, right, if you in Devin's position, you the A side. Like, you want to play B side with Tank and get Lil Boyd over there, that's cool. But you the A side over there,
bro. Bob just said out his own mouth that he knows Shakur wants some cheese to fight, my nigga.
Right, like, so that's a different situation.
But if you think Devin ain't gonna be getting live, this is kind of ridiculous.
No, that ain't. I'm not. That's not. Don't have nothing to do with nothing. I'm talking about making the fight. Not who should get the bigger purse or none of this or none of that. We literally talking about the 2 fighters. They have to fight. Both of them. Hold up. Let me finish. Both of them have in their mind what they believe or what they would want to fight the opponent, as in Dev or Shakur wanting to fight Dev or Tank or whatever, outside of what the promotion would pay them, willing to pay them, what they feel like they would make on the fight. They already know that they will want some cheese based off what the fuck they getting to fight niggas who's not even on that level. You know what
Well,
I'm
so
saying?
again,
That's what I'm saying.
No shit. That's just basic.
that's cap though. So again, it's
Bob said it
Shakur.
out his mouth.
He was talking about Tank and Shakur.
No,
That's a totally different fight.
he talking
So if he
about
talking
both of
about
them to fight
if,
each other.
no, he was talking about the Tank fight. If he's talking about
He was talking
Yeah,
about Tank and
Dev,
Shakur in that video.
Shakur
If
and
we
Tank
talk about
to
the same
fight.
video,
They're fighting about Shakur and Tank fighting. Yeah. But that ain't no different if you insert a Devin. He gave praise to Devin to say Devin took reasonable guarantee, knowing they gonna put on the pay-per-view and he gonna get his on the back end.
Well, I don't think again it's a difference in scenario. So it's not like
I just want to know what the concept of duck means to you guys. But for me, ducking is when you have a fighter that is higher stakes and higher money, and instead of taking that fight, you take for lower stakes and possibly lower money. I don't know how that's not a duck. Now, I can understand maybe there's a degree of difficulty involved in there. Like maybe people think that Shakur is a better fighter than Tank or something like that. Somehow, maybe you can get that metric. So, I mean, it's not a cut and dry thing, but Tank is more legacy and way more fucking money. I think B side against Tank is more money than A side against Shakur.
facts. Just like B side against Vince was more than A side probably against Amir Khan and all them niggas. But my point is this, bro. If you in a situation where you re-signing with Top Rank, I'm not gonna hold you to have to fight Tank. No, you're more than likely gonna fight Shakur, and that's what I expect to see, bro. You ain't ducking shit.
Bro, but Shakur right now on the Fight Hype interview, they asked him, if you got the chance right now to pick Tank or Devin, all the belts for Devin and fighting Tank for nothing. That nigga said he don't know. He said, I don't know who I don't know who I fight, nigga. Like, come on,
right. I get that, right? So, but again, because he got because Dev is over there and he try and be the golden child of Top Rank and he got them belts. I still think because he's in that position of being like that WBC mandatory, it's the fight can be made. Again, he has to take the back end side, that B side to Dev. Again, the fight will be a pay-per-view event. Now, as far as what the purses may be, that could come down to a purse bid or the teams negotiating, but that's how it's going to play out. I doubt it will because we've seen Shakur play. Yeah.
I think it could get in the same way Loma and Devin got made on the pretenses of that. Both of them niggas get a cool guarantee. We'll get a pay-per-view that we'll have to pay for like $60. They get their cheese. I'm not saying I feel like it'll be hard or nothing, but I'm saying just even like before the fighter get made, all of them niggas got numbers. All of them hold up. All of them niggas got numbers in their head that they would want to fight the person for. The promoter is there to be like, man, let's do it like this and kind of let them know the details of what the fight worth and how we gonna get the cheese, how you gonna get your cheese. But
yeah, but they right now they all right. So they all still in their early 20s. So I ain't really trying to hear them. Like I need a 30 million guarantee. You know, like y'all ain't vets in the game yet. Now, man, y'all still the young hungry lions. You know, so still, right? So it's like if they going, I can dig the 5 to 2 million or 4 to 2 or 2.
But
like,
5 is too much though, low key, and that's no disrespect to him. But 5 million guarantee, like no, like anywhere from like.
They didn't give Loma 5. Like, they didn't give Loma 5, so they can give Dev 5, bro.
Loma 5 for what? To fight Devin?
They didn't give Loma 5 before, and he ain't never did with Dev to the comps.
Who they give Loma the 5 to fight?
I gotta go back and see.
Loma's been one of the highest paid lightweights of the last maybe 10 years. It's like Loma get bread, bro.
Man, yeah, he fighting Loma tomorrow, man. So he gonna have that right to say 5 million, and this is him and Shakur could be a 5 to 2. You know what I mean? Shakur make about 2, 3, and then because again we all understand that the big mega pay-per-view fight is still going to be with Tank. So I'm saying you still getting your legacy fights on, you still getting your money, you're getting your money on, so and you still going for it.
I
But
don't think
When
a
niggas
fight
start,
with
niggas
Devin and
stop their whole
Shakur
career.
is gonna be
I
about
just
money.
understand when
I
they
don't
stop
think
their whole
these are
career.
two
getting
money
paid,
hungry,
getting
greedy
paid what
niggas
you
like that, bro. I
getting
think they'll
paid,
be satisfied with getting what they get from top ranked ESPN, bro.
bro. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying getting what getting what you negotiate is different from getting what you're worth.
But they
Like
got they got their best managers, right?
if they pay Loma five M's for a fight and they only made 3 mil back, they don't give a fuck about giving that nigga 5 again. They're gonna want to give his
Well, I
ass
mean,
2.5, nigga, because we only made 3. You know what I'm saying? Now, if he already negotiate, I'm getting this fight, this fight, and I don't give a fuck what you get on the back end. Hey, that's what that is. But if we're going into the fight and you don't have nothing flat line like what a flat fee of what you gonna get, and that's what we going in to negotiate, you got to be flexible with what we feel like this gonna project as far as the guaranteed in. Yeah, we gonna give you guaranteed cheese, but at the end of the day, you still gonna get what you're worth. We working off percentages, just like he said, just like they did with Hearns, just like they did with Hagler and all them other guys. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
And
top
I
ranking
don't think
working
it'll
off
be
of.
hard.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say and again, I don't think it'll be super hard to make the fight, especially if they really want it. You know what I mean? Money
my
is
bad.
just
His highest purse was 3.25. Right. So and that was against Tio.
and he took a pay cut. He gave him some
Right.
money
It
to
was
give
supposed
to
to be
Tio.
5. It was supposed to be 5.
So see that, and that's what I'm saying. When you really want something, it's not hard to make the fight. You get shit like that with Loma doing, and you get, you know what I mean. So I'm not saying it's too far fetched, but with certain matchups, like like Smoke was alluding to, somebody calling somebody a duck because of top rank and somebody on PBC, like nah. Depending on what you think these guys are going to want, just straight out off the rip. Now, if they own two sides of the fence, of course that's easier to negotiate. But when you got a PBC and a top rank, and they got these numbers made up in their head, that shit gonna get cut way faster. Like they gonna cut that shit short. Like, he said he want that. Fuck that. We gonna go make this shit with so and so because they ain't even. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think Devin is ducking unless he moves up. That's my opinion. If he moves up just right after this fight, I think he's ducking because he don't look like Skeletor now. Like he look fresh, he look fit, he look in good shape, bro.
If he fights some Smoke, he ain't ducking. If he go to a champ, he ain't. I can't say that. You know what I'm saying?
He probably gonna fight Barbosa or some shit.
I know. I said a champ. I said a champ. You know what I mean?
That ain't. I don't see that like happen. I don't see him going up to like, hey man, Trim, where that nigga Regis at? I don't see that happen. You know what I mean? Y'all, that's not happening.
Hey, Meth, and we just seen that weigh in. Ain't shit Thriller. Ain't no Michael Jackson Thriller on Devin face. That nigga look good.
Bro, they weighed in way earlier, bro. This is just ceremonially. These guys already rehydrated, bro.
I got a question.
Yeah, I seen Devin he had a little, but he still look good though.
What y'all thinking about the size of Loma? That's the deal.
He ain't look that much smaller. I think just the arm reach, the height, not so crazy. Like Loma don't fought niggas taller than Devin. Like, so I think the reach is the shit Loma really talking about as far as like big. That reach a motherfucker. And Devin is kind of wide.
I got a question for Smoke.
I got an answer for you.
All right, here's my question, Smoke. So here's a scenario. Devin and Loma fight. Devin wins that fight, right? He fights Tank, right? Fights him the first time, he loses. The second time he fights him, he loses even more decisive, right? So that's 2 losses. He goes back, he wins a couple fights, and then he fights the winner of Frank Martin as a Tater. Let's just say this fight. And they fight for the chance. They give him another shot for this thing. He loses that fight decisively. And he doesn't fight anymore. Is he a Hall of Famer?
Okay, hold up a second. You lost me. Can you start from the beginning?
I said, so let's say Loma, right, and
Uh-huh.
Devin, they're fighting. So
Uh-huh.
let's say Devin wins that fight.
Uh-huh.
So let's say after that fight, he fights Tank twice, and he loses a close decision. Then he loses the second time decisively by Haney. So he goes and wins a couple fights, and then Frank Martin and Cicada fight. And so they give him and they give Tank a chance for another title to fight one of them. He loses that fight decisively, and he doesn't fight anymore. Is he a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
I see. That's where we differ. I don't think so.
Yeah. So here's the thing: like getting into Hall of Fame isn't that metric. It's everybody who's retired. You go up against them. So the question is Leo Santa Cruz going to get in over you? Is
Sean Porter,
Danny Garcia going to get in over you? Is Mikey Garcia going to get in over you? It's shit like that.
Did Sean Porter
go
get
against
in over Tank?
you're competing against other guys who are like Adrian Broner. That's who he's competed against.
So who would get put in first, or out of these three? Man, I guess this would be kind of easy, but Sean Porter, Adrian Broner, Tank Davis.
Sean Porter.
It's Sean Porter, Tank Davis, and who?
Adrian Broner.
Adrian Broner. They're all competing for the last spot.
Yeah.
I don't think AB would get in because it's outside the ring activity.
He's not getting in because he didn't win enough of those fights. Like he was not pound for pound. He was not any of that shit. What he did was talk his way into some money fights. But like beating Paulie Malignaggi and getting your ass whipped by Madonna, Pacquiao, Mikey, to tying with Jesse Vargas. Yeah, that's not going to get it done, man. I don't know. That not over. Fuck, who did you say? Loma, Adrian Broner, and who else? Sean Porter? Shit.
Tank, Sean Porter, Adrian Broner. That's what he says, Smoke.
Yeah,
not Loma.
I'm sorry. Tank. Oh, right. Tank. Tank is getting in. Tank is definitely getting in over AB. Sorry. Yeah, he's just. Yeah, like Tank is at least like Tank has just so we can get this like just out of the way. Tank has a knockout of the year over a potential Hall of Famer in Leo Santa Cruz, depending on who he goes up against. He's a 3-time 130-pound champion, which is pretty fucking good for that division. If they treat all things being equal, if they like the way they're saying Triple G has as many title defenses as Bernard Hopkins, if that's true, then they're going to be calling Tank a 3-division champion, 3-time at 130, 3-division champion, knockout of the year, broke records. Box office attendance, will probably be the guy who made the most money under 147 pounds in like boxing history. Yeah, he's getting in the hall. It's gonna be kind of hard to get. It's gonna be hard to beat him. If Tank and Leo Santa Cruz are competing for the last spot, Tank is getting that spot.
I have a question. Why do people get credit for winning a title in a division, losing the title, losing it, and then winning it back and you give them credit? Why did they lose the title in the first place?
Well, it depends on who they lost it to and what circumstances they got it back, right?
Not really. Yeah, they lost.
I mean, they do. I mean, listen, like.
Nah, it do matter, bro. That
like
matter.
People still talk about no mas, like Roberto Duran, right? But he still came back and got a fucking title against Iran Barkley. Like that dude's an ATG.
And he knocked out a nigga that knocked him out.
Say again?
I said, and he knocked out a motherfucker that knocked him out.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't knock him out, but he beat a dude that knocked.
Yeah, like it's just kind of like losing to Sugar Ray Leonard. Probably not the worst thing for your resume.
On God, it ain't.
Right? It's kind of like it's not like you lost to George Kambosos.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why I say all the time, bro.
Fucking Carl Frampton.
Yeah, like any nigga that love Floyd, like, and this ain't no disrespect, bro. Floyd would not be undefeated if he fought everybody on Sugar Ray's or Duran's or Hearn's resume, but they would be undefeated if they fought everybody on Floyd's. They wouldn't lose to nobody on Floyd resume. But Floyd would lose to niggas on Sugar Ray resume and Duran resume.
Well, yeah, Floyd ain't fucking with no Hagler. Get the fuck out of here.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Floyd was like Winky Wright. That I'm cool on Winky Wright. There's no way he's fucking with Hagler.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no. Come on, man. This Tank is just, you can't talk about boxing for the better part of a decade without mentioning Tank. Like, if you take Tank out of it, then boxing don't even fucking make sense to like 6 years, right? You know what I mean?
Well, I know, Smoke, you're quite the Tank fan, but for me, he still got to fight Devin Shakur to get in the Hall of Fame. That's just me.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like,
but
I'm
you
just
ain't
saying,
got
like
no
we
vote
all
for
have
the
our
Hall
Hall
of
of Fame criteria and the Hall of Fames in our heads. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual Hall of Fame and like what it takes to get in that thing.
Yeah, he's not
I
really
think
get into the
everything
Hall of
plays
Fame
out.
yet, have he? What has he done to get into the Hall of Fame?
Was he
As
done
of
to get who? Tank Davis?
Yeah, as of right now
I
in his
already just
career.
said it. Like, did you miss it? Do I have to say it again? Like,
Don't do
goddamn.
that. Just Smoke. Just answer the
I
question.
literally just answered it like less than 2 minutes ago, and you just asked me something I already just answered.
I didn't ask you anything 2 minutes ago.
I know I answered it already. I didn't say that you asked me. I just said I answered why he's gonna get in. We had this conversation. Like, you weren't you were on the panel.
Basically, Louis Santa Cruz is what Smoke is saying.
No, I said
Okay,
no. I'm saying
okay.
okay. So here's the thing. So
still not
all right.
answering the question.
Let's break it down. The criteria, right? So there's a panel. There's an international panel of judges that decide. There's a Great Britain has a judge, or I think you get 2 judges per country, or 1 judge. I'm not quite sure how many, but they have your USA is represented, Japan's represented, United States, the UK is represented, Mexico's represented, and I think they do like a revolving country kind of thing. So they have a judge that, like, you know, they, depending on the country, you get a judge on a particular year from that thing. And that's the panel. But most of the power is in the Boxing Writers Association of America, right? So it's guys like Mike Coppinger, fucking, Tom Hauser, fucking,
It was Dan
Raphael, like those guys are the ones that are actually pointing in. So those guys are also the ones that's compiling shit like Fight of the Year lists or Knockout of the Year or, Fight of the Year. All those things, those are like Boxing Writers Association awards. So if you find your name, if you are highly touted and always being like talked about by the Boxing Writers Association of America, chances are you're getting in the Hall. Right? Like,
Okay,
if you can't tell, if they're just doling out knockouts of the year and shit and fight of the year and pound for pound fucking entries and shit like that, yeah. And then you start doing like things that actually expand the sport, like making 140-pound division a fucking money division in boxing, something that's never been ever. Yeah, chances are you're getting fucking Hall.
So essentially, your argument isn't based off resume or accolades. It's kind of
It is
what the
based on resume
writers.
and accolades. It's based on resume and accolades through the lens of the Boxing Writers Association.
Right, that's what I was gonna say. Like, it's more so the writer's opinion on the situation.
Yes, it's the way, because they're the ones that, like, when we talk about like mythological pound lists, they are to, like, when it comes to just like an objective fact, but they're not mythological when it comes to who the power brokers and influencers are in the sport. And the BWAA are one of those things. Like, they are one of the chief contributors to getting into the fucking Hall of Fame. Those votes.
Yeah.
So yeah, like Bud, when he went another way with the David Avenesian fight, a lot of those people with the Hall of Fame votes were banging on fucking Bud. lot of them. Like, because they put egg on their face and all this shit. Like, then, like, right after that, they're like, you need a tune-up fight? Like, you know, Sugar Ray Leonard didn't need a tune-up for Hagler.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So basically, what you're telling me, to sum it all up, Hank is getting in the hall if he never boxes again, pretty much based on the Ryan fight.
No. Like I said, he was a 3-time champion at 130, so that's nothing to do with Ryan. He also has a knockout of the year of another like Hall of Fame candidate in Leo Santa Cruz, and he has the Ryan fight that did what it did. Like, it wasn't even just that he fought Ryan, because Ryan don't fucking do anything. It's just that fight generated so much revenue and publicity for the fucking sport.
That's because Ryan bought a bunch of them YouTube fans.
Right, but I think there's a lot of weight on the Ryan fight. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I'm not saying there's. I think there is a lot of weight. I don't know that it outweighs those other things. I don't think you can.
Smoke was saying that before the Ryan fight, though. So, I mean,
no, he was not.
Smoke was saying Tank was Hall of Fame before.
I literally said if they do, if they do the numbers,
we argued about this, Smoke. I have a memory, bro.
No, I get it,
bro. I've been heard Smoke say that multiple times, bro.
Yeah,
no,
like if they do the numbers that they're projected to do, if they do the numbers that they're projected to do, and apparently, reportedly, they did even more than that, then Tank is in the Hall of Fame. That's what I said on the go, because they were talking about how it's going to be this huge pay-per-view and yada yada is going to break records and all this stuff. Like, okay, they could just be fucking full of shit.
Hold tight. What did you just say?
Yeah.
What's up, Shelby?
Yeah, I said, like I was saying, going into the Ryan Garcia fight, if they do the numbers. If they do the numbers that they're projected to do, like all these reports, and said, I said Tank is going into the Hall of Fame.
Based off of one
not
fight?
only did they do those projected numbers, but apparently, if the reports are true, then they exceeded those projections.
So he gonna get to the Hall of Fame off of beating a guy who he was supposed to beat in a fight that had no consequence except for casual fame.
Okay, so right, so that would be.
Wait a minute. That puts him in the International Boxing Hall of Fame, in your opinion.
Thank you,
Holy Christ. I don't know why you guys are like focused on this metric and then talk about the metric completely wrong. Okay, just so we understand each other, what you just described was his fight against Rolly Romero. What I am talking about is the money that was generated from the Ryan Garcia fight.
When does money have anything to do with you getting into the Hall of Fame?
That's why Rocky in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, hold up a second. When hasn't it? Do you understand what I feel like people don't get what, but do we think okay, what sway? And I'm not even saying, because it doesn't really fucking matter. Even if you were to say the sanctioning bodies have a bunch of sway, the sanctioning bodies are getting paid from these. We didn't get paid for this, but I mean, it was a sanctioned bout, so somebody got fucking paid for it. It just wasn't a championship fucking belt, right? It wasn't a championship fight, so it wasn't some.
WA got that bread. WA got that bread.
Yeah. Somebody got it, exactly. The WBA has a long tradition of sending motherfuckers to the Hall of Fame. The only sanctioning body that hasn't sent anybody to the Hall of Fame by themselves is fucking WBO. And this wasn't no WBO fight. The WBA will definitely send you to the fucking Hall of Fame. They sent Floyd Patterson to that fucking monkey ass to the Hall of Fame.
Wait a minute. Wasn't Calzaghe a WBO champion?
Yeah, but he held all the belts.
He unified this shit.
He didn't hold them all at the same time. He wasn't like undisputed. But he literally held all the belts at one point.
Wasn't who else is in the Hall of Fame? WBO. Oh, Antonio
There's
Tarver,
nobody.
no?
Antonio Tarver ain't in nobody's fucking Hall of Fame. Are you out your mind? Hell no, that dude ain't in no
Roy
Hall of
Jones
Fame.
held that motherfucker. Ain't he in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, but Roy Jones had IBF, WBO.
He was undisputed.
He was undisputed, yeah.
Yeah, he had him on.
Roy Jones undisputed?
Hell yeah, Roy Jones was undisputed.
Yeah, Roy Jones was undisputed. 68 and 75.
Oh shit.
Niggas
That kind of that right there, don't it?
Bro, because niggas don't talk about that shit, because back then, bro, like, you was the man, nigga. That's what that meant. Like, now it's so many belts and shit. It's like, you know, and that's why I really feel like, you know, what's it called? Like, Bud put that shit back. Bud put undisputed back in niggas' perspective for that shit to actually stamp you. Like, this really what boxing need, as far as like, bro, you go out here and get all the straps, but you know,
So like here's the thing: all the straps are on the line in the cruiserweight tournament. It's just that Bud beat fucking Ndongo before the cruiserweight tournament was over. But there was going to be an undisputed coming out of that. That started way before fucking Bud's run. Like
was Tito undisputed?
I'm not mad like
Smoke,
Bud's
those
like
two
saying that I
off-brand-
started this whole fucking thing.
Yeah, but those two off-brand like weight divisions, you know what I mean? Like cruiserweight and 140, niggas is like whatever.
Yeah.
You damn near gotta do that.
But you think
Was Tito
of
undisputed?
140, No, never. No, never.
Nah.
Now, when you think of it, when you think of 140, Q, who's the first name that pops into your mind?
140 pounds? Like for me personally, it's Aaron Pryor. But
yeah,
I mean, I think of Julio Cesar Chavez. I think Kasazu. I think Nicola Loche. I think Cervantes.
That's the thing Q was saying. When you think about 140, I don't even think Chavez. The only name I really think when I hear 140 is Aaron Pryor. When I hear cruiserweight, the only name I really think of is Holyfield.
Evander Holyfield.
Maybe
That's right.
I might think about Dwight Muhammad Kwawi, but not really.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, he did a lot of damage at light heavy, and then the cruiserweight came along.
Yeah.
Yeah, light heavy was
Right.
his shit.
So like
heavy
Q was
his
saying,
shit.
those are two off-brand divisions. Did I articulate that, Q?
Yeah. Yeah, like
There's two off-brand divisions people really don't think about.
yeah, people really don't care about them. So, like, if you in them divisions, you gotta do like some great shit to even get like seen. Cause then, other than that, when you go up north, like going from 140 to 147, especially in this day and age, bro, that shit, motherfuckers don't be shit when they jump up from 140, man. Like in this generation. But the only motherfucker, Danny got the sleeves beat off his ass. When he came up, AB got the sleeves beat off his ass like that jump.
Exactly.
That shit,
Didn't do
niggas ain't,
nothing. Mikey didn't do shit at 147.
yeah, and it ain't too many cruiserweights going to heavyweight doing damage. You know what I mean? So the fact that, you know what I mean, Usyk and Bud, you know, actually like did it, and they actually, you know, that it means something. Like those are two great fighters, you know. But
Yeah,
like
move up
now,
a weight class and bringing the smoke. I got you, Q. Move up a weight class and bringing the smoke.
Yeah,
well,
but like,
it's just that the cruiserweight division is like super young. Like 168 is young. It doesn't have a lot of history behind it. So like the best cruiserweights could be like by accolades. Now it's not even could be. It is definitely Usyk and Holyfield. But if you were to say like who's the best, I don't know that there's a Dwight Muhammad Kwawi on Usyk's resume. I don't think there is one.
It's not.
And I think that Dwight Muhammad Kwawi that Holyfield beats the fuck out of everybody that Usyk beat and Usyk himself.
Yeah. Kwawi would be dog shit down Usyk leg.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll probably beat Usyk. I know damn for sure that Kwawi will beat Breeders. Prime Breeders.
Yeah, and Gasayev and all that, man. Get the fuck out of here.
And
Marvin Huck
and shit.
Anybody trying to hear that dumb shit, man? But anyway, but yeah, the accolades are there for him. Yeah, so okay, so I don't think Tank will get in over Usyk.
Over Usyk?
Right? Yeah. Tank ain't getting in over Usyk.
Nah, hell nah.
No.
But he might get in over Danny. And Danny has a better run, or maybe the same kind of run as Bud did at 140.
You look at the schedule? Minus the belts, but if we talking about the riders gonna remember, you know what I mean, Danny Pan step aside, Danny, you know what I mean, as far as the post-star situation go.
How is Danny Garcia going to the Hall of Fame, you know, based on what?
I'm just saying, well, it just depends on who he goes up against, right? I mean, that's what it is. It's just when he retires and who's up.
He'll get in, but it'll be like it'll be kind of like how who waited a long time to get in?
Nah,
did Glenn Johnson ever get in?
Yeah, Tim Bradley, Glenn Johnson not in.
It'll be something like that when he gets in. He'll have to wait a minute. He's going to have to wait a minute.
Nah,
if he win that belt at 160 though, and then defeats Zarafa, then I think
because now he has, because you can't really talk about the welterweight division without talking about Danny Garcia in that run. Like
Is
that's
Diego
just part of the
is
lore.
Diego Corrales in Diego
He didn't
Corrales
have a
in the
run
Hall
at
of Fame?
140.
No, he did not. He didn't. But he also has he also has Eric Morales at 140. So he's got like a Hall of Famer on his resume.
Hey, is
Eric
Chico
Morales was
in the
like
Hall of
90 when he
Fame?
So
fought him, right?
here's a problem: is that Bud doesn't have anybody in the Hall of Fame on his resume.
Oh my.
Not a single Hall of
Nobody at
Famer. No
147
at
has
any
anybody in the
division.
Hall of Fame.
Who? What? Who?
Who got?
I thought you said so. Porter's not going.
I don't know. Porter might go, and maybe.
Gamboa probably ain't gonna get in that
No,
motherfucker.
Gamboa ain't getting
Porter's
in
going
shit.
into the Hall of Fame based on his resume and all that he accomplished.
It's just it
Porter's
depends
going.
on who he goes up against. Listen, he retired.
Is Donald Curry in the Hall of Fame?
No,
Yes,
don't be
Donald
correct,
Curry's in the
no.
Hall of Fame. Yes, the Lone Star.
Donald Curry is in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
Yeah, the Lone
Is
Star Governor is in the
Marlon Starr in the Hall of Fame?
Nope.
No.
Marlon Starlin not.
Yeah,
No, that's because you're just looking at divisions. Like you have to understand that Donald Curry, not only did he like do a thing, like his things at 147, but he wasn't storied there. But he fought at at welter, at junior, junior middle and middle. Even though he's getting his ass whipped a bunch, he was also fighting like the luminaries in those fucking divisions. He's more of a like accumulation of a bunch of divisions and kind of shit. Like not just like what he did at 147, even though that was his best thing.
Yeah, like Smoke was
Kind of
saying,
like
he wanted.
James Toney got an accumulation of divisions, but James Toney was whooping ass everywhere he went.
James, yeah. So like Donald Curry, he didn't like. He was one of them guys that peaked early, and then like that shit really wasn't that.
Damn,
After
Q,
Hunter
that's the first time I heard somebody say that, bro. That's the first time I heard somebody say that, bro.
He peaked early for sure. He got too fucked up as far as like the money.
Donald Curry just wasn't dedicated to the sport. Like he was just like boxing was his brother boxed. His brother was supposed to be better and all this other shit. Or his brother's more dedicated, but he just happened to be more talented.
To cocaine, Smoke. He was dedicated to cocaine.
Well, he was also trying to do it. It was like Rocky Lockridge. He just had like boxing just wasn't his passion.
Cocaine was.
You know what I mean? He just was good at it, and then the business came. As soon as he got notoriety and some business things, he just turned into an ass white and just I don't know his whole shit.
Cocaine, man.
It was money. It was the money and shit, bro. He like all that. He got real fucked off with chasing money fights and feeling like his management too. Like the drugs and shit too, but that's why he was the money shit. You know what I mean? That shit really fucked up his career. Like he sued his manager and shit because they said he cahoots with Sugar Ray to duck him and shit. Like that's like he tried to sue that nigga for like $90 million, bro.
Right. So the guys that are retired, right, and that aren't in, but we think are going to get in, and then guys are on the brink of retirement that we think are going to get in. Right. So Pacquiao's retired. He's going to get in.
First
right. Mikey is retired. Don't know.
And you know what's so sad? It was also so sad, Smoke. Mikey's first ballot.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sean Porter's also retired. We don't know.
I don't think he's first ballot though.
Yeah, but he's retired at a good time, so it's not like he has a whole bunch of backlog. Zab Judah's in already, right?
True.
He just got inducted.
Yeah, Zab
with
Bradley.
What y'all think about Julian Jackson?
No,
he's already in.
Yeah,
Julian Jackson been in.
I'm like,
that's why I asked. So what do y'all think about his career?
I think he had a good career for him.
He had a very good career for a fucking Cyclops.
Only stumbling block he had was Mike McCallum.
Bro, he had one eye. Dude was blind in one eye.
Who, Mike McCallum or
no,
Julian?
Julian Jackson.
What you said, Smoke? You had what?
Julian Jackson, blind in one eye.
He only had one eye. Yeah, he only had one eye.
What you said about Mike McCallum?
I said Mike McCallum is the only stumbling block that Julian Jackson had. Besides
Mike McCallum and Gerald McClellan.
Yeah, McClellan cleaned his clock, nigga.
Gerald McClellan.
The G-Man, yeah. The G-Man.
Yeah, the G-Man.
That's the only two people that beat him.
Yeah, like these ideas, like I mean, I get it. Where people are gonna like, so Chocolatito is up. He's about to fucking retire. Nonito is up. He's gonna
they both getting
retire
in first
soon.
ballot. Both of them getting in first ballot.
Right? Who knows how long Canelo has? Who knows how long AJ and Wilder have? Who knows how long Triple G has?
And you know what's so sad? Triple G, and Wilder getting in first ballot. Watch.
Now the question is,
No, they
does Tank
shouldn't.
get over? Does Tank get over? If Tank gets in over Jermell Charlo, people's heads are going to explode.
No,
but
he's not getting in over Charlo. Charlo's undisputed. He's not getting in over Charlo.
He might get in his shit.
But those niggas don't like him, like Coppinger and them. They don't fuck with Charlo.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We can talk about the undisputed fighters that are not in there, like Nate Campbell and goddamn Corey Spinks. Like undisputed is not the thing that you just automatically get to write your ticket.
Ain't that sad though?
Jermaine Taylor, Taylor's not in, right?
Yep.
Isn't that a sad thing though?
Jermaine Taylor's not in.
Well, Taylor's in prison, so that could be why he's not in.
Jermaine Taylor's not in. Kelly Pavlik is not in.
Now Kelly should be in. I think Kelly got a case, but Jermaine Taylor's in prison, so that's probably what's holding him back.
Right. So my man is saying the Hall of Fame should only be for the elite. Like it is only for the elite. It's just that people think that you have to be an ATG in order to fucking do it. It's always like when they're comparing guys to guys, it's that you're comparing like, a great fighter to like one of the best who ever laced them up. Like this is not, I think for me, maybe 25%, maybe 30% of the Hall of Fame are actual ATGs.
And the rest is just really good guys?
Yeah, exactly. It did something that made the sport like what it was for however in that particular moment. Like Ken Buchanan is not that great. Like Jeff Finnick is okay. Ain't no one talking about these guys are all-time greats.
He's a 3-division champion though. So.
Yeah, no, but like Ken Buchanan, like
Ken Buchanan,
dude could like barely fucking fight, really. Like,
how many fights did Ken Buchanan lose? Like 3, 2, something like that.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, how many of his fights were even 12 rounders? Like,
huh?
How many fights were even 12 rounders though? That dude fought a lot of fucking
15-round fights back then, Smoke. There were no 12 rounds. Some of them were 12 rounds.
No, I'm just saying like he fought a lot of fucking like. So anyway, my point being, Ken Buchanan to me, looked like he didn't look very good, like for the era even.
Well, shit. Nino Benvenuti's in. He didn't look that good.
Yeah, Nino Benvenuti is in, and Benvenuti is not. I mean, he's actually one of the best for it. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not even gonna go there. Maybe. But that's my point. That's my point. Like there's guys like the Hall of Famers, like for guys like Arturo Gatti and
he should
like
be in the
Jeff
Hall of Fame
Phoenix and all that shit. Like Donald
he
Kirk.
should
Like,
be in there.
Mentioned them, but they didn't.
No, I said he should be in there. Arturo should be in there.
Okay.
Yeah, like 3 fights of the year, but like it's not like it's because he like beat all these people and has this stellar resume. He fought like the 2 best guys he fought that are worth a fuck. He lost to both of them in Floyd and Oscar, but those are 2 like arguable ATGs. He just so happened that's it. So he's got like Angel Manfredi and like Ivan Robinson and all this other shit.
Ivan Robinson, yeah, he fought the other brother. He fought some good. He beat some good people. So no,
it's mostly just because he had like 3 or 4 fights of the year, and he's like exciting fights, kind of shit.
Yeah, he did fight.
He was a human highlight reel for boxing. That's what he was.
Yeah. He had good ass fights, rounds of the year, and you know what I mean, fights of the year, bro.
Yeah, all that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All that writers, boxing writers.
That's writing shit. Yeah. And then to be honest, man, a lot of them magazines and shit motherfuckers write for, they had fucking open fan letters where, you know what I mean, you got fans writing about niggas and fights and how they feel about certain shit boxers and shit was doing and shit. So that's why Evander Holyfield the shit. Motherfuckers always talk good about Evander because niggas ain't think he was gonna be shit at heavyweight.
You knew one thing. You knew one thing for certain and 2 things for sure. If you got in the ring with Evander Holyfield in his prime, motherfucker, you was gonna have to fight.
No man, like fight.
You was gonna get beat the fuck up.
And he beat the best of the best of the best.
Yeah,
of
then he
both
got a
cases.
hole in his heart, and that dude kept going. Then we got
No. He had
wars with
fluid.
John
Yeah,
Ruiz,
He
yeah,
had
because
fluid
they
on his
thought
heart.
they
Not
thought it
hemorrhoids
was
or nothing.
over.
Cota and shit.
He had
Bruh,
fluid on his
bruh,
heart. He was
bruh,
drowning from the inside.
they
Not
thought
hemorrhoids.
Big Baby Bo was gonna kill that nigga, dog. He got beat, and
Yeah.
then that second fight, nobody thought he was gonna
Yeah,
win
he
that
dogged
shit.
it out.
He beat that
nigga out.
nigga Bo up, bro. Man, they praised that nigga for that shit. They thought he should have retired after that shit. Motherfuckers thought Riddick Bowe was gonna be the next Muhammad Ali and shit like that.
If he would have stayed focused, man, he could have been the best of his era, Bo. He was just
Did you see him lately,
unbelievable for
though?
one
Have you
night.
seen him
Man,
lately,
Riddick Bowe was. What'd you say, OG?
Have you seen him lately though? He looks so bad.
Man, he
Bo
looked
looks
bad, but
terrible.
I watched him fight. Damn, I forget who the fuck. I seen him fight. It was a white boy. Damn.
Andrew
Man.
Galata.
Galata?
Oh my God, dude! Like,
Yeah.
I shout out to Romy Rome. I was wondering if I was gonna see him. The only thing I hear is how Donald Curry lost to Lloyd Hunnigan. What is up with the UK, man? That's all they remember is that one time they did something cool.
Man, Hunnigan beat his ass too.
Yeah, he beat
that
the
was
shit out of him.
that was nasty.
Shit out of him.
His first
Beat
two
the
losses with the
sleeves
Jamaicans. I
off
hope
Yeah,
you
him.
know
that was
that, right?
ugly. But I'm just
Donald
saying,
Curry's
like,
first two losses with the
come on,
Jamaicans,
Romy Rome.
and that's why that means something.
Shout out to you and your background. You know what I mean? Your heritage, my guy. Salute to it.
Hey,
But what was that guy's name? Simba? Like,
like,
help me out, Troy. The guy from Zaire who lived in who moved to Italy. He started boxing because Muhammad Ali came. For the Rumble in the Jungle.
What was his weight class?
Middleweight, 54 and 60. Simba. What the fuck is it? No. Say again. Say Colin. Yes, that guy. Colin Bay. Yes, that guy. Yeah,
that's the guy that fought Mac McCallum.
That guy.
Yeah,
That
Simba
was
Colin
a
Bay.
tough
Yeah.
ass fight.
Good fighter.
That was a tough,
Yeah, he's a good
fighter
fighter.
right there.
Who else he fight?
He got knocked the fuck out by Michael second to none.
Oh yeah, I seen dude
one
Michael
round.
Nunn knocked
One
him the
round.
fuck out. I watched that. Yeah, he did. Yeah, I did see dude fight. He was cool.
You heard the news today, right?
What about Jim Brown?
About my boy from Memphis.
Who? John Morant?
Yeah.
What happened to him? He kicked out?
Nike dropped his ass.
Damn.
The truth is, here's my opinion on this. He got a chance after doing it the first time, but to come back and do it a second time so fast, that seems like a middle finger in their face. So, now they're going to drag it.
What did he join the Hebrew Israelites or something?
No, he was on videotape with a gun, flashing a gun, trying to be a wannabe gangster.
Oh, yeah, shit. He'll have his shit back next week.
Yeah. Nah, he's not coming back next week. This is the second time in 90 days or something like that.
Magic not in there, huh?
They took the max deal off the table. Nike
Mildred Taylor not in the Hall of Fame?
No, I'm asking.
Mildred Taylor?
Nah. That's a good question. I don't think so.
I
Let me
think
take a
he
look.
is. I'm not sure. I think he is. Yeah, but Troy, they took the max deal off the table. Nike dropped him. It's not looking good for Ja, man.
Yeah,
all he has to do now is just
from that
leave.
shit.
All the next thing will just be, a way to, send him to Canada or China or someplace else.
Yeah,
So I don't think he's playing anymore in the NBA. I don't think so.
Here's my thing. Here's the only problem I have with the NBA about that whole situation. You get a kid from South Carolina who grew up in a town with a population of 3,000 people, right? That's where he grew up at. Did you send his ass to Memphis at 22 years old, and you get this motherfucker $200 million?
How
the fuck you think he's gonna?
Sheldon, let me ask you a question, man. Is he the only 22-year-old in the NBA that ever make money and go and leave his hometown and all that? You gotta stop making excuses for these young boys. I got sons, Sheldon.
Hold up. There's a
wait,
lot of
I got
legacy
sons,
fucking
man.
guys. I don't know if you look at the NBA,
sons.
but there's a lot of Dunleavy Juniors and Gary Payton Juniors. Goddamn, like there's a lot of dudes that know where the fuck they bread coming from. Michael Thompson Jr.
I got that, but what I'm saying is that I got sons. The first time is a mistake.
Listen to me, Troy. Listen to me,
Okay,
Troy.
go ahead, Sheldon.
Listen to me, Troy. This is what I'm saying. Think about us. You from Baltimore, Maryland.
I'm from the
I'm
Bronx.
from South
Go
Central
ahead.
Los Angeles. I'm from South Central Los Angeles. If you gave me $200 million when I was 22 years old, how the fuck you think I was gonna act?
The truth be told,
let alone a motherfucker that comes from a town with a population of 3,000
Nah,
people.
but you don't act like that because he didn't grow up like that.
Thank
He
you,
out here,
thank
this
you.
nigga out here guzzling Casamigos like it's a motherfucking 24-ounce Bud Light, bro.
He was trying to
Like,
prove something to someone that's not himself.
yeah, like
That's what his problem is.
he out here
Put me up on
tripping,
game.
bro.
What's Casamigos?
Casamigos is tequila.
Oh,
He said this
tequila.
nigga out here guzzling Casamigo.
It's 100 proof tequila. Dude was guzzling that shit like it was a goddamn
Wait a minute.
tall boy.
You said it's 100 proof beer?
100 proof
No, it's
tequila. He
tequila,
was
bro.
drinking
Tequila,
that shit
tequila.
like it was beer, bro. He was in the club. They had video of dude drinking that a fucking Casamigos, a fifth of Casamigos like it was a goddamn beer, my guy.
My question is, where's his mama and where's his daddy at?
Bro, his daddy be drunker than him.
What about
That's
his
the
mother?
worst problem. His daddy's a fanboy. His daddy is a fanboy because his
Where's
daddy
his
comes
mother
from a
at?
3,000 person town too.
I mean, his mama
Where's his
across
mother?
the street. His mama across the street shopping shit. Dude, I put it like this: it wouldn't have been this type of outrage if John Morant didn't have that shit where he his mama called him when I guess she got into it with a little dude that was hounding her at the mall. John Morant they said he pulled up with them sticks out on his ass. You know what I mean? And then the Indiana Pacers, like some of they I guess shit physical therapist or whatever the fuck said somebody from Ja team pointed something with a beam at the end of that shit. Like after they game, like they got into one of them. Like so that's the shit that looked crazy because all of that shit happened before we seen him with a gun. So now that shit just confirmed those rumors, and then it make you look like you aggressive with with having the guns. If he was showing that shit, listen to young boys shooting them guns at the fucking gun range, bro, it's no problem with that, bro.
It's no problem.
Let me tell y'all something.
Problem when you doing that dumb shit.
I got sons, right? And I tell them all the time, the first time's a mistake. The second time, you basically know what you're doing. The third time, you're on your own. So don't even bother look to me for no help. You know, because basically all you're saying is that you don't care. You're gonna keep doing it any damn way. So don't even turn to me for help.
But think about
if he got in trouble for it one time. No, hold on. If he got in trouble for it one time, right? One time, that should have straightened him up enough to say I could lose my career. Why did he come out and do it a second time?
I would have, bro. It was a third,
that's
fourth.
the way to go.
It was a third, fourth, and fifth time. And the biggest.
Check this out. Check this out. Now, be honest. Think about yourself in real life terms, right? I'm the breadwinner. I'm the motherfucker that got $200 million. Not my daddy, not my mama, not the homies. It's me. I got $200 million at my disposal. Who in the fuck is going to I wish a nigga would tell me not to do something.
Let me tell you what I did. Okay, Sheldon. I mean, I'm not going to get too personal.
That's a good point.
But my son came into the house one day. Hold on. He had all this money. No, hold on. He had all this money at a young age. He's a teenager. And he said, Dad, I got more money than you. So I said, come over here to the sink real quick. So I filled up a glass with water and then I emptied it. And then I turned on the pipe again, filled out the glass with water. I said, you see that glass? That's actually you. You don't own shit, but I own the pipe. I own the house. I own everything. Every time you go after this damn bag that you think you're getting, you're gonna spend it, and then you're gonna go after something else. Don't flash no money in my damn face. I'm gonna knock you out. And he never did it again. Ever.
Right. So just so by contrast, right? Klay Thompson was on an allowance from his dad from the NBA. He was getting checks from the NBA that he had to give to his dad and then get an allowance.
I ain't that type of father. I'm taking money from my kid. No, I'm not. I'm not that type of father.
Smoke. Who is his dad?
Michael Thompson.
Dad is Michael Thompson.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like these guys are like we got Del Curry Jr. baby in there fucking doing shit.
Yeah,
these guys. Today's NBA is chock full of legacy plays. He is just the one, like one of these throwbacks that just is amazing from the streets, and now he has to figure out fucking life and shit.
Question, though, Smoke. Answer my question, though, Smoke. If I got $200 million and all you niggas is around me and all you niggas is eating off of me, who the fuck is gonna say something to me?
Well, the
at the
guy
end
who's
of the
at
day,
right because you're 22, you're still kind of a kid. So whoever it was you're looking up to, you're still looking up to them. That's why even at $200 million, he's showing up to malls because his mom
You're
says
not a kid at
Well, who
22.
is he looking up to? That's the question.
but that's a fact though. Like at the end of the day, even even if his dad there, bro, his daddy need to man up because he still raised Ja and pay all that shit he was getting and all that. You know what I'm saying? His daddy and people still did that for him. So I mean, he need to listen. But at the end of the day, bro, like Ja, he lost out on like 52 million because he didn't make the all NBA team because he was out here bullshitting. So I mean, it already hit him in his pockets and shit like that, bro. When he's still out here tripping, man.
Yeah, because he still has more fucking money than God. Like God has to come to him for a loan. Like just because, like bro, like 22 years old. I'm trying to tell you, man. Like Swisher money and rent money and like condom money, like your phone bill. Like you don't have a lot of shit. Like he is trying to figure out things to buy.
That's when
in
you
the
turn
middle
to
of his
your
NBA
father.
season.
That's when your father needs to be your father, not your damn friend.
Well, I mean, if niggas got dreams to grow up and be a goon, you can't take that away from him. Nigga came from a small town. He want to grow up and be in these streets. Man.
Absolutely, but you can still grab them up
For
and give them
real.
some knowledge. You know, whether they
Like, we
listen
gonna
or
act
not.
like niggas don't got them kind of dreams, bro. Like, want to
Listen to
grow up
me.
and be in these
I'm not
streets, bro.
acting nothing. What I'm saying, as a father, you can still grab them up and give them some knowledge. And, you know,
South Carolina, right?
That's what I'm saying. That nigga was from a small town, watching them videos, being
man, I
online.
don't
He
want
want
to
to
hear that
be
much.
like them
I don't
niggas,
want to hear
bro.
that much. I don't
He
want
want to tote guns and be in the streets, bro. It is what it is.
I don't want to hear that. That sounds like an excuse.
It's not an excuse, just the reality, bro.
So really, it's just what we're talking about. Is
Reality
you
of
have to have
what?
good. You have to have models, right?
y'all 50 plus, like young niggas got different kind of mental struggles out here, bro. Like,
Stop doing
No,
that.
it's not even that.
Stop
It's not.
doing
It's
that,
not
man.
even that.
Stop
It's like
doing
it
that.
is
I really
literally
hate when
what
people
you.
do that.
trying to
Stop
tell
doing
you,
that
bro.
nonsense.
A lot of the stuff is
Stop
like
doing
just
that.
your environment. Like I was just saying, like 20, like
Stop
when
doing that.
Klay Thompson was 22 years old, he was on an NBA salary and getting that shit doled out to him week by week. He was driving the busket, lived up the street from the house, all this shit. They lived up the
Because
street
his
where
father
Adam
took
lived.
responsibility. His father made him be responsible. It's not the money. It's the man. It's the man. Just like I give you a perfect example. When I moved from the city to the suburbs at 17, I kept wondering why all these dudes were getting arrested and all that. They have to go find trouble because trouble don't find them. I grew up in the city. I grew up in the Bronx during the crack era. I didn't have to look for trouble. It was always in my face. Then we moved out to the suburbs of D.C. And these dudes were finding trouble. They were running to the trouble instead of staying away from it. And I had to ask them, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Y'all got the nice house, the two parents. Why y'all running to trouble instead of away from it? You know?
Yeah, that was the generational thing. That was the thing between me, my younger brother, and I. But that was just, I don't know. Like it went from like conscious to like gangster real fucking quick. I got a 6-year-old younger brother. His shit, like, is completely, same household, all this other thing, but what he valued was just so fucking different. And
Did you grow up with money, Smoke, or no?
Say again?
Did you grow up with money or no?
Yeah, middle class.
Okay.
Sure. Like we didn't grow up poor. See that way, but
Hey, somebody said something about that mental stability. Somebody said something. I think it was Phantom or maybe I don't know who it was. But anyway, they said something about his mental stability. That's a whole different ball game. We keep talking about, and the environment does affect the way you develop and so on and so forth. But that last photograph he took with a gun in his hand, if I'm not mistaken, he was holding that motherfucker up to his head. Not necessarily. He wasn't necessarily trying to play off. Hey guys, look, I'm getting ready to shoot myself in the head. It don't make no difference what he was trying to do or symbolize. He held it up by his goddamn head. So that might have been one of them subtle. What do you call it?
Cry for help.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, because look. That kind of success.
With all that money?
He has two levels, at least two levels of extreme success. One, he's playing in the motherfucking BA as a star. He's a valued motherfucking player. And secondly, he's got that kind of goddamn money. So if that's not enough But all that other, all those other deficiencies, enough to make you value that or recognize that, acknowledge that, and then value it, then there's some disturbance going on, man.
So here's the thing, man. So we got 22, right? We understand that, like, all of us have been 22 and realized that we weren't making our best decisions then, right?
Exactly.
The NBA is like they're a prototype of, like, corporate structures, organizations that we may see in the 21st century, in the sense that the actual labor are also the owners of the fucking business. So the players actually, like, participate, and they see the profits. There's a whole profit sharing fucking thing. So if you're gonna have a property, you're gonna have an asset as valuable as the NBA, and you're gonna be part owner of that shit, there's all kinds of morals clauses and all that shit that, like, you need a fucking, like, this dude needs a team. He's tripping. Like, just like Tank, when he left that fucking woman by the side of the road, and then my only thing was, what is going on with your team? Like, why the fuck are you drunk driving? Why don't you have a fixer? Yeah, exactly. Like, why are you doing any of this shit? This don't make any kind of fucking sense at all. And then if you're gonna show up to get a ride, why isn't somebody staying there to sanitize the scene? Like, you need to fix your team. You're way too valuable. There's way too much going on for this to be a fly-by-night, seat of the pants operation based on Tank's fucking decision-making skills. Hell no. He's a whole fucking team. He's a whole corporation.
You got to think about this too, man. This dude, my man just said something about mental stability. Well, I've never been to the mean streets of Diesel, South Carolina, so I don't know how mean the streets can be when there's only 3,000 motherfuckers there. Streets can't be that mean. So,
well, hey, listen, like, if you're doing chest passes, 100-yard chest passes every fucking day, and working on your handles, it doesn't matter how mean the streets are. You are focused on a bouncing ball.
That's the thing I don't understand. You come from a small town, why would you gravitate?
No hard ass life coming up.
That's what I'm saying. And why would you gravitate to trouble like that if you came from a small town?
Because, bro, we got the internet. Like, you act like these niggas can't reach out across the country, bro. Just because he's from a town of 3,000 people.
Do what? I mean,
it definitely can, but like, for me, there's a lack of personal, I guess around his team and models, right? He doesn't have the correct role models to show him how to behave in this thing. Now you have an environmental thing, and then it's just about a maturity thing. So there's just a lot going on for a guy who is as high profile as John Morant is, and the stature that the players have in the NBA. They can't fuck with this dude. Like, he still is rich as shit. Like, if he never played NBA again, he has generational wealth.
I'm gonna say this. This is the only thing I could blame the team for, and any team. After you catch a play that messes up like that with a gun, you should have a program there, and a stern, firm program that lets them know we're giving you a second chance, but you following these rules to the letter for X amount of months. And if you don't want to do that,
see, I don't even think it's on the team. I think it's the Players Association.
That too. That's what I'm saying. As long as you have a stern, firm program with former players and people who serve time that could actually tell him the truth about things, and then you go from there and say you're gonna follow these rules to the letter, or else you out the door the next time. Ain't gonna be no next time. Because to me, as I stated, I was 22 too, and the last thing I wanted to do was tote some gun and get in any trouble, because I already been in trouble, so I want to stay away from trouble. I never want to get into trouble.
I wasn't going to my science labs and shit because I was out there, trying to find out what's up with the young ladies, right? Like, you just don't make the best decision at 22, no matter what scale this shit is on. I also had like a gun incident.
I was training for the damn Olympics at that age, by the way. I was training for the Olympics. I never time for that nonsense.
It doesn't matter how good the teacher is if the student's not receptive to the lesson.
Is the student's mind?
And there it is, and it's that thing right there. Like, the players, if they're going to, to me, this is not even a team issue. This is somewhat a home issue. But if it's just going to be on the NBA, it's got to be on the Players Association. But it's really just about the Players Association should be in this dude's life to make sure he has the structure so that he's not embarrassing every fucking body.
He need
balls,
handlers and
everywhere.
babysitters. That's what he need, bro. He need a
It's a
fucking
combination
babysitter.
of both. He need
And see,
his
you hit
foundation
it
is
on the
messed
head.
up. If his father is his friend, then his foundation is messed up,
His
and then
father's
the
a
team,
fanboy. His father is
then
the
his team
definition of
don't,
a
then his
fanboy.
team don't have nothing in place, that'll grab him and choke the life out of him, and choke all that nonsense out of him and said, "This is your
But
last chance,
the thing is, you
or
got
we
to
sending you
remember,
home broke."
if you look at it
Period.
in the grand scheme, fellas, that dude ain't got to do shit else the rest of his life if he chooses not to. He got enough money to live.
Yeah, that's
He
what I'm
never
I
saying.
has
tell
to
you
do
And
what,
to
anything.
have his
he gonna blow that
kids, and
money
all that
if
other
he
shit. He don't
loses his
have to
chance in
do
the
anything.
NBA. He's
He's
gonna
set at
blow it.
22.
He's gonna blow it.
Of course he is, because he's showing up to fucking malls for his mom's petty beefs. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
of
Like,
course
he
he
doesn't
is. He's
have
carrying guns
this
and
dude's
taking
adrift.
them in clubs and putting it on Instagram. Of course he gonna blow it. He's a dumbass.
Yeah, I mean, he's just he's got a lot of maturing to do. And somebody got to get in this dude's life. I don't know who the fuck it is. Memphis doesn't have that kind of organization. Jerry West was there, and they were kind of
Yeah, be
nice.
different. Be different.
Yeah,
But let me ask you this, Smoke.
but
Big
they're
question.
not like that.
Quick
Yeah,
question, Smoke. Let me
yeah,
ask
go
you
ahead.
this. Do you think that 41 game suspension gonna straighten him out?
Say what?
No.
You think
What'd you
that
say?
41 game suspension gonna straighten him out? Because he gone for half
No.
the season next year.
No.
He's not getting paid, right?
No, he don't get paid. He gone.
Okay,
Suspended.
thank you.
No, but I'm saying he's already paid.
Yeah, he don't.
Think about it, the
That's
league.
not.
He's a wealthy man.
Why you say
You're
he's
not
going
gonna.
half the season though, Sheldon? Why you
You're
think
not
that?
gonna. You're not. You're not gonna
That's
get.
only 4. You said 14 games. That's not.
No, he
He
said
don't get
41.
Oh, 41.
He's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
get
half the season.
41.
Yeah, that is half the season.
He
82
gonna
Yeah,
get
game
half the
season.
season.
yeah, but you're not gonna get through to him in his pockets. You're not gonna be able to get through
No,
to
you're
him
not
in
going
his
to. No,
pockets.
he's not tripping off money like that. He already has
Uh-uh.
more money than no one wants to do.
No.
It's like that's
Damn.
not. And then
Yeah,
all
that's
you
true.
did was
That
tell
is
him
a
you don't
good
have to
point.
come to
That is
work.
a good point. That is a good point.
But the thing about it
money
is
already.
that and the other thing too is that don't forget, man, in a negative way, that bleeds all the way into the whole organization, his whole organization, his teammates, all of that shit, man. That bleeds in there and just causes enough of a rift to fucking get them off their motherfucking game.
All right, so now we got into our urban, but young man, underprivileged background. All of a sudden, he's not in over his head in the culture shock. Can we get back to this motherfucking boxing? Because fuck the Memphis Grizzlies, they suck. They ain't never been shit. And Zach Randolph would have been a hell of a boxer.
Yep.
But the
I
NBA
don't know.
pays
Zach
too well.
Randolph has slow feet. He has slow feet, Smoke.
What's that?
Hey, can I hey Smoke, with your permission, can I chop it up with Shelton for just a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Shelton.
Yes,
Hey,
sir, go
Mr.
ahead.
Shelton.
Yeah.
I think that me and you have traversed some in common, so to speak, territory in our past. You say you out there in South Central, right? Or you were?
Yes.
Can I name a few landmarks, so to speak, and you tell me if you recognize them?
Okay.
First, the area, 154th and Avalon.
Oh shit, over there, Carson. Yeah, I know where you at.
Perry Junior High School.
Yeah, know exactly where it's at.
Then let's go back north. Let's go back north a little ways. It used to be Fauché Junior High School.
Yeah, right there on Jefferson and Exposition, of course.
Yes, sir.
Exposition.
And what used to call Pasteur Junior High School.
Pasteur, yeah, I got you.
And of course, I know you know L.A. L.A. High School, Mount Vernon High School, Marvin Avenue.
Marvin Avenue. That's over on the west side. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we've traversed
that grass next to your yard, all that shit.
Yeah, but hey, let me ask you one name and then I'll let it go. Does the name Daryl Ammons ring a bell with you? Daryl Ammons or Charles Ammons?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Who do you know him? How do you know him? I mean, how do you know him?
I know of them.
Charles Ammons, Daryl Ammons?
Yeah, I know of them.
Okay. Have you ever met him?
The name, put it this way, back in the late 70s, early 80s, even into the early 90s, the name rang a few bells in the city. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. I hope it was on a good foot. And the reason I asked you about that name and that name alone is because you resemble him. You remind me of him. He was a buddy of mine.
Maybe.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
We have a conversation, like generally speaking, about like father-son boxer trainer duos, right? And this one has that going on this weekend. It's like two fathers that also train their sons and all that
All right,
stuff fighting.
Lomachenko and Haney. Okay, I got
Yeah, right. So, and we have other examples of that. Floyd Senior, Floyd Junior, all that shit. Angel and Danny and Kenny and Sean.
Right.
Who is the best mouthpiece of the dads? Because I think Bill Haney might be separating himself in the way that he actually promotes his fucking son in these fights.
You say who's the best mouthpiece in the dads? All of them?
Yeah.
It gotta be a toss-up between Angel and Bill. I mean, Floyd Senior talks a lot of shit, but it's hard to understand Floyd Senior.
And he wasn't really promoting the fights, really. He was just like, he did his his discount fucking Muhammad Ali fucking raps.
Yeah.
But nah.
Yeah, it gotta be between Bill and Angel, because Angel, the thing with Angel has calmed down a lot. Angel used to be way worse than he is.
Yep.
Hey, Smoke, what about Junior Lopez? He's not in that conversation?
Should be.
Junior talks cash shit, man.
Yeah.
It's delusional shit, but it's cash.
Hey, listen, it's just that they spend so much time bitching about the promotion. I don't know. They have a lot of like shoot themselves in the foot syndrome. Like they as soon as they get a gun, they just like get a laser sighting on their own fucking foot.
If they want to promote the blacks, that's fine. We'll just keep fighting the best.
Yeah.
You fought two good guys, bro. You fought two good guys. Come on now. Cut it out, T.O.
Yeah, T.O. needs the T.O. needs a fan base. The other thing is, I don't know that he realized how much black people were fucking supporting him. I don't know, like, what fucking Latinos are out there fucking supporting Hondurans.
He's realizing it now.
Yeah, I don't think they don't. Anyway, whatever. I mean, maybe they can do this Latin pride thing, but yeah, I don't think. Yeah, T.O.'s fucking up. T.O. Senior isn't a bad. Like, he's good for the social media like era, but he's not the actual promoter of his son, so he winds up, I think, really pissing off his business partners. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But I don't know. That Triller thing seemed weird. I don't think that was like. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think Bill. I think Angel and Bill. I'm gonna go with those over T.O. T.O. Singer's not bad. Don't get me wrong, but he's more like the social media sensation versus like maneuvering behind the scenes and getting his kid the best shit.
I got you.
Yeah, he's selling fights. He definitely knows how to sell a fight, but I don't know. He's not doing the whole thing. It's not just man. I don't know.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you another question on the same line. Did this fight that we got tomorrow, Smoke, have to be sold, or did this fight sell itself?
This fight needs to be sold.
Anybody else on the panel agree, disagree?
You know, I
Something special is going to happen in this fight tomorrow.
I would say it might not have sold itself, but its trajectory went that way because of Lomachenko. Not that Lomachenko. Well, because Lomachenko he's renowned. He's a renowned boxer within the organization, within the institution. They love the motherfucker.
Yeah, but like Loma, there's a reason why after all these years he's still not fucking pay-per-view. The dude has the personality that's like watching paint dry.
Nobody knows Loma outside of the boxing world.
He's done jack shit to sell himself.
I think this fight sells itself, but it could have been sold better. Like, if I was a promoter, I would have definitely sold this fight better.
Yeah, no, this fight needed to be sold. Like, Tank and Ryan didn't really need to be sold because of their fucking cachet. Like, them selling the fight actually was kind of fucking cringe.
I would have been like, this is the white Christian crusader against the black Muslim. I would have had actors up there, nigga. This would have been a spectacle, bro.
The thing about it, The thing about it with ESPN, this is not promoting that sport boxing like HBO and Showtime did.
That's true.
They push boxing.
Oh man, yeah. Did you see the Ginsburg, the full Ginsburg, the fucking Loma and Preston, like on Max on Boxing? First off, Lomachenko is just a terrible interview. God damn, this dude fucking sucks as an interview. I don't know why he doesn't get a social media guy, follow him around, do some funny shit, because he has a personality. It might be in Ukrainian, but like his personality can still shine through. But I think Loma's just a fucking jerk. I think ultimately he's like probably just kind of an asshole that people don't really want to hang out with, and seems like a little bit full of himself based on being maneuvered right and like over fucking hyped.
Yeah, he don't have much.
If everybody was telling you that you're the second coming of Muhammad Ali, wouldn't you be full of yourself?
Yeah,
that's what I was saying, Shelton. Before HBO got away from boxing, there was a major push to his career from Lomachenko. More so than ESPN. He was with Top Rank, but HBO was a major push for him.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why he's getting his ass whooped and going like I'm undefeated. Like, bro, you gotta. I get it. You feel like the rules don't apply for you for whatever reason. The rules don't apply to Lomachenko.
When it came to HBO, you couldn't say nothing against Triple G or Lomachenko on that network.
No.
They was like the holy grail of boxing.
Floyd had just left, Jay Simon. They was looking for another Floyd.
They was like outside of Manny Pacquiao and Floyd left. It was like the holy grail of boxing and stuff like that. Lomachenko and Triple G.
Yeah, no, it was Triple G and goddamn Chocolatito.
Yeah, Chocolatito too. They gave him a big push. They gave him a big push. Number one pound for pound. Like, where? How?
Yeah, all three of those dudes are about to fucking retire, get into the goddamn Hall of Fame together.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. So basically, what you're trying to say, Smoke, is that sometimes you look at the IBHOF as a popularity contest.
It's a popularity contest amongst the cool kids, right? It's like just clicked up kind of shit. Like if the boxing writers say that you're something, like you saw that thing that happened with your boy Doogie over at Ring Magazine and Devin Haney, when he got undisputed, had the Ring Magazine and they didn't put him on pound for pound list. Yeah, and he's like, how Doogie Fisher treated him. He was just like, fuck you, I don't care. Like these guys are, and this goes back to the old days of boxing where the mob ran everything and they had the newspaper reporters basically keeping the fighters in line, keeping them in place so they didn't ask for better. So they were just always like bumming him, calling them bums, and they didn't fight anybody, making them like, I don't know, man. Like the boxing writers have been one of the worst friends of boxers in like boxing.
Who do you respect more, Smoke? Doogie Fisher or Max Kellerman? Who do you respect more?
Damn, Max just fell off really hard. Like Max killed me when so the way ESPN was set up, where they made like the boxing guy give you a take on every fucking thing: golf, baseball, softball, basketball. Like listen to Max talk about football and basketball hurts my head. He clearly doesn't do the research, not tripping, phones that shit in, and because it's part of his paycheck. Like really, just like he's there to work and raise his daughter. So it's kind of like, it's not that I don't respect him. It's just that they watered down his expertise to the point where, yeah, he's like not credible.
I liked it Max more in Friday Night Fights.
Yeah, exactly. He was really good. Even back in the old HBO days, he was just really good. But then he got that big gig at fucking ESPN and just kind of ruined him as a boxing analyst and as an analyst in general, because they had him talk about every fucking thing. Doogie Fisher is just a company guy. So, but he knows a lot. Both of these guys know a lot, but you can't ever tell if they are full of shit or if they're just towing the company line.
Smoke, I'm not really sure if Doug Fisher was really a company man, because do you remember back in the days when obviously Canelo was with Golden Boy, and the way Doug Fisher used to ride Golovkin's jockstrap so shamelessly, and he was a rival to Golden Boy's cash cow. Obviously, Golden Boy own magazine. I really don't know, man, because he was
Yeah,
just so shameless.
yeah,
Yeah.
because the issue isn't whether or not you like if you're with a promotional company, it's the free agency that threatens the thing. Like people don't mind if you like it doesn't threaten the structure, the power structure, if you're just with a rival promotion. What threatens the power structure is if you're not with any promotion and you're just a free agent. That's the thing they don't fucking like. That's what
Yeah, I
Doogie
think that,
Fisher was fucking about. Like that's the issue, right? This is the whole thing with Devin Haney and corruption and shit. Like the way he's playing the game, it seems like he's not choosing a team in a sport that is being organized and dominated by teams.
I think that was kind of the blueprint that Roy Jones left, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if Roy ever signed a long-term deal with a major promoter. He kind of fought on HBO, but kind of did his own thing.
Yeah, I mean, guys have tried it. I mean, they do it again. It's just that in this era, right, where it was you must choose a side, it was now you have an organization that is just a bunch of free agents. And that's where Doogie's like company line thing came out. Like where he started doing the whole like fighters need promoters thing.
When you said Doogie, is he that nerd with glasses that used to love Roman Gonzalez?
Yeah, he's got kind of like finger waves. He looks like he's mixed, like a Latino kind of black dude. He's got finger waves.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a jumped up lesbian, like Dyke. Yeah, I
he
think
just
I know.
like he just looks like a mixed woman. Yeah, whatever. A mixed lesbian. That's what he looks like. A mixed lesbian woman.
There you go. Yeah. So it was tough, man. I thought Golovkin. For me, it's like in a way, I felt like Golovkin was even pushed harder than Canelo because even though Canelo was kind of like the cash cow of HBO, the way HBO fell in love with Golovkin and pushed him so hard, it was almost like a romance. Don't get me wrong, they did a good job with Canelo, but it was never to the romantic element of Golovkin, if you know what I mean. Like Golovkin and Kovalev were pushed so hard compared to guys like Canelo. I know Canelo generated the money, but I'm not sure how much of that was because of HBO, because they never really got really romantic and obsessed with Canelo the way they did with guys like Golovkin and Kovalev. I just felt like heading into the fights, like we're heading into Andre Ward versus Kovalev, and Canelo versus Golovkin. I felt like HBO really wanted Kovalev to beat Andre Ward and Golovkin to beat Canelo Alvarez. Obviously, the opposite happened, but just the way the commentators were talking, just the way the promotional shows were built up, that felt like a very clear bias towards Golovkin beating Canelo and Kovalev beating Andre Ward, even though Canelo was clearly a bigger star and Andre Ward was the American sort of Olympian. Maybe they felt like they could have built.
HBO spent a lot of time trying to shove their properties down their throat.
Yep.
Like they're like, yeah, there's just like I don't think it works where people try to tell you that their guy is the best guy. Like I mean, it just depends because yeah, I don't know. It actually Eddie Hearn is like pretty good at doing that. But other guys just don't like. Yeah, I don't know. It's an art to it. It takes a little bit of something in order to like just shamelessly self promote. Like, oh yeah, we have our own belts, our own sanctioning bodies, our own thing. We have our own, and our guys are the best. Kind of hard to do in boxing.
Smokey fell off.
Did I fell off? I'm still here.
Yeah, you went quiet for a second. And went.
No, I was just saying, like, it's just kind of, it's actually hard to promote your guy as the best of all time. It's just people just have their own opinion, so it's just hard. Like, so Bob Arum, because of his cachet in the sport, he gets away with a lot of stuff, and there's even people who back the whole like. Like when he said that what he said about Muhammad Ali is an amateur in respect to Lomachenko, a lot of people took some umbrage to it, but there was a contingency of that underserved public that he was trying to capture with Lomachenko and Triple G that were eating that shit up. Yeah, like Triple G is better than Hagler. Goddamn, the fucking Loma is the best thing since Muhammad Ali. Like they were eating that shit up.
The main thing with Triple G, it was like he's gonna break Hopkins' title defense record and all this stuff, and I'm like, what are they trying to compare? You can't compare careers.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And that was the Boxing Writers Association fabricate. Like there was, like it was part of it was the HBO machine, but the HBO machine, like it took part of the wider zeitgeist because they wanted to have these Eastern Europeans and brought the boxing tent. And so the boxing writers did their fucking job and started talking about 21 title defenses and all this shit. So that's the thing why I think Tank is actually going to get in because of Triple G. That whole shit they did with Triple G and those WBA regular fucking defenses. He had like 9 of those fucking shits. Yep. And they were talking about how that's Bernard, that tied Bernard, Hopkins, all that shit. So I don't know. I feel like
I think he had 50.
I feel like Oscar, not just Oscar De La Hoya, but Floyd Mayweather, they're shrewd enough and have the connections enough to make sure that Tank is okay on their end. That whole run that he was at, the money team or Mayweather Promotions, they are going to put in the words where they're going to put in the quiet word in the envelope because that's going to help their promotion look better. And I think they're going to rewrite history the same way they did with Vladimir Klitschko, talking about how the WBO champ belt was like a recognized title when he had it, when it clearly fucking wasn't, for like most of the time.
Smoke, do you know what it is? I feel like, for me, you're right. I think Golovkin only had, I believe, 15 or 13 title defenses when he became a legitimate. I think the difference with Golovkin and Tank is, I think Golovkin really wanted to fight guys like, especially at middleweight. I think he wanted to cherry pick at super middleweight, especially when Andre Ward kind of called his bluff. But I think at middleweight, he really wanted to fight guys like a Felix Sturm, a Daniel Gio when he was a champion. And those guys really didn't want to fight him. I think a guy like Tank Davis, I think Devin Haney, Lomachenko, Shakur, they would all love to fight Tank Davis. But with Golovkin, guys like Sergio Martinez,
but that's not even the issue. Like, even if you were doing a thing to say, well, how they're different, it doesn't really talk about the sameness of it all. Like, the issue is that they both had that world title, and they're treating that world title like it was a recognized title by all the sanctioning bodies. That's what the boxing writers did for Triple G. And I'm pretty sure that's why Triple G is getting in the fucking Hall of Fame. Because omitted, what you have is Canelo, Daniel Jacobs, Murata, maybe?
No, Murata held the belt for a while. But I think
he unified with Murata, right?
Yeah.
It's just kind of like that's that's his thing. Like if you were to look at the names on his resume, you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, Triple G Hall of Fame.
His resume. Oh, sorry, I think you're talking about. I thought you were talking about the regular belt. Yeah. His best wins would be
his 2 cashier fights is Canelo and Jacobs.
Yeah, Canelo, and then Jacobs. I'm just saying, like, even if you were to, like, if you throw Murata in there, right? Yeah. That literally is what you're left with is like Dominic Wade and Steve Rolls,
Curtis
and fucking
Stevens.
Willie the Worm Monroe and Curtis Stevenson and like
the fuck Daniel Gill.
That's a David Lemieux. So after the big boys, which are obviously Canelo, Jacobs, Murata, I'd say the secondary guys will probably be guys like Lemieux, Daniel Gill, and Martin Murray. Yep. And then you fall off into the
really, that's what I'm saying. Like, even those, like, all of those are really good for UK people, but like in the boxing world,
none of them are even
do a motherfucking
man.
thing. Martin Murray didn't do a motherfucking thing, and David Lemieux is not a UK guy. He's a Canadian dude, but he's also a guy that didn't do jack shit.
I think just because of the belt he had, I think when Golovkin knocked him out, he unified the IBF with the. I think they
tried to make it a really big deal. They really tried to pump that thing up. You remember when they was talking about AJ came over here and broke the pre-sale records for the Madison Square Garden, right? You know what record they broke fucking Triple G versus Lemieux. You know what the price is? You know how many tickets they sold? 1,500. That was the big fucking. That was the big record that they broke.
No, but what about all the other fight? What about all the other events at Madison Square Garden? Like that's probably the most historic American boxing arena.
Yeah, but they just didn't do pre-sales. Like when those guys, Michael Jackson fucking performed at Madison Square Garden. You think AJ outsold fucking Michael Jackson? Like, come on, man. Like that they didn't do pre-sale tickets. That was a relatively new thing, and yeah, like the boxing, it just wasn't. It wasn't a record that was worth a fuck.
1,500 tickets. That's like a local.
Yeah, like man, they were so trying to pump that David Lemieux and fucking Triple G fight up because they were trying to shove Triple G down the throats. You remember when Max Kellerman was like when Woody Monroe was touching that fool up but not doing anything, and Max tried to spin it like he like you let him hit you so people could feel emboldened by fighting you, kind of shit. Try to spin that shit, and they were just trying to shove Triple G down the throats really fucking hard, and then they tried to shove AJ down the throats really hard.
See, with AJ, I think it was sort of Eddie Hearn, but
I will say that AJ kind of earned his thing more than Triple G. Like AJ, that Vladimir Klitschko fight was a good fucking fight, and that was a good fight against the guy that was proven in the division, Hall of Famer, all that shit. Like the people when AJ fought Klitschko, everyone knew that Klitschko was a Hall of Famer, and it was a good fucking fight. So that was his like introduction to like the boxing mainstream thing, and as a kind of darling because nobody had seen Klitschko get done that way in fucking forever.
Yeah, I'd say right now, who would you say is being pushed down our throats the most right now, currently day? For me, I'd say it's probably like David Benavidez and Gervonta Davis.
Oh, hell no. Monster fucking Inoue. Monster Inoue by a whole fucking lot. And Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson is being shoved down our fucking throats. Monster Inoue is being shoved down our throats. Alexander Usyk is being shoved down our throats. Who else?
I don't know if he's. I want to say, but nah, I don't think so. But Turbiev.
I don't.
Yeah, he's not really. Bertabiev is actually kind of languishing in obscurity for like what he's been doing in sport. Like he should be one of the premier stars, and he just ain't. That really Bivol versus Beterbiev is not only one of the best fights in sports, not one of the most historically significant fights in the sport, but it's also the longest marinated fucking fight going on. It's older than AJ fucking Wilder. It's older than fucking Spence and Bud. It's older than whatever the hell it is. Like Tank and fucking Dev. It's older than all this shit.
Yeah, I've always had this problem, right, with Bivol fans with this, and they think I'm just a salty Canelo fan, which isn't even true. I've always felt that Bivol was the reason that fight never happened, because all the champions, when they left HBO, they went to ESPN, right? Sergey Kovalev, Alexander Vodzik, and Artur Beterbiev. They kind of started mixing it up a little bit. I know Kovalev went and fought Canelo, but the belt eventually went back to HBO through Joe Smith. And I felt Bivol kind of went to the zone just for a paycheck, just to sit there and do nothing, right? And then when Beterbiev finally collected all the belts and went back around to him and said, "Hey, Bivol, let's fight," he turned it down again. So like with Bivol, it's always this weird notion, like, has he ever wanted the Beterbiev fight? You know, walking away from a network that had all the champions to go fight on the zone. And when the dude Beterbiev collected all the belts and all you need to do is beat him in one fight. The fight, you're probably the favorite, let's be honest. At this stage, Bivol is clearly a favorite over Beterbiev. You turn it down again? Like, this motherfucker's pushing 40 at this stage. Like, how much longer do you want to wait to fight Beterbiev?
Yeah, I don't think he's fighting Beterbiev. I don't think it's happening. And you know what? I'm gonna look at this shove. The shove heard around the YTBC because people are saying that Dev is like a punk for pushing him and then walking away. But I don't know what the hell he's supposed to do. Push him and then what? Like set up shop? Like your corner's mine? Marlo, D-Bone?
Lomachenko.
Tuck your chain? Like it's time to go.
Do you know what it is? It's crazy, bro. Because for me, when you're talking about like for me, Bill Haney is like he's like the coolest dad in boxing. Like when he was on stage and he suddenly like grabbed the mic and had everyone sweating, whether it was Egus Clamus or Bob Arum. Like, he's a funny dude. With Angel Garcia, I thought he was funny as well. But most of his like things were like being like a man child, screaming and howling and cussing people out. He didn't kind of do it with a kind of wit or even class of a Bill Haney. Because Bill Haney would kind of do it different, right? He'll grab the mic and he'll do it more from an intelligent point of view or a bit of a troll, or he'll know what he's doing. With Angel Garcia, he was kind of more like a wild man. Like, um, Angel Garcia reminds me of that random dad, like that you grab from the hood, that you put him on the stage, and he just can't believe where he is. But Bill Haney kind of reminds me of a guy like, okay, he knows what he's doing. You know, he's a guy who's actually intelligent, and he's kind of moving the sun in the right position, and he's trying to piss off the right people, right? Whether it's the Tank Davis fans, the Lomachenko fans, or all these new Shakur fans. I don't know where the hell they came through, but over the last 6 months, Shakur, without even fighting, has got one of the biggest fan bases on YouTube. You know, very strange stuff.
There's all like it's literally because Bill Haney's mouth. Like Bill Haney has talked Devin Haney into being a heel. Devin Haney, who has done nothing but approach the sport the right way, and do what we say to make the sacrifices to make fights that we say that we want all these guys to do. Yeah. Right, and like for his trouble, he is the bad guy, soft guy who is putting on a front, and everybody beats him. Like if we really want to know what's going on with Devin Haney, he needs to face the likes. He needs to face the likes of Rolly Romero and goddamn Ryan Garcia. It's just a bunch of Tank nonsense. Like for real, when it comes right, like I don't know. I'm a Tank fan, but these new generation of Tank fans that's taking up the mantle, so I don't have to defend Tank from all these Spurs charges. The guys who are defending Tank these days, fuck, dude. They, yeah.
Well, Devin Haney isn't very vocal, but I think his dad is doing a pretty good job as far as promoting his son as a fighter. And I agree with that.
Yeah, I think he might be the best. I can't think of another one. We had, I mean, no, not even him. Shit. Like the father-son promotion. I don't even know if we had a situation where the father was promoting the son.
I don't think I've seen it, no. Because with Angel Garcia, he was a mouthpiece, but he really wasn't at this kind of level. Or Bill's kind of really in the sort of boardrooms, getting the sort of contracts done with the logistics. No, it's like you said. I've always look. I'm gonna be honest. You know, I'm not the biggest Devin Haney fan, but from a stylistic perspective, he's not one of my favorite fighters to watch. But look, if you're out there and you're trying to make the biggest and best fights, I just gotta take my hat off to you. You know, you went to Australia twice, consolidated all the belts. That was a great fight, you know, against the number one guy with all the hardware. Now you're back. You're fighting a future Hall of Famer, the number 2 dude in the division, at least based off merit, right? And after this, I'm sure he'd fight Tank Davis. So for a guy like that that's chasing legacy, that's made certain sacrifices, I can do nothing but be a fan of him, and I support him. As long as he keeps this mentality of the legacy, you know, and doing whatever it takes to make the big fights, right? I've got nothing but respect for him. A guy like Tank Davis, who I do find entertaining, I mean, he hasn't given me a fight I've asked for in ever, I think. I don't think he's ever given me a fight I've ever asked for at 130, 35, or 40. So,
and I don't know. Lomachenko might be a little bit too cool.
The guys you wanted to see him fight are fighting, so I don't get it.
What are you looking for? What are you looking for when you say Tank hasn't given me a fight that I'm looking for? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for like really good fights. So at 130, I would have liked to see him fight Vasyl Lomachenko. I mean, at 35, there have been several fighters I've wanted to see him fight. At 140, he could have fought a lot of fighters. I mean, when he moved up to 140 and was talking all that shit, he was making threats. A lot of threats towards guys like Josh Taylor and Regis Prograis, but instead he fought Mario Barrios, a guy who wasn't even ranked top 5 in his own division, even though he had a belt. At 35, like I said,
yeah, but Regis wanted to fight Mario Barrios.
I mean, look, man, I'm in California. I like Latin food. But goddamn, Tank is exclusive. That dude don't eat anything but fucking Latin food. That's all that dude is. He is on a strictly Latin diet.
Okay. So then what we're saying is we want to see him. Race has something to do with it. We want
No,
to see him
no, it's
fight
not that.
somebody.
It's not even about race.
Uh-huh.
Because Latin is not a race to me. That's like an ethnic. It's not even about that. What I'm saying
Okay.
is this dude keeps fighting the same kind of guy. Period. For fucking money. Like these guys are not the best in the division. Nobody's checking for these fucking people. Why the fuck is Tank fighting them? And then we're supposed to talk about Tank's the best when he's fighting people who clearly aren't the best.
Okay.
And then he at the time, I don't know like what's going on with him business wise when it comes to the sport of boxing. As for his venture, but his handlers for the longest has been talking the opposite. Regardless of what Tank said or didn't say, it didn't matter to them. It only matters what they thought. Because every time you mention these names or these fights we want to see, either Floyd or Leonard was in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and like I don't need to see a race versus thing. For me, it's more like a
that I don't
style
like
thing.
and stuff.
And
Thing don't sell and this and that, but Isaac Cruz was an undercard fighter, and he still fights on undercards.
yeah, I mean, yeah, he got the Ring magazine, top 10 kind of thing, but off of what?
Okay. All right. Well,
With all the controversy, I think if you take Tank off his resume, I think his fight a couple of weekends ago or last weekend might be maybe the most publicized, or if you want to call that, in his career. But this old guy we never heard of.
I mean, Jackson Marina's that result got I don't know which one got the biggest reaction, but Jackson Marina's that fight wasn't for anything, and that got a huge reaction.
Yeah. No, I think
nobody gave a shit about Jackson Marina's art Rolly, and they were still talking about how gigantic a robbery that thing is. I don't know. Like Tank is at this point, I think painted himself into a corner, and his shit's just tired. Like as a business person, I get it. If you want to hide behind your wallet, lock yourself in a vault, and say, "I fight for money," and if you want to get this money fight, then you have to come to my vault, and I'll dole out what I got. Like I got a couple bags for you over here, but take it or leave it kind of shit. While I'm not mad at it, it's his prerogative or anything like that. It's just really uninspiring and very disappointing. Like I thought Tank, and I still think Tank, is one of the most supremely gifted boxers out there. But I no longer think that he could reach the potential that I thought he could after I saw the Pedraza fight or even the Cuellar fight.
So let's say this. Let's say Devin beats Loma, Devin and Tank fight next. What the fuck you niggas gonna find to complain about that?
What am I gonna find a complaint about then? I am probably gonna complain about what people are saying about it.
What do you mean?
I think that it's just gonna be this whole.
You're gonna find something to complain about.
So we already have it growing. We already have it. We already have the foundation, the groundswell happening. If Devin re-signs to Top Rank, that means he's ducking Tank.
That's your own weird shit you got going on for today. I'm just saying the fight happens. Period. Fuck Top Rank. Fuck him being a free agent.
That's what I'll be complaining about. I'll be complaining about the way people are talking about the fight. That's about it.
Okay, so you're saying if he re-signs with Top Rank and still gets the Tank fight, you'll be complaining about how they talk about he re-signed with Top Rank.
Correct, because that's what it'll be. It'll be the way that they frame the fight, right? That's what'll be the complaint, because I don't complain about fights. Like it's just kind of like I don't even complain about the fight. So for instance, one of the criticisms I have about the Loma Haney fight is them saying it's like one of the top 5 lightweights bouts of all time.
Okay, and I don't agree with that, but I mean,
that's just fucking annoying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I criticize. That's what I'll be
promoting the fight. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying that's what I'll be complaining about shit like that.
For Tank, more so for me, in my opinion.
Tank and Devin might be that though. Shit.
It was more so, in my opinion, I had an issue with his handlers, not him per se as the fighter. Because I believe if those fights was presented to Tank, he would have taken those fights and fought those fights, win or lose. I just had an issue with his handlers and the way they was matchmaking.
You know what? I feel like when Gervonta Davis came out and said that I've never asked for any of the big fights, and when him and Mayweather were going back and forth.
I also feel like Tank ate himself out of the
interview,
130-pound division.
he said, I never asked for those fights because if I would utter a name, they already had me another fight scheduled right after I fought my fight. They already had something lined up for me.
So he can't do due diligence? Like, this just sounds lazy. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Tank.
You know,
This
like
is
I said,
it's just very disappointing. This is like a really terrible fucking methodologies of why you won't call somebody else, because I'm not bothered enough to find out their schedule.
But here's
Why
the thing,
fucking
though.
fight 'em? Like, why even try to fight anybody? I get it.
He
doesn't
calls
give a shit.
fighters out, and then y'all complain about that. Like the
No,
nigga
it's because
can't
he's
win,
not
bro.
doing anything. Okay, hold up a second. If Canelo, like we talk about face of boxing shit. Like, let's talk about what that means. When you say the face of boxing, that means everybody's fucking trying to fight you. So you going around not calling out fucking people and not trying to make shit happen. Meanwhile, you're calling yourself a face of boxing, fighting guys who aren't worth a damn to the sport. Like, if they never fucking fought, like, nobody's going to remember any of these people. They're not good. They're not, like, you know, moving the needle in the sport of boxing, like, historically speaking. Like, this is not happening. Like, the other face of boxing, like, you have Canelo. Canelo is fighting guys. He's got Hall of Famers over here, a couple ATGs. He's doing, like, historically significant shit. He's not dinking and done. Like, if he was only fighting the Rocky Fields and the Yildirims of the world and then acting like those guys were, like, the best, then, yeah, this whole face of boxing thing would be fucking fugazi, too. And people would be like, no. But at least he's gone up there. He's got B-Ball on there. You know, he got all the champions on there. Like, he does shit that actually justifies this place, not just I found the niche of knocking out these fucking cement-footed guys or guys who rush after me, and I can play the, like, ethnic conflict between Latino and fucking black to take that shit to the bank.
Oh, you're right, Smoke.
I mean,
Right.
it's a cool business model, but, like, what am I supposed to be excited about that? How am I supposed to get excited as a fight fan?
Right. So if he fights Devin next, you be excited about that?
I think so, yeah.
Let's say he wins that fight. Does that erase all the shit you just said?
Huh? About what Tank's career has been? Do you think one fight erases your entire career?
I mean, I'm saying, like, he becomes undisputed lightweight champion and beats Devin Haney. I
Okay,
mean,
so you heard the phrase the exception that proves the rule?
No, that what he said. He said he'd been fighting a bunch of bullshit motherfuckers that ain't worth a dime. He shouldn't have fought them. And then he gets in with somebody who is significant. And if you do the motherfucking math on that, or the psychology on that, the way you put it, now he's fighting somebody he should have been fighting and he should be fighting. And if he wins,
you don't get a pass for doing all that shit. Like, oh yeah, I have 4 kids. I have 14 kids, but, like, that 15th one I raised, even though I was a deadbeat for all the 14. I mean, that's cool for that one that you raised, but what about all them motherfucking homeless ass, degenerate ass fucking kids that's on your fucking?
You go out there and do what, let's say Devin wins, right? And he fight Tanks next. You know what I'm saying? You go out there and do what Loma couldn't do. You defeat the undisputed champion. You become the undisputed champion. But it's still like, well, you fought Cuellar, so you ain't shit.
I know.
No, I don't think they're gonna say that. I don't think.
No, it's not that. But you think it erases the whole thing? Like, all of a sudden, like, Loma's now playing with Tank's playing with house money because he beat fucking Devin. Like, that mean, like, Devin is a 24-year-old dude. Like, look, Tank has been doing this shit. He's been a champion for 6 years. You think it's going to get erased with one fight from a guy who's up and coming because he's actually doing shit?
He's the undisputed champion. How's he up and coming?
Okay, I mean, undisputed, because undisputed is an accolade.
He fought. Wait. All this praise we was giving Kambosos earlier, top 5 lightweight, beat T.O., all this shit. Now all of a sudden, Devin Haney's up and coming. See, that's why I try to stay on mute, let you niggas cap, because I'm gonna tear into your ass.
I think that you are just. I don't know if you're, like, obtuse or you just, like, missing the fucking point. Beating Devin Haney and becoming undisputed is a great feat. It will not erase the 6 years of bullshit that we have been experiencing from him. It won't.
Okay, so it ain't going to erase that. That's what the fuck we worried about the past for?
Well, that's what again because that's what he said. Does that change everything that I said? Like, no, it won't change everything I said. It'll just add that he fought this guy. That's what it'll do.
You know,
Like,
I mean,
here's the
but
thing.
that's a hell of
Here's
a
really what it is. Here's really what if you really want to know the fucking lowdown of what the fuck is going on with Tank is. Devin Haney is low hanging fruit. He is a guy who is an unpolished dude, and yeah, like Lomachenko, it can't fucking compete at 140 pounds. Not catch weights, not rehydration clause, none of that shit. Okay. I don't know what Lomachenko will look like against Mario Barrios. But what I do know is Tank has fought twice at fucking 140 pounds, got a belt on there, like one of them Triple G belts, and also broke records up there. Meanwhile, he talks shit about the fucking other fighters at 140 pounds, like he would beat them. So him like sitting around like, oh yeah, like, oh, you know, if I fight Devin Haney, people are gonna look the other way about Gambosis and fucking Cuellar and fucking Nunes and Hector Guard. No, okay. Absolutely not, bro.
No, here's the thing. You don't have to look the other way, but it's going to be like this.
One of the things that I got out of what you just said is Devin Haney's going to get his ass kicked when he goes in that ring with Lomachenko. That's what you just got finished saying. You don't know.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay, then you totally misunderstood what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Lomachenko is going to lose, and a lot of people are going to say he lost because Devin Haney is too big and Loma's too old. That's why they're going to say he lost. Another thing about George Kambosos, they're saying that was a fluke. So this idea that Tank Davis was supposed to be could have been one of the best and should be one of the best fighters on the plate. Why isn't Tank number one pound for pound? Why has he never been top five? Why is that the case?
I don't know.
Is it because of his ability, his lack of ability? I don't think so. I think it's because of the people he's fucking fought. That's why.
Okay. So, but once again, Devin Haney is an unpolished. You said this. I'm using your words. Unpolished, unskilled, and earlier
said I didn't say unskilled. I didn't say he's unskilled. I'm saying he's just becoming. He's still developing as a fighter. He's like Devin Haney. I personally am not of the opinion that Devin Haney is the finished article.
Okay.
Tank Davis is the finished article. Lomachenko is the finished article.
No.
Very good. The issue is Tank is fucking way back. As a finished article, I have Tank beating Loma.
Do you have Tank beating Devin?
No, I think it's 50-55. I go back and forth to that.
Okay. So Devin is if it's 50-50, then Devin is just as polished as fucking Tank.
No, it's not that. It's that there's a size thing. I am saying that Devin and Tank is going to compete at 147. Other people are saying that Tank will never fight at 147. Some people are saying that Devin Haney will compete at 154. The issue is not whether or not he's polished or not, is that he's way fucking bigger than these dudes.
Yeah.
And what does that have? When does that stop Tank from knocking somebody out?
Apparently, it's stopping from fighting.
Exactly.
Hold up a second. You guys keep going around the fucking circles around this. Tank Davis. What you guys are now conflating with is dimensions with fucking ability and styles. Tank Davis keeps fighting the same style of guy over and over again.
But you just said size.
Hold up a second. Tank Davis keeps fighting the same style of guy, no matter what size they are. So it doesn't matter that they're bigger because they're statues or they run at him. So maintaining distance doesn't matter because they're running at him anyway. He doesn't have to fucking break the gap. He doesn't have to figure out how to track him down because they're coming to him.
Okay, so it's not just size then. All right.
I've been saying that whole thing. That's the issue with fucking Tank.
But you just brought up size.
I got it. I'm talking about size when it came to Devin Haney being polished.
All right, but he's
still developing. The reason why he's beating these, a lot of people. The reason why, even though he's not polished, he's not the finished article, but he's still favored to win and compete against these guys, is because of his style and his dimensions.
All right.
Okay, fair enough. I could see it.
But he's going to beat Loma because of his size, right?
And his style.
Okay. All right.
Listen, you guys know what Smoke is saying.
I know you want to keep parsing it out because you want to make this reductive argument, but is this really that difficult? If you need to fucking maintain distance and you don't have the feet to maintain distance, then you're not going to beat fucking Tank Davis. Or Lomachenko. Nakatani can be as big as a fucking house if he wants to, but his fucking feet suck, so he won't be able to maintain distance.
Yep.
Kome can have all the power in the world, but since his fucking feet are nailed to the floor, he won't be able to fucking maintain distance or turn with him or like utilize that power against a Lomachenko. He doesn't have the correct fucking attributes for it. The size thing becomes like a moot point. But when you have Devin Haney, who has the size and actually has the fucking feet to do that thing, now you have a different issue. Now you don't even have to be the fighter that you will eventually become in order to be not just competitive, but might even win the fight.
Yeah, not against Tank though. You don't have a feat.
No, I mean against everybody. Like Tank is not like. Here's the thing. I feel like. And this is like no disservice to anybody because Tank could actually beat Devin. That's not the issue. The issue is Tank hasn't fought a guy that I could say, yeah, let me do a thing. Like if all you're knocking out is guys who are stationary and trade a whole bunch of fucking punches, so you have all these goddamn openings and you can work angles and all this shit while their feet are fucking planted. I don't know what that looks like against Devin Haney.
Yeah,
because Devin Haney is not that.
Okay. I don't see Devin Haney with that excellent footwork myself.
Okay, I mean excellent footwork. If you want to say that excellent footwork, you tell me who you think has as good as Devin Haney footwork on Tank's resume.
Nobody.
That's the issue. That's my point.
Yeah, it's not like you're making some fucking revelation.
No, that's what I just said. He's like, I don't see it about Tank. Like, the issue. You said you don't see Devin having this great footwork. Even if you don't think Devin has great footwork, it's way fucking better than everybody thinks.
No,
at that
not way
maintaining distance that I'm talking about.
No, not way better. Not way better.
Okay, cool. So who's the closest thing to Devin Haney's feet? Who?
No, not way better.
Okay, great. So who is the guy?
I'm not comparing him to nobody. I'm just saying he has diminished footwork. I'm saying he has diminished footwork. He doesn't. I don't have to compare him to anybody. I'm taking him all by himself.
No, I'm talking about, bro. I'm comparing it. So when I'm trying to do who do I think wins between Tank and Devin, I'm giving my analysis based on what I've seen against like opponents from the thing, right? So when it comes down to like, can Devin fight a disciplined fight where he doesn't go outside of himself and will just maintain distance off of a jab? Have I seen him do that for like 10, 12 rounds? Yeah, I have.
Right.
Have I seen Tank Davis fucking break the distance against a guy who is disciplined and has the footwork to maintain his distance? He doesn't just need power, but he has the feet and the hands to maintain his distance. I haven't seen Tank beat that guy. So I don't just go on and like, because Tank is knocking out dudes who don't have that ability, that means he's gonna knock out Devin Haney.
Yeah. And I don't see Devin Haney on his own. I'm not gonna compare him to no motherfucking body else. On his own, I don't see Devin Haney having great footwork. He has some footwork, but it ain't great footwork.
No, I don't like. I mean, great footwork is a thing. Like, he has great footwork for his style. And his particular style is the thing that is a nightmare for dudes with fucking short ass fucking arms and little dudes and little legs that need to break the fucking distance in order to be fucking effective.
Yeah. No, he doesn't have. Not for Tank. Not for Tank.
Yeah, I don't know why you say not for Tank, but Tank, because Tank hasn't shown. So here's the thing: if Tank has shown that he could fucking do this thing, then I would say, yeah, not for Tank. But Tank hasn't shown. He hasn't fought anybody who has any footwork anywhere near the fucking as good as Devin's when it comes to maintaining distance.
Well, you're giving like I said before, you're giving Haney more expert, more
no, I'm not. I'm just literally comparing him to Tank's other opponents.
Yeah, I would say the closest thing would be, just for argument's sake, Mario Barrios. Like,
yeah, Mario Barrios is totally not that doesn't use his feet. That is another stuck in the mud ass fucking dude.
I mean, I'm just saying for the sake of argument.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm just saying. That's why I said Devin Haney is way better than everybody else in Tank.
Yes, I agree. As far as footwork is concerned, yes.
Yeah, and I'm talking about a specific kind of footwork. The footwork that you need to maintain distance.
I mean, Mario Barrios tried. It's just that when Tank collapsed and closed the distance, like within a split second, it's like nothing much you can do in that
No, you
situation. You
not
know
if
what I
you
mean?
not if you're fucking cement footed like goddamn Mario Barrios. No,
Yeah,
there's nothing
but
you can do.
I don't think that Devin Haney is gonna be on his bike the entire fight.
You don't have to be on your bike, bro. You can turn with a guy. All
Okay,
you have to do is
can I talk,
maintain your range. That
Mr.
doesn't mean that you have
Interrupt
to be
Phantom
fucking
all the
negative.
time?
Come
Can I
on,
talk?
man.
Can
He
I
ain't
talk,
no
bro?
way. He can't
Let me finish
maintain
what
his
I'm saying.
range.
If you have an explosive fighter who can close the distance and explode on you in a split second, you're gonna have some choices to make, right? Either you know that's gonna happen and you're gonna have to move your feet the whole night, or you're gonna have to have some kind of defense for it.
And we're
Okay.
doing and we're doing
All
all
I'm
these.
telling you is, listen, I can explode on the statue. Even at 52 years old, I can explode on the statue. But like, if that statue it knows how to move in fucking tight circles and is a younger fucking thing and actually has longer reach than me, then I'm going to have an issue like closing that gap.
Yeah, but then let's do some reverse comparisons. Some reverse comparisons. Now, what was I going to say? What was I going to say? God damn it! Oh, Linares and Tank's got the good. I mean, what's his name? Haney's got the good footwork and keep the distance and all that kind of shit. And Linares popped his ass and wobbled his ass. If that had been Tank, he would have been down. So
Yeah, that like I said, when I said, have I seen Devin just take what the guy gives him and maintain distance for 12 rounds? And I said, yes, I've seen him do it. I didn't say that was against Linares. If he fights Tank like he fought Linares, or he fights Tank like he fights JoJo, he's probably not going to win that fight. He's probably going to sleep.
Yeah.
So give me a fight that you can point out where Devin has to, kind of commit to that style of fight to beat Tank. Point me to a fight spot.
I mean, there's a couple. Well, first the first George Kambosos fight, definitely. He did it pretty well against fucking Gamboa too, and that had it like he was one-handed in that fucking fight. And that fucking was that the Mason Menard dude. He fucking broke his face. He maintained his distance. He used a stick, but he was punching kind of harder back then. It was a different kind of fight, but he wasn't really rushing anything. He was just like. He was just taking what the dude gave him. He wasn't trying to go in there or steamroll the dude anything. He was just like maintaining his distance, taking what the guy gave him.
Right.
So the best example would probably be Kambosos one, as far as like what you.
Well, I would say when it comes to like somebody who has the foot speed of Tank, it would be Kambosos. But I think. I just don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing. Like Tank is such a better fighter than Kambosos that like the attributes of hand speed and foot speed are just a little bit too reductive in order to make the comparison. Like, yeah, Kambosos has fast-handed feet, but he has like kind of an ambush style, whereas Tank is trying to set you up with something real quick. Yeah, it's just not. They're just not analogous. But yeah, I'm just saying I've seen him at least do that thing. I've seen him not just be like impatient or try to make it exciting or whatever. Like I felt like with JoJo and Linares. With Linares, he felt like he could and should trade. And in JoJo, I felt like the same thing, but in the JoJo fight, I think he felt JoJo's power and felt like he felt like he'd do it. Whereas in the Linares fight, he didn't feel like. I don't think he felt Linares' power and he tried to do it anyway. And he always got fucked up. Because when Linares showed him his power, that changed the momentum of that round and like the next round after that too. Then he like was right at the shit, but whatever. I don't think it. But Tank, the book is out on Tank. Like. Tank is not a guy like Linares. He had already been knocked out. He was past prime. He's a former champion. All that shit. If he fights Tank next, Tank is, what's his knockout percentage behind Better Beef? Is it? It's in front of Wilder though, right? Is he has like the second highest knockout percentage of like, a champion kind of thing?
Yeah. It's like him and anyway.
Monster is up there too.
Yeah.
He's up there too, but Turbia.
Yeah, I'm saying
Better Beef is 100%.
Better Beef is 100%. So I think Better Beef is number one, and I think it might be Monster after Tank, but I'm not sure. It's either Tank or Monster or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
so
go
go
ahead,
ahead, go
Sam.
ahead.
Go
Oh, I
ahead.
was just gonna say, like, I think that's why Coach Kenny said, we stand at 135 and we fighting everybody because y'all ain't gonna give us no credit. So, you know what I'm saying? Just keep lining them up and we'll knock them down at 135. So all this Tank going to 140, I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. He's hiding behind a vault, and everybody's just like, it's all good. So he can cherry pick guys and like put him on like hydration clauses, and then I'm supposed to like ignore all that shit and say he's the best at 135.
So let me ask you this: so Devin Haney, no rehydration clause. Is Devin Haney a cherry pick?
Is Devin Haney no rehydration clause at 135?
Yes.
All right, 140.
135, undisputed.
How is it a cherry pick? He's fighting for undisputed.
Well, I'm saying you saying Devin Haney's undeveloped and he's developing.
No, I said he's right. I said he's developing. I mean, listen. Okay, so here's
so
the thing.
Tank is fighting developing fighters at 135, and it's not a cherry pick.
Let me clear this up for you. There is an element of cherry picking that is going to go on with guys that can fight anybody and everybody. So you are going to have to choose somebody. And whoever you choose, there's going to be this element of like, well, you didn't choose this other guy. So, but I'm not trying to like get Tank caught up in that shit. I'm just saying, for me, Devin Haney is a developing guy who has all the belts. If he gets the Loma, if he gets past Loma, it's a hell of a fucking. It'll be the best win on fucking Tank's resume. So it's not like you pass that up. But the question is beating Devin for 4 belts in 135 better than beating Josh Taylor at 140 for 1 belt? And my answer is no. That's the issue. Like, it's not even about like whether like this whole thing about, hey, Devin Haney, is it cherry picking Devin Haney to a certain extent because he could fight Josh Taylor.
I mean, weight drain, Josh Taylor coming off injuries, and you got Devin Haney fighting the Hall of Famer, one of the best wins of his career. Come on, Smoke.
Yeah, now I got you. I got what the fuck that got to do with Tank?
I don't know how you.
Listen, Tank
that's
is a guy
leap
who
of
said,
logic,
like, literally, Tank is a guy who said, I don't care about belts. And he said that Devin Haney doesn't sell shit. So really, what is the motivation for fighting Devin Haney at all?
What's not the motivation? He said, I want to fight him.
It's not money, so what is the motivation?
He said, I want to fight him.
Correct. That's the whole fucking thing where it becomes cherry picks. Okay, why are you trying to fight Devin Haney and not Josh Taylor?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so Devin Haney's a cherry pick. Let's just say it, bro.
I said that there's an element to it. I'm not trying to put him in that basket, but I understand the argument because Josh Taylor would be a better fucking win for Tank than fucking Devin Haney.
So lightweight Devin Haney after beating Loma, Josh Taylor fighting Tio is going to be a better win for Tank. Come on.
Yeah, yes. Josh Taylor is a better win. Like Josh, just so we can get this all out in the open. Loma, if Devin beats Loma and Tank fights Devin after that, win, lose, or draw, it would be a better look if he fought Josh Taylor. And it would be more significant if he fought Josh Taylor. Even though Josh Taylor right now only has 1 belt.
Jay Simon, I need another OG's perspective. Am I off base here in what I'm saying? Or am I in the ballpark, Jay Simon?
I don't think Tank can go wrong either way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not. That's my whole point to this. This whole thing about cherry pick. There's an element to that shit just because of the position that he's in, and he gets to pick. Right. So like the issue is Devin Haney the toughest guy that he could pick? No.
But why are we telling? Okay, he's made it clear. I'm going to stay at 135.
Right. That's his
fighting everybody
that's
here.
Cherry picking.
So he's cherry picking the division. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because he's choosing to not fight in a division that he's already fought twice in, because he doesn't feel like doing that shit.
Because he said he's better at 135.
Okay, great. That is just this is a justification that he's made. He's already fought there. He said that and then fought there again.
Correct.
This is just
0.1
this is what I'm
pounds
saying. This is
above his
see. So here's the thing.
weight limit.
So here's the thing. I understand, and this is
Oh
something that
shit!
I've noticed a lot in some boxing
That
fans,
dude could
like
have
analysis
sneezed
today.
and he would have made 135, bro.
I mean, I got it. He could have sneezed and all that shit, but he didn't sneeze, and he didn't make 135. So, like, really, he still fought at 140. But whatever. For revisionist history aside, right? We're not going to rewrite history. All I'm trying to say to you is that when it comes to guys, and in these privileged positions where everybody's trying to fight them, when you have that responsibility, when you have that much freedom and responsibility, there's also expectations, right? So all this, he gets all the glory with none of the responsibility shit, doesn't fly. It's not like all of those dudes at 140 didn't call him out, and now all of those fights are not harder fights and better fights than fucking Devin Haney.
Okay, so let's say he fights Regis at a 136 catch weight with a rehydration clause. He gets full credit for that, right?
Who ever gets full credit for a catch weight and a rehydration clause?
I mean, did Canelo not?
No, he did not. They literally
So
called him
Canelo is in the multi-division champion because he fought Kovalev in that fashion?
They say the same thing about Tank, and they also call him Canelo weights.
What I'm saying, is he a champion in the division, yes or no?
Yes, I already said.
So, okay, so he got credibility for doing that then because he became a champion.
But he also got discounted, right?
How do you get discounted when you're a champion?
The whole point is, and that's the thing, you want all the glory and none of the responsibility. You are going to have to carry that fucking responsibility of catch weighting and fucking rehydration clausing people. It doesn't matter if you're a champion. It doesn't matter because you could and they did all this shit. You still have to carry that weight.
Well, and what I'm saying is, it's not necessary if you just fighting at 135. Solves that problem, doesn't it?